In the summer of 2015, in the city of Qian, Yang Yi experienced a rebirth. Within a luxurious suite at the Huaxi Grand Hotel, Yang Yi lay on his side, idly scrolling through an app. Suddenly, his girlfriend, Lu Yin, sent him a WeChat message. "Tomorrow is my birthday. If the gift you prepare for me does not meet my expectations, we shall part ways." Memories flooded his mind, and a sardonic smile crept across Yang Ye's face as he replied, "Oh." Lu Yin was a classmate from Yang Ye's repeat year and his first love. She was strikingly beautiful, yet epitomized a typical gold digger. During high school, captivated by his excellent academic performance and handsome appearance, she relentlessly pursued him, easily ensnaring the inexperienced Yang Yi. With Yang Ye's assistance, she transformed from an underachiever to a student at a university in Xi'an. However, upon entering university, her vanity peaked. She squandered Yang Ye's hard-earned money while simultaneously courting several other suitors. When Yang Yi eventually confronted her, she dismissed those relationships as mere flings, professing her true affection for him. Naive and trusting, Yang Yi found himself momentarily bewildered, but reality delivered a harsh blow. The person he could not forget had already moved on. Yet, Yang Yi had now been reborn. He would not tread the same path again. "What does your own mean? Do you not wish to give me a gift? Do you want me to break up with you right now?" Upon receiving Lu Yan's subsequent message, Yang Yi chose to disregard it completely and blocked her, but on the other end, Lu Yan, seeing the red exclamation mark, wore an incredulous expression. She never anticipated that the usually compliant Yang Yi would block her. Unable to contain herself, she called him, as she still hoped he would foot the bill for her birthday. The call connected swiftly. "Yang Yi, what do you mean by this?" While perusing humorous anecdotes, Yang Yi displayed a hint of impatience. Answering the phone, "Didn't you say you want to break up?" "So be it." Without waiting for a response, he abruptly hung up and blocked her, exclaiming nonchalantly, "What kind of decent person would be a sycophant?" Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your straight male value has skyrocketed, successfully activating the ultimate Casanova system. Do you wish to bind it? Could such good fortune be true? Merely scrolling through anecdotes activated a system? Was he to become a Casanova, navigating a sea of beauty and scathe, wielding a trident? Bind. It must be bound. Yang Yi hailed from an ordinary family in a small third-tier county of Qian City. His parents were regular employees. While they never struggled for basic needs, they were far from affluent. Given the opportunity to bind a system as a golden finger, how could he let it slip away? Activating the ultimate Casanova system, the host will receive a daily allowance of 1,000 yuan. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18 years. Appearance, 85 points. Height, 180 centimeter. Title, none. Basic allowance, 1,000 yuan day. System reserve fund, 0 yuan. Experience points, 0100000. Fish pond, completely barren. After binding a high-quality beauty and spending on her, one shall receive a tenfold cashback with a maximum daily cashback of 100 million yuan per person. Cashback will cease once satisfaction reaches 95 points, alongside immediate rewards of special skills, attribute points, and monetary bonuses. Time-limited mission. Become a senior Sea King within 1 year. Attain 10 genuine love. Successful completion will reward a 5 centimeters increase in any part of the body. Those in the know will understand. Yang Yi briefly assessed the situation. This Supreme Sea King system would currently grant him 1,000 yuan daily, totaling 30,000 yuan monthly and 360,000 yuan annually. Should his level rise, the allocations would only increase. Contemplating his recent rebirth, he felt unequivocally destined for the pinnacle of life. How exhilarating is this? As for the task of capturing 10 high-quality fish within a year, Yang Yi felt quite confident. Congratulations, host, you have received the Beginner Sea King gift pack. Would you like to claim it? A novice gift pack? I shall claim it immediately. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 10 million yuan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Sea King's luxurious trio. McLaren P11, Patek Philippe Grand Complication 1, Intimacy Scanning System 1. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 beginner consumption critical cards. Using these during purchases allows for a cashback of 150 times the spend amount, with a maximum spending limit of 2 million. As the system's notifications concluded, Yang Yi's phone chimed with a familiar alert. 10 million yuan has arrived in your Alipay account. Wow, Upon hearing the notification, Yang Yi hastily checked his phone, and indeed, his Alipay account reflected a transfer of 10 million yuan, with a balance of 10,001,200 yuan. Almost immediately, Yang Yi sensed something new in his pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a finely crafted wristwatch and the key to a McLaren sports car. This exquisite, high-end wristwatch and the luxurious car key were products of a caliber Yang Yi had never encountered before. In an instant, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, promptly using his phone to check the prices of the watch and car. McLaren P1 priced at 12 million yuan. Patek Philippe Grand Complication priced at 18 million yuan. Goodness, it's true what they say. The poor indulge in cars while the wealthy revel in watches. The underprivileged merely play on computers at home. Yang Yi never anticipated that this small wristwatch would cost 18 million, far exceeding his comprehension. Glancing at the sports car key in his hand, he felt a pang of frustration. Possessing a supercar was futile without the ability to drive it or a driver's license. Detecting that the host lacks driving skills, the system bestows upon the host professional driving skill. The driver's license has been automatically placed in the vehicle. Wow, is this really possible? In an instant, Yang Yi felt a surge of information regarding driving skills flood his mind, leaving him once more astounded by the system's formidable capabilities. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yang Yi could no longer remain seated in the hotel. He promptly made his way to the parking lot, where a striking crimson supercar stood proudly at the center. With its sleek curves and sharp exterior, the license plate, a remarkable Qian 88888, captivated him momentarily before he pressed the ignition key and slid into the driver's seat. Virum, as the ignition system roared to life, a symphony of intoxicating sounds filled the air, and without hesitation, Yang Yi pressed the accelerator. The red McLaren surged forward like a furious beast, racing wildly into the night. This is truly the toy of a man. After a thrilling spin, Yang Yi arrived at Qian City's hottest bar, Passionate Night. With the engine's growl resonating, the vibrant McLaren came to a halt right at the entrance. Initially, the security guard approached to request Yang Yi to move his vehicle, but upon recognizing the million-dollar McLaren, he chose to turn a blind eye. After all, individuals capable of affording such extravagant cars were not to be trifled with. This stark reality. Naturally, the dazzling McLaren drew the attention of many. Having lived a life anew, Yang Yi maintained his composure, stepping out of the car with an air of tranquility. The hostess at the entrance greeted him warmly, entwining her arm with his as she led him inside, her face radiating flattery. As a seasoned patron, Yang Yi adhered to the principle of seizing opportunities, allowing his hands to roam freely, experiencing unrestrained delight. Under the guidance of the hostess, he soon arrived at an opulent booth. The sales manager, upon seeing Yang Yi take a seat, instantly bore a smile that crinkled his eyes. It is worth noting that the minimum expenditure for such a luxurious booth was 30,000. Merely securing this reservation would yield him a commission of 3,000. In an instant, his gaze towards Yang Yi sparkled with intrigue. "Sir, are you alone, or do you have friends accompanying you? Shall I arrange for some lovely ladies to join you? Just make the arrangements as you see fit. Also, please refrain from calling me sir, it sounds rather awkward. My surname is Yang." Nodding in acknowledgement of the sales manager's ingratiating smile, Yang Yi's casual demeanor remained unruffled. Receiving the cue, the sales manager promptly dashed off to make arrangements, and before long, 6 enchanting ladies settled beside Yang Yi. "Yang, what drink shall we indulge in?" The ladies, having heard of Yang Yi arriving in a supercar, flocked to him eagerly. "What drinks do you offer?" "Sir, we have the Ace of Spades at 8,888 per bottle, the Little Dragon at 30,000, which includes 3 bottles of the Golden Diamond Ace of Spades, and the Great Dragon at 88,000, featuring 8 bottles of Golden Diamond Ace of Spades along with a ceremonial presentation." The sales manager, eager to please, approached Yang Yi the moment he inquired, ensuring he did not miss a beat. "Let's start with a set of Great Dragon." With a basic consumption bonus card on hand, Yang Yi anticipated a potential 50-fold reward, preparing to indulge in a night of extravagant expenditure. "Yang Xiao, are you certain you wish to acquire a set of the Divine Dragon?" Upon hearing Yang Yi's intent, the sales manager became instantly animated. For a complete set of the Divine Dragon costs 88,000, a commission substantial enough to enrich him significantly. Enough chatter. Make the arrangements swiftly. With Yang Ye's affirmation, the sales manager hurriedly dashed out to organize the order. The eyes of several young women at the booth sparkled with excitement. While they had encountered many affluent heirs, few had the audacity to order an entire set of the divine dragon outright. Soon, the lights of the entire bar began to flash dramatically as the DJ enthusiastically announced, "At booth number 3, Yang Xiao has ordered a complete set of the divine dragon. Let us wish him smooth sailing and abundant fortune." Under the sales manager's guidance, 8 alluring ladies clad in bunny costumes approached Yang Yi, each bearing a bottle of the exquisite gold diamond ace of spades, beginning to sway enticingly before him. Goodness, who is this wealthy young man ordering a complete set of the divine dragon? Bro, he arrived in a multi-million-dollar supercar. A complete set of the divine dragon is mere chump change. Forget I said anything. Yang Yi poured himself a glass of ace of spades and took a sip. The flavor was ordinary, offering no remarkable distinction. As for the 6 accompanying hostesses, Yang Yi felt little interest. A brief indulgence was sufficient, and he dared not pursue anything further. Who knew what kind of complications could arise? After all, one could never be too cautious regarding potential ailments. Suddenly, a striking figure caught Yang Ye's eye. Dressed in a delicate green Chanel gown, standing at 175 centimeters with 5-centimeter heels, she appeared utterly enchanting. A fleeting glance revealed she was likely in her mid-20s. Her curvaceous form complemented by softly cascading waves of hair, exuding an aura of success. Ding! Successfully bound to the target. Name: Lu Xiaoyu. Height: 175 centimeter. Attractiveness: 9.010. Affinity level: 30. Task reward: a 10-fold cashback on expenditure for the target up to a maximum of 100 million per day. Cashback ceases upon capture. When the target's affinity towards the host reaches 95 or above, transforming into true love, the reward is a special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and a refund of the expenditure. Just as the system completed the binding process, Lu Xiaoyu seated herself at Yang Ye's booth, poured a generous glass of ace of spades, and downed it in one go. "I hope you don't mind my indulging in your drink." After finishing a large glass, her cheeks flushed slightly. She poured another substantial serving and gestured towards Yang Yi. "Be my guest." To Yang Yi, the few bottles of liquor were inconsequential. His curiosity lay in the nature of this intriguing girl. From her Chanel attire and LV handbag, it was evident she was not lacking in wealth. Yang Yi, through the system, discovered she had yet to engage in any intimate relationships with other men, indicating she was not someone who took such matters lightly. Since the fish had willingly taken the bait, how could Yang Yi resist the opportunity? He signaled to the accompanying hostesses to make room and raise his glass, inviting her to share a toast. "Are you troubled by something?" Yang Ye's words caused Lu Xiaoyu to raise her brow, her slightly dazed eyes glancing at him with a hint of mischief. "Let's go." After downing another generous cup, she could not suppress a hearty belch. Seeing this, Yang Yi chuckled helplessly and raised his own glass in solidarity, drinking it in one go. Clearly, she was seeking solace in intoxication, and fishing required a delicate touch. Thus, Yang Yi assumed the role of an emotional guide, entirely disregarding the 6 accompanying waitresses. After 3 rounds, the effects of the alcohol hit Lu Xiaoyu, prompting her to sit directly beside Yang Yi. Is it true that all men are always eyeing what's not on their plate? Her sparkling eyes bore into Yang Yi, as though trying to see right through him. Only elementary students pose such dilemmas. When the moment feels right, I seize it. Having been reborn and activated a new system, Yang Yi was determined to live freely, unshackled by past constraints. This response made Lu Xiaoyu pause. "You are quite candid, far preferable to the hypocritical gentleman." Yang Yi tilted slightly, meeting her scrutinizing gaze. "I live by my own heart. Once I decide, I commit." Lu Xiaoyu covered her mouth with a laugh. "You are indeed an interesting person. Come, let us drink another." With that, she tilted her head back and downed another glass, her gaze fixated on Yang Yi, as if refusing to relent until he joined her. Yang Yi chuckled. "Since the lovely lady is in such high spirits, I shall gladly accompany you." Back and forth, they downed several more glasses, leaving the nearby waitresses astonished. "Manager, bring another round of the divine dragon." Noticing the empty bottle, Yang Yi promptly ordered another set. "Little brother, do you think you can finish another set?" Lu Xiaoyu draped an arm over Yang Ye's shoulder, her eyes beginning to glaze over. I see that you have something on your mind today. So what are a few bottles? Yang Yi casually wrapped an arm around her waist, a wave of delicate softness enveloping him. Not an ounce of excess flesh, simply exquisite. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback by Yang Ye's sudden advance instinctively. She wished to push him away, yet under the influence of the alcohol, it seemed she instinctively leaned into him. Enough. After several attempts to break free, Lu Xiaoyu ceased her struggle, as if having made a profound decision. With a slight tremor, she stood and pulled Yang Yi to the center of the stage. Dance with me. Under the pulsating lights and exhilarating music, they lost themselves in the moment, after which Lu Xiaoyu embraced Yang Yi and began to peck at him, her movements somewhat clumsy. At this juncture, Yang Yi abandoned all reservations, and soon enough, she was nestled against him, utterly spent. Witnessing this, he summoned the sales manager. This round is on me. Settle the tab. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyu, arrived at the Huaxi Grand Hotel in a vehicle arranged by the sales manager. As the vibrant nightlife unfolded, the DJ seized a microphone and exuberantly called out, "Tonight's expenses will be covered by Yang Xiao. Let the cheers commence." As soon as the words were uttered, the already exuberant bar erupted into an even greater frenzy. Chapter 3. Lu Xiaoyu's story. At that moment, a notification echoed in Yang Ye's mind. Primary consumption critical strike card successfully activated. This expenditure of 1.8 million yuan has triggered a 50x multiplier. Congratulations, host. You have received 90 million yuan. By covering a round of drinks at the bar, Yang Yi had not only spent generously but, with the aid of the primary consumption critical strike card, had also earned a staggering 90 million. Combined with his remaining 8.2 million, he now possessed nearly 98 million in liquid assets. A knowing smile curved his lips as he gently guided Lu Xiaoyu back to their room. The next morning, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes and checked his phone. It was already past 10 o'clock. Glancing at Lu Xiaoyu beside him, he spoke softly. "Tell me, what happened to you?" Lu Xiaoyu hesitated briefly before responding. "Will you always treat me well?" Gazing at the woman whose favorability toward him had already risen to 80. Yang Yi saw no reason to conceal the truth. "You're my woman now, and I will always treat you well, but I may not treat only you well." After all, he aspired to be a playboy with a trident, not one to be tied down by a single tree, no matter how lush its branches. "Still, tell me your story. Maybe I can help." Studying the young man, nearly a decade her junior, Lu Xiaoyu fell into contemplation before finally speaking. "My fiancé cheated on me, and to advance his career, he tried to offer me to someone else." Half an hour later, Yang Yi fully understood why Lu Xiaoyu had sought solace in alcohol and a reckless night. She had wanted revenge. She was a moderately popular online streamer, while her fiancé was an executive at an entertainment company. They had been on the verge of marriage when, by chance, she discovered his affairs with multiple female streamers under his management. Worse still, he had planned to intoxicate her and deliver her to the company's CEO as a bargaining chip for promotion. Heartbroken and disillusioned, the image of her once devoted fiancé shattered. In her despair, she had turned to alcohol, and in her drunken haze, allowed Yang Yi to administer a rather sobering remedy. "So you're quite the streamer, then?" Lu Xiaoyu caught Yang Ye's wandering left hand and replied coyly, I have around 500,000 followers on Sharklift. I'll drop by to support you sometime." Through their conversation, Yang Yi learned that Lu Xiaoyu was a local of Qian City. Her parents ran a small business, and she earned a comfortable monthly income of over 100,000 yuan from streaming, a life of modest luxury. "Shall we grab a meal?" Yang Yi checked his watch. It was nearly noon, the perfect time for lunch. Having barely eaten the night before and exhausted from their activities, both were starving. At his invitation, Lu Xiaoyu nodded gently. "All right." After freshening up, Yang Yi wheeled his luggage downstairs, Lu Xiaoyu by his side. At this moment, the sales manager of Passion Night was already waiting at the entrance. Respectfully handing the McLaren key to Yang Yi and saying, "Young Master Yi, here are your keys. The car is parked right outside. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything." Immediately after, he slipped another business card into Yang Ye's hand. "Good." After dismissing the sales manager, Yang Yi led Lu Xiaoyu to the vibrant red McLaren. With a casual wave of his hand, he gestured for her to get in. Staring at the dazzling supercar before her, Lu Xiaoyu was utterly stunned. Though she had seen Yang Yi casually order a grand set of premium drinks yesterday and knew he was wealthy, she never imagined he was this wealthy. As a streamer from a relatively well-off family, She knew this supercar cost no less than 10 million. Did I just land myself a rich second-generation boyfriend? Compared to Lu Xiaoyu's astonishment, Yang Yi remained composed. Under his control, the fiery McLaren weaved aggressively through the streets. Having drunk heavily the night before, the two opted for a light, delicate lunch. By now, Lu Xiaoyu's affection level toward Yang Yi had already reached 90 points, just 5 more, and he would successfully secure a genuine romance. Observing the system's feedback on her affection, Yang Yi rested his chin on his hand and mused, "Not yet. I haven't even spent much on her. Capturing her now wouldn't yield much benefit. Better to play the line a little longer." Fearing another spike in Lu Xiaoyu's affection, Yang Yi escorted her home after the meal. Then, he drove the supercar straight to Qianda University. After all, today was his college registration day. People often say college life is good, but as a seasoned veteran, Yang Yi knew the depth of Chinese culture spanning 5,000 years. Adding a comma in the middle of that phrase could entirely alter its meaning. In his past life, he had been ensnared by the green tea Lu Yen, never truly experiencing whether college life was good or not. Now, armed with the system, he was determined to savor it properly. Qianda University, the top institution in Xian province, was a prestigious double first-class university with a century of history. Yang Yi's college entrance scores had been high enough to secure a spot in elite 985 universities in other provinces, but under the persuasion of his ex-girlfriend Lu Yen, he had mindlessly enrolled in Qianda's literature program. In his past life, as a literature graduate, he struggled to find decent work, sinking into despondency. Now, returning to campus with assets exceeding 100 million, his perspective was entirely different. College of Literature, here I come. Ladies, here I come. Chapter 4. I'll just drive. Whatever. The deep roar of the McLaren drew countless stares as Yang Yi cruised through the campus. Damn, which young master is here to show off? Who knew Seven Peaks not only sells shoes, but also sports cars? Gotta admit, it looks sharp. Idiot, that's a McLaren. What's Seven Peaks nonsense? Due to the registration rush, the area was briefly congested. Even in a supercar, Yang Yi could do little but wait. Leaning his arm against the window, he observed the passing crowd, mentally critiquing. Not fair enough, too thin now. Those legs, perfect. Note: green tea is a Chinese slang term referring to women who appear innocent and sweet, but are actually manipulative and calculating. Half an hour later, Yang Yi parked his car and dragged his luggage to the freshman registration area. As a century-old institution, Qian University welcomed nearly 10,000 undergraduate freshmen each year, offering over 80 different majors. At the moment, more than 50 small tents were set up for registration, with sophomores and juniors assisting in the enrollment procedures. Being an experienced hand, Yang Yi quickly located the registration point for the School of Literature. "Hello, I'm Yang Yi from Literature Class 1. Could you help me with the enrollment process?" He walked straight to the counter and handed over his admission notice and ID. Wow, this junior is so handsome. He must be at least 6 feet tall. Not just handsome, I saw him arrive in a sports car earlier. A total catch. Is he the one from the forum? That's him. At the registration point, 4 girls and 1 guy were handling the procedures. Upon Yang Yi's arrival, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "Hello, junior. I'm Wang Yuni, a junior from the School of Literature. I'll guide you through the rest of the process." Ding. Successfully bound. Target: Wang Yuni. Height: 170 centimeters. Appearance score: 92. Favorability: 30. Mission reward: spending on the target yields 10x cashback. Daily cap: 100 million. Cashback ends upon capture. When favorability reaches 95, a genuine romance is achieved, rewarding a special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and full refund of expenses. Yang Yi looked up to see a stunning girl standing before him, dressed in a pale yellow dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, her skin fair as snow. Indeed, the campus is teeming with high-quality targets. A 92-score beauty, just like that. As a seasoned charmer, Yang Yi prided himself on his acting skills. Though eager to cast his line, he maintained a calm demeanor. "Thank you, senior. I appreciate your help. Yuni, I can take him. It's too sunny. You should rest here." Just as Yang Yi was plotting his approach, an unfriendly voice interrupted. Turning, Yang Yi saw the only male staff member at the registration desk, glaring at him as if he had stolen something precious. "No need, Wang Chong. I'll escort him. I insist. You stay and handle the registrations." As the two seemed on the verge of arguing, Yang Yi's interest was piqued. After all, a little drama was always entertaining. "Wang Chong, who I escort isn't up to you, is it?" After a brief exchange, Wang Yuni's expression cooled. She ignored Wang Chong and led Yang Yi toward the dormitory. "Yuni, wait for me." Undeterred, Wang Chong shamelessly trailed behind them, drawing laughter from the remaining staff. It was obvious to everyone that Wang Chong had feelings for Wang Yuni, but alas, his affections were one-sided. As the dormitory building was some distance from the registration point, the two first headed to the parking lot. Yang Yi casually pressed his car key, signaling Wang Yuni to get in. By the time Wang Chong arrived, Yang Yi rolled down the window and said helplessly, "Senior Wang, my car only has 2 seats. Goodbye." With a press of the accelerator, the McLaren roared away, leaving Wang Chong stomping his feet in frustration. Inside the car, Wang Yuni couldn't help but ask, "Junior, what does your family do?" After all, arriving at university in a supercar was hardly something an ordinary family could afford. "My family is just ordinary," Yang Yi replied politely as he maneuvered the supercar slowly through the campus. Hearing his response, Wang Yuni couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. Ordinary family? What kind of ordinary family drives a supercar? What she didn't know was that Yang Yi wasn't lying. His family truly was ordinary. Soon, they arrived at the male dormitory. With Wang Yuni's help, Yang Yi quickly completed the check-in procedures. After exchanging WeChat contacts, he carried his luggage upstairs alone. As the top university in Guizhou province, Qian University boasted excellent dormitory conditions. Yang Yi's room was a simple 4-person suite. By the time he entered, his 3 roommates had already settled in and were chatting on their chairs. They greeted him warmly as he walked in with his suitcase. After introductions, the one on the left side of the door was Li Su, a jovial and stout young man from Hunan. On the right was Zhang Jian, a local from Qian City, and the last was Wang Banxian, also a local. A brief conversation later, they quickly warmed up to each other. After all, men could forge friendships swiftly over shared interests, whether it be games or girls. In his past life, Yang Yi had rented an apartment off campus under the influence of his manipulative girlfriend, so he hadn't interacted much with these roommates and had little impression of them. Half an hour later, after tidying up his bed, the group decided to go out for hot pot. Zhang Jian, as a local with decent family conditions, insisted on playing host and mentioned that his girlfriend, a music major at Qian University, would bring some friends along for a gathering. Li Su and Wang Banxian, both single for 18 years, eagerly agreed. With a faint smile, Yang Yi also nodded in approval. At 5 in the afternoon, under Zhang Jian's arrangement, the 4 roommates met his girlfriend and her friends downstairs. His girlfriend, Wang Jing, stood around 1.6 meters tall with a system rating of 78, quite attractive overall. The other 3 were Xia Yao, Yang Yu, and Zhao Shui. Being music students, they were all lively and cheerful. Among them, Yang Yu and Zhao Shui were petite and adorable, standing at about 1.6 meters. As for Xia Yao and Yang Yi, they left quite an impression. In their past life, she was the aloof goddess of the entire music conservatory, towering at 172 centimeters with snow-white skin, exuding an ethereal aura. Once everyone had gathered, Zhang Jian made brief introductions before announcing, "I've got a car, and Old Wang has one too. Let's head straight to the food plaza outside the campus." The culinary hub near Qian University was renowned throughout the city, so no one objected. With nods of agreement, the group descended to the parking lot. Zhang Jian drove a BMW 5 Series, clear evidence of his affluent background. Old Wang, on the other hand, arrived in a Mazda. Unsurprisingly, all 4 girls piled into the BMW. With a wry smile, Old Wang sighed. "Let's go then. The ladies chose the BMW, so it's just us guys in my Mazda." After a moment's thought, Yang Yi spoke up. "I drove here too, so I want to be joining you." Under their bewildered gazes, Yang Yi strode confidently toward the McLaren parked below. Old Wang and Li Su exchanged glances. This is what he calls just driving something casual. Chapter 5. Yang Yi's Prestige Su, riding with Old Wang or joining me? Noticing their stunned silence, Yang Yi rolled down his window and called out, "Old Wang's been rejected twice now. Of course I'm picking the McLaren." Without sparing a thought for Old Wang's dignity, Li Su eagerly hopped into the supercar, tossing back a cheeky remark. "Old Wang, we'll go ahead. Take your time." The scarlet McLaren roared to life and vanished in a blur, perhaps due to the supercar's commanding presence. Their journey was smooth, so much so that Yang Yi and Li Su arrived before Zhang Jian's group, despite leaving later. By the time the others pulled up, the duo was already at the plaza entrance, casually critiquing passing beauties. They straightened up the moment Zhang Jian approached. "Where's Old Wang?" Zhang Jian asked. Yang Yi smirked. His Mazda might be stuck in traffic. "Traffic? Weren't you together? I drove separately. Look, a supercar, so sleek. The girls, upon spotting the parked McLaren, rushed over for photos. Some rich heir must be here for a bite. If I owned this, I'd be unstoppable, even with his BMW 5 Series. Zhang Jin knew it paled against a multi-million-dollar hypercar. 10 minutes later, old Wang's Mazda finally crawled into view. His gloomy expression at the lively group was priceless. Let us eat. Now that we're all here, Zhang Jin declared, shepherding everyone inside. They settled at a famed dry-pot goose wing restaurant, where waits typically exceeded 2 hours. Thankfully, reservations spared them the line. The art students, being quite uninhibited, grew comfortable quickly. Old Wang and Li Su even started telling risque jokes, sending the girls into fits of giggles. The dinner was thoroughly enjoyable and in high spirits. Old Wang insisted on taking everyone to experience the nightlife of Qian City to further his chances with the ladies. The group arrived at the food plaza entrance in grand fashion. As usual, the girls piled into Zhang Jin's BMW, while old Wang's Mazda appeared rather lackluster in comparison. Yang Yi and Li Su, however, slipped effortlessly into the McLaren. The girls' jaws dropped in shock. They had been snapping photos earlier, never imagining the owner was actually Yang Yi. Under old Wang's lead, the 3 cars headed straight to Passion nightclub. Yang Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. Just yesterday, he had made 90 million here and had a delightful encounter with Lu Xiaoyu. Fate had brought him back so soon. While Zhang Jin and the others struggled to find parking, Yang Yi pulled the McLaren right up to the club's entrance. The security guard immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, clearing a VIP spot for him. Watching this, Zhang Jin and old Wang could only seethe in silent frustration. Such was the disparity between them. What they didn't know was that Yang Yi had spent 1.8 million here just the night before. The staff had been instructed to treat him with utmost reverence, as if he were royalty. Young Master Yi. Before old Wang and the others even reached the entrance, the club's sales manager rushed over, bowing obsequiously, his smile ingratiating. Just here with friends. Carry on. Yang Yi waved him off as the group approached. Zhao Bin, Passion nightclub's sales director, was a master of reading the room. Noticing Yang Yi's companions, especially the girls, he discreetly withdrew, but not before summoning attendants to ensure impeccable service. Young Master Yi, what else are you hiding from us? You seem more like a local than we are. Zhang Jin playfully punched Yang Yi's shoulder. The manager's deference hinted at an undisclosed status. Yang Yi grinned. Careful, or I'll collapse right here and demand compensation. Laughter erupted before the group was ushered inside by the hostesses. Though only 7 p.m., the club was already packed. Following the manager's orders, the attendants led them straight to the most luxurious private booth, where a premium liquor set was promptly served. Not bad, old Wang. Driving a Mazda but splurging on top-shelf drinks. Impressive. Upon witnessing this, old Wang's expression instantly became somewhat unnatural. Although he was a local of Qian City with a fairly well-off family background, just this private room and the set of premium liquor would cost over 100,000, completely exceeding his budget. His original intention was to casually order some ordinary drinks at the outer tables with everyone to soak in the atmosphere while trying to pick up some girls. He hadn't expected the waiter to immediately max out the consumption level. Yet, seeing the excited expressions on the girls' faces, he couldn't bring himself to speak up directly, plunging him into an awkward silence. Yang Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he quickly grasped the situation. It was undoubtedly sales manager Zhao Bin's doing, pulling strings upon his arrival. With a light chuckle, he asked, Miss, we haven't even started ordering drinks yet. Why have these been served already? Are you forcing a sale? Yang Ye's words were like a divine melody to old Wang's ears. 100,000 yuan was something he could scrape together, but the next 6 months would be tough. The waitress smiled sweetly. Young Master Yi, what are you saying? Manager Zhao instructed that your presence at Passion Night is our honor. This private room and the premium liquor set are complimentary gifts for you. We hope you and your friends enjoy yourselves. Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Bin to be so tactful, but upon reflection, given that he had casually spent nearly 2 million here, this small gesture to win his favor was nothing but beneficial. All right, tell him I'm satisfied. Yang Yi waved his hand dismissively before settling onto the plush sofa. Young Master Yi, I was supposed to treat everyone tonight, but this, old Wang stammered awkwardly. Don't worry about it. The bar is covering this. If you feel bad, just order more snacks, Yang Yi said smoothly, giving old Wang an easy out. After all, it was quite generous of him to invite everyone here for the first meeting. In an instant, The group began speculating about Yang Yi's background, who could casually have over 100,000 worth of drinks comped. Young Master Yi, I used to think I was a rich second-generation heir. But after meeting you, I'm completely humbled, Zhang Jian remarked from the side, downing a glass in one go. Yang Yi followed suit. A rich second-generation heir? I'm really not. Chapter 6. Bar conflict inside the private room. All 8 bottles of Ace of Spades had been opened by Yang Yi. Under the influence of alcohol, the group completely let loose. After a few drinks, the petite and adorable Zhao Shui slid onto the sofa beside Yang Yi. Yang Yi, hi. I'm Zhao Shui from the music department. Let us exchange WeChat. Glancing at the system's rating of 76 for her, Yang Yi felt a twinge of frustration. The minimum score required for the beauty binding feature was 80, and Zhao Shui's 76 fell short. Still, he added her contact. The scene left old Wang and the others utterly stunned. They had worked hard with flattery and jokes just to barely secure the girls' WeChats, while Yang Yi merely sat there and had one approach him proactively. This must be the power of money. But beyond that, Yang Yi, standing at 1.8 meters tall with strikingly handsome features, was undeniably an 85 in looks. Among the several young women, Yang Yi was only genuinely intrigued by the one named Xia Yao. After all, the system had rated her a 90. And coupled with her unique aura, she possessed an indescribable charm. Adhering to the principle of spreading attention evenly, Yang Yi added both Yang Yu and Xia Yao on WeChat. Ding, successfully bound a target. Name, Xia Yao. Height, 172 centimeters. Appearance score, 92. Favorability level, 40. Mission reward, 10x cashback on all expenditures for the target. Daily cap, 100 million. Reward ceases upon successful capture. Once favorability exceeds 95, a genuine romance will be secured. Granting a special skill 1 to 10 attribute points, full refund of all expenditures. At that moment, Xia Yao and Zhao Shui were passionately singing a love song into the microphone. Though Yang Yi knew little about music, the rise and fall of their melodies and the emotion in their voices made it clear their skill was exceptional. Nearby, old Zhao and Li Su, bored by the girls chatting exclusively with Yang Yi, began singing single S love song in a duet, drawing playful mockery from the group. Old Zhao, I think you and Su just gave that song its soul, Zhang Jian teased while whispering to his girlfriend. You've got your own girl. And the rest are all talking to Yi. What else can we do? Seeing his friend struggling, Yang Yi rose leisurely. How about we hit the dance floor? We've been singing long enough. Time to move. Yes, yes, yes. The music students, naturally more uninhibited than most, eagerly agreed. As the private room door swung open, the deafening pulse of the club's music flooded in. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi slung his arms around old Zhao and Li Su with a roguish grin. Opportunity is here, boys. Time to make your move. Then, without hesitation, he strode towards Xia Yao. On the dance floor, the group lost themselves in the rhythm, except for Yang Yi, whose gaze snagged on a familiar figure lounging at a VIP booth. Lu Yan, dressed in a scandalously short skirt. She was laughing with a mixed group, playing some drinking game. The moment Yang Yi noticed her, her eyes locked onto him in return. For a heartbeat, they simply stared, unblinking. Lu Yan hadn't expected Yang Yi here. The memory of yesterday, being blocked, dumped by him of all people, ignited her fury. In her mind, he was nothing but her loyal lapdog. His audacity to end things first was an insult. Not that it mattered. She'd recently latched onto a wealthy heir, celebrating her birthday tonight at the city's most exclusive club. Compared to a loser like Yang Yi, her new life was celestial. Then, an idea struck. Leaning in, she whispered something fawningly into her companion's ear. Moments later, one of the men at her table sauntered toward Yang Yi. So, this is her little power play? Upon witnessing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Yang Yi's lips, his interest thoroughly piqued. In mere moments, the man swaggered up to Yang Yi with an air of arrogance and declared, Hey buddy, you look exhausted from all that jumping around. Why don't you take a seat over there? Ever heard of Spade? Quench your thirst. Knowing full well that Lu Yan was behind this charade, Yang Yi offered no resistance. With a nonchalant nod, he strode over to the booth and settled in casually. Speak. What brings you here? Did you latch onto some sugar daddy? Or are you just here to flaunt your newfound glory? Yang Yi's blunt words caught Lu Yan off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Listen, pal. I heard you've been harassing Lu Yan for years. She and I hit it off instantly, and from now on, I don't want to see you anywhere near her. Understood? Oh, jumping the gun already, aren't we? Couldn't he even wait for the main course? Judging by your taste, you must be never had anything better, or you wouldn't be tangled up with this green tea schemer. Despite being outnumbered, Yang Yi remained unshaken, his demeanor icy and composed. Yang Yi, do you even know who you're talking to? This is young Master Peng, the heir of Jimu Group. Oh, and what of it? Whether Yang Yi was ignorant of Jimu Group's prestige or simply indifferent, his dismissive tone infuriated Lu Yan to the point of trembling speechlessness, her finger quivering as she pointed at him. Kid, youth shouldn't be so reckless. Peng Gang's gaze darkened at Yang Yi's blatant disrespect. The fact that Lu Yan had revealed his status, only for Yang Yi to remain defiant, was a direct affront to his pride. If not in youth, then when? Old age? Yang Yi's disdain for Peng Gang's posturing was palpable, his tone growing sharper. Seems you'd rather have punishment than courtesy. With that, Peng Gang smashed a bottle against the table, and his entourage rose in unison, poised to strike at his signal. The commotion drew a crowd, halting the surrounding revelry as onlookers gathered. Damn, isn't that Yi? What has he gotten into now? Spotting the altercation, Li Su and his companions swiftly rallied to Yang Yi's side. What's the deal, Yi? Are we throwing down? A brash northerner at heart, Li Su brandished a bottle, squaring off against the opposition. Though silent, Zhang Jian and the others stood firmly beside Yang Yi, their stance leaving no room for doubt. Who dares wreck my turf? Just as tensions peaked, a gruff voice boomed through the crowd. A man in his 30s, clad in a sleek black suit and exuding an aura of authority, emerged with 6 burly enforcers in tow. Instantly, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Chapter 7. Lu Yan's shock Uncle 1. Just a minor dispute with this punk. We'll handle it ourselves. The man who arrived was none other than Zhu Dan, the owner of Passion Nightclub and one of the most influential figures in Qian City. His business empire spanned multiple industries, with Passion Nightclub being just one of his many ventures. His net worth had long surpassed hundreds of millions. Peng family's brat. This is no excuse for you to cause trouble in my establishment. Despite Peng Gang's earnest demeanor, Zhu Dan's gaze remained icy. The sales manager who had arrived with Zhu quickly whispered something into Zhu Dan's ear after spotting Yang Yi. Moments later, Zhu shifted his attention to Yang Yi, adjusting his tone slightly as he spoke. May I ask how to address you, young man? The total assets of Peng Gang's family business, Jimu Group, amounted to only around 20 million. However, according to Zhao Bin's report, Yang Yi's sports car was a multi-million-dollar McLaren. More importantly, Zhu had noticed the wristwatch on Yang Yi's left hand, a limited edition Patek Philippe minute repeater chronograph, priced at over 18 million yuan and nearly impossible to acquire. Having climbed to his current status, Zhu Dan was well aware of the terrifying influence wielded by certain powerful families. Thus, he had no choice but to tread carefully. Yang Yi knew Zhao Bin must have mentioned something about him. After all, not just anyone could afford a multi-million-dollar supercar. Realizing this, he calmly took a seat in the booth, curious to see how Zhu Dan would handle the situation. Uncle 1, he's just some country bumpkin. Shut up. Apologize to young Master Yi immediately. If it weren't for my past dealings with your father, I'd break your legs today. Zhu Dan's earlier politeness vanished as he glared at Peng Gang, his voice heavy with warning. The crowd was stunned into silence. Peng Gang's face twisted with fury, but knowing he was in Zhu Dan's territory, he swallowed his anger. Yet, his gaze toward Yang Yi grew increasingly venomous. He was already plotting a brutal lesson for Yang Yi once they left the bar. Peng boy, don't think you're being wronged. Young Master Yi is not someone you can afford to provoke. Out of respect for your father, I'll give you one last piece of advice. That watch on young Master Yi's wrist could buy your entire family business. Choose wisely, whether you want to live or die. Zhu Dan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Peng Gang's family assets were worth nearly 20 million. What kind of watch could possibly cost that much? Holy shit. It's a Patek Philippe minute repeater. A bystander snapped a photo of Yang Yi's watch and searched it online. The price tag, 18 million. Peng Gang's expression shifted drastically, cold sweat trickling down his back. If Zhu Dan's words were true, someone like Yang Yi could crush him like an ant. Though he often flaunted his family's connections, Peng Gang knew exactly whom he could and couldn't afford to offend. Suddenly, with a trembling resolve, Peng Gang stepped forward and knelt before Yang Yi, pleading, Young Master Yi, I was blind and foolish to listen to this gold digger's lies and offend you. Please forgive me. With that, Peng Gang grabbed a liquor bottle from the table and smashed it violently against his own head. Sai, what on earth is all this about? It's like some mafia drama, such a waste of a perfectly good bottle of alcohol. Yang Yi understood that Peng Gang's sudden submission was due to being intimidated by his current financial power, and on a deeper level, the mistaken belief in the formidable backing behind him. But only Yang Yi himself knew the true extent of his circumstances. Thus, he had no intention of escalating the conflict further. Knowing when to stop was the wiser choice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Yi slowly rose to his feet, gesturing toward the remaining bottles on the table. Very well. To show my appreciation for your hospitality in inviting me for drinks, I'll return the favor. Finish these, and we'll consider the matter settled. With that, he crossed his legs, leaned back, and fixed his narrowed gaze upon Peng Gang and his companions. Fine, I'll drink. Peng Gang knew he had met his match this time, so he conceded without resistance, grabbing a bottle and downing it in one go. And them. Yang Ye's expression darkened as he noticed the others still hesitating. What are you waiting for? Drink. Seeing Yang Ye's displeasure, Peng Gang immediately barked at his stunned companions. Gang. Gang Ji. Lu Yin, who had hoped to avoid the ordeal, faltered under Peng Gang's furious glare before reluctantly chugging a bottle. A faint smile curled on Yang Yi's lips as he turned to Zhu Dan. Mr. Zhu, my apologies for the disturbance. Not at all. It's my oversight that disrupted your evening, Zhu Dan replied smoothly. Already convinced that Yang Yi was a scion of some influential family, befriending him could only bode well for his future prospects. Yi Xiao, today was my fault. Another time, I'll host a banquet to make it up to you. Seizing the moment when Yang Yi's attention shifted, Peng Gang scrambled to apologize before making his escape. Go ahead. With Yang Yi's dismissal, Peng Gang hastily ushered his group out, all except Lu Yin, whom he deliberately left behind, uncertain of Yang Yi's stance toward her. Gang Ji, let me come with you. Get lost, you two-faced bitch. A sharp slap from Peng Gang sent Lu Yin stumbling, tears instantly streaming down her face as he stormed off without a backward glance. Whirling around, she spotted Yang Yi, now the picture of effortless dominance, and rushed toward him. Yang Yi, I was wrong. Give me another chance. Let us start over, please. In this moment, Lu Yin embodied the very essence of a manipulative opportunist, her plea dripping with desperation now that Yang Yi had risen beyond her reach. Yang Yi responded with a detached chuckle. Mr. Zhu, as the proprietor of Qian City's most upscale bar, don't you think such performances should be kept to a minimum? Zhu Dan needed no further prompting. You lot, throw her out. I never want to see her here again. Yang Yi, please, just one more chance. I know you still love me. Note, the translation maintains the original tone and nuances while refining the language for elegance and impact. Key stylistic choices include replacing blunt phrasing, submission, met his match, with more sophisticated equivalents, enhancing emotional descriptors, tears instantly streaming, preserving the sharp dialogue dynamics while smoothing colloquialisms into natural English. At this moment, Zhang Jian and the others began to comprehend the situation. It was clear that Lu Yin had been unfaithful to Yang Yi behind his back, and now that Yang Yi had risen to prominence, she wanted to reconcile. Do you even have the right to say such things? Yang Yi glared at Lu Yin, who was still making a scene, then pulled Xia Yao closer into his embrace. This is my girlfriend. You're not worthy. Xia Yao, startled by Yang Yi's sudden gesture, instinctively tried to pull away, but she underestimated his firm grip. Simultaneously, a thought crossed her mind. Was he joking, or was he serious? Torn between resistance and curiosity, she eventually ceased struggling and allowed him to hold her. Old Wang and Li Su were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. How could this even happen? Only Zhao Shui and Yang Yu, standing nearby, wore faint expressions of disappointment. Witnessing this, Lu Yin completely surrendered. Xia Yao was far more beautiful than her. And what baffled her most was how Yang Yi had suddenly become so wealthy. Chapter 8. A man must protect himself outside. After briefly exchanging words with Zhu Dan, Yang Yi and his group left the bar. The dramatic incident had drained their enthusiasm for further revelry. How much longer are you going to hold me? Once outside, Xia Yao gradually regained her composure, noticing Yang Yi's lingering hand on her waist, occasionally giving it a playful squeeze. She shot him an exasperated glance. Though she held some affection for him, they hadn't reached that level of intimacy yet. Yang Yi chuckled sheepishly. I was just worried she might come after me again. Thanks for playing along, Xia Yao. I'll treat you to a proper meal another time. His words softened Xia Yao's expression slightly. Normally, she wouldn't even entertain other guys, yet today, she had allowed Yang Yi to hold her for so long. Since everyone had been drinking, They hailed 2 taxis. As for the cars, sales manager Zhao Bin assured Yang Yi with utmost confidence that he would personally ensure their safe delivery to Qian University. It was only then that Zhao Bin realized Yang Yi was merely a freshman, with 3 days left before the official start of the semester after registration. Yang Yi had no intention of returning to campus immediately. Still in possession of 4 primary consumption multiplier cards, he planned to indulge in some lavish spending over the next few days. After bidding farewell to the group, Yang Yi booked the most luxurious suite at Qian City's premier hotel, Qianding Yunju. As the pinnacle of high-end hospitality in Qian City, Qianding Yunju specialized in elite service. Even their most basic room cost 888 yuan per night, while Yang Yi reserved their supreme suite at a staggering 888 yuan per night. Soon, Yang Yi arrived at Qianding Yunju via the hotel's private chauffeur service. "Welcome, esteemed guest, to Qianding Yunju. How may we assist you today?" The moment he stepped inside, 2 strikingly beautiful hostesses greeted him with radiant smiles, their warmth instantly putting him at ease. The hotel's opulent interior exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. Upon learning that Yang Yi had booked the 888 yuan supreme suite, the attendant's demeanor grew even more reverent. "Take me to the room." After a night of revelry, Yang Yi felt utterly exhausted. Led by the front desk staff, he proceeded directly to the luxurious presidential suite he had booked. The presidential suite Yang Yi reserved was distinctly separate from standard rooms. Each one was an individual villa. After traversing a winding corridor, he arrived at the entrance, where a poised and professional butler, dressed in a formal suit, stood waiting. Upon Yang Yi's arrival, she swiftly stepped forward to open the villa's door, then retreated slightly with a graceful gesture. "Mr. Yang, I am your personal butler for the evening, Lina. Welcome to Qianding Cloud Residence." Ding. Successfully bound target. Name: Lina. Height: 168 centimeters. Appearance rating: 90. Favorability level: 30. Mission reward: all expenditures on the target will yield a 10-fold refund. Daily cap: 100 million. Refunds cease upon capture. Once favorability reaches 95, a genuine romance will be secured. Granting a special skill 1 to 10 attribute points. Full refund of all expenditures. Yang Yi anticipated that this so-called presidential suite would come with a personal butler, and one with such striking beauty, scoring a 90 in appearance. Instantly, his expectations for the evening soared. "Mr. Yang, your presidential suite includes 5 rooms, an entertainment lounge, a kitchen, as well as private hot springs and a swimming pool. During your stay, I will fulfill every request you have," Lina explained with impeccable professionalism, exuding an air of refined service that put Yang Yi at ease. "Every request?" Yang Yi smirked, his gaze lingering on her until her cheeks flushed faintly. Yet, she maintained her composure. "Yes, I will fulfill every request." At this, Yang Yi's eyes gleamed with intrigue. With wealth comes the absence of worries indeed. Under Lina's guidance, Yang Yi changed into specially prepared loose garments and reclined on a massage chair beside the hot spring. Lina diligently worked on relieving the tension in his back. Ah, perfect. The previous night's escapades with Lu Xiaoyu had left him drained, but under Lina's expert touch, Yang Yi experienced pure bliss. "Nana, your technique is truly professional," Yang Yi remarked, spitting out a grape skin. Without missing a beat, Lina handed him a glass of lemon water. "The hotel provided extensive training before my employment," she replied modestly. After a brief massage, Lina assisted Yang Yi in undressing and guided him into the hot spring. She then settled beside him, gently massaging his temples. As droplets of water splashed lightly, Lina's clothes gradually dampened, accentuating her alluring figure. Recalling her earlier words, Yang Yi's heart burned with anticipation. "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. My will is iron, unyielding, unbreakable, helpless." Yang Yi could only shut his eyes tightly and began silently reciting the multiplication table. Witnessing his current awkward predicament, Lina couldn't help but cover her mouth with a chuckle. She had long prepared herself for this task. Guests who could afford the supreme suite were invariably upper-class individuals. Moreover, the decision to entertain them wasn't assigned by the hotel, but made by the women themselves based on the guest profiles. Having struggled in Qian City for 5 years, Lina had deeply felt the city's cold indifference. Finding a wealthy man might just be her best escape, even if it meant no formal recognition. Risk it, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Gamble, and a motorcycle turns into a Land Rover. Just as Yang Yi reached 6 times 6 is 36. A sudden softness brushed against the corner of his lips. When he opened his eyes, the lights in the hot spring pool had been dimmed to a delicate pink hue. 10,000 words omitted. Chapter 9. Bite You to Death. The next morning, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes to find Li Na already dressed in a professional suit, seated by the bed. Awake? She greeted with a sweet smile. MHM. Yang Yi rose leisurely and freshened up with a quick rinse at the sink. Moments later, Li Na had poured a cup of steaming milk and prepared an exquisite breakfast. He took a few bites, not bad at all. Free during the day? Come shopping with me, Yang Yi remarked casually between sips of milk. Watching Li Na observe him as he ate. My days are free unless I have a guest. Good. You'll accompany me later. Also, extend this suite for another month. A month? Yes, a month. The Supreme Suite cost 888 per night, nearly 3 million for a month. To Li Na, it seemed like burning money. What I say little money if it means I can see you anytime. Yang Yi gazed at her with deep affection, cradling her delicate hands in his, unconsciously smoothing a stray lock of her hair. At that moment, Li Na's heart fluttered wildly, utterly enchanted by his charm. Young Master Yi, if you want to see me, I can come to you. There is no need to waste money like this. In Qian City, 3 million could buy a modest apartment. Yet Yang Yi was spending it on a month's hotel stay, hardly a sensible investment. His extravagance surprised her. But even more surprising was her own instinct to curb his spending after just one night. True feelings rarely endure, yet calculated moves always win hearts. The system never lies. Li Na's affection for Yang Yi had already reached 93 points, her gaze brimming with tender devotion. No, must spend on her soon. Despite her protests, Yang Yi insisted, ultimately shelling out nearly 3 million to extend the Supreme Suite at Qianding Yunjiu. Ding. Primary consumption critical hit card activated successfully. 10x multiplier achieved. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a critical hit reward of 30 million yuan. This series of maneuvers not only elevated Li Na's affection, but also netted a clean profit of 27 million yuan. Attributes page. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18. Appearance, 85 points. Height, 180 centimeters. Physique, average. Title, none. Basic allowance, 1,000 yuan. Day wealth, 125,000. 000 yuan. Upgrade experience, 0,100,000. Fish pond, empty. After binding with a high-quality beauty, spending on her will yield a tenfold cashback, maximum 100 million yuan per person per day. Upon becoming an advanced Casanova, by winning 10 sincere affections, one will randomly receive special skills, attribute points, and monetary rewards. Mission: win 10 sincere affections to become an advanced Casanova. Current progress: 0. Yang Yi's actions left the management of Qianding Cloud residents utterly stunned. After all, those who could casually spend 3 million yuan just for a hotel stay were exceedingly rare. To better serve him, the hotel immediately assigned Li Na as his personal butler, relieving her of all other duties to focus solely on attending to Yang Yi. Let's go, my personal butler. At the entrance of Qianding Cloud residence, a blazing red McLaren stood dazzling under the sunlight. Young Master Yi, over here. As Yang Yi and Li Na emerged, Zhao Bin, the sales manager of Passion Nightclub, respectfully handed the car keys to Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, the car has just been meticulously detailed. Please let me know if it meets your expectations. Inspecting the pristine sports car, Yang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Well done. I'm pleased. Zhao Bin's face lit up with delight at the praise. As long as you're satisfied, I won't disturb you further. Noticing that the woman accompanying Yang Yi today was different from the previous night, Zhao Bin couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, though he knew better than to dwell on it. Meanwhile, the hotel receptionist watched as Li Na climbed into the supercar with Yang Yi, driving off in effortless elegance. A silent lament echoed in her heart. Why couldn't it have been me? As the hotel's personal butler, Li Na earned a 20 commission, just from Yang Yi's month-long stay. She would receive a staggering 600,000 yuan, equivalent to years of her usual salary. Inside the car, Li Na sat nervously in the passenger seat. This was the most luxurious vehicle she had ever ridden in, yet despite her intimacy with Yang Yi, an undercurrent of insecurity gnawed at her. She was merely an ordinary hotel butler, terrified that once Yang Yi grew weary of her, she would be cast aside. Half an hour later, they arrived at Yunfu Mall in Qian City. Come, accompany me for some shopping. Clothes make the man, and Yang Yi intended to upgrade his wardrobe with high-end fashion. After all, between two men of equal standing, the one impeccably dressed would always outshine the disheveled. They headed straight to the Hermes boutique in the mall. At that moment, Yang Yi was dressed plainly, and Li Na wore only a standard office suit. The store assistants noticed the duo's ordinary attire and didn't immediately approach them. Only an intern, after seeing 5 others being attended to, hurried over to Yang Yi. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" The intern was clearly new, her demeanor awkward and her speech slightly unnatural, a complete novice. But Yang Yi didn't mind. He was here simply to buy clothes. And he chose to ignore the snobbish attendants. "Nana, help me pick out a few outfits," Yang Yi said, turning to her. As a seasoned charmer, he knew when to give his fish some initiative. Hearing this, Li Na smiled faintly. It meant Yang Yi regarded her as someone close. With the intern's assistance, she selected 5 or 6 outfits tailored to Yang Yi's physique. At 180 centimeters tall and well-built from regular workouts, Yang Yi effortlessly filled out the casual suit Li Na had chosen. "How do I look? Not bad, right?" Li Na's gaze lingered for a second, mesmerized, before she nodded slowly. Even the haughty attendants were momentarily stunned by his striking appearance, though they soon muttered under their breaths. Good looks mean nothing in this society. Money is what matters. After trying on one set and finding it satisfactory, Yang Yi skipped trying the rest, trusting Li Na's taste. "Wrap up the rest for me." "Ah, all of them." The intern, clearly inexperienced, froze in disbelief. Li Na had picked 8 outfits in total, amounting to at least 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. The commission alone would be substantial. "Yes, all of them." Amused by the intern's bewildered expression, Yang Yi leaned toward Li Na and whispered, "She is as awkward as you were last night." Li Na's cheeks flushed instantly, and she retaliated by playfully biting his arm. "Keep teasing me, and I'll bite you to death tonight." At the word bite, a mischievous grin spread across Yang Yi's face. Chapter 10 Worthy? Nearby, the opportunistic attendants, realizing Yang Yi was serious about purchasing all 8 sets, with commissions worth tens of thousands, immediately perked up. A heavily made-up woman in her 30s, her chin sharp as a blade, snatched the clothes from the intern's hands and simpered, "Sir, I'm Yang Yin, the sales manager at Hermes. Allow me to assist you properly." She then shot the intern a warning glare, as if threatening consequences if she dared interfere. The intern, overwhelmed with frustration, bit her lip. As the newest hire, she was constantly bullied, assigned the hardest tasks, and forced to handle clients the others deemed unworthy. Now, having secured a major deal only to have it snatched away right before his eyes, Yang Yi could do nothing but stand by in silence. Beside him, Li Na frowned at the sight. Working in the same service industry, she recognized this as a classic case of deal stealing, utterly unfair. Yet as an outsider in this scenario, she found it inappropriate to intervene. Noticing this, Yang Yi's gaze turned icy. While he hadn't cared about their earlier dismissiveness, now that they saw his purchasing power and came scrambling to poach the sale, his displeasure flared. "You look down on me, yet now you want to profit from me? What kind of absurd logic is that?" Without another glance at Yang Yin, he turned to the intern instead. "Little sister, what's your name?" "Yang Tian." Puzzled but obliging. After all, the customer was king, she answered promptly. "Sweetie, bring me another full set of every style." "Another set?" "Yes, now." Though bewildered, Yang Tian complied, gathering every design once more. Meanwhile, Yang Yin's face lit up with glee. Double the sets meant double her commission. Soon, the intern had everything neatly packaged. Just as Yang Yin stepped forward to take over, Yang Yi cut her off. "Auntie, no need to trouble yourself. This young lady here will assist me." His tone brooked no argument. Swallowing her frustration, Yang Yin clutched the clothes in her hands and offered, "Then let me process the bill for these." "No, I only want what she is holding. Yours are soiled. I'll pass." With that, Yang Yi strode toward the checkout counter, Li Na and Yang Tian in tow. Only then did Yang Yin realize she'd been played. Fury surged, but the thought of Yang Yi's formidable spending power quickly doused it. This wasn't someone she could afford to cross. Besides, she brought this upon herself from the very beginning. As for Yang Tian, she was busy finalizing the sale. 8 complete outfits totaling 680,000 yuan. At a 5 commission, she just earned over 30,000 yuan, several months' wages in one stroke. After instructing Yang Tian to deliver the purchases to Qianding Cloud residence, Yang Yi led Li Na to the Chanel boutique. After all, today's primary purpose was to lavish her with gifts, though he framed this outing as mere companionship. Never mentioning purchases for her, Li Na's heart warmed the moment they entered Chanel. As the saying goes, A man willing to spend on you may not love you, but one unwilling certainly doesn't. For the first time, Li Na felt a flicker of security. A woman's reasoning is simple. If Yang Yi didn't care, why would he bring her here? The moment they stepped inside, Yang Yi addressed the attendant without preamble. Bring every latest design in her size. All of them. Dressed head to toe in Hermes, Yang Yi exuded an air of effortless confidence, the very epitome of a wealthy heir. The sales associate, recognizing a high-value client, eagerly presented every latest collection with meticulous care. Master Yi, there's no need for so many. Just a couple of sets would suffice. A couple? No. Pack up everything she likes. Miss, have her try on all the new arrivals. Her elegance can carry any of these styles flawlessly. In the eyes of the sales associate, Yang Yi shimmered like a trove of gold. After all, the more he purchased, the higher her commission. While Li Na was occupied with trying on outfits, Yang Yi idly scrolled through his phone, noticing several unread messages on WeChat. The first was from Lu Xiaoyu, expressing how much she missed him after a day apart. Yang Yi offered a brief, soothing reply. The others were from Wang Yuni and Xia Yao, among others, to which he responded with equal brevity. After all, when playing the field, one must neither pull the line too taut nor too slack. Master Yi, what do you think of this one? Li Na had changed into a soft lilac dress, twirling before him with hopeful anticipation. Rule 8 of the player's code, always compliment. Lovely. It brings out your vibrancy. By the sales associate's recommendation, Yang Yi ended up purchasing over 10 outfits for Li Na, totaling nearly 800,000 yuan. Ding. Host has spent 800,000 yuan on Li Na, triggering a rebate of 8 million yuan. The system's chime brought an instant grin to Yang Ye's face. Taking Li Na by the hand, he led her straight to the neighboring Patek Philippe boutique. Even Li Na recognized Patek Philippe, rumored to start at hundreds of thousands for their most basic timepieces. An emblem of sheer luxury. Inside, only two men in their 20s were browsing. The sales associate greeted Yang Yi and Li Na with radiant warmth, a stark contrast to the Hermes service, night and day. Good day, sir. Welcome to Patek Philippe. I'm Shally at your service. As a pinnacle of haute horlogerie, Patek Philippe prided itself on impeccable service. Find this lady a suitable watch. Also, recommend 2 more gifts for my parents. Yang Yi cut straight to the point, stating his intentions without preamble. Sir, for first-time Patek Philippe purchases, we require asset verification or proof of prior ownership. Have you previously owned one of our timepieces? Where did this country bumpkin crawl out from? At Patek Philippe, you can't just waltz in and buy watches without proof of assets or prior ownership. 3 at once. What? Are you made of diamonds? The 2 men nearby couldn't resist sneering at Yang Ye's audacious request. At Patek Philippe, there was an unspoken rule. First-time buyers underwent asset verification, and certain exclusive models demanded higher-tier client status. Yang Yi anticipated such hassle just to buy a watch. With a resigned sigh, he raised his left hand. Will this suffice? The sales assistant lowered her gaze, and an exquisitely crafted, high-end, supremely luxurious wristwatch came into view. Good heavens! It was actually a minute repeater chronograph. Am I even qualified to purchase this now? Chapter 11. Li Na. Overwhelmed with happiness. I'm terribly sorry, sir. That was presumptuous of me. The sales assistant stammered. The Patek Philippe minute repeater chronograph you're wearing is one of our brand's most exclusive limited edition pieces. Owning such a timepiece undoubtedly marks you as a distinguished VIP member of Patek Philippe. You are welcome to purchase any item in our store at your leisure. It took the sales assistant a moment to regain her composure. The minute repeater chronograph in Yang Ye's possession was a rare limited edition, so rare that even this flagship Patek Philippe boutique in Qian City didn't carry it. Naturally, she was astounded. Upon recognizing the watch, her demeanor toward Yang Yi became even more effusive. After all, the current market value of such a timepiece was a staggering 18 million, and even then, it was nearly impossible to acquire, making Yang Yi an indisputably elite client. Meanwhile, the 2 young men who had earlier mocked Yang Yi flushed with embarrassment. Unfazed, Yang Yi paid them no mind. Following the sales assistant's recommendations, he purchased watches worth over 800,000 for his parents and a luxurious lady's timepiece valued at 1.8 million for Li Na. Li Na stood in a daze. In just one morning, Yang Yi had spent nearly 3 million on her, an amount she might never have earned in her lifetime. Gazing at his smiling face, she felt herself succumbing. This man had lavished such wealth upon her without making any excessive demands. In fact, he He seemed to derive genuine pleasure from indulging her. Little did she know, Yang Yi was mentally calculating his morning's profits. The 1.6 million spent on his parents, multiplied tenfold by the initial spending critical strike card, had yielded a 16 million rebate. The 1.8 million spent on Lina directly refunded another 18 million. In total, this shopping spree had netted him a cool 30 million. Others might consider it a modest gain, but for him, it was pure profit. After a morning of extravagant spending, Yang Yi had only managed to recoup nearly 30 million from Lina. At that moment, he suddenly understood Wang Duiyu's dilemma. Money truly was difficult to spend. Wait, Wang Duiyu couldn't buy property or luxury cars, but he could. A gleeful realization struck him, and he sprang up from his seat, startling Lina beside him. Is there a luxury car dealership nearby? As it happens, there's a car exhibition event in this mall. Lina, being a high-end concierge at Qian City's premier hotel, was well-versed in the city's upscale offerings to better serve her clients. Without hesitation, she shared the information. Let's go? Before Lina could react, Yang Yi grabbed her hand and strode toward the exit. Where are we going? To buy a car. Yunfu Mall, the most opulent commercial center in Qian City, housed an array of luxury brands, including, of course, high-end automobiles. Under Lina's guidance, the two soon arrived at the automobile exhibition area of the shopping mall. As a car show event was being held that day, the sales area was bustling with crowds, making the entire venue rather congested. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Porsches, luxury sports cars of every prestigious brand were on display. Come, let's see if there's one you like. As a seasoned charmer, Yang Yi could keenly sense Lina's emotional fluctuations. She hadn't expected him to actually bring her here to buy a car. Typically, purchasing such high-end sports cars required advance reservations, but today's event allowed for immediate transactions. Yang Yi first led Lina to a pink Porsche 911, a color that held an almost fatal allure for many women. Sir, this is the only pink Porsche 911 in our store, equipped with top-tier performance and configurations in every aspect. A nearby salesperson, noticing Yang Yi's attire and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, approached with a beaming smile. As a luxury car sales professional, they needed not only impeccable expertise, but also discerning judgment to identify genuine clientele. Dressed in designer brands and exuding an air of effortless confidence, Yang Yi was unmistakably a high-value customer with substantial purchasing power. I'll handle the payment. Your job is to introduce the details to the lady beside me, Yang Yi said with a faint smile. Already owning a McLaren, he had no need for another sports car. Today's mission was simply to spend on Lina and reap the cashback rewards. The salesperson's eyes gleamed. He had indeed struck gold with a premium client. Turning respectfully toward Lina, he began an elaborate presentation of the pink 911, meticulously detailing its performance and features. After all, closing this sale would earn him a hefty 5 commission. Under the sales pitch, Lina found herself increasingly enamored with the pink supercar. Yet, upon hearing its price tag of over 5 million, her excitement gradually cooled. Yi, this is too expensive. I don't really need a car right now. Maybe we should pass, she said, suppressing her desire. Though she adored it, Lina restrained herself. Objectively speaking, she had only known Yang Yi for barely over a day, during which he had already spent more than 2 million on her. Now, he intended to buy her a 5 million yuan sports car, a sum staggering for someone from an ordinary background. She didn't want Yang Yi to mistake her for a gold digger. Her response gave Yang Yi pause. She wants to save me money? In the past, he might have been pleased. But now, this wasn't the outcome he sought. Without spending on her, how could he secure cashback? How could he reel in other high-quality catches? With deep sincerity, Yang Yi turned to Lina and said, "You're my woman. Whatever you desire, no matter the price, I will make sure you have it." Yang Yi spoke with profound tenderness, as if he would pluck the stars from the sky for Lina if she desired them. Swish. Without giving her a moment to react, he swiftly handed over his bank card. After all, this was a golden opportunity to flaunt his wealth. The nearby salesperson's eyes narrowed into delighted slits as they reverently accepted the card to process the payment. Lina, utterly lost in Yang Yi's overwhelming affection, could scarcely believe it. A sports car worth over 5 million yuan, purchased without hesitation. Even among the privileged heirs of wealthy families, such extravagance was rare. Only when the salesperson requested her ID for registration did she snap out of her daze, realizing this was no dream. Yi, as long as you never abandon me, I'll stay by your side forever and love you with all my heart. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lina threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. At that moment, she felt an unparalleled happiness. Even if she were merely one among many in his life, she was content. Chapter 12. Spending Without Limits. Ding. The system notification chimed. Host has spent 3 million yuan on Fishley Na, successfully triggering a 53 million yuan cashback. Now this is joy. Watching the staggering sum reflect in his account, Yang Yi couldn't suppress a smirk. Come, let's browse some more. Since they were already here, he intended to indulge. After all, such exhibitions weren't an everyday affair. Li Na, now utterly devoted, nodded demurely, looping her arm through his with the grace of a devoted companion. Amused, Yang Yi chuckled inwardly. The world never lies. When you gain something, you inevitably lose another. True, he had acquired immense wealth, but in exchange, he had lost all his worries. Noticing his lingering interest, a salesperson swiftly approached, eager to guide him further. This is Yunfu Mall's grandest auto exhibition of the year, featuring every luxury brand worldwide, with a Bugatti Veyron as the crowning jewel. Intrigued by such an elite machine, Yang Yi allowed himself to be led toward its display. A crowd had already gathered, half admiring the car, the other half ogling the model beside it. The Bugatti Veyron lived up to its reputation as a pinnacle of automotive luxury, its sleek lines exuding opulence. Instantly, Yang Yi was captivated. Beside this masterpiece, his McLaren 1 seemed laughably inferior. Priced at a staggering 60 million yuan, the Veyron stood as the exhibition's ultimate indulgence. Though the event teemed with affluent attendees, few could casually part with such a sum for a single car. Most heirs flaunted supercars in the 10 million range, their family fortunes largely tied up in assets, not liquid splendor. Thus, despite the dazzling allure of this Bugatti, no one had yet stepped forward to claim it. Good heavens! The ultimate luxury car, the Bugatti Veyron. To possess such a machine in this lifetime would be worth it all. Zhang Xiao, are you planning to take this Bugatti home? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, two young scions draped in designer labels also found themselves captivated by the sight of the Bugatti. You think 60 million is just paper? My family just spent 20 million on a Porsche 918 not long ago. There's no way I can buy this now. The two were among the most prominent heirs of Qian City, one named Zhang Yu, the other Wang Gang. Not only were they top-tier heirs, but they were also members of Qian City's Supercar Club. Having heard of the auto exhibition at the mall, they had come to take a look. Even you aren't making a move? Seems this Bugatti is destined to be the grand finale, but never sold, Wang Gang teased, seeing Zhang Yu's reluctance. Not necessarily. Qian City has plenty of wealthy people. Plenty, yes, but how many can casually drop 60 million on a car? Meanwhile, after observing for a while, Yang Yi grew increasingly enamored with the Bugatti Veyron and couldn't resist stepping forward to examine it closely. The deep crimson two-tone body gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Charge it. Without hesitation, Yang Yi handed his bank card to the nearby salesperson, signaling them to proceed with the purchase. After all, a true master of the game wouldn't waste time deliberating over a supercar. This time, the salesperson was utterly stunned. Earlier, Yang Yi had merely purchased a 5 million yuan 911, which had already sent him into euphoria. But now, he was about to close the deal on this 60 million yuan grand finale. The commission alone would net him nearly 3 million. How could he not be dumbfounded? Moments ago, he had been fawning over Yang Yi like an eager dog, drawing mockery from colleagues. Now, he wanted to tell them, what is wrong with being a dog? Watching the sales manager trembling as he accepted the card, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement. Who would have guessed that just 2 days ago, he had been nothing more than a penniless nobody? Zhang Xiao, it looks like someone just bought the Bugatti Veyron. Seeing the salesperson take Yang Yi's card and rush off to process the transaction, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, who had been observing for some time, immediately understood that Yang Yi was the one who had claimed the grand finale. Let us go introduce ourselves. Maybe we can recruit him for our supercar club. Anyone who could casually spend 60 million on a Bugatti Veyron was undoubtedly of extraordinary background. As Qian City's elite heirs, they naturally sought to befriend such a person. If their personalities aligned, it would only mean another valuable connection. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was already contemplating how to recoup the 60 million he had just spent. Buying cars was an excellent method, but only if purchased for his fish would it trigger cashback. Today, he had already spent nearly 8 million on Li Na, raising her favorability to 93 points. Any further spending risked capturing her outright, which would forfeit the cashback. The remaining bound fish fry included Lu Xiaoyu, Wang Yuni, and Xia Yao. After careful consideration, Yang Yi realized that only Lu Xiaoyu was capable of making purchases, while the other two were merely bound without any transactional potential. Suddenly, gifting someone a car would only backfire. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaoyu was also Yang Yi's first woman, so presenting her with a car was something he was more than willing to do. The idea of pleasing a woman while simultaneously earning a rebate greatly appealed to him. Without hesitation, Yang Yi took Li Na straight to the adjacent Lamborghini exhibition area. Given that the maximum daily rebate was capped at 100 million, he intended to maximize this limit. Spending any less would mean missing out on potential gains, while exceeding it would be wasteful. Ultimately, Yang Yi purchased another Lamborghini Aventador, this one also in pink, valued at 9 million. Before the sales manager could even return his card, he had already secured another commission of 450,000. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself before Yang Yi and bark like a loyal dog. Since registering Lu Xiaoyu's information was necessary to receive the rebate, Yang Yi promptly sent her a message. Moments later, she responded with her details. Though she had no idea what Yang Yi intended, with an intimacy level of 90 points, it hardly mattered. With everything settled, Yang Yi finally experienced the exhilaration of spending extravagantly. Ding! The host successfully spent 9 million yuan on fish fry Lu Xiaoyu, receiving a rebate of 90 million yuan. At that moment, Yang Yi could barely contain his elation. Over the past 2 days, with the system's assistance, he had acquired a Bugatti and a series of luxury items. Far from diminishing, his wealth had instead swelled to 200 million. With just a little more effort, these 2 fish fry would yield genuine affection. Meanwhile, the system's advanced player mission was clearly steering him further down the path of a playboy. Chapter 13. The second-generation circle of Qian City. By now, Zhang Yu and his companion had approached Yang Yi, witnessing him effortlessly purchase another Lamborghini Aventador without batting an eye. Their desire to befriend him intensified. Impressive, brother. I've had my eye on that Bugatti for a while, but never had the spare cash to pull the trigger. Startled at first by their initiative, Yang Yi quickly grasped the situation. Given their designer attire, these two were clearly from affluent families. They had likely noticed his Bugatti Veyron and assumed he came from influential circles, hence the approach. Just spare change, hardly worth mentioning. Yang Yi replied with the effortless nonchalance of a seasoned king. Zhang Yu and his companion exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. In Qian City, this was the first time someone had dared to flaunt superiority in their presence. A Bugatti Veyron worth 60 million, just spare change? That's like Ma Yin claiming he has no interest in money. The audacity. But as their gaze shifted, Yang Yi's Patek Philippe minute repeater chronograph caught their attention, instantly commanding their silent awe. As the top heirs of wealthy families in Qian City, the two were naturally well-versed in luxury brands like Patek Philippe. The minute repeater chronograph on Yang Yi's wrist was an extremely rare limited edition from Patek Philippe, valued at nearly 20 million in the market, practically priceless due to its scarcity. Exchanging glances, they looked down at their own million-dollar watches and instantly felt them losing their luster. Brother Yu, did we just run into an ultra-rich young master? For the first time, I actually feel poor in front of someone, one of them muttered. Zhang Yu shared the sentiment. A 6 million sports car was pocket change to this man, and now a nearly 20 million limited edition watch. Not to mention his full Hermes ensemble, his entire outfit probably cost close to a small fortune. Though thoroughly outshone by Yang Yi's display, the two quickly composed themselves. I'm Zhang Yu, and this is Wang Gang. We're members of the Qian City Supercar Club. Since you've bought a Bugatti, we were wondering if you'd be interested in joining us, Zhang Yu proposed. Yang Yi lowered his head in thought. These so-called supercar clubs were just networking platforms for wealthy heirs. Joining wouldn't hurt. More friends, more opportunities. Since you two see me as worthy, consider me a friend. Besides, I do have some experience in street racing. Count me in. Despite his current lavish spending, Yang Yi was still just an ordinary college student in terms of social connections. Other than his newfound wealth, nothing much had changed. So he welcomed the initiative from heirs like Zhang Yu and Wang Gang. Expanding his social circle was exactly what he needed. Pleased by Yang Yi's genuine and unpretentious acceptance, the two smiled. As top heirs in Qian City, they were accustomed to pride. Their willingness to befriend Yang Yi stemmed from awe at his immense wealth, and more importantly, the power behind it. If they found him incompatible, they wouldn't bother currying favor. After some conversation, Yang Yi learned that Zhang Yu's family dominated Qian City's real estate, while Wang Gang's operated in the hotel industry, both with assets exceeding 10 billion. Yang Yi explained that he wasn't a local, but was currently studying at Qian University. The two didn't question it. They knew all the major players in the city. College life is great. Make sure to enjoy it. Wang Gang teased with a smirk upon hearing Yang Yi was a freshman. Had Li Na not been present, he might have taken the joke further. Yang Yi chuckled. Then you'll have to show me the ropes, brother Wang. As the saying goes, with a close friend, 1,000 cups are too few. With a disagreeable companion, half a sentence is too much. Being young, and with Zhang Yu and Wang Gang freshly graduated, they found plenty of common ground and soon grew familiar. Exchanging WeChat contacts, they added Yang Yi to a group chat named Qian City Supercar Club. Without hesitation, Yang Yi accepted. As the newcomer to the group, Yang Yi immediately sent out a massive 100,000 yuan red packet, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Damn, this brother is seriously generous. Zhang Xiao brought in another big shot. Boss is too lavish. Though 100,000 yuan wasn't an astronomical sum in the eyes of these privileged second-generation elites, Yang Ye's grand gesture upon entering the group was undeniably impressive. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang exchanged glances, both flashing knowing smiles. Since they were the ones who had invited Yang Yi into the circle, his adherence to etiquette naturally reflected well on them. It's just about lunchtime, and I've really enjoyed chatting with you too. How about I treat you to a simple meal today? Yang Yi proposed magnanimously. Coincidentally, he was currently with Li Na, meaning all expenses would be reimbursed, so why not extend the courtesy to Zhang Yu and Wang Gang? It was already past noon, and since the two had been eager to get to know Yang Yi better, they didn't hesitate to accept. With the newly purchased cars requiring paperwork, Li Na's Porsche 911 was arranged to be delivered directly to Qianding Yunfu by the sales manager, while Lu Xiaoyu's Lamborghini Aventador would be sent to her home address. As for Yang Yi's Bugatti Veyron, delivery would be scheduled once he finalized arrangements. After all, he was currently driving a McLaren, and parking space was already an issue. Looks like it's time to buy a property. Otherwise, I want to even have a place to park. For the first time, Yang Yi truly understood the so-called rich people problems. Once everything was settled, the group headed straight to Qianding Yunju. Yang Yi's deluxe suite came with the service of a top-tier private chef, making things incredibly convenient. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang arrived in a Porsche 918 and a Ferrari 812, respectively. The roaring engines of the supercars echoed through the streets, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Half an hour later, the three luxury vehicles pulled up at the entrance of Qianding Yunju, handing their keys to the valet. Yang Yi and his companions followed Li Na's lead straight to his presidential suite. Noticing their arrival, Wang Su, the owner of Qianding Yunju, who happened to be on site, personally greeted them and instructed the hotel's finest chef to attend to their needs. Brother Yi, you're close with the owner here? Wang Gang asked, surprised. Qianding Yunju was the most exclusive hotel in Qian City, and Wang Su was one of the city's most influential figures. Under normal circumstances, even guests staying in the presidential suite wouldn't necessarily warrant a personal greeting from him. Yet here he was, not only welcoming Yang Yi, but also presenting a bottle of premium wine. Not really. Maybe he's just being polite since I booked the suite for a month. Yang Yi replied casually. A month? Damn. Considering that the presidential suite cost 88,000 yuan per night, a month-long stay amounted to nearly 3 million. Spending that much just to stay in a hotel wasn't something an ordinary person would do. Wang Gang could only shake his head in admiration. Chapter 14. I came to learn knowledge, but you want to teach me positions? Well, I just arrived in Qian City and didn't have a place to stay, so I'm making do for now, Yang Yi said with a chuckle. Wang Gang was utterly astonished, yet Yang Yi remained perfectly composed. With the system at his disposal, his thoughts were beyond ordinary comprehension. Enough of that. Let's order first. Qianding Yunju truly lived up to its reputation as the finest hotel in Qian City, boasting an exhaustive selection of premium ingredients. Too lazy to peruse the menu, Yang Yi turned directly to Li Na and inquired, what are the most exclusive and expensive specialties here? As the elite concierge of Qianding Yunju, Li Na was naturally well-versed in such matters. Our signature dishes include the century-old ginseng soup, charcoal-grilled Tibetan fragrant pork, and steamed yellow-lip fish. Then we'll have one of each. Also, bring a few side dishes and 2 bottles of red wine. You may arrange the specifics. Since today's expenses were being reimbursed by Li Na, Yang Yi generously ordered the entire selection of signature dishes. Brother, you're too generous, Wang Gang exclaimed, visibly stunned. Each of these dishes costs over 1 million. I've always wanted to try them, but couldn't bring myself to spend that much. Today, I owe this pleasure entirely to you. From the moment the order was placed, Zhang Yu had been observing Yang Yi closely. Not once did Yang Yi's expression betray even the slightest concern. Clearly, these millions meant nothing to him. As top-tier heirs of wealthy families, their monthly allowances barely reached $1 million or $2 million. Yet Yang Yi had casually spent several times that on a single meal, an act that left Zhang Yu thoroughly impressed. Brother Yi, I overheard earlier that you don't have a place to stay. My family happens to be in real estate. Why not take one of our properties? Reciprocity was a principle Zhang Yu held dear. Having been treated to a lavish multi-million-yuan lunch, it was only natural for him to offer something in return. No need for that. But if you could show me a villa, I'd appreciate it. No other requirements. I'll pay the market price. Consider it done. I'll have someone find you an excellent one. In China, social connections were everything. By befriending Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, Yang Yi had effortlessly bypassed the tedious process of house hunting, a testament to the importance of expanding one's network. Qian Ding Yunju prided itself on impeccable service. Within half an hour, the century-old ginseng soup, charcoal-grilled Tibetan fragrant pork, and steamed yellow-lip fish were all impeccably presented. Li Na even arranged for a bottle of Romani Conti to accompany the meal. After all, with the dishes alone costing nearly $4 million. An additional 100,000 for wine was negligible. When the dishes arrived, Li Na remained standing nearby, poised to attend to their needs. Noticing this, Yang Yi frowned slightly and patted the seat beside him. Join us. Complying with his request, Li Na gracefully took her place at the table. Though her role as his private concierge required professionalism, Yang Yi's gesture unmistakably signaled that he regarded her as part of his inner circle. Outwardly, she maintained her composure. But inwardly, her heart swelled with quiet delight. Zhang Yu and his companion exchanged knowing smiles, clearly discerning that Li Na was Yang Yi's personal assistant here, yet sensing an unmistakable shift in their dynamic. The third rule of the Sea King's Code: make the little fish feel a sense of belonging. Let her believe you wish to integrate her into your life. Moreover, if Li Na didn't join them for the meal, Yang Yi wouldn't be able to claim the consumption rebate through her, meaning he'd have to foot the bill himself. So, she had to sit down. Though the others remained oblivious to this motive. Once Li Na took her seat, Yang Yi raised his glass with a flourish. Come, let us see if these signature dishes live up to their price. Neither Zhang Yu nor his friend were the pretentious type. After Yang Yi's toast, they dug in without hesitation. Young Master Yi, this ginseng soup is a potent tonic. Wang Gang, having ladled himself a brimming bowl, couldn't resist teasing. Do you know what being 18 means? My body's in its prime, no need for this yet. Ah, the boldness of youth. These heirs of wealth, burning the candle at both ends with their nocturnal revelries, naturally relied on such supplements to keep their engines running. No man would ever refuse an edge in that department. And Yang Yi was no exception. Despite his banter with Wang Gang, he still poured himself a bowl and drank deeply. After 2 consecutive nights of battles with Lu Xiaoyu and Li Na, even his freakishly resilient 18-year-old body felt the strain. Qian Ding Yunju lived up to its reputation as the city's premier hotel. The signature dishes were worth every penny, and the group savored them with delight. By meal's end, Yang Yi's rapport with Zhang Yu and his companion had deepened. He knew this stemmed from their perceived equality in status. Had he remained a penniless nobody, they wouldn't have spared him a second glance. It was during this meal that Zhang Yu proposed a 3-story villa spanning 280 square meters in the heart of Qian City, near Yunfu Mall. Brother, this villa's original price is nearly 100 million. For you? An 88% discount, for prosperity's sake. Done. Let us arrange the paperwork soon. Yang Yi's unflinching readiness to drop 88 million on the villa further elevated their opinion of him. The feast concluded in high spirits, with Zhang Yu and his friend insisting they'd been honored by Yang Yi's company and vowing to host him next time. Introducing him to more of their circle, Yang Yi offered no grand response, simply handing his card to Li Na to settle the bill. The ginseng soup had left their faces flushed, their bodies thrumming with restless heat. Brother, how about we show you a good time? Noticing Li Na's absence, Wang Gang shot Yang Yi a look that said, you know what I mean. After all, they needed to work off that ginseng's vigor. Yang Yi could only smile helplessly. I came to Qian City to gain knowledge, and you're trying to teach me positions instead. Uffed. Zhang Yu spat out his soup in laughter. Brother Yi, that was brilliantly put. I can see now, with a beauty by your side. Why would you bother with those common flowers? All right then, let's call it a day. I'll organize another gathering soon. Seeing Yang Yi's reluctance to continue, Wang Gang didn't press further. After making plans with Yang Yi, he took Zhang Yu elsewhere to relieve some stress. Ding. The system notification sounded. Host has spent 2 million yuan on Lina. Due to the daily cashback limit of 100 million yuan, 30 million yuan has been refunded. Chapter 15. Adults play with black stockings in a slightly girlishly decorated room in Qian City. Lu Xiaoyu sat before her computer, her face etched with exhaustion and worry. Ever since her fallout with her perverted fiancé, the company had withdrawn all support and even encouraged other streamers to sabotage her broadcasts. With 500,000 followers, she could have thrived independently. But under the company's relentless attacks, trolls flooded her streams, and many loyal fans were forced to leave. In just 2 days, she had lost a fifth of her followers. Worse still, rival streamers, backed by the company, constantly challenged her with humiliating dares she couldn't accept. At this moment, her thoughts drifted to Yang Yi, the man 7 years her junior, who had captivated her. Yet, she refused to ask him for help. She didn't want him to see her as helpless, and besides, she wasn't completely cornered yet. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of Qianding Cloud residence, Lina returned to the room, still dazed from the earlier transaction. Even though she knew they had ordered premium ingredients, swiping for 2 million in one go left her stunned. That amount was beyond what most people earned in a lifetime. Yet today, it was just the cost of a single meal. Clothes, watches, a sports car, and now a 4 million yuan lunch. Yang Yi had completely shattered her worldview. Suddenly, strong arms wrapped around her from behind. Lina jumped in surprise, turning to see Yang Yi's flushed face, his gaze burning into her, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Here lies 5,000 words of imagination. On WeChat, Lu Xiaoyu had sent a greeting, while the rest were just group messages. Then, Yang Yi's attention was caught by a chat titled 3rd High School Repeaters, Class 16. Yang Yi had repeated his final year in Class 16 at 3rd High. After the college entrance exams, the group had fallen silent, until today, when it suddenly buzzed with 99 messages. Curious, he clicked in, only to find classmates enthusiastically sharing snippets of their university lives. After all, it's the start of the new semester, and everyone has transitioned into a fresh learning environment, eagerly sharing updates about their lives in the group chat. Yang Yi, who had previously been in a cram school, was among the top performers academically. Had it not been for Lu Yan's persuasion, he wouldn't have stayed in Qian province. Scrolling through the flurry of messages, Yang Yi could sense the genuine joy radiating from his peers. However, the tone of the conversation took an abrupt turn with the appearance of an attention seeker. Top-tier universities are just different. The environment is leagues above ordinary schools. Unlike some people who scored high but ended up in some provincial dump of a university. Hilarious. This provocateur was Huang Lei, the class monitor from Yang Yi's cram school. Though academically inferior to Yang Yi, he had always harbored a competitive streak. Now, seizing the opportunity to mock Yang Yi for staying at Qin University, he couldn't resist stirring the pot. Huang Lei, what do you mean by provincial dump? Watch your words. Exactly. Just because you got into a 985 university, you think you're hot stuff? Many in the group were from local institutions, and Huang Lei's remark understandably sparked outrage. If it's not even a 985, how good can it possibly be? At this, Yang Yi smirked and pulled up a photo of Lina in black stockings before sending it into the chat. Only kids brag about their schools. Adults appreciate black stockings. The group fell into stunned silence for a full minute after his message. Damn, that's playing dirty, dropping black stockings out of nowhere. Soon, a flood of 666 responses flooded the chat. Yi, how's life at Qian University? University life? Very much alive. I feel like there's an innuendo here, but I can't prove it. Tell me about it. I haven't even held a girl's hand, and he's already onto black stockings. The disparity between people is unreal. Yi, I'm visiting you this weekend. With Yang Yi steering the conversation, the group swiftly moved past Huang Lei's antics. Meanwhile, on the other end of his phone, Huang Lei stared at the black stocking photo, consumed by envy. Academically, he could never surpass Yang Yi. Just when he thought he'd finally outdone him in terms of university prestige, Yang Yi had blindsided him with an unexpected trump card. What 18-year-old boy wouldn't be captivated by black stockings? And judging by those legs, the girl was undoubtedly a goddess-level beauty. Ugh, Yang Yi. After activating his system, Yang Yi's worldview had shifted dramatically. Once he had his fill of the group chat, he logged out of WeChat. He remembered that Lu Xiaoyu streamed on the Shark platform, so he downloaded the app and logged in using his WeChat account. What should my username be? Since he'd never used Shark before, he needed to register a new account. Got it. A mischievous idea struck him, and he typed, "Rampaging Mantis Shrimp." After setting up his profile, he began browsing through the live streams. It was currently 5 p.m. Having taken a brief break to compose herself, Lu Xiaoyu resumed her broadcast. Her daily streaming schedule ran from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. As a talented live streamer, she primarily showcases singing and dancing, of course. Tasteful and elegant performances. With her melodious voice and striking beauty, she has garnered a devoted fan base. Recently, under relentless suppression from her former company, her popularity has waned. Yet a loyal core of supporters still tunes into her broadcasts. Xiaoyu is online. Xiaoyu, sing the hottest pop song right now. Lu Xiaoyu's live stream, titled Angel's Feather, immediately drew interactions from her steadfast fans upon going live. Seeing their unwavering support, the weariness on her face softened slightly. But her relief was short-lived. A troll erupted in the chat. "Trash streamer, daring to show your face again? Looking for another beating? This time, we'll make sure you quit." Realizing the harassment had begun the moment she started streaming, Lu Xiaoyu knew it was orchestrated by her deranged ex-fiancé. "You think this will break me? Never." Chapter 16. The internet tycoon Pippi Shrimp. When Lu Xiaoyu remained silent, the opposition escalated. Another streamer initiated a battle challenge. "Xiaoyu, let us duel." The loser does 100 squats while shouting, "I am trash." Damn, they're pushing her to the brink, taking turns to humiliate her. Exactly. This Xiao Qi is from 10x Entertainment. Just like the others before her. "Xiaoyu, don't accept. They're ganging up on you. We'll always stand by you." Her longtime fans rallied in the chat as the harassment intensified. "What's wrong? Too scared? Then log off." Emboldened by her silence, the challenger grew more aggressive. Even the meekest have their limits. "Fine. If this is how it ends, so be it. Bring it on. I'll face whatever you throw at me." Cornered, Lu Xiaoyu accepted. If she lost this time, she would quit streaming for good. After all, how could she continue after screaming, "I'm trash" 100 times? Then it's settled. 3 minutes. Whoever gets more gifts wins. The loser does the squats and the chant. Under relentless pressure, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice. She knew rejecting Xiao Qi would only invite Xiao Ba or Xiao Jiu next. "Big brothers, I really don't want to do 100 squats and call myself trash. If you have gifts, please help me out. I'll treat you to a sizzling dance afterward." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qi rallied her own audience, capitalizing on both the company's agenda and her own gains. And just like that, a wave of devoted fans and deep-pocketed patrons flooded the stream with gifts. In an instant, the score between both sides surged to 3,800. Xiao Qi at 3,000, Lu Xiaoyu at 800. At this moment, the atmosphere in Lu Xiaoyu's live stream was heavy with tension. After several rounds of suppression, many of her capable supporters had already been driven away by the opposing side. The remaining loyal fans were mostly casual viewers with limited means, only able to send free gifts that barely made a difference. Everyone, contribute what you can, money or effort. If this continues, Xiaoyu will definitely lose. Some diehard fans urged in the group chat as the opponent's score climbed higher. Just do your best. Don't push yourselves beyond your limits. If it really comes to it, I'll just quit streaming. Thank you all for your support. Lu Xiaoyu knew that under the company's pressure, resisting alone was nearly impossible. She didn't want her longtime supporters to waste their hard-earned money in vain. "Come on, brothers. Give it one last push. If Xiao Qi pulls off a last-minute steal, I'll have to do 100 squats." On the other side, the host Xiao Qi continued to beg for gifts in her sickly sweet voice. "That little bitch is about to break. Just waiting for her to admit she's trash." Amid the fierce battle, a user named Rampaging Mantis Shrimp quietly entered Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. "Damn it, I forgot to ask for her room number. Had to search all over." Having neglected to confirm Lu Xiaoyu's exact channel, Yang Yi finally found her livestream after much scrolling. Is this a competition? Skimming through the chat logs, Yang Yi gradually pieced together the situation. This silly woman. She didn't even think to tell me when she ran into trouble. His gaze turned icy as he watched Xiao Qi's relentless taunts. "No one gets to bully my woman." Silently, he linked his bank card to the platform. By now, 2.5 minutes had passed, leaving only 30 seconds until the end. The score stood at 26,100 to 490. Lu Xiaoyu was trailing by over 20,000 points. On the Shark platform, 1 yuan equaled 10 points. To close the gap, someone would have to spend over 2,000 yuan in the final 30 seconds. But her big spenders had long been driven away. Besides, with corporate backing on the opposing side. Any attempt to boost her score would be met with an even fiercer counterattack. Without at least 100,000 yuan, it would be futile. Forget it. Maybe it's time to quit streaming. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu resigned herself to defeat. Under the company's targeted suppression, leaving the platform was inevitable. Then suddenly, a barrage of notifications flooded her screen. User Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has sent 10 rockets. 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 In the final 30 seconds, Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sent a total of 100 rockets in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. On the Shark platform, a single rocket gift is worth 1,000 yuan, while 100 rockets amount to 100,000. Had it not been for the final 30 seconds and Yang Ye's unfamiliarity with the gifting system as a first-time user, he would have undoubtedly sent far more than 100 rockets, likely an even greater number. What? 100 rockets? Who is this Rampaging Mantis Shrimp? Holy cow, an absolute comeback victory. Under Yang Ye's frenzied gifting, the final score settled at 319,800 to 1,003,040. The company backing Xiaoqi, upon noticing someone rescuing Lu Xiaoyu, also began pouring in gifts, but they only managed 20-something rockets before time ran out. The outcome stunned everyone. Not only had Lu Xiaoyu won, but she had done so by a staggering margin of nearly 700,000. At that moment, the entire audience was left wondering, just who was this Rampaging Mantis Shrimp? To drop 100 rockets in mere 30 seconds, this was undoubtedly the legendary tycoon of the internet. Thank you for the gifts, Shrimp Bro. You really didn't have to send so many. Lu Xiaoyu's emotions at that moment were akin to a roller coaster. She had been certain of her impending defeat, and admitting she was trash on stream would have been an unbearable humiliation, one she would never have submitted to. The Shark platform enforces strict rules. As long as the punishment isn't illegal or unethical, failure to comply results in an account ban. Lu Xiaoyu had already braced herself for the possibility of quitting streaming altogether, never expecting such a dramatic reversal. She knew this Mantis Shrimp must be incredibly wealthy, but if he expected anything inappropriate in return, she would sooner leave the platform than comply. Her heart already belonged to Yang Yi. Chapter 17. The Conspiracy Behind 100 Squats and Shout I Am Trash. Tens of thousands of us are watching, skip even one, and we'll report you until your account is banned. With Yang Yi's lavish support, Lu Xiaoyu had utterly crushed her opponent, leaving the stream's audience collectively exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi's face had turned ashen, like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly wilted. She had never anticipated a last-second savior swooping in with 100 rockets, leaving her defenseless. Now, she faced two choices: endure the punishment, 100 squats while declaring herself trash, or break her promise, inviting mass reports and an irreversible ban. Years of grinding in the streaming world had earned her current success. Losing it all would be devastating. Yet, she failed to realize, had she not pushed Lu Xiaoyu to the brink, she wouldn't be in this predicament at all. Xiaoyu, can I just do the squats? Please, spare me the humiliation. After weighing her options, Xiaoqi adopted a pitiful expression, begging for mercy. If she truly repeated 100 times that she was trash, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Shark platform. To avoid this, she had no choice but to beg Lu Xiaoyu for mercy. Damn, weren't you just gloating a moment ago? Now you're begging for leniency? Classic green tea behavior. Case closed. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? For a moment, the fans in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream were thoroughly amused by Xiaoqi's antics. When she had the upper hand, she was ruthless. Now that she's lost, she's begging to renege. Make her say it. Just as Lu Xiaoyu hesitated, a line of shimmering golden text slowly drifted across the screen. Congratulations to user Rampaging Mantis Shrimp for unlocking the Supreme Emperor title in Angel's Feather's room. With Yang Yi's purchase of the Supreme Emperor status, worth $500,000, Shark platform instantly broadcasted the announcement across the entire network. Holy crap, the big boss has spoken. Xiaoyu really caught a whale. First 100 rockets, now a Supreme Emperor worth 500k. Hey, green tea on the other end. My Mantis Shrimp Bro is telling you to say it. You hear? Say it. Watching the chaotic comments flooding the stream, Yang Yi rubbed his temples in exasperation. His simple statement had once again been wildly misinterpreted by these troublemakers. Seeing that the big boss had spoken, Lu Xiaoyu no longer hesitated. A bet is a bet, she declared coolly. Accept your punishment. At this, Xiao Qi's face drained of color. Under her company's arrangement, she had thought crushing Lu Xiaoyu would be effortless, yet now, she was the one trapped. Then, as if someone whispered in her ear, her defeated expression suddenly twisted into excitement. Fine, I'll honor the bet. She snapped into the mic. But I challenge you to one more round. Whoever loses quits the internet for good. Dare to accept? Oh hell no. This green tea is definitely scheming something. It's obvious. The people behind her aren't giving up. They're still targeting Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, don't take the bait. If the audience could see through it, so could Lu Xiaoyu. Are they really going this far? A frosty glint flashed in her eyes. Accept it. Yang Yi's message cut through the noise. I'll handle the rest. The sheer audacity of the provocation infuriated him. Had he not decided to support Lu Xiaoyu today, she might have been bullied into quitting. Those who dare target my woman will pay. Mantis Shrimp Bro has spoken. Xiaoyu, I'll pitch in my instant noodle money too. This is too much. Here as $10 for support. Bro, with Mantis Shrimp here, keep your 10 yuan for tissues. Seeing her fans stand unshaken, Lu Xiaoyu felt a surge of warmth, but she knew. If the company was behind this, the trap wouldn't be simple. Go ahead without fear, Yang Yi assured. Nothing will go wrong while I'm here. Mantis Shrimp Bro-'s got swagger. Then, Lu Xiaoyu exhaled, steeling herself, let us gamble on it. Seeing that the senior had spoken to this extent, Lu Xiaoyu no longer stood on ceremony and directly accepted the next round. I'll take the next round, but you must fulfill the penalty for this one first. Just moments ago, 10x Entertainment had promised Xiao Qi that all the rewards from the next round would be hers personally. Moreover, if she could force Lu Xiaoyu off the platform, the company would further increase its support for her. This round, the company would oversee everything to prevent a repeat of the last-minute sabotage. Lu Xiaoyu's backer was just one person, while 10x Entertainment was an entire team. Their strengths were simply incomparable. A random benefactor might toss in a few 100,000. But a company operated on a different scale. In Xiao Qi's eyes, victory in the next round was assured. I'm trash. With every squat and every shout. Xiao Qi's gaze grew colder, her resentment directed entirely at Lu Xiaoyu. Yang Yi felt not an ounce of sympathy had he not intervened. It would have been Lu Xiaoyu enduring this humiliation. 10 minutes later, Xiao Qi completed her 100 squats. Come on, Lu Xiaoyu. This round, I'll make sure you leave the platform for good. Under the company's orchestration, Xiao Qi immediately began provoking conflict. Lu Xiaoyu said nothing, silently hoping that the sudden benefactor in her live stream, the rampaging pistol shrimp, could hold his ground. Inside 10x Entertainment, Wang Jie stood obsequiously behind a portly middle-aged man. Fawning as he spoke, Director Wang, once we crush her this round, the pressure will force her to comply if she wants to stay in the industry. She'll have no choice but to submit to your will. A smirk curled on the middle-aged man's lips. I'll allocate 2 million for this. Succeed, and you'll be promoted to vice president. Thank you for your guidance, Director Wang. Wang Jie was none other than Lu Xiaoyu's deranged fiancé, a man so desperate for advancement that he sought to push her into another's arms. Previously, he had feigned concern for her, but once his scheme was exposed, he shed all pretense. Now, he mobilized the company's full force to suppress her relentlessly, aiming to break her will and achieve his twisted goals. This plan to pressure Lu Xiaoyu into quitting was his idea. In his mind, once she was cornered, his persuasion would surely make her yield. What random tycoon could possibly shower her with millions in one go? Impossible. Little did he know, this very decision would bring him consequences beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 18. A sensation on Shark platform driven by 10x Entertainment's machinations, the two streamers connected once more. Everyone, Xiao Qi still wants to dance for you all. Don't let me be forced off the platform. In her live stream, Xiao Qi swayed her slender waist, rousing her fans' enthusiasm. Lu Xiaoyu remained unmoved. She had no intention of compromising her integrity for the sake of streaming. However, Yang Yi in the live stream room was anything but calm. He grabbed his phone and frantically sent rockets in the gift section. You think you can make my woman quit streaming? Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sends 10 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sends 10 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sends 10 rockets. In just 30 seconds, Yang Yi had blasted nearly 200 rockets. Boss Shrimp, you're insane. Who else can do this? When Boss Shrimp strikes, nothing survives. On the other side of the stream, Xiao Qi saw the sudden barrage of nearly 200 rockets and immediately panicked. She shouted to her audience, "Come on, everyone. Step it up. If this keeps up, Xiao Qi might have to quit streaming." Her words weren't really for her fans. She was signaling to Wang Jie that it was time to act, or they'd lose again. Send 500 rockets first. Let's see if they can match that. At 10x Entertainment, Wang Jie watched the scene with cold eyes. In his mind, Lu Xiaoyu must have struck some shady deal with this rampaging mantis shrimp. Otherwise, why would a random viewer spend so much on a streamer? In an instant, the screen was flooded with rockets. Yang Ye's fingers hammered against the screen, the rapid taps echoing sharply. Within a minute, he had sent over 200 rockets. Thankfully, the platform allowed batch sending. Otherwise, he'd have exhausted himself. Meanwhile, Wang Jie's expression darkened. Despite matching Yang Ye's pace with over 1,000 rockets of his own, he couldn't pull ahead. The company had allocated him a budget of 2 million, but if he spent it all without results, he'd be the one in trouble. Push it to 2,000 rockets. Let's see if he dares to keep up. At 1,000 yuan per rocket, 2,000 rockets meant 2 million, Wang Jie's maximum limit. His team worked in sync, multiple accounts sending rockets simultaneously. In a flash, they hit 2,000, pulling ahead of Yang Yi. Damn it, my fingers are about to bleed. And I only managed 500. This isn't fair. Boss Shrimp, hurry. They've hit 2,000 rockets. There's only a minute left. Cut him some slack. For one person, his speed is insane. You think Boss Shrimp sits at home practicing finger speed like you? Reading these taunts, Yang Yi grew even more furious. Bullying me for slow fingers? Fine, I'll get help. He suddenly scooped up Lina beside him and shoved his phone into her hands. Quick, send the rockets for me. Lina stared blankly at the screen. 600 rockets? As a streamer herself, she knew that meant 6 million yuan. But remembering their 4 million yuan lunch, she quickly regained her composure. Stop spacing out, just send them. To Yang Ye's surprise, Lina's fingers were far more nimble than his. In no time, hundreds of rockets were launched. At this moment, with only 1 minute remaining, the number of rockets Yang Yi had gifted had already matched the opposing side. Yet he showed no intention of stopping. Quick, keep gifting. If you can hit 3,000 rockets in this last minute, I'll reward you handsomely. Under Lina's frenzied clicking, Lu Xiaoyu's gift leaderboard soared rapidly. 100 rockets. 200 rockets. 300 rockets. On the other side, Wang Jie was utterly dumbfounded. He had never expected this rampaging mantis shrimp to be so relentless. Not only had he surpassed him, but he continued the onslaught without pause, as if money meant nothing, leaving Wang Jie completely stunned. It was over. Far from suppressing Lu Xiaoyu, Yang Ye's extravagant gifting had instead skyrocketed her popularity. In just a few minutes, she gained another 200,000 followers. After all, the Chinese love a spectacle. Even if they weren't the ones gifting, watching the frenzy was exhilarating. Slumped in his chair, Wang Jie realized the company's 2 million yuan had gone to waste. Forget being promoted to vice president. Now, even his current managerial position was in jeopardy. A minute later, Lina collapsed exhaustedly into Yang Ye's arms. 600 rockets. Yang Yi alone had gifted 600 rockets, and combined with other fans' contributions, Lu Xiaoyu's total heat surpassed 36 million. In contrast, Shao Qi, despite the company's support of 2,000 rockets, still fell short by nearly half compared to Yang Ye's staggering 600. Not only had she lost, but she was now forced to leave the Shark platform permanently. Boss Shrimp is insane. Never seen anything like this in my life. Rockets flooding the entire screen. 600 rockets. Boss Shrimp, I bow to you. Hey, green tea on the other side. Hurry up and quit the internet. They erupted in fervor under the overwhelming barrage of 600 rockets. Meanwhile, Shao Qi's face turned ashen. She had never imagined a random viewer would drop 6 million yuan on Lu Xiaoyu. Recalling the earlier bet, she let out a self-mocking laugh. And here I thought victory was guaranteed. Whatever. A bet's a bet. At least the company had gifted her 2 million yuan. After the platform's cut, she still walked away with over 1 million, enough to splurge for a while. As for shamelessly reneging, she wouldn't dare. Anyone who could casually spend over 3 million to humiliate her undoubtedly had the power to crush her entirely. Without hesitation, she deleted her account. Boss Shrimp is legendary, taking down a streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers in minutes. With this showdown, rampaging mantis shrimp became an overnight sensation across the Shark platform. Yet Yang Yi remained indifferent. After all, the system had just refunded him another 10 million yuan. And this was after hitting the limit. Otherwise, This round of gifting alone would have netted him 36 million. In stark contrast to the fans' euphoria, Lu Xiaoyu remained remarkably composed, pondering what this rampaging mantis shrimp could possibly want. As a seasoned veteran in the live streaming circle, she didn't believe a random stranger would casually drop over 3 million yuan on her. Overcome by curiosity, she clicked on the profile of this mysterious benefactor. The revelation left her breathless. Rampaging mantis shrimp was logged in via WeChat and appeared in her friend list. That familiar WeChat avatar triggered an immediate outpouring of joyful tears. Chapter 19. Cloud Manor. After accomplishing the deed, brushing off one's sleeves and departing, leaving no trace of name or fame. Having assisted Lu Xiaoyu, Yang Yi casually browsed Shark platform, but found no promising fish seedlings scoring above 8 points. Disappointed, he turned off his phone. Gazing at the delicate Li Na in his arms, he unusually restrained himself and simply held her as they drifted into peaceful slumber. The next morning, Yang Yi was roused by his ringing phone. Lu Xiaoyu's name flashed on the screen. Groggily answering, he was met with emotional outpouring. "Young Master Yi, why are you so good to me? I thought I meant nothing to you, just a passing scenery in your life. But yesterday you appeared when I needed you most. And today you've given me this incredible surprise. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you." Before Yang Yi could respond, Lu Xiaoyu's tearful monologue continued. Had she discovered his alter ego? Through her words, Yang Yi quickly pieced together the truth. She must have identified him as rampaging mantis shrimp and likely received the Lamborghini Aventador he'd purchased for her. You figured it out? Applying the third rule of his playbook, when a fish seedling discovers your generosity, appear nonchalant and natural to enhance their appreciation. Young Master Yi, why didn't you tell me? These things needn't be announced. Meet me at Qianding Cloud Residence at noon. We have matters to attend to. Under Yang Yi's smooth persuasion, Lu Xiaoyu found herself thoroughly disoriented by this man 7 years her junior. Hanging up, Yang Yi noticed Li Na's intense gaze. What? Jealous? With Li Na? Yang Yi had been transparent about his unwillingness to commit to one woman, seeing no point in hiding what would eventually become apparent. Not jealous. Just keep me in your heart. Li Na understood that men like Yang Yi couldn't be possessed by one woman alone. Prepared for this reality, she remained unfazed. If not jealous, then let me treat you to something else special. Yang Yi grinned mischievously, his expression speaking volumes. 30 minutes later, a flushed Li Na pouted. You always take advantage of me. Seeing Li Na's pitiful little expression, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled her into his embrace and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. All right, take some good rest these next few days. I have some matters to attend to, he said tenderly. Upon hearing Yang Yi was leaving, Li Na clung tightly to him, burying her face in his chest. Noticing this, Yang Yi affectionately smoothed her hair and kissed her forehead once more before settling in for a cozy nap with her. By noon, Yang Yi was awakened again by Lu Xiaoyu's phone call. After a quick freshening up, he selected a fresh set of clothes and headed out. As for Li Na, she remained sprawled in bed, too exhausted from their earlier activities to rise. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Yang Yi spotted a sleek pink Lamborghini parked right at the entrance, with a graceful figure standing beside it. Today, Lu Xiaoyu had deliberately chosen a soft pink Chanel dress, her dark hair cascading down her back. Her cherry-like lips were adorned with a subtle hint of rouge, and under the sunlight, she looked nothing short of ethereal, like a fairy descended from the heavens. The moment she saw Yang Yi emerge from the hotel, her face lit up with joy. She dashed toward him and threw herself into his arms. Young Master Yi, I missed you. Amused by her boldness, Yang Yi smiled and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, steering her toward the Lamborghini. Come, I have another big surprise for you today. The combination of a luxurious car and a stunning beauty was intoxicating. Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Yi inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Xiaoyu, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Gone was the melancholy from the previous night. Today, Lu Xiaoyu radiated vitality and passion, a stark contrast that only enhanced her allure. As she skillfully maneuvered the Lamborghini through traffic, passers-by couldn't help but steal glances. Half an hour later, they arrived at an upscale CAF within Yunfu Mall. Yang Yi casually ordered 2 coffees and some light snacks before settling at a table with Lu Xiaoyu. Young Master Yi, why are we here? Lu Xiaoyu asked eagerly, her curiosity piqued by his promise of a surprise. Xiaoyu, there's something I want to tell you, Yang Yi began, lifting his coffee cup for a measured sip. What is it? She pressed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I used to think black coffee was the bitterest thing in the world, he mused. But I was wrong. The real bitterness is not having met you sooner. Uft. Lu Xiaoyu burst into laughter, nearly spitting out her coffee. Young Master Yi, since when did you pick up such cheesy pickup lines? Cheesy. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He had just learned this line online as a flirting tactic, never expecting it to be labeled as tacky. As he pondered whether the line was truly outdated, Zhang Yu shuffled in, looking as though he hadn't fully woken up yet. Noticing that the woman by Yang Ye's side had transformed from Li Na into the even more stunning Lu Xiaoyu, Zhang Yu instantly gave Yang Yi an enthusiastic thumbs up. His gesture clearly conveyed, "Bro, impressive. What brings you out at noon, young Master Yi?" Having partied all night at the bar, Zhang Yu was utterly exhausted. If not for Yang Ye's call summoning him, he would have slept straight through the afternoon. About that villa we discussed yesterday, can the transfer be completed today? Yang Yi cut straight to the point, wasting no words. Everything else is ready. You just need to go through the formalities, Zhang Yu replied, his tone shifting to seriousness as he realized Yang Yi was here on business. Care to accompany me for the transfer? Sure. I had no plans for the afternoon anyway. I'll call Wang Gang, and tonight's on me. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, the trio arrived at Cloud Mansion, the most prestigious residential complex in Qian City. Conveniently located next to the Yunfu Mall. Developed by Zhang Yu's family, this elite property was so exclusive that most buyers could only secure off-plan units after lengthy waits. Yet, with Zhang Yu's influence, Yang Yi had secured a fully furnished villa. The villa district is at the heart of the community. There are 30 units in total. And this one was originally reserved for someone else, but I intercepted it for you. Enough said. I owe you one. Zhang Yu's words were less about boasting and more about ensuring Yang Yi remembered the favor. After all, the world operated on connections, not just transactions. Chapter 20. Catching the first fish. Come, let us take a look inside. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a grand, exquisitely decorated living room. The three-story villa also included a basement, with an 80-square-meter rooftop infinity pool on the third floor. Every amenity was already in place, allowing immediate move-in upon purchase. Do you like it? Yang Yi turned to Lu Xiaoyu after the brief tour. Caught off guard by his question, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated briefly before answering. Cloud Mansion is Qian City's most elite development, and this villa is the crown jewel of the entire complex. Of course I love it. Then let us trouble young Master Yu to take us for the payment, Yang Yi said, pulling Lu Xiaoyu closer and signaling to Zhang Yu. Sure. I'll have the manager bring the contract. With a quick phone call, several sharply dressed executives soon arrived with documents in hand. Young Master Yu, here is the contract for the villa. As per your instructions, the price has been adjusted to 88 million, the lead manager said respectfully, presenting the paperwork to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu waved it off, gesturing toward Yang Yi. Not for me, for young Master Yi. The manager immediately grasped Yang Yi's significance. After all, Zhang Yu, as the heir of the Zhang family, had never personally escorted anyone to purchase property before. He must possess extraordinary capabilities to be appointed as the head of this real estate project. Young Master Yi, here is the purchase contract for villa number 001. Please review it. 001. Yang Yi took the contract from the manager without even glancing at it, and immediately handed it to Lu Xiaoyu. Check it over. And if there are no issues, fill in your details to proceed with the purchase. My details? Only then did Lu Xiaoyu realize that the big surprise Yang Yi had mentioned was this sprawling 280-square-meter villa. In an instant, she was utterly stunned, her voice trembling with nervousness. Young Master Yi, this is far too extravagant. I can't accept it. After all, even with a discount, this villa cost a staggering 88 million. Not 800. Though her family was moderately well off, Lu Xiaoyu had never imagined owning such an opulent property. Beside them, Zhang Yu was equally astounded. While he and his peers might splurge on luxury bags and watches worth hundreds of thousands to impress women, spending 88 million was beyond his means. Without hesitation, Yang Yi handed his bank card to the sales manager. Charge it. Register it under her name. Witnessing Yang Yi's decisive action and his insistence on transferring the property to her, Lu Xiaoyu could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. Sweetheart, you're my first woman. This is the home I'm giving you. Yang Yi murmured softly into her ear as he gently embraced her. He could feel her delicate frame stiffen momentarily before she held on to him even more fiercely, unwilling to let go. Those words shattered Lu Xiaoyu's last defenses. She understood that Yang Yi might not belong to her alone, but the fact that he was willing to give her a home, even if he couldn't be with her every day, was enough to fill her heart with contentment. Zhang Yu watched in stunned silence. Unlike his own fleeting flings, it was evident that Lu Xiaoyu's feelings for Yang Yi were genuine. Profound enough that she would even sacrifice her life for him. At that moment, envy consumed him. Ding. Host has spent 88 million yuan on target Lu Xiaoyu, receiving a rebate of 100 million yuan. Ding. Target Lu Xiaoyu's affection for the host has reached 95 points, successfully captured. Ding. Total expenditure on target Lu Xiaoyu, 106. 1 million yuan, fully rebated. Ding. Host has successfully captured target Lu Xiaoyu, gaining a sincere love. Rewards include 10 attribute points, mastery level piano performance skills, and 1 ancient martial arts inheritance card. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18. Appearance score, 85. Height, 180 centimeters. Physique, 10. Average. Title, novice playboy. Daily allowance, 10,000 yuan. Wealth, 310 million yuan. Skills, master level piano performance attribute points, 10. Fish pond. Lu Xiaoyu, affection level, 95 points. Each subsequent point increase rewards 10 attribute points. After binding with a high-quality beauty, spending on her will yield 10-fold cashback. Maximum daily cashback capped at 100 million per person. Cashback ceases upon capture. Genuine love will randomly grant special skills, attribute points, and monetary rewards. Mission, become an elite player. Current progress, 10. What's this ancient martial arts inheritance card? I'll look into it tonight. With the gifting of this villa, Yang Yi effortlessly captured Lu Xiaoyu, finally stocking his barren pond with its first fish. Having adjusted her mindset, Lu Xiaoyu no longer hesitated. As Yang Yi had phrased it, this was the home he had given her. Resolved, she took her ID and followed the sales agent to complete the necessary procedures. Yi, I'm in awe. An 88 million villa. Just hand it over like that. No wonder women are so devoted to you. Yang Yi merely smiled faintly before responding. With great power comes great responsibility. One can't always act as one pleases. Despite his carefree demeanor, Zhang Yu didn't dare underestimate him. An 88 million villa. Gifted without hesitation. Even with the Zhang family's billion-dollar fortune, such extravagance would earn him a broken leg. At this moment, Yang Yi grew increasingly inscrutable to Zhang Yu, who resolved to maintain friendly ties at all costs. Zhang, how familiar are you with live streaming? Suddenly, Yang Yi's playful expression vanished, his gaze sharp as lightning. Live streaming? I just tip my favorite streamers now and then. Beyond that, not much. As a wealthy heir, Zhang Yu naturally indulged in showering female streamers with gifts. But the operational side of the industry was beyond his scope. What about Pegasus Entertainment? Any insights? Yang Yi had no intention of letting Pegasus Entertainment off lightly, not after they dared target his woman. I've heard of them. Their valuation is under 50 million. Why? Looking to break into entertainment? WeVE had some unpleasant history. I'd like to give them a challenge. Easy. I've got a friend whose family runs an entertainment company. We're meeting tonight. We can discuss details then. Perfect. Let us talk tonight. Little did Pegasus Entertainment know that their careless move against Lu Xiaoyu would spell their downfall. Chapter 21. The ultimate bike king, as the saying goes. Connections smooth the way. With Zhang Yu's influence, Lu Xiaoyu's property transfer was processed with remarkable efficiency, bypassing tedious formalities. The 88 million luxury villa was registered under her name in just 20 minutes. All right, I'm heading back to catch up on sleep. Partied all night, dead tired. Zhang Yu stifled a yawn, eager to escape the role of third wheel. Thanks, brother. No need for such formalities between us. I'll contact you tonight. Zhang Yu casually waved off Yang Yi's gratitude before leaving with the property sales manager. In an instant, the spacious villa was left with only Yang Yi and Lu Xiaoyu. Is this our home? Yes, this is our home now. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu's happiness reached its peak. From meeting Yang Yi at the bar to now, less than a week had passed, yet he had already given her an unprecedented experience. One pleasant surprise after another unfolding before her. Gazing at this man 7 years her junior, Lu Xiaoyu's wounded heart gradually reawakened, her expression softening with tenderness. Ding. System notification. Target Lu Xiaoyu has reached 96 affection points toward the host. Reward, 10 attribute points. Current attribute points, 20. Affection above 95 signifies unwavering devotion. Each additional point deepens the target's emotional attachment. At 100, the target would willingly sacrifice their life for the host. Reading the system's message, Yang Yi realized that women weren't so difficult to please. Just a little time, and well, a considerable amount of money. Suddenly, a delicate figure threw herself into his arms, her faint fragrance enveloping his senses. This is practically daring me to misbehave. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu noticed Yang Ye's reaction, her ears tinged with a faint blush. But instead of retreating, she grew bolder. Damn! At 18, how could Yang Yi resist such an ambush? In one swift motion, he lifted her and carried her to the second-floor bedroom. A woman 3 years older is like holding gold. With Lu Xiaoyu 7 years his senior, Yang Yi fully embraced the pleasures of a mature woman. He briefly pondered. Both Lu Xiaoyu and Li Na were 6 or 7 years older than him. Did he truly have a preference for the mature type? But Lu Xiaoyu gave him no time to reflect. A sweet warmth sealed his lips. 2 hours later, Yang Yi entered a state of post-clarity. System. What exactly do attribute points do? Having captured Lu Xiaoyu, he had gained 20 attribute points and an ancient martial arts inheritance card. Now, with his fish well fed, he turned his attention to studying these rewards. Attribute points can enhance the host's basic attributes and skill proficiency. Current host stats: overall physique, 10, average human level, skills, master level piano performance. Recommendation: prioritize allocating points to physique. After considering the system's advice, Yang Yi concluded that physical strength was the foundation of everything. System: use all 20 attribute points to strengthen my physique. Activate the ancient martial arts inheritance card. Ding. Attribute points successfully applied. Host's current physique: 30, 3 times that of an average adult. Ding. Ancient martial arts inheritance card successfully used. Host has mastered iron shirt technique. Suddenly, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of power erupt within him, instantly revitalizing his entire being. The exhaustion from 2 hours of strenuous exercise vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the intricate techniques of iron shirt kung fu imprinted themselves into his mind. With a mere exertion of force, his body could become as unyielding as tempered steel. Under the transformation of attribute enhancements, Yang Yi inexplicably developed a sculpted physique, broad pectorals, 8 defined abdominal muscles, and even the coveted Adonis belt, his form now surpassing even that of professional bodybuilders. Have I evolved? As the subject of this metamorphosis, Yang Yi could keenly perceive every minute change in his body. An unshakable conviction settled within him. I could knock out an ox with a single punch now. Though no ox was conveniently nearby for him to test this theory, where there was determination, solutions would always outnumber obstacles. Fully rejuvenated, Yang Yi glanced at Lu Xiaoyu beside him, her cheeks still faintly flushed, and flashed a roguish grin. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaoyu lay motionless on the bed, utterly spent. In stark contrast, Yang Yi radiated vitality, his demeanor brimming with vigor. The ultimate essence of the Sea King's code: wealth and might. By 5 p.m., Yang Yi had freshened up with a quick shower and donned a crisp new outfit. The attribute enhancements had elevated not just his physique, but his entire aura. His presence now exuded an unmistakable refinement. If his previous attractiveness had been an 85, it now effortlessly soared to a 90. Young Master Yi, I've arranged a gathering at Cloud Elegance Club at 6 p.m. I'll introduce you to a few more brothers. The moment Yang Yi finished dressing, Zhang Yu's call arrived right on schedule. This guy's punctuality is impeccable, said Afternoon. Mid-afternoon, seeing Lu Xiaoyu deep in slumber, Yang Yi couldn't bring himself to wake her. Besides, this particular gathering wasn't the place for her. But as he stepped out, realization struck. He had no car here at Cloud Mansion Estate. As for Lu Xiaoyu's Lamborghini, its garish pink hue was an instant deterrent. Fortunately, Cloud Elegance Club wasn't far. With time to spare, Yang Yi unlocked a shared bike with his phone. Clad in casual business attire, he pedaled the bright yellow bicycle with unexpected flair. Son, study hard, or you'll end up like him, selling insurance and riding a bike. Mom. But he's riding so fast. Thanks to his enhanced attributes, Yang Yi's physical prowess now tripled that of an average adult. The humble shared bike, under his relentless pedaling, surged to a staggering 70 km/h. What's the use of speed? Even the fastest 86 can't catch a Mercedes, let alone a shared bike. Stopped at a traffic light, Yang Yi overheard the conversation from the Mercedes with crystal clarity. Damn it. Since when is cycling any of your business? Fueled by irritation, Yang Yi rose from the saddle and pumped the pedals furiously, pushing the bike beyond its limits. For a fleeting moment, his shared bicycle actually kept pace with the Mercedes in the traffic flow. Mom, the bike is catching up to our Mercedes. This big brother is so handsome. Yang Yi skillfully matched the speed of his bicycle with the parallel Mercedes, declaring with effortless coolness, "Play as you may. Jest as you will, but never mock my two-wheeled steed." His breathtaking maneuver drew astonished gazes from passers-by. Damn, the ultimate bicycle warrior. His looks are divine. I could weep on the back of his bike. You? Wake up. Shared bikes don't have rear seats. 10 minutes later, guided by navigation, Yang Yi arrived at Yinshan Club. Zhang Yu and his crew, having just stepped out of their sports cars, witnessed a bicycle screeching to a dramatic sideways halt at the club's entrance, at a staggering 80 km/h. Pure swagger. Chapter 22. The Culture of Circles. Brother Yi. What kind of statement is this? Zhang Yu couldn't fathom that a man who owned a 60 million yuan supercar would pedal a bicycle to race a Mercedes. And, more astonishingly, win. Standard fare, no applause needed. As Yang Yi fell silent, Zhang Yu and the others refrained from further questions, leading the group into the exclusive Yinshan Club. Zhang Yu, a top-tier heir of Qian City's elite, commanded vast social connections. The doorman greeted them with deference. Yinshan is a private high-end club founded by one of Qian City's magnates. Tonight, gentlemen, indulge to your heart's content, Zhang Yu announced grandly upon entry. Yu Xiao's generosity knows no bounds. Under the hostess' guidance, they were ushered into an opulent private room, while the decor mirrored luxury establishments. Every piece of equipment here was cutting edge. Yet, for young scions like Zhang Yu, it wasn't the hardware that mattered, it was the service. Tonight's gathering is to introduce a brother to our circle. With a gesture, Zhang Yu singled out Yang Yi as the others took their seats. Yang Yi, from Qian University. Under the collective gaze, Yang Yi offered a slight nod, his lips curving into an understated smile. Damn, this brother's looks are lethal, a certified cougar slayer. Yang Jia, not everyone shares your taste for older women. What is wrong with that? Unlike you, Gang Xiao, prowling university districts with Red Bull. Watching these veterans of ribald banter, Zhang Yu's brow darkened. Brother Yi, don't mind their loose tongues. They're like this only with insiders. Out there, they're all decorum. No issue. One must read 10,000 books and walk 10,000 miles. I've been meaning to exchange techniques with Gongzi. As Yang Yi prepared to join the raunchy repartee, Zhang Yu swiftly interjected, enough. There'll be stimulating activities later. First, proper introductions. Brother Yi's credentials are beyond your reckoning. That's all I'll say. The rest is for you to discern. For someone like Yang Yi, who could casually give away over 80 million, Zhang Yu took him very seriously. That very afternoon, he immediately asked his police connections to investigate Yang Yi's background. However, the system returned a result. No permission to query. What did no permission to query mean? According to his police friend, it could only mean one of two things. Either Yang Yi was a high-ranking official at the provincial or ministerial level, or he belonged to one of the powerful families in the capital. In either case, he was far beyond Zhang Yu's league. Thus, that evening, Zhang Yu deliberately lowered his posture and openly addressed the group. None of us here are fools. You've always followed my lead, and since I'm saying this, you'd better take it seriously. At that moment, the gazes of everyone in the room shifted toward Yang Yi, now tinged with a mix of flattery and reverence. Wang Gang, another top-tier rich second-generation heir, shot Zhang Yu a questioning glance, only to receive a slow, deliberate shake of the head in response. Instantly, he understood. Zhang Yu must have uncovered something significant. Though he couldn't inquire further now, he resolved to seek answers privately later. All right, back to business. Let me introduce everyone to Brother Yi. Brother Yi, this is Yang Jia, the one I mentioned this afternoon. His family runs entertainment businesses. Brother Yi, let us hang out sometime. As Zhang Yu introduced him, Yang Jia promptly stood and shook Yang Yi's hand. Though his family was among the first tier in Qian City, they still ranked slightly below Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, so his attitude remained appropriately deferential. No need to introduce Gongzi. The rest are Lu Bing, Wu Kai. Including Yang Yi, there were 9 people in total. From the introductions, Yang Yi could discern the hierarchy. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang were the core, with Zhang Yu at the very center. Yang Jia came next, while Lu Bing, Wu Kai, and the others occupied the lowest rung. Zhang Yu's family was in real estate, and many of their businesses heavily relied on the Zhang family's influence, hence their tight orbit around him. Now, under Zhang Yu's endorsement, Yang Yi was instantly elevated to the same level, someone they needed to curry favor with. Manager, bring in the goods and let my brothers have some fun. After the introductions, Zhang Yu summoned the club manager. After all, what was a gathering of wealthy young men without some female company? Soon, 20 women in dark green kipayos, each standing over 7 meters tall, entered the room. Their looks ranged between a solid 7.5 to 8 out of 10. Damn, the quality here is impressive, Yu Xiao? I heard this place operates on a strict membership system. No card, no entry. Guess we're riding on Yu Xiao's coattails tonight. Brother Yi, pick two first. In elite circles like this, hierarchy mattered. Had Yang Yi not been present, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang would have had first pick. Seeing Zhang Yu's humble demeanor, Yang Yi didn't stand on ceremony. Casually scanning the group with his intimacy system, he was pleasantly surprised. Many of these women were quite exceptional. Seeing this, Yang Yi raised his hand and gestured, whereupon two beauties with ratings of 80 promptly took their seats beside him. Next, it was Zhang Yu and Wang Gang's turn to make their selections. Whether by luck or coincidence, the two Wang Gang picked turned out to be seasoned veterans in the field. Gongzi, why not switch to these two? Yang Yi casually pointed out a couple of more suitable options. Is there some particular reason? Wang Gang asked, slightly puzzled by Yang Ye's proactive recommendation. Yang Yi chuckled mischievously. Those two are more to Yang Jie's taste. He then gave the group a knowing look. You can tell that just by looking? Even with my years of experience, I can't spot the difference. Is this the gap between an amateur and a true connoisseur? The others harbored some skepticism about Yang Ye's claim, as they lacked his intimacy scanning system. Gongzi, care to make a bet? How? Let's bet on whether the two I picked for you are fresh or not. If I win, you fetch water for me during the military training for half a month. If I lose, I owe you a round of drinks. Half a month of water delivery in exchange for two freshly caught fish? I'm in. Wang Gang quickly calculated that he stood to lose nothing. Besides, delivering water to Qian University would give him a chance to scout the new students, so he agreed. Yi Xiao, are those two really my type? Yang Jie, sitting nearby, couldn't help but seek confirmation, given Yang Ye's confident assertion. Like the little horse crossing the river, you won't know the water's depth until you try it yourself. Damn, what kind of wild talk is that? But I like this style. For a moment, the group burst into laughter. Chapter 23. Handling 10x Entertainment under Zhang Yu's arrangement. Everyone made their selections according to their preferences. Manager, bring us 10 bottles of Ace of Spades and 10 bottles of red wine. Once the choices were settled, Zhang Yu proceeded to order drinks. After the alcohol arrived, they first toasted collectively. After all, some formalities had to be observed. Then, they broke off into smaller groups to converse. As many of them had business dealings to discuss, conveniently facilitated by Zhang Yu's gathering. Meanwhile, Yang Yi sat in a circle with Zhang Yu, Wang Gang, and Yang Jie. Come on, brothers, bottoms up. As the host, Zhang Yu raised another toast. Jie Xiao, how much do you know about 10x Entertainment? Setting down his glass, Zhang Yu leaned back on the sofa, an arm draped around a girl, and asked nonchalantly, 10x Entertainment? Isn't that the small company with about a dozen streamers? They have some business dealings with subsidiaries under my family's umbrella. After a moment's thought, Yang Jie grinned slyly and asked, what? Got your eye on one of their female streamers? Cut the crap. They have some issues to settle with Yi Xiao. Zhang Yu had been briefed by Yang Yi that afternoon and now brought up the matter proactively. Oh, Yi Xiao, what do you need from us? Upon hearing that Pegasus Entertainment had offended Yang Yi, Yang Jie was somewhat surprised. However, recalling Zhang Yu's earlier attitude toward Yang Yi, he realized this was an opportunity to befriend him. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Yang Yi no longer remained silent and spoke calmly. They've wronged a friend of mine. I want them taught a lesson, and a man named Wang Jie must pay the price. If you handle this, I'll owe you a favor. Yang Yi had not forgotten Pegasus Entertainment. Those who dared touch his woman had to face the consequences. No need for formalities between brothers. I'll give you an answer within 3 days. Yang Jie's family dominated the entertainment industry in Qian City, with assets worth billions. Crushing a small company like Pegasus, with mere tens of millions in assets, was effortless. Without hesitation, he accepted. True brotherhood. Let's drink to that. Yang Yi raised his glass and downed it in one go. Zhang Yu and the others followed suit. After several rounds, the private room buzzed with energy as everyone let loose, some singing, others flirting. Zhang Yu even arranged for a seductive performer to liven up the atmosphere, instantly electrifying the space. Amid the pounding music, Yang Jie leaned toward Zhang Yu and asked urgently, Yu Xiao, give me the inside scoop. What exactly is Yi Xiao's background? You seem to treat him differently today. What did you find out? Wang Gang, equally puzzled, chimed in. As one of Qian City's top heirs, few could command such respect from Zhang Yu. Seeing their eagerness, Zhang Yu decided not to keep them in suspense. After all, they were core members of his circle. He recounted how Yang Yi had casually gifted an 88 million yuan villa that afternoon, along with the results of his investigation. An 88 million yuan villa. Just like that? And restricted access to his records? They had known Yang Yi was wealthy after his 60 million yuan sports car purchase. But casually gifting such an extravagant property merely to impress a woman? That wasn't just wealth, it was power. Most crucially, the fact that even the police database couldn't fully trace him was what truly shifted Zhang Yu's stance. You think he's from the capital? Where else could it be? If true, befriending him wouldn't just benefit us, it could elevate our entire families. After deliberating, their gazes toward Yang Yi grew even more reverent. Little did they know, the so-called restricted access was merely the system's protection. Yang Yi wasn't from some illustrious dynasty. At most, he was a nouveau riche. Once enlightened, Yang Jie stepped out to make a call. Mobilize all connections to blacklist Pegasus Entertainment. Especially a man named Wang Jie. I want him ruined. Returning to the room with a satisfied smile, he clinked glasses with Yang Yi once more. Wang Gang and the others were quick to follow suit, raising their glasses for a relentless round of toasts. Unaware of the truth, Yang Yi was left utterly bewildered by their antics. Fortunately, his physical endurance was 3 times that of an average person, so the copious amounts of alcohol had little effect on him. Why aren't you drinking with the ladies around you? Why target me? Let me make this clear. I'm not into that. Seeing his reaction, the group abandoned their drinking game and turned their attention to the women beside them. The first half of the evening had already covered all necessary business discussions, and now was the perfect time to indulge. Yang Yi was no exception. With his superior physique, his hands naturally wandered with deft precision. Under his influence, the private room transformed into a pulsating nightclub, and soon, everyone was dancing wildly. The atmosphere descended into chaotic revelry. Yang Jie grabbed a bottle of Ace of Spades, shook it vigorously, and drenched everyone in a playful shower of champagne. The dozen or so beauties, compliant in the face of wealth, allowed the alcohol to soak their clothes without protest. Realizing things were escalating, Zhang Yu discreetly distributed room keys before someone decided to put on an impromptu live show. Gongzi, remember our bet. Yang Yi couldn't resist teasing as Wang Gang strode out with 2 women in tow. Wang Gang responded with a smirk and a suggestive gesture before eagerly stepping into the elevator. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at 10x Entertainment was anything but celebratory. President Wang. 2 hours ago, Yang Group severed all business ties with us. President Wang, Sharp Platform seems to have sanctioned us. All our live streams have been banned for pushing boundaries. President Wang, all artists and streamers from Imperial Entertainment are now publicly condemning our content as vulgar. And what? Wang Dana, the CEO of 10x Entertainment, had recently capitalized on internet trends, amassing a fortune of 50 million. But today's relentless crises had pushed him to the edge. And Manager Wang's inappropriate videos with several streamers have gone viral, causing severe damage to our reputation. Under Wang Dana's relentless questioning, his secretary laid out the full extent of the scandal. Though unethical relationships between management and streamers were an open secret in the industry, such matters were never meant to surface publicly. Get Wang Jie in here now. As an entertainment mogul, Wang Dana knew without a doubt he had offended someone powerful. Chapter 24. The opening ceremony. The next morning, Yang Yi awoke in a lavish bed. The rich really know how to live. In his past life, he had been tormented by a manipulative woman, never daring to dream of such decadence. Now, he was living the fantasy he once envied, and the irony wasn't lost on him. Young Master Yi, the class opening ceremony is at 10 a.m. today. The advisor insists on full attendance. Damn, I almost forgot about the real business at hand. After registering, there was a brief 3-day holiday. Yang Yi had been thoroughly enjoying himself these past 2 days, completely forgetting that today marked the start of the semester. Had it not been for Li Su's message just now, it would have slipped his mind entirely. Glancing at his watch, it was just past 8 o'clock, plenty of time. Though he had already activated the system, Yang Yi still longed to relive the university experience, especially since his previous life had left him with many regrets. Now was the perfect opportunity to make amends. After a quick shower, he sent a message in the small group chat he shared with Zhang Yu and the others. Heading back to campus for class, guys. Keep having fun. And Gongzi, don't forget my 2 weeks worth of drinks. As for the 2 still in bed, Yang Yi had no time for further indulgence, leaving them to their rest. He hailed a taxi and made his way to Qian University. At precisely 9:50 a.m., Yang Yi arrived at the College of Philosophy. In his past life, blinded by infatuation with a certain green tea girl, he had avoided all social activities and interactions. Thus, despite being reborn, he approached this new beginning with the same fresh-faced enthusiasm as any other freshman. Stepping into the classroom, his gaze immediately landed on Li Su and two others seated in the back row. Without hesitation, he strode toward them. "Over here, Yi. Saved you a spot. You guys came this early?" Settling beside his roommates, Yang Yi quickly fell into casual banter. "The early bird catches the worm," one of them quipped. "We got here ahead of time to scope out the class situation." Wang Banxian, grinning mischievously, leaned in. "Out of the 26 girls in our class, 18 are single. One's a solid 9, 6 are 8s, and I've already snagged all their WeChat IDs." He pointed discreetly. "Second row, third from the left, the one in the white top and light blue jeans? That's Huang Yi, our only 9. The girls around her are her roommates. All 8s and above." Following Wang's coordinates, Yang Yi glanced over but saw only a slender back. Whether she truly merited a 9 remained unclear. Still, the name Huang Yi rang a bell. She had been the department's reigning beauty in his past life, rumored to come from a well-off family. After more idle chatter, a woman in her 30s strode in right on schedule. "Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Mei, your academic advisor." Her brief rundown of rules and expectations was painfully dull. Yang Yi tuned out. He knew it all already. Next came self-introductions and class representative elections, none of which interested him. Wang Banxian, however, was practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "Being class monitor means I can add every girl as we chat," he declared. Yang Yi could only marvel at the sheer audacity of his logic. "Hello, I'm Huang Yi, from Qian City. I love painting and look forward to getting along with everyone." Standing at the podium, Huang Yi, clad in a white tee and light-washed jeans, delivered her introduction with effortless grace. Ding. Successfully bound target. Name, Huang Yi. Height, 168 centimeters. Appearance score, 91. Affection level, 20. Mission reward, 10x cashback on expenses for the target. Daily cap of 100 million, no further cashback after capture. When the target's affection reaches 95, a genuine love will be successfully harvested, granting a special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and a full refund of all expenses. 91 points? Not bad. But currently, Yang Yi has already secured the genuine affection of 2 targets with 90-point appearances, so Huang Yi's 91-point beauty doesn't particularly dazzle him. Next, a few of his goofy roommates took turns introducing themselves, with the ever-entertaining Li Su stealing the show. "Hello everyone. I'm Li Su from Hunan. No special talents, but I'm pretty good with musical instruments, especially the art of retreating." Drumroll. Pft. What a riot. Many of the girls burst into laughter at his absurd introduction. Seated in the back row, Yang Yi waited as his roommates finished their turns before it was finally his moment. With a composed demeanor, he straightened his clothes and strode to the podium, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. "My name is Yang Yi. I play the piano. Don't bother me if you have nothing important, and definitely don't bother me if you do. I hate trouble. Unless, of course, you're beautiful." Standing at the front, his eyes lingered on Huang Yi for a brief second before he coolly stepped down. "Wow, our class actually has a guy this handsome. He's at least 8 meters tall. His vibe is so captivating. Isn't he that wealthy heartthrob from the forums? He totally glanced at you just now." In a world where looks reign supreme, Yang Yi's 90-point appearance naturally stirred excitement among the female students. As an experienced counselor, Huang Mei had never encountered a student as unapologetically bold as Yang Yi. But university was all about tolerance, so she chose not to comment. "Next, we'll hold class officer elections. Those interested, please come up and campaign." Once introductions concluded, the election began. In the end, Li Su, riding on the coattails of being Yang Yi's roommate, won overwhelming support from the girls and secured the class president position. Yang Yi, however, paid no attention to the proceedings, engrossed in his phone instead. "Yi Xiao, you're a legend. I admit defeat. I'll bring you water for half the military training. These two are absolute masters, way more experienced than me. No way I can compete." By now, it was nearly 11 a.m., and the two jokers Wang Gang and Yang Jia had woken up, diving straight into their usual chaotic group chat antics. "Yi Xiao, you have to share your secrets. There's just too much to learn. I can't keep up." With the system at his disposal, Yang Yi exuded unshakable confidence. Seeing the flood of mentions, he replied dismissively, "Read more, stay informed. Eat less junk, sleep more." Then, he promptly turned off his phone. After all, it wasn't he like he could just say, "With the system, I own the world, right?" After being elected as class monitor, Li Su eagerly organized the new class committee to distribute textbooks. and even went so far as to add every female classmate on WeChat. As he put it, cast a wide net to catch more fish. Chapter 25. The fish fry gets flirty after the opening ceremony. Yang Yi had no intention of lingering. Having spent 3 days out having fun, he simply wanted to retreat to his dorm for some downtime. He called Zhang Jian and half-immortal Wang to leave with him. As for Li Su, freshly appointed as monitor, he was shamelessly busy adding more people on WeChat. Thick skin gets the feast, thin skin gets the least. If only I had half the audacity of Brother Su, I could pull it off too. Old Wang, I'll take you out for some fun another day. Let you taste what it's like to be with a goddess, Yang Yi chuckled, slapping Wang's shoulder before steering him toward the exit. Yang Yi, wait a moment. A clear, feminine voice rang out from the classroom. Yang Yi paused mid-step and turned to see Huang Yi approaching with several roommates in tow. Yang Yi, I'm Huang Yi. These are my roommates, Lin Dan, Xiao Tong, and Sun Qian. I heard you mentioned you play piano. Would you be interested in performing at the freshman welcome party? Huang Yi, newly elected as the entertainment committee member, had caught wind of Yang Yi's piano skills during introductions. With the counselor pressuring her to secure at least 3 performances for the event, she saw an opportunity. Not interested. In the past, Yang Yi might have found the idea amusing, but now his sole focus was coasting through tasks to complete his system objectives. Huang Yi's enthusiasm visibly deflated, but she couldn't force participation. Just as she resigned herself to the rejection, a nasally male voice cut in. Don't bother with him. Who knows if he even knows anything? Probably just showing off earlier. A flamboyantly dressed guy sauntered over. I've studied vocal music. We could do a duet instead. Huang Yi's expression soured at the sight of him. This was Wang Bo, a local from Qian City and rumored to be a distant relative of the Wang Group, which monopolized the city's hotel industry. Since orientation, he'd been relentlessly pestering her. Mind your own business, pal. Who asked for your opinion? Zhang Jian shot back. Both he and Wang had witnessed Yang Yi's capabilities firsthand. To them, his elite upbringing and piano mastery were a given. Yeah, what else with the effeminate act? Total wimp vibes. Ding. Limited time mission triggered. Host must perform a piano piece at the welcome party. Astonishing the audience will reward a mystery gift box. Accept? A limited time mission? The last newcomer's gift box had yielded an 18 million watch and a supercar, among other luxuries. Even if this mystery box wasn't as extravagant, it wouldn't disappoint. Plus, with his master-level piano performance skill, standing out at a routine freshman event would be effortless. System bro, consider it done. I just said I dislike trouble, but you barely qualify as a beauty. I attended the welcome party, but you owe me a meal. With that, Yang Yi strode out with Zhang Jian and the others, leaving Huang Yi no time to react. Wow, so charismatic. Instantly giving off domineering CEO vibes. Barely a beauty? I'll see how you perform later. Huang Yi came from a privileged background, her looks nothing short of goddess-like. Since childhood, she had been showered with applause and admiration. Yet Yang Yi's dismissive remark only fueled her competitive spirit. Her roommates, however, were utterly smitten by Yang Yi's striking appearance, gazing at him like love-struck fools. Only Wang Bo, standing to the side, cast a cold glare at his retreating figure. You, an outsider, dare to act superior in front of me? Just wait, I'll make you regret it. Brother Yi, even Huang Yi is just barely a beauty to you? Of course, unlike you, who eats just to fill your stomach. Brother Yi dines for pleasure, but Huang Yi really is quite beautiful. Ugh, talking to you is pointless. Amused by their bickering, Yang Yi interjected, all right, in a few days. I'll introduce you to some new friends, broaden your horizons. During heated moments when conflicts arose, these roommates had stood by him, earning Yang Yi's approval. Zhang Jian and Old Wang were locals of Qian City. Friends at Yang Yi's level could prove beneficial to their families, and both were eager for the opportunity. Damn, is that some rich kid confessing over there? 5 out of A4S. Just a modest display. Bro, you must have a strange definition of modest. Most people won't even drive an A4 in their lifetime. ISNT that's Xia Yao? Old Wang, sharp-eyed, recognized the girl as Xia Yao from the music department, whom they had recently hung out with. Should we check it out? Given that Yang Yi had seemed interested in her, Zhang Jian turned to him for direction. With physical capabilities 3 times that of an average person, Yang Yi's vision was exceptional. Even from over 100 meters away, he detected the faint displeasure on Xia Yao's face. Seems like she's being harassed. Let us go take a look. Xia Yao was one of his targets. Though not yet secured, he wouldn't let someone else cast their line. Yao Yao, please be my girlfriend. I'd do anything for you. As they approached, they saw a man in a white suit kneeling with flowers, pouring his heart out in a confession. A grand heart-shaped arrangement of roses surrounded them, mimicking a marriage proposal. Xiaolong, I don't like you. Stop bothering me. Yao Yao, ever since I saw you at the dance, I've been enchanted. If you agree to be mine, I'd give you everything. Undeterred, Zhao Long persisted shamelessly. TSK, TSK, TSK. If others don't like you, don't just stand there like a stubborn mule. It's practically coercion. Yang Yi could tell the man was merely infatuated and even seemed ready to get physical, so he stepped directly in front of Xia Yao, shielding her with a mocking tone. Who the hell are you? Since when do you get a say in my affairs? Who am I? Yang Yi wrapped an arm around Xia Yao's slender waist, giving it a playful squeeze before declaring, Now, tell me, who am I? Xia Yao hadn't expected Yang Yi to appear here, much less embrace her so boldly in public. Instinctively, she wanted to resist. But one glance at Zhao Long ahead made her hold back. Compared to Zhao Long, she preferred Yang Yi, seeing the goddess he had been fawning over for so long, without even the privilege of holding her hand, now nestled in another man's embrace without protest. Zhao Long's face twisted with fury. He had done his research. Xia Yao was a freshman in the music department, unattached, and without a boyfriend. This sudden interloper could only be a decoy she had enlisted. His gaze turned glacial, sharp as a blade as it settled on Yang Yi. Chapter 26. Let me show you what prestige really means, kid. Some stunts come with a price. In front of a crowd, the woman he had worshipped from afar was now in the arms of some random shield. It was a slap across his face. At present, Zhao Long had 5 cars and over a dozen men on his side, while Yang Yi stood with only 3, mere college students at that. So Zhao Long didn't hesitate to issue a threat. A price? Buddy, I get that someone as handsome as me might not fully grasp the sting of rejection. But just because you struck out doesn't mean you can't drive. What? You want me to chauffeur for you? Sorry, I'm booked. Got a date with Yao Yao. Holy shit. Haha. A chauffeur? That's rich. The onlookers burst into raucous laughter. You think I want to lay a finger on you right now? Zhao Long seethed. This punk had the audacity to mock him under threat. Clearly, his words meant nothing. Zhao Long was the son of a construction tycoon in Qian City, his family handling shady dealings through hired muscle. Ever since stumbling upon Xia Yao by chance, he had marked her as his own. Even if this was Qian University, where violence might carry consequences, Yang Yi's blatant disregard pushed him past restraint. Worse still, Yang Yi's hand kept kneading Xia Yao's waist. That was the final straw. Listen here, kid. Last chance. Take your hands off her, kneel, and kowtow 3 times. Maybe then I'll let this slide. Otherwise, I'll teach you what dignity really means. Besides, what can a broke college kid like you possibly offer her? Do you really expect her to go eat instant noodles with you? We are not even in the same social class. Do you understand? Pathetic loser. At this moment, Zhao Long wore an arrogant sneer on his face. In his eyes, someone like Yang Yi, a poor student with nothing but a silver tongue and slightly decent looks, was utterly beneath him. Life isn't just about love. It's also about bread. Oh, so you think you're rich? These 5 beat-up artists make you impressive? Yang Yi remained completely unfazed as he observed the dozen men and the 5 Audi A4s before him. A week ago, an A4 might have still been an unattainable luxury car for him. But now, he had over 300 million in cash alone. A measly 300,000 yuan sedan could hardly stir his emotions. Beat-up A4s. Kid, let me tell you, a poor loser like you could never afford one in your lifetime. Zhang Jian and the others nearby could no longer hold back their laughter. Yang Yi drove a supercar worth tens of millions. How could he possibly be unable to afford an A4? You're not actually interested in this nouveau riche, are you? Ignoring Zhao Long's barking, Yang Yi instead turned his gaze to Xia Yao in his arms. I've only met him once. I don't know how he got my info. You know the rest. Xia Yao quickly shook her head, not wanting Yang Yi to misunderstand because of Zhao Long. Even though they weren't officially together, she didn't want unnecessary complications. Good. You're really making me laugh, like an old lady burrowing under the covers for a joke. Yang Yi slowly removed his hand from Xia Yao's waist, meeting Zhao Long's furious glare with an amused smirk. A few shabby A4s. And you're already strutting around like a peacock? The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Long's face flushed crimson with humiliation. Stop running your mouth. I can't stand pretentious posers like you. Oh, I'm the poser? Yang Yi arched a brow. What, you disagree? Kid, I've seen countless people like you, acting all high and mighty when you're nothing but a broke nobody. Fine. It's not about the steamed buns. It's about pride. And I want T let anyone spread rumors about Yao Yao behind her back. Give me 20 minutes. I'll show you what real prestige looks like. With that, Yang Yi pulled out his phone, made a brief call, and then calmly returned to his spot. Well, where's this prestige you promised? Seeing Yang Yi fall silent after his call, Zhao Long and his crew instinctively assumed he was bluffing and immediately seized the chance to mock him. Huh. I thought this guy was something special, calling our cars beat up A4S. What? Does he think he owns a bank or something? Laughter erupted from Zhao Long's side as they hurled insults, trying to drown Yang Yi in their ridicule. Unfazed, Yang Yi simply ignored them, unwilling to waste his breath. Old Wang, however, couldn't he hold back. You idiots. Young Master Yi drives a multi-million-dollar McLaren. You really think he can't afford an A4? But instead of backing down, Zhao Long's group only grew more brazen. This is absolutely hilarious. A McLaren worth millions? If he could even produce an ordinary supercar, I'd smash it on the spot. Brother Long, I bet he bought some cheap knockoff brand. 20 minutes later, the awkward standoff was shattered by the roaring of engines. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, a fleet of supercars rolled into Qian University and pulled up on the sports field. Leading the pack was a crimson Porsche 918, followed by Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and other high-performance beasts. Holy shit, is this the rich kids of Qian City coming to pick up girls? That Porsche 918 at the front is worth 20 million. Could these supercars really be called by Yang Yi? No way. I recognize the guy in the lead. That's young Master Zhang from the Zhang Group. A family with billions in assets. In that instant, the 5 Audi A4S brought by Zhao Long indeed seemed as worthless as Yang Yi had claimed, just a bunch of broken Audis. The entire convoy consisted of 16 supercars. Led by the Scarlet 918, they encircled the 5 A4S Zhao Long had brought. Once all the cars came to a stop, the door of the 918 swung open first, and Zhang Yu stepped out with an easy smile. Following him, Wang Gang, Yang Jie, Wu Kai, Lu Bing, and others emerged from their cars and strode toward Yang Yi. Some of them Yang Yi had never even met before, but he quickly surmised they must be members of the supercar club. Zhao Long stood frozen in shock. He didn't recognize the figures at the front, but the blonde guy trailing behind them. He knew him. That was a bona fide second-generation heir from Qian City. His family worth billions. Zhao Long's own measly 20 million in assets paled in comparison. What happened next nearly made Zhao Long's eyes pop out of his skull. Zhang Yu, the leader of the pack, approached Yang Yi with surprising humility, casually offering him a cigarette before turning to glare icily at Zhao Long and his crew. So, you're the idiots trying to show off in front of Brother Yi? Chapter 27. They really smashed it despite Zhang Yu's usual playful demeanor. Growing up in a wealthy family had instilled in him an undeniable air of authority. Zhao Long, bearing the brunt of Zhang Yu's piercing gaze, felt 80% of that pressure bearing down on him. He knew these were people he could never afford to offend. The arrogance he displayed earlier had vanished, replaced by sheer panic. One word from them, and his family's modest business would crumble overnight. Under Zhang Yu's unrelenting stare, Zhao Long swallowed hard, his face twisting into an ingratiating smile. Big bro, this is all a misunderstanding. We're on the same side. I'm Zhao Long from Zhao Construction in the West District. I roll with Blondie here. With a nervous chuckle, Zhao Long glanced at the blonde guy behind Zhang Yu before hastily stepping forward to offer a cigarette, desperate to curry favor. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi sneered with disdain. This Zhao Long, who had just been acting as if he owned the world, had now turned into a groveling sycophant in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu glanced at Yang Yi before swatting away the cigarette Zhao Long offered. He then turned to the blonde-haired youth behind him and asked Blondie, "Is this guy under you?" Initially, when Blondie saw that it was Zhao Long who had offended Yang Yi, he instinctively shrank back into the crowd. After all, Yang Yi was someone even Zhang Yu had to curry favor with, someone he couldn't afford to cross. Now that Zhang Yu had called him out, Blondie was itching to slap Zhao Long twice across the face. Zhang Xiao, this kid's family runs a construction company in the west of the city. Their assets barely scratch a few tens of millions. His old man treated me to dinner twice just to secure a project. Blondie, whose real name was Li Yi, had family businesses concentrated in the Western District, which explained his prior interactions with Zhao Long. Zhang Xiao, this guy has nothing to do with me. Now that he has dared to offend Yi Xiao, even without your say-so, I'd be the first to deal with him. With that, Blondie stormed forward, grabbing Zhao Long by the collar and delivering a sharp slap across his face. Slap. The crisp sound of the strike echoed through the crowd. But Blondie didn't stop there. As he continued striking, he berated, "You blind, worthless dog. How dare you act all high and mighty in front of Yi Xiao? Today, I'll make sure you understand just how badly you've screwed up." Pointing at the others, he snarled, "That's Zhang Xiao from Zhangshi Group, Wang Xiao from Wangshi Group, and Yang Xiao from Yangshi Group." With each name, Zhao Long's face grew paler. "And Yi Xiao is someone they all go out of their way to befriend. And you had the nerve to act tough in front of him? Are you out of your damn mind?" After a few more blows, Blondie kicked Zhao Long away, panting as he turned to Yang Yi. "Yi Xiao, this idiot's nothing but a fool. Just tell me how you want him dealt with, and I'll make it happen." Meanwhile, Zhao Long lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen from the beating, yet he didn't dare resist in the slightest. "This guy tried to steal my girl and had the audacity to tell me a poor loser like me didn't deserve love. I called his car trash. But he didn't believe me, insisted on arguing, even said he'd smash his own car if I could call in his supercar." Yang Yi smirked. "Well, I'm a man of my word. I just wanted to see if he'd actually go through with it, so I gave Zhang Xiao a call." Glancing at Xia Yao beside Yang Yi and the flowers scattered around, the crowd easily pieced together the scenario. Yang Yi had returned to campus only to find another man making advances on his girl. "You dared to compete with Yi Xiao for a woman." Enraged, Blondie lunged at Zhao Long again, raining down punches and kicks. What mattered most in their circle? Face. Zhao Long's actions, publicly confessing to another man's girl while mocking him as unworthy of love, were utterly disgraceful. "Yi Xiao, how do you want to handle this?" Zhang Yu asked, eyeing the bruised and battered Zhao Long. Yang Yi's lips curled. "A bet's a bet. He lost. Now he has to keep his word. Don't accuse me of bullying you. Clean up this mess, and take those 5 cars outside to smash them yourself. After all, promises must be kept. Are we really letting this kid off so easily, Yi Xiao?" At that moment, Wang Gang, Yang Jie, and the others stepped forward, their cold gazes fixed on Zhao Long and his crew. "I still want to focus on my studies. This is a school after all." Yang Yi harbored no deep grudge against Zhao Long. It was merely his foul mouth and arrogance that warranted a lesson. Besides, with Xia Yao by his side, he couldn't afford to appear too ruthless in front of her. "Fine, we'll do as Yi Xiao says. And if any of you slack off while smashing those cars, I'll show you what real force feels like." Wang Gang spat at Zhao Long with disdain, his voice icy. "Gongzi, you took all the good lines. What's left for me to say?" Yang Jie shot Wang Gang a resentful look, his carefully rehearsed intimidation now deflated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Long and his men hastily cleaned up the scene before sheepishly driving the 5 Audis out of Qian University. Retrieving tools from the trunks, they began demolishing the cars with reckless abandon, as though they weren't their own. Holy shit, they're actually smashing them? Those cars cost hundreds of thousands. Bruised and battered, Zhao Long swung a wrench furiously at a brand new A4, his heart bleeding with every strike, yet he dared not hold back even slightly. "Did you forget to eat? Smash them. Harder." The onlookers marveled at Zhao Long's frenzied demolition, while Zhang Jian and Old Wang's admiration for Yang Yi soared to new heights. They had assumed Yang Yi operated on the 3rd level, only to realize he was playing on the 10th. As locals of Qian City, they understood far better than Yang Yi the influence these second-generation elites wielded. "So, Yi Xiao, how has the turnout today?" The moment Zhang Xiao sent the message in the group, the brothers rushed over. Yang Jie smoothed his hair, grinning smugly. "Not bad. I'll host a gathering soon to thank everyone." "Yang Lao-san, what is there to boast about? If you could master Yi Xiao's uncanny ability to spot inexperienced girls, then you'd really have something to brag about." Wang Gang, having benefited from Yang Yi's guidance twice now, regarded him with near reverence. "Damn, I almost forgot. Yi Xiao, you're a legend. Those 2 last night were absolute professionals. How the hell did you figure it out?" Noticing their fervent curiosity, Yang Yi glanced at Xia Yao beside him and replied cryptically, "Some secrets are not meant to be shared. All right, let us not keep Yi Xiao from his important business. Time to wrap this up." Zhang Yu and his entourage departed as swiftly as they had arrived. Moments later, the roar of over a dozen supercars faded into the distance. Zhang Jian and the others tactfully excused themselves, leaving only Yang Yi and Xia Yao standing face to face under the quiet sky. Chapter 28. Fame spreads across Qian University. On a secluded path within Qian University's campus, Yang Yi and Xia Yao walked side by side. "Has anyone told you that you look rather peculiar today?" Yang Yi broke the silence first, his gaze fixed on Xia Yao's face, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. From childhood, numerous suitors had pursued Xiaoyao, only to be mercilessly rejected. But Yang Yi was different. He stirred emotions within her, unsettling the tranquility of her heart. Peculiar how? Xiaoyao touched her face, checking if her makeup had smudged or if something was amiss. Seeing this, Yang Yi decided not to tease her further and spoke directly. Peculiarly beautiful. Lately, Yang Yi had picked up many cheesy pickup lines from online jokes and couldn't resist testing them on Xiaoyao. Puffed. The tension dissolved as Xiaoyao burst into laughter, her pearly teeth peeking through her fingers, radiant and enchanting. Who would have thought a young master like you would spout such corny lines? In Xiaoyao's eyes, someone like Yang Yi, raised in luxury, seemed worlds apart from such flirtatious banter. Yet here he was, delivering it with unexpected charm. Relaxed now, Xiaoyao grew lively, chatting animatedly with Yang Yi. Yang Yi, do you like me? After 2 meetings, each time yielding to his embrace without resistance. And today, when he summoned over a dozen supercars to teach Zhao Long a lesson, she had experienced something entirely new. Gathering her courage, she posed the question outright. Yang Yi was taken aback by her sudden bluntness. But the intimacy system's scan revealed all. Intimacy level, 85 points. Beyond 80 points, it surpassed ordinary friendship. At 90, it reached romantic territory. Xiaoyao's feelings for him now hovered between fondness and deeper affection, requiring just a little more nurturing. Gently smoothing her wind-tousled hair, Yang Yi gazed at her tenderly. Who wouldn't adore beauty? Especially a goddess like you. Annoying. Xiaoyao scoffed playfully before leaning close to his ear. Her voice a whisper. Then I'll be waiting for you to chase me. Trained in music, she was bold by nature. Previously, she had felt a distance between them. But now, liberated, her mischievous side emerged. Before Yang Yi could react, her lips brushed his cheek in a fleeting kiss. Then, with a teasing glance, she darted away. I'm performing at the freshman welcome party in 2 weeks. If you're brave enough, I'll see you there. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Yi chuckled softly. Now this is university life. Meanwhile, the campus forums and social media erupted. Shocking. Why did 16 supercars storm the campus? Outrageous. Wealthy heir loses sanity, smashes 5 audis. Heartbreak. Music department's bell already taken. At this moment, various communication platforms of Qian University were abuzz with discussions about the recent events, for gossip is universally appealing. Riding this wave, Yang Yi became an overnight sensation across the entire Qian University circle. Meanwhile, Zhao Long lay utterly exhausted on the ground, gazing at the 5 battered cars before him, resembling nothing more than scrap metal. A faint sense of relief flickered across his face. The absence of Huang Mao and his gang meant the ordeal was over. At least his family wouldn't be dragged into it. Long Xiao, should we keep smashing? A panting underling approached Zhao Long cautiously. Keep smashing my ass. Call someone to clean this up and take me home. Zhao Long no longer harbored any inappropriate thoughts about Xiaoyao. The mere thought of the influence behind Yang Yi sent chills down his spine. He never imagined he'd provoked the top-tier heir of Qian City's elite. Fortunately, all he suffered was a beating and the loss of 5 cars. When Yang Yi returned to the dormitory, Zhang Jian and Lao Wang exchanged meaningful glances. Yi Xiao, did you conquer the beauty Xiaoyao? What nonsense. Clearly, Yi Xiao was the one conquered by her. Noticing their mischievous grins, Yang Yi instantly grasped their insinuation and retorted. The pleasures of a playboy are beyond the comprehension of mere simps like you. Damn, why did we even provoke him? Just as Zhang Jian and Lao Wang lamented, Li Su burst into the room. Brothers, have you heard? A major incident just happened at Qian University. He gulped down a mouthful of water, his face alight with astonishment. What major incident? Did Teacher Tsang visit Qian University? Or did you finally get a girlfriend? Having just been humiliated by Yang Yi, Zhang Jian and Lao Wang redirected their frustration toward Li Su. What the hell? Haven't you checked the forums? Some rich heir just rolled up to campus with 16 supercars to impress a girl. 16. Do you even understand what that means? Damn, Qian University is full of wealthy people. Realizing what Li Su was referring to, Zhang Jian and Lao Wang lost interest. The man himself is standing right in front of you, and you're still losing your mind over it. What else with your expressions? That heir is trending now. I heard tons of girls are trying to track him down to take him down. If only I had that kind of attention. Or at least befriended him. Maybe he'd lend me a supercar for a spin. That'd be the peak of life. Don't you think so, Yi Xiao? Seeing Zhang Jian and Lao Wang ignore him, Li Su turned to Yang Yi, rambling excitedly. Well, having too many admirers can be troublesome too. Damn, I almost forgot you're loaded too. Talking to you is like casting pearls before swine. Remembering Yang Yi's multi-million-dollar McLaren, Li Su once again realized he'd chosen the wrong audience. Stop right there. The heir you're raving about is Yi Xiao. Lucky for you. You didn't badmouth him behind his back. Old Wang, unable to bear the awkward atmosphere any longer, broke the silence by recounting the events of that afternoon. What? You're saying that Wang is actually young Master Yi? Here I was desperately simping for the goddess, while she was already wagging her tail for you. In that moment, Li Su deeply felt the gap between himself and Yang Yi. You only see the happiness on my surface, unaware that behind the scenes, I'm even happier than you could imagine. Listen to that. Does that even sound like something a human would say? Yang Yi effortlessly delivered a Versailles-level flex, pushing his 3 roommates' resentment to its peak. All right, I'll take you 3 out for some fun another day, girls of your choice. Worried that further teasing might shatter their fragile hearts, Yang Yi stopped joking and instead extended an invitation, offering them a generous perk. We've been waiting for you to say that. His words instantly lit up their eyes. Last time, when he mentioned introducing them to some friends, they hadn't taken it seriously. But today, the prestige Yang Yi displayed had left Zhang Jian and Old Wang utterly stunned. Getting acquainted with figures like Zhang Yu would bring them immense benefits. Naturally, they were brimming with anticipation. Chapter 29. This is what a true online tycoon looks like. After some idle chatter, the group learned from Li Su that they had the rest of the afternoon off, with a grueling 2-week military training starting the next day. The mention of military training immediately turned Zhang Jian and Old Wang's faces ashen. As the top university in Xian province, Xian University's training instructors were active duty soldiers, known for their rigorous drills. Rumor had it that in previous years, many students had fainted from heat stroke due to the intensity. Zhang Jian and Old Wang feared they might join the ranks of the fallen. However, since active duty soldiers conducted the training, the final day would include live-fire shooting practice, a small silver lining that sparked some excitement. After all, what guy doesn't love guns? After a brief chat, Yang Yi climbed into bed and picked up his phone. Exchanging a few messages with some of his potential romantic interests, he then opened Shark Live. After all, earning cash back through tipping was serious business, not to be delayed. As the hottest live streaming platform at the time, Shark Live hosted a variety of streamers. But Yang Yi's goal was clear. Seek out high-quality female streamers, scoring 8 or above, shower them with gifts, and reap the cashback rewards. It was around noon, and Lu Xiaoyu wasn't live, so Yang Yi browsed aimlessly, until he stumbled upon a stunning 92-point beauty. On stream, Yang Xiaoming, dressed in simple attire, carried 2 boxes of nutritional supplements into the home of an impoverished elderly man. Grandpa, I'm a member of the Qian Province Love and Mutual Aid Association. I've come to visit you today and brought some supplements, wishing you good health. Her warm, affectionate smile in the live stream brought a touch of comfort to the lonely elderly. In the mountainous regions of our province, there are many elderly left behind and impoverished families struggling to survive. They desperately need our collective attention and support. Those with the means, please extend a little kindness. Let us warm this world together. Xiaoming, nowadays people only care about tipping those scantily clad streamers. Getting them to donate for a cause like this is nearly impossible. Having followed this streamer for 2 years, I can attest that her charity work is genuine. Xiaoming isn't just beautiful on the outside. Her heart is even more radiant. I heard their team's funds have run dry these past few years, which is why Xiaoming started streaming to raise money for their initiatives. My means are modest, but I'll contribute 100. Spend wisely where needed. And I'll pitch in 50. Thank you all for your help, and please give only what you can afford. Even small donations of a few dollars or tens of yuan are deeply cherished by Yang Xiaoming, for she understands they come from the kindness of people's hearts. As Yang Yi's gaze lingered on this humble live stream with just over 4,000 viewers, he paused, then entered the stream without hesitation. Ding. Successfully bound to little fish. Name: Yang Xiaoming. Height: 172 centimeters. Appearance score: 92. Favorability: 20. Mission reward: every expenditure on little fish yields a 10-fold cashback. Daily cap: 100 million. Ceases upon capture. Once favorability reaches 95, a sincere love is secured, granting 1 special skill, 10 attribute points, full refund of all expenditures. Xiaomingjia. Let us head to the next household. After this, we'll need to return. With a faint sigh, Xiaoming turned to the camera. Everyone, due to limited funding, We'll have to pause our village visits after this next stop and return to Qian City to regroup. We'll resume once we raised enough resources. Xiaoming, we'll always support you. To verify whether this streamer's charity was genuine, Yang Yi meticulously observed her entire home visit process. Her sweet smile, unpretentious demeanor, and sincere words left no room for doubt. Noticing the elderly resident's difficulty in managing chores, Xiaoming rolled up her sleeves without hesitation and swiftly tidied the cluttered home. 20 minutes later, the once messy room was spotless. Who knew the Shark platform had such an uplifting streamer? This is a cause worth investing in. Just as Xiaoming prepared to end the stream after leaving the elderly resident's home, a sudden barrage of rockets lit up the chat. Xiaomingjia, check the stream, quick. Did another kind soul send gifts? Assuming it was just another small donation, Xiaoming barely reacted. Currently, the team faced dire straits. They needed at least 100,000 yuan to gather supplies for their next round of visits. A few scattered donations of tens or hundreds wouldn't make a dent in their predicament. Yang Xiaoming was about to end her live stream to raise funds when another kind-hearted soul extended a sliver of generosity. Though it couldn't resolve her current predicament, she felt compelled to express heartfelt gratitude. Just watch the live stream and you'll understand. Goodness, why are you so flustered all of a sudden? Yang Xiaoming gently brushed the dust off her clothes and took the phone. The moment she glanced at the screen, her eyes widened in astonishment. Rooted to the spot in disbelief. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has sent 1,000 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has sent 1,100 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has sent 1,200 rockets. By now, Yang Yi had already gifted over 1,000 virtual rockets in Yang Xiaoming's livestream. At Shark Platform's exchange rate of 1,000 yuan per rocket, his donations had surpassed 1 million yuan. Under this relentless barrage of digital fireworks, the popularity of her live stream skyrocketed instantaneously. Kind sir, this is more than enough. These gifts alone could sustain our team's operations for quite some time. Please, there's no need for further generosity. Overwhelmed by this sudden windfall, Yang Xiaoming quickly attempted to dissuade him. Her charity live streams weren't meant for excessive personal gain, and seeing Yang Ye's unstoppable munificence nearing 2 million yuan, she felt compelled to intervene. Yet Yang Ye's fingers danced across the screen with lightning speed, his philanthropic spree undeterred. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has sent 2,000 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has sent 3,000 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has sent 4,000 rockets. The deluge of 4,000 virtual rockets propelled Yang Xiaoming's livestream to the platform's top ranking, drawing swarms of curious onlookers into her channel. Damn, this hostess is stunning. Oh, it's Lord Shrimp launching rockets again. Nothing unusual then. Lord Shrimp's taste is impeccable, only courting the most exquisite streamers. Is this how the wealthy find amusement? Yang Yi had already gained notoriety on Shark Platform days earlier when he'd gifted thousands of rockets to support Lu Xiaoyu during a ranking battle. Now, seeing him lavish attention on another 92-rated beauty, the audience took it in stride. Chapter 30. We owe Lord Shrimp an apology, the previous recipient of Yang Ye's million-yuan generosity. Streamer Angel's Feather had mysteriously gone offline for 2 days, a hiatus the public attributed to succumbing to his financial courtship. Now, witnessing another 1,000 rocket bombardment directed at a beautiful hostess, spectators naturally assumed history was repeating itself. Under the influence of extreme wealth resentment, some misinformed users began venting their frustrations. Think money makes you special? You're ruining the purity of live streaming culture. First you whisk away Xiaoyu, now you're chasing another girl? Leave some for the rest of us. Taste that? The bitter tang of envy from these sour grapes. Under the overwhelming surge of popularity, a motley crew of spectators flooded into Yang Xiaoming's live stream. There were onlookers drawn by the spectacle, mockers targeting Yang Yi, and even mindless trolls spewing vitriol indiscriminately. Their venom wasn't just directed at Yang Yi. Host Yang Xiaoming also became collateral damage, as the screen drowned in a deluge of vulgarity. The once harmonious atmosphere of the stream was obliterated in an instant. Yet Yang Yi, engrossed in launching rockets, remained blissfully unaware. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sends 7,000 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sends 8,000 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sends 9,000 rockets. Yang Ye's extravagant display immediately caught the attention of Shark Platform's top management. After all, a tycoon who could drop 9,000 rockets in one go was unprecedented in the platform's history. As the numbers continued to climb, speculation ran wild. Could Shrimp Boss be aiming for 10,000? Amidst the collective anticipation, 9, 100, 9, 200, 9, 300. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp sends 10,000 rockets. Holy, did he really just launch 10,000 rockets? Shrimp Boss is insane. Back in the dormitory of Qian University, Yang Yi flexed his aching wrists, gazing at the staggering number on his screen. Gifting isn't as easy as it looks. Maybe Sharp Platform should increase the gift denominations. Young Master Yi, who knew even someone like you had such tastes? Li Su, sprawled on the adjacent bed, smirked suggestively as he watched Yang Yi exhaustedly flop onto his mattress, still massaging his right hand. What tastes? You know what I mean. Li Su waggled his eyebrows with a lecherous grin. You're disgusting. As a seasoned veteran of innuendos, Yang Yi immediately caught the implication. My hand is sore from spamming rockets. You pervert. Do I look like someone who needs to shift gears manually? He rolled his eyes at Li Su's depraved imagination. Sore from gifting rockets? Young Master Yi, don't tell me you're the legendary Shrimp Boss who just dropped 10,000 rockets in that stream. Old Wong, who had been idly watching the broadcast, bolted upright in shock. 10,000 rockets? That's 10 million yuan. Zhang Jian's jaw dropped as he gaped at Yang Yi. A mischievous glint flickered in Yang Yi's eyes. Setting down his phone and straightening his collar with exaggerated flair, he declared, I had hoped to walk among you as an ordinary man, yet all I received was misunderstanding. No more pretenses, I confess. I am Shrimp Boss. I am a billionaire. Damn. 10 million, young Master Yi. Money is but a number, neither carried at birth nor taken in death. Enough for a lifetime of indulgence for most. Yet I have no interest in wealth. Under Yang Yi's masterful display of humble bragging, the dormitory trio collectively descended into existential despair. On the other side, Yang Xiaoming was utterly stunned. 10,000 rockets. That was a solid 10 million yuan. Even after the platform's cut, she would still receive approximately 7 million. Anchor. Stay true to your heart and continue your philanthropic work. Reach out anytime if you need anything. As the highest-ranking Emperor Noble on the platform, Yang Yi's comment, bolded and highlighted in red, dominated the live stream. Silence. Lord Shrimp has spoken. Philanthropy? I thought this anchor was just shaking her waist and showing some leg. My hand aches just thinking about it. When will I ever reach Lord Shrimp's level? You? Dream on. That's 10,000 rockets. 10 million yuan. Go wash up and sleep, kid. Meanwhile, at Sharp Platform headquarters, executives were glued to Yang Xiaoming's stream. The 10,000 rocket barrage demanded their full attention. Soon, Yang Yi's bolded, red comment caught their eyes. Operations team. Add higher value gifts immediately. Can't you see our generous patron's hand is sore from clicking? Director, what denominations should we add? Are you in operations, or am I? Must I spell everything out? Thus, influenced by Yang Yi, Sharp Platform swiftly introduced a 100,000 yuan aircraft carrier and a 1,000,000 yuan spaceship. Back in the stream, Yang Xiaoming expressed heartfelt gratitude to Yang Yi, vowing to allocate every cent of his donation to impoverished communities. Yang Yi, however, remained indifferent. Ding. Host successfully spent 10 million yuan on streamer Yang Xiaoming. 100 million yuan cashback has been credited. Spending 10 million to gain 100 million while contributing to charity, what could be more gratifying? As for the trolls in the chat, he dismissed them with a single remark. Netizens, spare me your unsolicited advice. Remember this, when you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. Lord Shrimp, magnificent. These mindless trolls have been grating on my nerves. Conspiracy. Officially verified, streamer Yang Xiaoming is a philanthropic, positive energy anchor. Lord Shrimp's 10 million yuan donation is operational funding for her struggling charity team. So Lord Shrimp wasn't simping. He was supporting a cause? No wonder he urged her to stay true to her heart. Read between the lines of his earlier comment. He was subtly mocking those toxic trolls. As Yang Xiaoming's explanation unfolded, the audience gradually understood. Yang Yi's generosity was purely altruistic, meant to spread compassion where it was needed most. I once believed Lord Shrimp had ulterior motives for donating to female streamers. Shame on me for joining those trolls earlier. I'm despicable. I'm guilty. Boss Shrimp has given so much, yet is met with misunderstanding from netizens. He must feel deeply wronged. Faced with widespread misinterpretation, Boss Shrimp did not erupt in anger. Instead, he uttered a profoundly philosophical remark to express his resignation. Boss Shrimp, we have underestimated your depth. We owe you an apology. Chapter 31. The Pippi Incident. By now, Yang Yi had already left Yang Xiaoming's livestream, having maxed out his daily rebate limit of 100 million. It was time to shift focus to another promising streamer. With nearly 1 million viewers tuning in, Yang Xiaoming seized the momentum to promote her charitable cause, instantly gaining tens of thousands of new followers from the massive audience. But what truly left an impression on her was the generous donor known as Rampaging Mantis Shrimp. In a rural village in Guizhou, Yang Xiaoming ended her livestream and pulled out her phone. Through the Shark platform's backend, she located the user Rampaging Mantis Shrimp and sent a friend request. Xiaomingjia, the funding we just received is enough to sustain our team for at least half a year. Her assistant, beaming with excitement, swiftly packed up the streaming equipment. Precisely because of this, we must work even harder to uphold the integrity of our charity efforts and not betray the kindness of our supporters, Yang Xiaoming replied. Her family was far from struggling. Upon graduating, she had been expected to join the family business. Yet she declined, choosing instead to dedicate herself to philanthropy, venturing into rural areas to drive meaningful change. Meanwhile, across Shark platform's live streams, discussions about Rampaging Mantis Shrimp's staggering 1 million yuan donation for charity dominated conversations. We've heard of wealthy patrons splurging on streamers, but never seen someone invest so selflessly in a cause. Boss Shrimp is truly a breath of fresh air in this industry. I, Long Outyin, hereby declare my unwavering loyalty to Boss Shrimp. Anyone who dares slander him in my presence will have me to answer to. I, Zhao Ritian, second that. And I, Dongmin Darren, stand with them. In an instant, Yang Yi became a revered figure on Shark platform, earning widespread admiration. Unaware of this newfound acclaim, Yang Yi had already moved on, discovering 2 new talent streamers with ratings above 8. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has gifted 100 rockets. Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has gifted 100 rockets. Zhanya, an ordinary graduate student specializing in the promotion of Guizhou's ethnic minority attire, had amassed nearly 100,000 followers thanks to her striking 85-100 looks. Through her live streams on Shark platform, she showcased the intricate craftsmanship behind these traditional garments, helping rural artisans bring their unique creations to urban markets. Today, as usual, she meticulously explained the process of crafting ethnic minority clothing with patience and detail. Suddenly, her screen flashed. A system notification appeared. Imperial Noble Rampaging Mantis Shrimp has entered the live stream. Welcome, Imperial Noble, to the live stream. Usually, it's folk culture enthusiasts who visit her live stream to exchange ideas. Never before had someone of imperial stature graced the broadcast. Yet Zhanya promptly extended her welcome. Damn, it's Boss Shrimp. 666. Caught a wild Boss Shrimp in action. Bro, is this Boss Shrimp really that famous? Some fans unfamiliar with Yang Ye's reputation noticed the chat flooding with mentions of him and couldn't help but ask, famous? You don't even know Boss Shrimp? He.s. the philanthropy ambassador of Shark platform, casually dropped 10,000 rockets for charity. Who would be thought he'd show up here? Maybe he's here to support rural industries? With Yang Ye's sudden appearance, the number of viewers in Zhang Ye's stream doubled in an instant. Am I really this well known? In his dorm room, Yang Yi stared at the barrage of comments on his phone, utterly bewildered. All he had done was donate 10 million in gifts to a charity team. How had he suddenly become Shark platform's goodwill ambassador with such a devoted following? Boss Shrimp, I'm Long Outyin. From now on, you're the leader of our Pippi clan. All hail the clan leader. Clan leader is legendary. Long Outyin, the head of an online troll army, seized Yang Yi's viral fame to establish the Pippi clan, a fan group named after the playful moniker in Yang Yi's username. Part admiration, part opportunism, he aimed to harness Yang Yi's influence for traffic. What the hell? Pippi clan leader? Yang Yi cringed at the absurdity of the chat, his brows furrowing in second-hand embarrassment. Little streamer, I see you're a dreamer. I've decided to bestow upon you an opportunity. You must elevate these ethnic minority products to greatness. Damn. Is the clan leader about to unleash his money-throwing mode again? Supporting ethnic culture? Now that's vision. I thought he was operating on the 3rd level. Turns out he's on the 9th. Respect. Amid the flurry of comments, rockets launched one after another. 10 minutes later, 5,000 rockets had been sent, not because Yang Yi ran out of funds, but because his hand ached from the relentless tapping. Ding. Host has successfully spent 5 million renminbi on streamer Zhanya, receiving a 50 million renminbi rebate. Funds have been transferred. With another 50 million in his account, Yang Yi stumbled upon a lucrative new strategy, showering high-tier female streamers, those scoring above 810, with lavish gifts. But he wasn't indiscriminate. His focus remained on charity streamers and talented performers. Those who relied on mere suggestive movements earned not a single cent from him. Boss Shrimp, I have dreams too. Clan leader. I'm also an ambitious youth. Wherever Yang Yi went, his entourage of netizens flooded the chat with fervent messages. To these overzealous fans, he responded with an amused smile, casually dropping a few million before vanishing, leaving them with just enough hope to cling to. In the span of an hour, Yang Yi had tipped over 30 million yuan worth of virtual gifts on Shark platform. Thanks to the cashback mechanism, his personal assets skyrocketed to more than 600 million. Flexing his fingers, sore from incessantly tapping the rocket gift button, he promptly closed the platform. Having generously rewarded all the high-quality talent streamers, he couldn't be bothered with the rest who merely relied on revealing attire. Damn, what are you guys doing crowding behind me? Turning around, Yang Yi found his 3 roommates standing in stunned silence, their expressions blank. 30 million. That's enough for me to live lavishly for a lifetime. Such reckless extravagance. Yi, are you some secret love child of Jack Ma? Or is Wang sick on your brother? Absolutely inhuman. With this move, you must have gotten a bunch of female streamers' contact info, right? Shit. I was so focused on tipping that I forgot to ask for their numbers. Slapping his forehead at his roommate's reminder, Yang Yi realized his oversight. Reopening Shark platform, he found over 20 streamers had already sent him friend requests. He accepted the one from the philanthropic streamer Yang Xiaoming first, added a few others based on first impressions, and ignored the rest. Ugh, how bothersome to be the one getting pursued. Under Yang Yi's humble brag, his roommates sank into another bout of online melancholy. Chapter 32. Hero saves beauty at 4 in the afternoon. Yang Yi was roused by his ringing phone. Hello? Young Master Yi, this is the Yunfu Mall auto showroom. All the paperwork for your Bugatti Veyron is complete. Should we deliver it to your specified location, or? Damn, I almost forgot about this. Originally purchased for 60 million, the Bugatti had remained at the dealership due to paperwork delays, slipping his mind entirely. Just deliver it to the entrance of Qianda University. Understood. Young Master Yi, we estimate arrival around 5 o'clock. After hanging up, Yang Yi freshened up with a quick wash. Checking his phone, he found messages from Lu Xiaoyu, Li Na, and other little fishes he'd tipped. Replying took nearly 10 minutes. Too many fish, too exhausting. By 5, Yang Yi arrived at the university gates to find a massive crowd gathered around a transport truck. The spectacle wasn't the truck itself, but the 60 million yuan Bugatti Veyron atop it. Excuse me, let me through. Embarrassed by the commotion, Yang Yi hadn't anticipated such a scene. He'd have discreetly picked up the car had he known. Stop shoving. It's not like it's your car. A jostled student snapped as Yang Yi pushed toward the Bugatti. Brother, don't be so restless. This kind of car isn't something people like us can own. This car is actually mine. Despite the inexplicable mockery from the two strangers, Yang Yi suppressed his irritation and spoke up. Your car? I bet you just want to take photos with it to show off. Young man, I see right through you. Do you even know what this is? A Bugatti Veyron. If you so much as scratch it, selling yourself wouldn't cover the cost. Seeing their smug expressions, Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply pushed past them and approached the car. Young Master Yi. The moment Yang Yi reached the vehicle, a manager-like figure hurried over. Young Master Yi. I'm Xiao Lu from Yunfu Mall. I was the one who assisted you during your purchase. For a VIP client like Yang Yi, the sales manager had long memorized his face. Yang Yi gave a slight nod before instructing, unload the car. Right away, with Yang Yi's approval, the sales manager immediately arranged for professionals to carefully unload the vehicle. A top-tier luxury car like this could cost them years of wages with just a single scratch. So everyone handled it with extreme caution. Yang Yi then glanced back at the two who had mocked him earlier. Their faces were flushed, heads lowered as they retreated in embarrassment. They never imagined Yang Yi was the owner of this ultra-luxury car. Humiliated, they couldn't bear to stay and slunk away. 10 minutes later, the dark red Bugatti Veyron was perfectly unloaded. The sales manager respectfully handed the keys to Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, the license plate starts with the initials of your name, followed by 3 8s. Is that acceptable? Qian 888. Not bad, I like it. The fact that the dealership had secured such a plate showed they had put in real effort, which pleased Yang Yi. All right, you can go now. I'll contact you if I need anything else. With the help of his professional driving skills, Yang Yi quickly mastered the controls of the supercar, weaving effortlessly through traffic. A single press of the accelerator sent the speedometer past 100 km/h in just 2 seconds. After a brief test drive, Yang Yi returned to Qian University. Since it was already mealtime, he planned to treat his roommates to a lavish meal before their military training began. Under Yang Yi's arrangement, the four of them rode together in Zhang Jian's BMW 5 Series to an upscale private restaurant in the university's food district. Military training starts tomorrow, so let us keep the drinking light. Yang Yi ordered a full table of signature dishes, but, considering the next day's training, limited the alcohol to just a case of beer. Meeting each other is fate. As brothers, we should set everything else aside and focus on camaraderie. Enough talk. This first round is on me. Yang Yi intended to bond sincerely with his roommates. Over the past few days, he noticed a certain distance between them, so he raised his glass with genuine warmth. The group watched as Yang Yi downed an entire large glass of beer in one go, instantly sensing the sincerity in his gesture. Brother Yi, no need for words. Let's drink. Haha. No matter how wealthy you are, you'll always be my brother. And don't forget, you promised to introduce me to the campus goddess. Zhang Jian and the others promptly followed suit, chugging their own glasses of beer. Previously, they had maintained a certain distance from Yang Yi, intimidated by his wealth and background. But as the alcohol flowed, the youthful fervor and carefree spirit washed away any lingering reservations. Brother Yi, you've completely shattered my worldview these past 2 days, spending over 30 million in a single afternoon. Tell me about it. I thought driving a BMW 5 Series to school was impressive, but it's not even worth one of his supercar's tires. Drink up. After polishing off a whole case of beer, they had barely touched the food but had poured their hearts out, deepening their understanding of one another. All right, let's head back and rest up. We've got military training tomorrow. By now, it was already 8 p.m., and the group stepped out of the private room, ready to call a designated driver to return to Qian University. Just as they exited, they heard a furious shout from the neighboring room. You damn bitch. Don't push your luck. If you don't drink this, you're not leaving tonight. A slender figure then burst out of the adjacent room, pursued by 2 men hurling curses. Seeing the girl running toward them, Yang Yi and his friends halted. Junior, help me. Wang Yuni, who had just fled the room, spotted the group of young men and immediately rushed toward them. Upon recognizing Yang Yi, the freshman she had helped during registration, she pleaded for assistance. At her cry, Yang Yi took a closer look. It was her, the fish fairy Wang Yuni, who had guided him during enrollment. Looks like I can't avoid this situation. Seeing her panic, Yang Yi stepped forward and shielded her behind him. Junior, please help. These men are trying to harm me. Wang Yuni gasped for breath, one hand clutching her chest, the other on her waist, her heaving bosom a sight to behold. Meanwhile, the 2 pursuers glared coldly at Yang Yi and his friends. This doesn't concern you. Don't make trouble for yourselves, unless you've got a death wish. Oh, really? You're threatening me? The moment Wang Yuni spoke, Yang Yi knew there was no backing out, and now that they dared to threaten him, well, this act had to be seen through. Chapter 33. Fate works in mysterious ways. Kid, this girl belongs to Brother Long. Stay out of it, if you know what's good for you. Seeing Yang Yi's group stand their ground, the 2 lackeys tried intimidation. After all, they were outnumbered in a direct fight. What is going on here? Gazing at Wang Yuni, who was hiding behind him with a panicked expression, Yang Yi restrained himself from speaking out immediately. Some of my family's business dealings are entangled with theirs. Today they specifically requested me to come for negotiations. At first, everything seemed normal, but after a few drinks, they became increasingly bold, trying to get me drunk and even making inappropriate advances. I took the chance to slip away when they weren't paying attention. Wang Yuni's voice trembled with unshed tears, her mind struggling to comprehend why her parents had sent her to negotiate with Zhao Long. Within moments, Yang Yi pieced together the situation. Wang Yuni's family business was at a disadvantage in their dealings with the Zhao family. In a bid to secure their interests, her parents had compromised, leading to this arrangement where she was expected to entertain Zhao Long over dinner. All right, leave the rest to me. Yang Yi gently patted Wang Yuni's shoulder, guiding her to stand behind their group before turning to face the 2 lackeys. Today, you won't be taking her away. That is final. Hearing this, warmth surged in Wang Yuni's heart, and her gaze toward Yang Yi flickered with newfound admiration. Damn, you think you're tough, huh? Just you wait. I'll make sure you regret this. Seeing Yang Yi and his companions adamant about interfering, the 2 lackeys dropped all pretense. One stormed off to summon reinforcements while the other remained, glaring menacingly. Yi Xiao, should we call for backup? Zhang Jian, wary of being outnumbered, stepped forward to ask. No need. Let us see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Yang Yi scoffed coldly and waved dismissively. His current physical prowess was 3 times that of an average person, and with his mastery of the ancient martial art iron shirt, dealing with a few thugs was hardly a challenge. Meanwhile, in a private room, Zhao Long, his face bruised and swollen, sat at the head of the table, flanked by over a dozen lackeys. Humph, that little bitch dares to disobey? Once Wang Er brings her back, I'll teach her how to behave properly. Amidst the sycophantic flattery of his underlings, he downed a shot of liquor in one gulp. Still seething from his humiliating rejection by Xia Yao earlier that day, and the subsequent beating by Yang Yi, he had reached a breaking point. Upon learning from his subordinates about a supplier's beautiful daughter, he had seized the opportunity to pressure her family, intending to get Wang Yuni drunk and take advantage of her. Then let us toast in advance to Long Xiao's conquest of the beauty. May Long Xiao enjoy endless nights of revelry with her by his side. Under the chorus of fawning praise, Zhao Long finally cracked a smile. The gloom of the afternoon momentarily alleviated. Yet just as Zhao Long and his entourage were clinking glasses, Wang Er burst into the room in a frenzy. Wang Er, what's with the recklessness? Long Xiao brought you out tonight to broaden your horizons. This behavior is unacceptable. The head lackey, irritated by Wang Er's abrupt entrance and agitated demeanor, couldn't help but reprimand him. Enough. Just be more careful next time. Zhao Long waved dismissively before narrowing his eyes. Well, did you two handle the task? Where is she? Seeing Wang Er return alone without Wang Yuni, Zhao Long set down his wine glass with a hint of displeasure. Brother Long, a few students outside are protecting her. Big head and I couldn't handle them. We need more men to teach them a lesson. Someone dares to interfere with my business? Zhao Long, accustomed to throwing his weight around the university district thanks to his family's influence, was instantly infuriated at the thought of anyone daring to defy him. If I can't handle the top-tier young masters, how could I possibly fail against a few students? Everyone follow me. Let us show them who really runs this place. At that moment, Zhao Long swaggered with confidence, leading a dozen lackeys behind him, exuding the aura of a gang leader. In the restaurant hall, Yang Yi remained utterly composed, engaging in casual conversation with Wang Yuni and the others, completely unfazed by the looming threat. Though Zhang Jian and the others felt a twinge of unease, they stood resolutely behind Yang Yi. Before long, Zhao Long strode in with his entourage, his presence causing other patrons to shrink away. Even the restaurant owner cowered in silence. Who dares disrespect Zhao Long? His furious roar preceded his arrival. The remaining lackeys, emboldened by Zhao Long's arrival, sneered, Kid, consider this your last warning. Kneel and beg Brother Long for mercy now, and maybe he'll spare you. Wang Yuni, seeing Zhao Long with his dozen thugs, tensed up again. She dared not call the police. She now understood why her parents had insisted she dine with Zhao Long alone. They wanted her to build a connection with him. If she involved the authorities, she would only invite ruthless retaliation. At that moment, despair crept over her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yang Yi, sensing her distress, turned and reassured her gently. Tears welled up in Wang Yuni's eyes as she stared at his back, momentarily stunned. Yuni, stop hiding. Do you still want that 5 million for the materials? Keep acting coy, and I swear, one word from me will bankrupt your family's decades-old business. Zhao Long reveled in the power he held over others. Wang Yuni's family, as material suppliers, was on the brink of financial collapse. The Zhao family held the 5 million payment hostage, forcing her father to bow to their demands. Truly, the debtor holds the upper hand. The thought of Wang Yuni's beauty, rivaling even Xia Yao's, only fueled Zhao Long's excitement. So you're the big shot here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Yi couldn't help but marvel at fate's irony. He had suspected earlier when the other side kept referring to Brother Long. But seeing Zhao Long, still bruised and battered, appear in the hall confirmed it. Destiny works in mysterious ways. The moment Yang Yi spoke, Zhao Long's arrogance plummeted from the heavens into the abyss. The voice had now penetrated deep into the recesses of his mind. Raising his eyes, Yang Yi was gazing at him with a faint smile, and in that instant, Zhao Long felt a cold sweat break out all over his body, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! Who gave you the right to speak to young Master Long like that? Believe it or not, with just one word from him, your legs will be broken in seconds. The burly thug left behind, seeing Zhao Long arrive with reinforcements and Yang Yi still daring to act so boldly, sneered arrogantly. Emboldened by their numbers, young Master Long, This punk is beyond insolent. He even said that as long as he is here, no one can take anyone away. Let me take a few brothers and loosen his bones for him. Thud. At that moment, Zhao Long felt as if 10,000 wild horses were stampeding through his heart. His strength drained away, and he collapsed onto the ground like a deflated balloon. Chapter 34. Leaving just like that? Are you sure you want to break my legs? Yang Yi asked with an amused smile, looking down at Zhao Long, who was now slumped on the floor. I'm telling you, if you dare oppose young Master Long, forget just a leg, we'll put a hole in your head. The burly thug at the front, oblivious to Zhao Long's distress, continued to boast about his leader's power, hurling threats at Yang Yi. Enough. See, you've pissed off young Master Long. Get over here and kneel in apology, or you'll regret it. I was talking to you. Zhao Long could no longer bear to let the thug continue. Trembling, he scrambled to his feet and kicked the boastful man to the ground. I'll teach you to run your mouth. I'll teach you. Zhao Long kicked the thug repeatedly, but even that couldn't dispel the terror gripping his heart. The wounds on his body were inflicted just this morning for offending Yang Yi. And now, it seemed Wang Yuni had some special connection with him too. Yet here he was, trying to snatch her away right in front of him. This was nothing short of a death wish. At this moment, Zhao Long's face was deathly pale, his mind completely blank as he stood frozen in place. Did the lesson this morning not sink in? Yang Yi's expression had turned icy, his piercing gaze locking onto Zhao Long. With a sudden sharp rebuke, he sent Zhao Long jolting in fear. Thump! Under Yang Yi's fierce reprimand, Zhao Long collapsed to his knees on the floor. Young Master Yi, I truly didn't know you were here. I had no idea Yuni was your woman. The onlookers were stunned. The once mighty Zhao Long was now kneeling before Yang Yi, tears and snot streaming down his face in an undignified mess. Yuni? Who gave you the right to call her that? Slap. Zhao Long struck his own already swollen face. I deserve death. I'm guilty. Then he slapped the other side of his face. The crowd was utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? Why is the side with more people kneeling? Idiot, can't you see? That handsome guy is obviously way more powerful. You think he'd kneel for no reason unless he ran into his own father? In stark contrast to the shock of the onlookers, Wang Yuni's inner turmoil was far more intense. Given her cooperative ties with the Zhao family, she understood their methods better than most. Yet, Zhao Long had cowered like a mouse before a cat at the mere sight of Yang Yi, immediately kneeling to apologize. What on earth is your background? Staring at Yang Yi's retreating figure, Wang Yuni stood frozen. Enough with the meaningless words. I'm a pragmatic man. Show me something substantial to prove your remorse. What good is an empty apology? Yang Yi grew impatient as Zhao Long knelt weeping on the ground. I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Since this conflict is between you and her, resolve it swiftly. I expect a satisfactory resolution by noon tomorrow. Understood? Under Yang Yi's piercing gaze, Zhao Long hastily wiped the snot and tears from his face, stammering eagerly, Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will deliver a solution that satisfies you. Surveying Zhao Long's bruised and battered face, Yang Yi was convinced of his compliance. Turning to his companions, he said, let us go. We have military training tomorrow, no point wasting time here. Beside him, Zhang Jian and the others slowly relaxed their tense postures. I thought we were in for a fight tonight. One muttered. Li Su and his friends set down the bottles they had been gripping. When it comes to a brawl, I've never backed down from anyone. All right, let us move, Yang Yi said, leading the group out and back to Qian University. Meanwhile, Zhao Long only dared to rise after Yang Yi had departed, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd as he ordered his underlings to escort him home. Upon reaching the campus, Zhang Jian and the others tactfully retreated to their dormitory, leaving Yang Yi and Wang Yuni alone. On the basketball court, Wang Yuni steadied her emotions. The impact Yang Yi had on her today was overwhelming. First, he had shielded her like a hero, and then, when Zhao Long arrived with reinforcements, he had revealed such formidable influence that Zhao Long prostrated himself in fear. This man is an enigma. Initially, she had assumed he merely came from a well-off family, but now it was clear she had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Yang Yi, thank you for today. After 2 minutes of silence, Wang Yuni finally spoke. Don't mention it. It was nothing. Besides, you helped me a lot when I first arrived. A seasoned charmer, Yang Yi wasn't one to flaunt favors. His nonchalance put Wang Yuni at ease. Seeing that he dismissed the matter, she let it go, strolling aimlessly with him across the field. Under the glow of the streetlights, her delicate features appeared almost porcelain. her small hands clasped behind her back in an unmistakably demure posture. Wang Yuni, a 90-point high-quality catch, stood at 168 centimeters, her raven hair lustrous, her large eyes particularly mesmerizing. Her mesmerizing eyes were slightly reddened, likely from recent tears, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. Moreover, due to her youth, Wang Yuni gave Yang Yi a distinctly different impression compared to the sensual allure of Lu Xiaoyu and Li Na. Hers was a vibrant, youthful radiance. Is this what love feels like? After walking 2 laps around the track with Wang Yuni, Yang Yi experienced an entirely novel sensation, like the crisp freshness of the world awakening after the first thaw of snow. Yuni, do you smell something different? Yang Yi asked, his voice slightly husky as he gazed at the delicate beauty before him. Something different? Wang Yuni turned to glance around, finding nothing unusual, then sniffed at herself in confusion. There's nothing different. After a moment of hesitation, she looked back at him, utterly perplexed. Yang Yi shook his head faintly, then gently placed his hands on her shoulders. The air is sweet when I'm with you. Having long cultivated the art of cheesy pickup lines, Yang Yi tested the waters once more. The moment the words left his lips, Wang Yuni's cheeks flushed crimson, like a ripe little apple, only enhancing her charm. Her heart fluttered. Is this a confession? But we've only met twice. Oh no. Soon, her blush deepened to its peak, and she stood before him with her head bowed, resembling a child caught in mischief. Seeing this, Yang Yi knew the fish had taken the bait. With practiced ease, he began reeling in the line. Well, maybe I overthought it. Get some rest. We have military training tomorrow. I'll head back first. Without giving her a chance to react, he turned and strode off the field. Huh, he's leaving just like that? Through his peripheral vision, Yang Yi caught Wang Yuni's stunned expression, and a faint smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Chapter 35. Freshman military training. Yi, back so soon? A man shouldn't be too fast, you know. Here, take some goji berries, brew them later. The moment Yang Yi pushed open the dormitory door, his roommates bombarded him with teasing remarks, leaving him utterly bewildered. Can you guys keep your minds out of the gutter for once? Yang Yi scoffed before heading for a hot shower. The lingering scent of hot pot from dinner clung to him, making it unbearable. After briefly engaging with his little fish, he settled into bed and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, clad in camouflage uniforms, the group arrived at the training grounds just in time. As class monitor, Li Su promptly organized the gathering. Their drill instructor, Gong Jian, was a seasoned sergeant with a lean, wiry frame and piercing eyes, clearly a man of discipline. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gong Jian, and I will be your instructor for the next 2 weeks, as well as your worst nightmare. In my eyes, there is no distinction between male and female. There is only one role here, soldier. I hope we can coexist harmoniously over the next fortnight. Otherwise, you'll endure endless hardship. Gong Jian's demeanor was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. After his brief speech, he immediately ordered everyone to run 5 kilometers. Damn, this instructor is ruthless. 5 kilometers right off the bat. The other classes aren't even running. Hurry up. Didn't you see those slackers at the back getting yanked up and kicked? I can't take this. It's been ages since I ran like this. Under Gong Jian's command, the group sprinted across the field. Run faster. No muttering back there. Spotting a few male students slacking off, Gong Jian strode over and delivered a swift kick. True to his word, in his eyes, they were nothing but soldiers. After a few kilometers, many began to slow down, especially some of the female students, who transitioned from running to walking. What is wrong with you? The old lady selling popsicles at the gate could outrun you. Is this the so-called new generation of university students? Gong Jian lived up to his name. His temperament was as sharp as a blade, showing no mercy. Ding. Random system task issued. Earn high recognition from female classmates to receive a mysterious grand prize. Accept? Damn. A system task. Accept. Absolutely accept. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the starting point, panting heavily. Some of the less physically fit girls were visibly pale, their lips tinged with blue. I can't do this. If this keeps up, I'll be wrecked. I feel like my lungs are about to explode. This is inhumane. How are we supposed to endure this kind of training? Scattered across the field, the students sprawled on the ground, grumbling about Gong Jian's brutal methods. At Qian University, military training was a mandatory course for all freshmen, accounting for 3 academic credits. Failing it could jeopardize graduation 4 years later. Despite their complaints, everyone pushed through, except for a few rebellious boys who decided to challenge the system. Instructor, our primary duty is academic study. Military training is just one component. Everyone has physical limits. Your methods are unreasonable. Yeah, unreasonable. Gong Jian's brow furrowed. His strictness was deliberate, to establish authority for smoother management over the next 2 weeks. Just as he pondered how to make an example of someone, these reckless youths volunteered themselves. Perfect timing. A faint, calculated smirk curled at Gong Jian's lips as he asked provocatively, "So, you boys have a problem with this?" "Yeah, we do." "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. If you wish to forego training, you need only surpass me in the designated task, and you shall be exempt from further training in that area. Step forward. Declare which training you wish to avoid. The 5-kilometer run, is it? Then race me now. Should you prevail, you shall be spared from running for the next 15 days. The recruits had not anticipated Gong Jian's cunning stratagem and stood frozen in shock. Instructor. Calling me instructor will avail you nothing. I despise those too cowardly to even attempt a challenge. Assume the push-up position, 100 now? At Gong Jian's command, their expressions crumbled. Yet beneath his murderous glare, they could only submit to his tyranny, dropping to the ground to begin their punishment. Does anyone else seek to reduce their training? Speak boldly if so. I am a reasonable man. Silence fell. His warning had been heeded. Gong Jian, satisfied with this display of authority, pressed further. None. Then let it be known, should I later hear whispers of complaint, do not expect leniency. Witnessing the suffering of those who had dared oppose him, the recruits wisely held their tongues. None were foolish enough to ignore the lesson being taught. Very well. If there are no objections, we shall proceed. Report. I have one. A deep, resonant voice cut through the air. Who would be so reckless as to provoke him now? Surely, this was the act of a fool. All turned toward the source. Yang Yi, standing firm, a faint smile upon his lips, unflinching before Gong Jian. Your name? And what challenge do you propose? Gong Jian had not expected his authority to be questioned again. Rising, he strode toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I wish to propose a wager. Gong Jian studied the composed young man before him, intrigued. His gaze sharpened. State your terms. I challenge you to a 5-kilometer race and a mixed martial arts bout. Should I prevail in both, the female recruits of our class shall be exempt from further 5-kilometer training and granted additional rest. Gong Jian was taken aback. Yang Yi sought not personal gain, but the welfare of his female peers. In truth, Gong Jian had no desire to push the female recruits too hard. Should any mishap occur, the consequences would be severe. His earlier display had been mere intimidation. He had always intended to ease their regimen. A flicker of admiration crossed his stern expression. And if you lose? Then I submit to your judgment. Very well. The wager is accepted. But heed this lesson. Without absolute strength, playing the hero demands a price. Life is precious, but camaraderie is priceless. The girls in our class are all treasures in my eyes, and as a man, I want to give it a try. Yang Ye's words sent shockwaves through the hearts of the 26 female students in philosophy, class 151. They never expected Yang Yi to step forward to fight for their benefits. Instantly, Yang Ye's image skyrocketed among all the female classmates. Chapter 36. Is this even human? Under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Yi stepped out from the lineup. Standing at 182 meters tall, his chiseled features and inverted triangle physique, enhanced by the system, gave him a striking appearance, easily scoring a 90 in attractiveness. Wow. Brother Yi isn't just warm-hearted, he's a total heartthrob. I'm smitten. Whether Brother Yi wins or not, from now on, I'm his devoted fan. You bunch of fangirls. On the field, Yang Yi and Gong Jian lined up at the starting point, while Li Su, as the class monitor, took on the role of timekeeper. Kid, I admire your courage. At least you're not like those cowards who wouldn't even dare to compete. Gong Jian, as an active duty soldier, had honed his physique to nearly twice that of an average adult through rigorous training. His 5-kilometer run time could break 15 minutes, surpassing the national second-tier athlete standard and approaching first-tier. In contrast, Yang Yi was just an ordinary freshman. Even with regular exercise, finishing within 20 minutes would already be impressive. Damn, someone's actually challenging the drill instructor over there. Where? Bring me a stool. I'm not missing this showdown. The surrounding freshmen, seeing someone daring to challenge the instructor, quickly gathered to spectate. After all, such bold individuals were rare. In no time, Yang Yi and Gong Jian became the center of attention. On the podium, a lieutenant colonel frowned. What's Gong Jian up to, competing with a student? Another officer chuckled. These students are fearless like newborn calves. They VE got personality. Might as well let Gong Jian set an example for them. Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel said nothing more but kept his focus on the race. Kid, ready? Just so you know, I want to go easy. Don't blame me if you lose face. With the entire field watching, Gong Jian, worried Yang Yi might suffer too humiliating a defeat, tried to dissuade him. Instructor, just give it your all. Let us finish this quickly so we can move on to the mixed martial arts. Yang Yi, with physical abilities 3 times that of an average adult, surpassing even Gong Jian, had no reason to back down. Fine, let us settle this on the field. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, Li Su raised the timer. On your marks, go. The moment the command was given, Gong Jian shot forward like a bullet, instantly showcasing the prowess of a professional soldier. In stark contrast, Yang Yi, lacking experience in sprint starts and grappling with the amplified strength coursing through him for the first time, failed to fully harness his physical capabilities. Consequently, he lagged noticeably behind the seasoned Gong Jian at the outset. Commander Gong is absolutely ferocious. He's already covered 200 meters in the blink of an eye, showing no signs of slowing down. Obviously, he's a professional soldier. Do you even comprehend what that means? This reckless rookie actually dared challenge an instructor. He's just asking for humiliation. Both of you shut it. Brother Yi is fighting for us girls' welfare. Even if he loses, he's still our hero. Exactly. Just look at how dashing Brother Yi is when he runs. The 2 boys who had initially spoken fell silent under the barrage of criticism from the infatuated girls. Arguing with a crowd of smitten admirers was nothing short of futile. On the field, 6 minutes had elapsed. Gong Jian had already run nearly 2 kilometers, leading Yang Yi by a staggering 300 meters. By now, Yang Yi had fully acclimated to his newfound strength. His gaze locked onto Gong Jian, hundreds of meters ahead, and his focus sharpened instantly. Time to unveil the real skill. With a sudden explosive surge, Yang Yi channeled his full power into his legs, amplifying both stride length and frequency. If Gong Jian's strength was rated at 20, Yang Yi's initial output had been a modest 15. But now, unleashed in full, his capabilities skyrocketed to 30, 1.5 times Gong Jian's. Under the spectators' rapt attention, Yang Yi's figure accelerated rapidly, closing the gap between them with astonishing speed. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Holy, Yang Yi's catching up, and he's way faster than the instructor. He's overtaking him. He's overtaking him. Incredible. Go, Brother Yi. In mere moments of full throttle sprinting, Yang Yi surged past the previously leading Gong Jian. By now, they had already covered over 3 kilometers, with just 5 kilometers remaining. Old Yang, look, Gong Jian just got overtaken by that college kid. On the reviewing stand, an officer gaped in disbelief as he addressed the lieutenant colonel beside him. I see it. That kid was clearly holding back earlier. Look at him now, not even winded. Gong Jian's bitten off more than he can chew. On the track, Gong Jian, witnessing Yang Yi's sudden lead, felt his competitive spirit ignite. His vision narrowed to Yang Yi's retreating figure as he mustered every ounce of strength to give chase. But the fully unleashed Yang Yi was beyond his reach. Despite Gong Jian's desperate, red-eyed sprint, Yang Yi's silhouette only grew more distant. Soon after, Yang Yi lapped Gong Jian by a full 400 meters. The crowd erupted. He lapped him by a whole circle. I bow to no one but this brother. This lad must have been born in the railway guerrillas. He's lightning fast. In the end, Yang Yi crossed the finish line a full lap and a half ahead of Gong Jian, leaving Li Su utterly stunned by the timer's display. 13 minutes and 20 seconds. About a minute later, Gong Jian also arrived at the finish line, his eyes bloodshot and gasping for breath. His time, 14 minutes and 39 seconds. Meanwhile, the officers on the podium glanced at their own stopwatches. Old Yang, this student is extraordinary. He might have just broken our entire army's record. Even Gong Jian, spurred by Yang Yi's performance, shattered his personal best with 14:39, surpassing the national first-class athlete standard. For the 5-kilometer event, the national athlete benchmark is 14:40. Gong Jian's 14:39 naturally met the criteria. But then, considering Yang Yi's staggering 13:20, reaching international elite level, the officers' eyes gleamed with excitement. A rare talent. A born soldier. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Li Su announced both Yang Yi and Gong Jian's results. Not only had Yang Yi won, but he had also led by over a minute, achieving international elite status. The collective thought among the onlookers was unanimous. Is this even human? Chapter 37. The army wants him. As a soldier, Gong Jian had given his all. Though defeated, he bore the loss with dignity. Yang Yi, I owe you an apology, he declared. I underestimated you earlier, my mistake. In the military, respect is earned by strength. Yang Yi had outpaced Gong Jian fair and square, and thus, Gong Jian's respect was his. You're fast, no doubt, Gong Jian added, but in the upcoming mixed martial arts round, you might not fare as well. Yang Yi merely smiled. Instructor, I happen to be quite skilled in combat too. Best not capsize in a shallow ditch. Gong Jian's straightforward apology revealed an honorable character, one that resonated with Yang Yi. Hence, the light-hearted warning. Good. Then let us settle this with action. Gong Jian, the company's elite, wasn't he just physically formidable? His combat skills were top tier. As a reconnaissance soldier, his techniques were ruthlessly practical, far from flashy but ineffective moves. He took Yang Yi's claim of prowess with a grain of salt. Though his admiration for the young man prompted him to hold back, intending to spare Yang Yi excessive humiliation. During their break, the class formed a wide 10-meter circle on the grass, eager for the spectacle. Oh, mixed martial arts too? Now this is interesting. Let us see what other surprises you've got. On the podium, an officer peered through binoculars, thoroughly engrossed in the impending duel. Even instructors from other classes drifted over, drawn by Yang Yi's jaw-dropping 5K performance. Yang Yi, if you can't handle it, just say the word. I'll go easy on you. Gong Jian's eyes gleamed like lightning as he slightly crouched, adopting a classic combat stance. His gaze locked intently on Yang Yi. Thank you for your concern, instructor. Come at me. I can handle a few punches. Good. Then I 1T hold back. With that, Gong Jian lunged forward like a cannonball, his right arm swinging in a powerful hook aimed straight at Yang Yi's jaw. A critical joint that, if struck, would instantly incapacitate him. Yang Yi's pupils contracted sharply, and he muttered under his breath, damn, so ruthless? Despite possessing 3 times the physical prowess of an average person, Yang Yi was still a novice in combat techniques. Seeing Gong Jian's ferocious advance, he immediately activated the ancient martial art iron shirt rewarded by his system. In an instant, he felt an energy surge through his body, further amplifying his physical resilience. Instinctively, he stepped forward, bracing his chest to absorb Gong Jian's punch, while channeling all his strength into his own right fist, retaliating with a strike aimed at Gong Jian's chest. A punch for a punch. This kid has got guts. The officers on the reviewing stand watched Yang Yi with growing admiration, their eyes gleaming with approval. Much like a mother-in-law sizing up a promising son-in-law. Gong Jian was taken aback by Yang Yi's bold move. He quickly halved the force behind his punch and shifted his target from the jaw to the chest. After all, Yang Yi was just a student. If anything went wrong, even his superiors might not be able to cover for him. Thud. Even with Gong Jian holding back, the impact against Yang Yi's chest still resonated sharply. Gong Jian's expression darkened instantly. His fist had met what felt like solid stone, sending a numbing shock up his arm. Wow. To the untrained eye, it was mere spectacle. But the experts recognized the skill. Yang Yi had taken Gong Jian's punch without flinching, leaving the crowd stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, too, had tempered his own strike. Knocking Gong Jian out cold would only spell trouble for his straightforward nature. Thud. Gong Jian staggered back 3 steps, his chest tight with discomfort. Yet, to Yang Yi's surprise, the man bore it without a sound. A true warrior indeed. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi stepped forward. Instructor, let us call it a draw. Gong Jian's brow furrowed, but before he could respond, a commanding voice cut in. Gong Jian, that's enough. You come with me. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, a lieutenant colonel stepped forward to halt the impending duel, his eyes gleaming with interest as they settled upon Yang Yi. Yes, instructor. Gong Jian immediately snapped to attention and saluted upon recognizing the newcomer. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, bewildered, followed the officer to the edge of the training ground. Suddenly, the officer spun around and delivered a sharp punch aimed straight at Yang Yi's abdomen. Damn it! Caught off guard, Yang Yi instinctively activated his ancient martial art. Iron shirt, barely managing to brace himself before the impact. Thud! The punch landed squarely, the force absorbed by his defensive technique. Though unharmed, Yang Yi felt a surge of irritation. Using official authority for personal vendetta? Ha! Kid, you do practice hard qigong. Realizing the intent behind the strike, Yang Yi retracted his half-thrown fist and demanded, You were testing me? Exactly. I'm Lei Jian, Gong Jian's instructor. You've got the makings of a fine soldier. Ever considered enlisting? The military could hone your skills further. Enlist? Yes, enlist. With your abilities, you'd rise swiftly. Sign up as a university recruit. Your strength guarantees a standout career. Yang Yi's mind raced. I've just unlocked the god of wealth system. My path to supremacy is set. Why shackle myself to military life? Apologies, sir. My parents prioritize my education. I'm not inclined toward enlistment. His refusal was immediate. Lei Jian spent the next minutes extolling the military's benefits and prospects, but Yang Yi, resolute in his playboy ambitions, remained unmoved. Eventually, the officer departed. Disappointment etched across his face, while Yang Yi returned to his class. Look, Brother Yi's back. How has the bet settled, instructor? Since their spar had ended inconclusively, Yang Yi sought clarity. You win. Gong Jian knew Yang Yi had held back earlier. Given the young man's evident mastery, the outcome of a full fight was uncertain. He conceded gracefully. Chapter 38. Wang Bo's failed braggadocio. Attention, all. Gong Jian's voice rang out. From today, female cadets are exempt from the 5-kilometer run. Additional breaks will be granted during peak heat. True to his word, he honored the wager without delay. Cheers erupted. Instructor, you're the best. Brother Yi, forever our hero. No more 5K. Extra rest. This is bliss. All thanks to Brother Yi, our ultimate crush. 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 The female cadets' adoration surged, their chants swelling into a fervent chorus. Nearby, Wang and Li Su watched, green with envy as Yang Yi amassed a legion of admirers before noon. Damn it. Let that country bumpkin strut around for a few more days. Just wait until the military training ends. I'll make sure someone teaches him a lesson. In the crowd, Wang Bo watched as Huang Yi and others flocked around Yang Yi with starry-eyed admiration, his gaze dripping with venom. Yang Yi, come here for a moment. Under Gong Jian's arrangement, the two moved to the side of the training field. Your overall performance has reached elite standards even by military benchmarks. You don't need to participate in the remaining training sessions. I'll give you full marks. This was like comfort knocking on comfort's door, absolute bliss. Yang Yi had been wondering how to endure the next 2 weeks, but happiness had arrived unexpectedly. He was exempt from training altogether. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, a blazing red Ferrari pulled onto the field, causing a stir. Whereas Philosophy Class 151. I've brought water for you all. Yang Yi turned to see Wang Gang, dressed in a flashy Armani leisure suit, shouting at the top of his lungs. Before Yang Yi could intervene, Wang Bo from the group eagerly scampered over, yelling, Cousin, over here. As a peripheral member of the Wang family conglomerate in Qian City, Wang Bo had long memorized the faces of core figures like Wang Gang. For the Wang family's young master to personally deliver water to his class, who else could it be for but him? At that moment, Wang Bo felt life was about to peak. His cousin, the heir of the Wang Empire, had come just for him during military training. What prestige! As he dashed toward Wang Gang, he bragged to nearby classmates, That's my cousin, the direct descendant of the Wang Group's chairman. He came just to bring me water. Damn, this Wang Bo isn't ordinary. The Wang Group was a top-tier financial empire in Qian City, with assets exceeding billions. Who knew Wang Bo had such connections? Seeing the shift in everyone's gazes, his vanity swelled to its limit. Though a distant relative with negligible standing in the family, Wang Gang's gesture sent his ego soaring. From a sports car, Wang Gang spotted a chubby figure waving frantically and immediately located Philosophy, Class 151. With a press of the accelerator, he drove straight toward them. Wang Bo, seeing the Ferrari approach, grew even more convinced of his fantasy, grinning until his eyes nearly disappeared. But to his shock, the car didn't slow down as it passed him. It cruised right past, leaving him stranded. Still lost in delusion, Wang Bo assumed Wang Gang had merely forgotten to brake and hurried after the crowd. The Ferrari parked beside them, and Wang Gang, with theatrical flair, smoothed his freshly gelled hair before stepping out with a smirk. Zhang Jian and old Wang immediately recognized Wang Gang as one of the young masters who had previously shown up at Qian University to back Yang Yi. Wang Gang also spotted them and was about to approach to inquire about Yang Yi when the same overweight man came panting toward him again. Cousin, over here. Wang Bo shouted while running, as if desperate to announce his connection to Wang Gang. Hearing this stranger persistently call him cousin, Wang Gang frowned slightly. Had one of his uncles irresponsibly fathered another child outside? Cousin, I'm Wang Bo. My father is Wang Dana. He works in the company's security department. Wang Bo eagerly introduced himself. Wang Gang mentally traced the distant relation before acknowledging him with a polite but indifferent hum. Must you be so ostentatious? Tone it down, Yang Yi remarked as he approached, teasing Wang Gang for his flamboyance. How dare you speak to my cousin like that? Apologize now, or I'll have someone deal with you. Before Wang Gang could respond, Wang Bo immediately puffed himself up, barking threats at Yang Yi with borrowed authority. His face was twisted with arrogance, as if he held some unshakable superiority. Yang Yi frowned, baffled by this fool's sudden interference, and turned to Wang Gang with a questioning look. What are you staring at? Do you doubt my cousin's status as the Wang family's young master? If not for him bringing me water today, you wouldn't even have the privilege of laying eyes on him. Slap. The crisp sound of a palm striking flesh echoed across the scene, leaving the onlookers stunned. Wang Bo clutched his cheek in disbelief. Cousin, you hit the wrong person. It's Yang Yi who deserves it. Slap. Another sharp crack resounded. Yi Xiao. This idiot must be some obscure fringe member of the Wang family. Me, bringing him water? He must be out of his mind. With Wang Gang's explanation, the crowd quickly pieced together the truth. Wang Gang was here to fulfill a bet by delivering drinks to Yang Yi, while Wang Bo had mistakenly assumed the gesture was for him and shamelessly latched on. Worse, he had tried to leverage Wang Gang's status to intimidate Yang Yi, only to humiliate himself in front of the very person he sought to impress. Damn. And here I thought this clown was someone important. Disgusting. Who even acts like this? Unbelievable. Talk about embarrassing yourself spectacularly. The crowd erupted in scorn for Wang Bo's pathetic display. Yi Xiao, I bought all 50 iced drinks from Starbucks. How should we distribute them? Moments later, Wang Gang unloaded 50 chilled beverages from his Ferrari, arranging them neatly on the ground. Yang Yi first handed a cup to Gong Jian, then turned to Li Su, the class monitor, saying, Su, distribute these drinks to the classmates. We mustn't let Wang Xiao's kindness go to waste. Got it. Li Su chuckled from the crowd, stepping forward and casually calling two boys to help pass out the drinks. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Gift Package. Wow. It's actually Starbucks iced coffee. Just one cup costs a fortune. Brother Yi is not only handsome, but also incredibly warm-hearted. Unlike that Wang Bo, who only knows how to show off, serves him right to be humiliated by Brother Yi. Wang Gang watched as the drinks he paid for were distributed. Yet the gratitude was all directed at Yang Yi, especially from the girls, who kept cooing Brother Yi in sweet, adoring voices. Yi Xiao, your class has quite the quality. Wang Gang glanced at Huang Yi and the others sipping their drinks, his eyes flickering with a peculiar gleam before he turned to Yang Yi. Except for the one with the ponytail in the middle, the rest are fair game. Yang Yi pointed at Huang Yi. After all, she was his bound fish. So he had to make it clear up front to avoid any future misunderstandings between friends. No problem. Huang Yi's roommates were all around an 8 out of 10, not as striking as her, but each was undeniably beautiful. Wang Gang adjusted his expression, then approached with a practiced smile, speaking in a gentlemanly tone. Ladies, my name is Wang Gang. May I add you on WeChat and be friends? We're all Brother Yi's little fans. We don't want to add you. Hearing this, Wang Gang's face twitched, but then his eyes gleamed mischievously as he leaned in with a sly grin. I happen to have quite a few private photos of your beloved Brother Yi. Are you sure you don't want to add me and take a look? That's not appropriate, is it? What is inappropriate? You have no idea. Yi Xiao's physique is simply divine. Under Wang Gang's coaxing, one girl actually ended up adding him. How about that, Yi Xiao? Impressive, right? Wang Gang waved his phone triumphantly. Wang Xiao, remember to send me Brother Yi's private photos, or I'll delete you right away. At this point, Yang Yi finally understood Wang Gang's method of securing WeChat contacts. A dark line formed on his forehead. Brother, I treat you with sincerity. And you play tricks on me? Since they were still in military training, Gong Jian had already been lenient by allowing the group to take a break for drinks. If Wang Gang continued causing a scene, it would be hard for Yang Yi to explain. So he promptly shooed Wang Gang away. Yi Xiao, should I keep sending drinks at this standard every day? Wang Gang asked seriously, recalling their bet of 15 days. Let us skip it. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. His flashy entrance was acceptable once, but if it happened daily, he couldn't guarantee Gong Jian wouldn't come after him. On that day, Yang Yi dutifully participated in a day of military training. Gong Jian was indeed a man of his word. While students from other classes endured the scorching sun, Yang Yi found solace in the shade of a large tree alongside more than 20 female classmates, engaging in delightful conversation. How unfair it was. Why could the girls in their class enjoy the cool shade while the boys had to suffer under the blazing sun? Alas, one could hardly blame others. It was merely a reflection of the boys' inability to stand up to the instructor. In truth, the boys from other classes shook their heads in dismay. They had attempted to emulate Yang Ye's actions, but were swiftly quelled by the instructor. At that moment, the girls of philosophy class 151 felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. For comparison often breeds resentment. However, due to Yang Ye's actions, it was he who garnered their admiration, and in an instant, their affection for him soared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task and receiving high recognition from all female classmates. Reward, Mystery Gift Pack 1. Please check. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Mystery Gift Pack 1. Would you like to open it? Open. Immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 elite warriors, fiercely loyal to the host. Possessing the comprehensive abilities of special forces, proficient in computer skills, driving, and more. Currently, all 100 elite warriors are legally employed at a security company in Xian City. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving Hall of Fame level basketball skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the latest stock trend chart 1. This stock trend chart can accurately predict stock fluctuations within a week. In an instant, the mystery gift pack was unveiled. Gazing at the rewards, Yang Ye's smile widened beyond measure. The following day, Yang Ye chose not to attend military training again. After notifying Gong Jian, he delved into studying the stock trend chart in his dormitory. This chart predicted the stock movements for the upcoming week. Upon analysis, Yang Ye discovered that starting tomorrow, a semiconductor stock named Nuon Growth would rise for 5 consecutive days, with a maximum increase of 120. This meant that if Yang Ye invested in this stock starting tomorrow and sold at the peak after 5 days, he would achieve a return of 1.2 times his investment. With 600 million in liquid cash at his disposal, it would be prudent to amplify his principal today for greater gains. Let us get to it. Yang Ye immediately accessed the Shark platform, searching for high-value fish stocks. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu was online. Without hesitation, Yang Ye entered Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. Welcome, Supreme Emperor Pippi Shrimp, to the livestream. Inside Villa number 001 of Yunshang Mansion, Lu Xiaoyu, who was livestreaming, noticed Yang Ye's entrance and couldn't help but smile. Wow, the master has arrived. Pippi Sect's Yang Heir welcomes the master. The Pippi Sect is here, welcoming the master with a touch of loneliness. The Pippi Sect's Peng Yuyin from Qian Province welcomes the master. As Yang Ye read the comments from these exuberant youths, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. The Shark platform has surprisingly introduced high-value gifts. Observing the $1 million spaceship and the $100,000 aircraft carrier, Yang Ye felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, accumulating 10 million with 1,000 coins per rocket would require an arduous 10,000 attempts, causing one's fingers to ache. Now, however, with the $1 million spaceship, merely acquiring 10 vessels sufficed to resolve the issue, making the process both convenient and efficient. As the Supreme Emperor dispatched a spaceship, a colossal spacecraft instantaneously dominated the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. A gift worth 1 million is indeed extravagant. The audience marveled at the audacity of the master. Has $1 million truly been spent so effortlessly? Without waiting for a response, Yang Ye unleashed a torrent of generosity, rapidly bestowing 10 spaceships in one go. Given that each fish fry could receive a maximum cashback of 100 million, he paused after spending 10 million. Enjoy the live stream. I'm leaving. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 10 million on fish fry Lu Xiaoyu, earning a cashback of 100 million. Having completed his task, Yang Ye exited the live room, leaving Lu Xiaoyu and the audience in a state of bewilderment. You arrived gently, casually spending 10 million, leaving without a trace of cloud. In the morning, Yang Ye was active across various live rooms on the Shark platform, bestowing over 40 million in gifts. Thanks to the system's cashback mechanism, his liquid assets surged to over 1 billion. With stocks set to soar the following day, he knew he had to purchase before 3 o'clock that afternoon to reap the benefits of tomorrow's increase. With noon already upon him, he had little time left. Only 3 hours remained for his operations, so he decided against further gifts. After exiting the live room, Yang Ye pondered for a moment, then dialed Zhang Yu's number. The phone rang twice before connecting, and Zhang Yu's languid voice came through. Young Master Yi, what's the matter on this fine afternoon? It's not my active hours yet. Seeing this lad still in slumber, Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief. These second-generation heirs truly live the nightlife. Meet at Xianding Cloud Residence in half an hour. Bring Wang Gang and Yang Jia. Urgent. Without a moment's hesitation, He conveyed the details and headed downstairs. Such transactions involving billions in stocks necessitate the operations of large firms. With only 3 hours remaining, Yang Yi had no time to waste, thus reaching out to Zhang Yu and the others to present them with a lucrative opportunity. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yu, bewildered by the busy tone, pushed aside the nearby red-mouthed fish and rose to head for Qianding Cloud residence. Half an hour later, Yang Yi executed a drift, parking his Bugatti Veyron at the entrance of Qianding Cloud residence, and strode directly toward his supreme suite. At that moment, Li Na, who had received Yang Ye's call in advance, had already prepared tea and greeted him with a beaming smile upon his arrival. "The tea is ready. Let me know if you need anything." Today, Li Na donned a snug business suit, her perfect figure accentuated by its contours, casting a gaze filled with longing towards Yang Yi, which stirred a wave of irritation within him. Were it not for the imminent arrival of Zhang Yu and others, he might have considered taking immediate action against her. "Young Master Yi, what urgent matter has compelled you to summon us?" At that moment, the voices of Zhang Yu and his companions drifted in from outside, prompting Yang Yi to retract his outstretched hand. Observing this, Li Na swiftly retreated to one side, her eyes towards Yang Yi tinged with melancholy. With a resigned smile, Yang Yi addressed the newly arrived guests. "Please, take a seat." Before long, the four of them gathered around the coffee table, with Zhang Yu and his companions appearing groggy, evidently still recovering from the revelry of the previous night. "Does anyone have access to stock purchasing channels?" "Stock purchasing channels? My family operates a financial company. Why? Does young Master Yi aspire to venture into finance?" Although Zhang Jie's family primarily engaged in the entertainment industry, they did possess a financial firm in Qian City that included stock purchasing services. "Have them bring the necessary equipment here immediately. I have a lucrative opportunity to share," Yang Yi instructed. "Young Master Yi, the stock market is fraught with risks. You must proceed with caution," Zhang Yu remarked, furrowing his brow at Yang Ye's hasty summons, recognizing that for individuals at their level, lacking the requisite strength to navigate the stock market often led to inevitable losses. Zhang Xiao has a valid point. Yang Jie concurred with Zhang Yu's assessment. "Reach out to them. I will elaborate further shortly." Acknowledging the doubts of Zhang Yu and the others, Yang Yi expressed understanding yet remained steadfast in his request for Yang Jie to make the call. "Do you trust me?" Yang Ye's gaze scrutinized the faces of the three, having received considerable assistance from them in recent days to resolve various predicaments. He was eager to offer them a chance to earn together. Yet if they did not have faith in him, he would not impose. "I have acquired some insider information through certain channels. I plan to invest 10 billion, turning it around in 5 days. Those willing to join me in this venture may board. Those who prefer not to, I will not compel." Yang Yi leisurely sipped his tea, elaborating without haste. 10 billion? Good heavens. Young Master Yi, this is a substantial sum. Are you serious? The group was momentarily taken aback by the magnitude of Yang Ye's proposal. Although they hailed from families with assets exceeding 100 billion, their liquid cash flow hovered around 10 billion, while personally, they possessed only several hundred million. The fact that Yang Yi could so casually propose a 10 billion investment piqued their curiosity regarding his true identity. "This venture promises at least double the returns. Whether or not you join is up to you. I have presented the opportunity. I need to think it over. I too require some contemplation." Despite being astounded by Yang Ye's wealth, the group recognized the inherent risks of investment and chose to deliberate cautiously. Yang Yi permitted them the time to consider, savoring his tea in the meantime. "Yi Xiao, how confident are you?" 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu broke the silence. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang and Yang Jie also raised their heads to look at Yang Yi, their faces filled with anticipation. Under the gaze of the three, Yang Yi slowly set down his teacup and began to speak. "Let me put it this way. My current investment of 1 billion is due to the fact that I only have 1 billion in liquid funds. I'm all in. You may choose as you wish." After saying this, Yang Yi smiled at the three, eager to see if they had the audacity to seize this opportunity. "Let us take a gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. I only have 50 million, but I'm in." To Yang Ye's surprise, it was Wang Gang who spoke first. He had initially thought Zhang Yu would be the first to respond. "Count me in for 50 million as well," Yang Jie exclaimed, downing a cup of tea from the table, ready to invest his savings. "All right, Yi Xiao dares to invest 1 billion. I may not be as bold as Zhang Yu, but I'll contribute 100 million. After this declaration, the four promptly moved aside to make phone calls to secure the necessary funds. Despite being top-tier second-generation wealthy individuals, they only had a few million in liquid assets, and they needed to devise ways to mobilize the promised investments. 20 minutes later, the group returned to the tea table, and Yang Yi refilled their cups with hot tea. Yi Xiao, this is all I have. If it fails, you'll have to feed me. Yes, you must provide meals. Although they had shown hesitation at first, they ultimately decided to trust themselves and committed the funds they could muster, which deeply moved Yang Yi. Don't worry, you will receive a delightful surprise in 5 days. Yang Yi smiled, remaining silent, for the existence of the system was beyond their comprehension. At 2 in the afternoon, employees from Yang Jie's financial company arrived at Qianying with the necessary equipment. Yang Yi promptly took out his bank card and placed a bet of 1 billion on the Million-yuan growth mixed fund. In an instant, the operators were taken aback, their eyes widening, only to be quickly replaced by excitement and exhilaration, as even the handling fees would provide them with a handsome profit. Witnessing Yang Ye's all-in move, Zhang Jian and the others followed suit. Chapter 41. The Underworld. After completing the relevant formalities, Zhang Yu and the others engaged in some idle chatter with Yang Yi before taking their leave, stating they needed to monitor the real-time trends of the Million-yuan growth mix stock. Despite their unwavering confidence in Yang Yi, it was, after all, their entire fortune at stake, necessitating their vigilance. Once they departed, Yang Yi's demeanor transformed, becoming lively and animated. Unbeknownst to them, Lina was still at the bar preparing fruit juice for Yang Yi when he suddenly appeared behind her. Gently, he wrapped his arms around her. Ah! The unexpected embrace startled her, causing the fruit juice in her cup to spill, awkwardly landing in a rather critical area. Seeing this, Yang Yi chuckled, lifting her off the ground and carrying her into the bedroom. An hour later, Lina lay beside Yang Yi, her body languid and her gaze filled with adoration. Nana, is there anything you wish to do? Since she had become his partner, he felt it imperative to consider her development, especially as their intimacy had reached a commendable 93 points, an opportune moment for deeper connection. Caught off guard by Yang Ye's sudden inquiry, Lina responded absent-mindedly. I possess some experience in hotel management. Beyond that, I have not ventured. After a brief contemplation, she answered softly. Hotel management, you say? An idea sparked in Yang Ye's mind, but he merely smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. The 11th rule of the Sea King surprised the fledgling. After purchasing shares in the Million-yuan growth mixed fund, Yang Yi found himself with just over 20 million left. As a Sea King, he could not permit himself to experience a shortage of resources. Thus, he took Lina by the hand and led her back to the Yunfu Mall. Welcome to Yunfu Jewelry. How may we assist you? They first arrived at a jewelry store. Please bring out your latest designs for her to try on. Women often possess an irresistible attraction to shimmering objects, and at Yang Ye's request, the sales staff promptly presented the newest styles in the store. As for whether Yang Yi had purchasing power, that was not a concern for them, as they had immediately noticed the Patek Philippe on his wrist upon entry. Before long, the sales associate had selected a necklace, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings for Lina. With her inherent grace, the adornments accentuated her allure, akin to a ripe peach exuding an irresistible fragrance. Just as Yang Yi was savoring the moment, an unwelcome voice shattered the ambience. Beautiful lady, I am Wang Shuai, the general manager of Xinyu Company. May I add you on WeChat? A man in his 30s, clad in a suit, approached Lina, completely disregarding Yang Ye's presence. Is he attempting to place a crown of forgiveness upon my head? Yang Yi, despite his usual composure, couldn't help but furrow his brow at the scene. Not interested. Before Yang Yi could interject, Lina coldly rejected him, wrapping her arm around Yang Ye's. Miss, I should mention that besides being the general manager of Xinyu Company, I am also the son of the president of the Xingyao Association. Are you certain you wish to reject me? At this moment, Wang Shuai's tone turned frigid, his words laden with a hint of blatant threat. Accustomed to wielding his family's influence, he was instantly captivated by the enchanting Lina and sought to claim her for himself. At this moment, Yang Ye's brow furrowed deeply, confronting someone who would undermine him while threatening his beloved. In response, he approached Wang Shuai with impatience, declaring, Leave while I am still in good spirits, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. The nearby sales assistant, witnessing the escalating conflict, quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yang Yi was unaware of the Starry Society's true nature, yet she was well informed. The Starry Society was a formidable underground gang in Qian City. At this juncture, Lina leaned closer to Yang Yi, whispering the details about the Starry Society to him, as she, a high-end concierge at one of Qian City's premier hotels, had long been aware of their reputation. You dare to give me a lesson? Just try to lay a finger on me, and I assure you, you won't leave this establishment on your own 2 feet. Wang Shuai, with an air of arrogance, approached Yang Yi, believing that merely invoking the name of the Starry Society would command respect even from the wealthiest elites, thus dismissing Yang Yi entirely. Then let us see how you intend to prevent my departure from this shop. With that, Yang Yi swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Wang Shuai's face. The sharp sound of the slap resonated throughout the room. With Yang Yi's full force unleashed, Wang Shuai was sent flying, his right cheek swelling instantly, even losing 2 teeth in the process. You dare strike me? Wang Shuai's face, now red and swollen, bore an expression of disbelief, soon overshadowed by pure rage. With another swift motion, Yang Yi delivered a second slap to his left cheek, exclaiming, "Get out!" Realizing he was no match for Yang Yi, Wang Shuai turned to leave the store, but not before issuing a fierce warning. "Kid, if you have any guts, wait here for 10 minutes. If I don't bring someone to end you, I'll change my surname." Yang Yi paid no heed to this threat, simply pulling out his phone to send a text before continuing to assist Li Na in browsing for decorative items. "This customer, I advise you to be cautious. The Starry Society is indeed powerful," the sales assistant remarked, astonished that Yang Yi remained calm and composed after confronting Wang Shuai. "Young Master Yi, perhaps we should leave now," Li Na urged, tugging at Yang Yi's sleeve. While Yang Yi was affluent, it did not imply he was invincible, and facing the mafia could lead to dire consequences. Yang Yi gently patted Li Na's head, reassuring her, "No need to worry. Our primary task today is to shop for you, and I have everything else under control." Although Yang Yi's demeanor was relaxed, Li Na remained anxious. Ultimately, Yang Yi not only purchased the jewelry Li Na had tried on earlier, but also acquired an extensive array of the latest designs for her. The total expenditure amounted to 1 million yuan, from which he received a cashback of 21 million yuan. As Yang Yi and Li Na stepped out of Yinfu Jewelry, they were suddenly surrounded by over 20 men clad in black attire. "It is that brat. Do not let him escape." Chapter 42, The Army of Death Warriors. At this moment, Wang Shuai, with a swollen face, led a group surrounding Yang Yi, his gaze venomous as if he wished to reduce Yang Yi to ashes. "It seems that those 2 slaps have not enlightened you." Despite being encircled by over 20 men in black, Yang Yi exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, he mockingly teased Wang Shuai with an air of ease. "Initially, I only intended to break your legs, but now I have changed my mind. I shall shatter every bone in your body." As the son of the president of the largest gang in Qian City, the Xingyao Society, Wang Shuai had been pampered since childhood, naturally developing an arrogant demeanor. Seeing Yang Yi not only refusing to apologize, but also ridiculing him further ignited Wang Shuai's fury, preparing him to impart a lesson Yang Yi would never forget. "What is happening over there? A couple is being surrounded by more than 20 men. Young man, do not get involved. Those men in black belong to the Xingyao Society and are unreasonable." Alas, per couple, the fierce and intimidating gangsters continuously scanned the surroundings, forbidding onlookers from taking photos. "Kid, remember to keep your eyes open next time. Offending me, Wang Shuai, leads only to a dead end. Go, break every bone in this brat's body and bring that girl back with me." At this moment, Wang Shuai had gone utterly mad, openly displaying his intent to abduct a woman in broad daylight. This shameless act of bullying the weak thoroughly enraged Yang Yi, his gaze icy, resembling that of a corpse as he stared at Wang Shuai. Upon receiving the command, the gangsters rushed towards Yang Yi, believing that anyone who dared to offend the Xingyao Society should be ready to be crushed. In response, Yang Yi swiftly pulled Li Na behind him, a force thrice that of an average adult coursing through his body. Bang! Bang! Yang Yi delivered 2 punches, sending the foremost gangsters flying, rendering them incapacitated on the ground. Subsequently, employing the ancient martial art of iron cloth, he plunged into the throng. Bolstered by strength and defense, he could fell a gangster with a single punch, while the punches aimed at him felt merely like gentle tickles, having no effect. In mere moments, over 10 gangsters lay defeated at Yang Yi's feet, the remaining thugs cowering in fear, hesitant to advance. "What? Is this the help you summoned? Weren't you boasting about breaking my legs? Why are they sprawled on the ground?" With Li Na beside him, Yang Yi refrained from pursuing his advantage, casting a scornful glance at Wang Shuai. Faced with Yang Yi's derision, Wang Shuai remained silent. This outcome was entirely unexpected. He had not anticipated Yang Yi's formidable prowess, and had he known, he would have brought more men. As he grappled with the dilemma of whether to make a hasty retreat, a commotion erupted within the crowd, with an estimated 100 men clad in black rushing toward his location. Observing this, Wang Shuai instantly regained his composure, his gaze toward Yang Yi now imbued with a chilling intensity. You claim to be able to take on 10, yet I find it hard to believe you can withstand 100. Wang Shuai mused silently. Young man, my reinforcements have arrived. If you kneel and beg for forgiveness, surrender the woman beside you, I might spare you some torment. To this, Yang Yi remained silent, regarding Wang Shuai with a look of bemused incredulity, his eyes brimming with derision. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the newly arrived 100 black-clad figures swiftly encircled Yang Yi and his companions. Ha! Boy, what do you have to contest against me now? Everyone, attack. Spare no mercy. Make sure to kill him. In that moment, Wang Shuai rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of having control over life and death. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that these newly arrived men did not heed his commands. Instead, they efficiently incapacitated the remaining dozen thugs with remarkable ease. You've got it all wrong. It's that arrogant fool over there you should be dealing with. When Wang Shuai saw the 100 black-clad men dispatching the thugs he had brought, he leaped up in a panic. However, the muscular figures remained unfazed. Bowing respectfully to Yang Yi, Young Master Yi, we apologize for our tardiness. Please punish us as you see fit. This scene astonished everyone present, even Li Na, who stood beside Yang Yi, covering her mouth in disbelief. Witnessing this man, who had lavishly spent on her and unhesitatingly shielded her in the face of danger, left Li Na enthralled, as she pondered what further surprises Yang Yi had in store. The most astounded of all was Wang Shuai. Impossible. Aren't you all members of the Xingyao Society? Wang Shuai was convinced that this sudden appearance of 100 men was undoubtedly from his own organization, for only members of the Xingyao Society donned such attire in Qian City. To his knowledge, no new factions had emerged recently. Could it be that these 100 men had dropped from the sky? Disinterested in entangling himself with the scum that was Wang Shuai, Yang Yi turned to the leader of the elite fighters, Yang Bin, and commanded, break every one of his legs and dismantle the Xingyao Society within a week. Yang Yi had initially contemplated how to deploy these 100 elite fighters, but with this so-called Xingyao Society presenting itself, he saw no reason to spare it. During this time, Yang Yi had come to realize a fundamental truth. Although he possessed considerable wealth, he lacked the corresponding influence. This was the perfect opportunity to establish his first enterprise in Qian City through the army of fighters. With that, Yang Yi elegantly embraced Li Na and departed. What are you planning? My father is Wang Hu, the president of the Xingyao Society. Don't act recklessly. Under the orchestrations of 100 dark-clad assassins, Wang Shuai and his entourage of over 20 thugs were taken to a secluded corner for processing. Due to Yang Yi's specific orders, Wang Shuai's 3-centimeter leg was crushed underfoot, rendering it beyond the possibility of repair. However, the black-clad assassins did not cease their assault on the Xingyao Society. Instead, they gleaned critical information about the organization through Wang Shuai and others. The president of the Xingyao Society is named Wang Hu, who, 2 decades prior, built a formidable empire in Qian City through sheer tenacity. Today, the Xingyao Society stands as the largest underground gang in Qian City, with over 1,000 members, primarily laundering money through various casinos and entertainment venues. On the surface, they engage in a plethora of legitimate professions, yet clandestinely. They monopolize the city's illicit gambling and drug industries. Little did the Xingyao Society anticipate that a single act of bravado by Wang Shuai would set an invisible net closing in upon them. Chapter 43. Is my son courting a wealthy woman? Due to this unexpected interlude, Yang Yi decided against continuing his outing with Li Na. After escorting her back to Qianding Yunju, he drove to Villa number 001 at Yunshang Mansion. It was 5 in the afternoon, and Lu Xiaoyu was live streaming in her room. Upon hearing the door open, she rushed out to investigate. Yi Xiao, aren't you supposed to be in military training? Her surprise was palpable upon seeing Yang Yi. What? Did you miss me so much that you couldn't come to see me? Today, Lu Xiaoyu wore a comfortable home outfit, exuding a strong sense of domesticity. Yang Yi couldn't resist teasingly poking her nose with his finger. Had I known you were coming, I would have skipped the live stream. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu leapt into Yang Yi's embrace, relishing his presence. Be good, continue your stream for a bit. I'll prepare a delicious dinner for you tonight. Yang Yi wished not to intrude excessively into Lu Xiaoyu's life, especially since she had her own matters to attend to, which would keep her from feeling too bored. Rule number 4 of the Sea King's Code: never allow a woman to remain idle, otherwise, she will incessantly create troubles for you. After Lu Xiaoyu returned to her room to continue live streaming, Yang Yi made his way to the private swimming pool on the 3rd floor. He arranged a platter of exquisite fruits and poured himself a glass of rich red wine, then opened his phone to scroll through social media. Snap! He took a selfie, showcasing his chiseled physique, the opulent pool, the upscale neighborhood, and the elegant red wine, all captured in the frame. I had planned to engage in military training, but my abilities do not permit it. Instead, I shall swim and savor a glass of wine, experiencing this monotonous and tedious life. As a true connoisseur of the Versailles lifestyle, Yang Yi posted this on his social media. His post stirred a flurry of reactions among his friends. Li Su commented, "How can such chilling words emanate from a mouth that speaks with 37 degrees of warmth?" Zhang Yi remarked, "Yi Xiao, I am in awe of your calm demeanor." Yang Jie chimed in. Xia Yao questioned, "Why aren't you in military training? Please share." Huang Yi confirmed, "Indeed. This is the essence of Versailles." Wang Gang, "Yi Xiao, please teach me how to sculpt my muscles to perfection." In response to the myriad comments from onlookers, Yang Yi took the time to address each one. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Wang Yuni. "Junior, thank you. The Zhao family has transferred the payment for our materials, along with an additional 2 million in late fees. I'll treat you to a meal soon as a token of my gratitude." In response, Yang Yi smiled subtly, reflecting inwardly that indeed, power and influence are the very foundations of everything. After accepting Wang Yuni's invitation, Yang Yi indulged in some leisurely moments at the swimming pool. At that moment, he contemplated the transformation he had undergone since acquiring the system. Compared to the Zhang family conglomerate, he possessed little more than a modicum of wealth. If someone were determined to confront him, he would find himself in dire straits. Industry. I must establish my own enterprise and influence. Qian City is too small. I shall begin with the underground circles of Qian City. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is to die in the evening. Although Yang Yi had yet to reach such a pinnacle, he had already mapped out a clear path for his future development. Suddenly, a frantic video call rang through. Yang Yi answered promptly, though his expression became momentarily strained. "Hello, Mom. You little rascal. I told you to go to school, yet here you are, gallivanting about. Do you dare to skip military training? Is it that you're being disobedient and the school won't allow you to participate? Do you have enough living expenses? If not, I can have your father send you another 2,000. Yang Yi barely had a chance to speak before being met with a barrage of admonitions. Though the tone was filled with an abundance of love, the caller was none other than his mother, Lu Xiaofeng. In recent days, Yang Yi had amassed considerable wealth with the system's assistance, yet he had not found an appropriate moment or reason to share this with his parents. Having just posted on Moments, his mother's immediate call indicated that they were always keeping an eye on him. His family was not particularly affluent. His parents were merely ordinary workers in a small county, yet they had never been stingy with his expenses. Contemplating this made Yang Yi feel a warm sense of happiness. "Mom, I haven't skipped any classes. The reason I'm exempt from military training is that my physical fitness is up to standard, and the instructor has permitted me to forego it. As for the money, I have enough, so you need not worry about me. Where are you? Why does it seem like you're in a luxurious villa?" Lu Xiaofeng immediately noticed the difference in Yang Yi's surroundings during the video call and couldn't help but inquire. "I'm at a friend's house. Her family is quite well off." Still lacking a suitable reason to confess to his parents, Yang Yi offered a vague excuse. "Son, take good care of yourself while you're out. Although your father and I don't earn much, we can manage your education without issue. Just don't go astray. Rest assured, Mother, I will take good care of myself while I am out, just as you and Father will at home." As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. This is Yang Yi's first time leaving home to attend university in Qian City, so his mother engaged him in a myriad of conversations. Suddenly, in the midst of their lively chat, Lu Xiaoyu appeared at the private pool on the 3rd floor, clad in a bikini. After all, it was a rare occasion for Yang Yi to return, and she wished to avoid being occupied with her live stream. "Young Master Yi, how do you like this outfit?" Unaware of the situation, Lu Xiaoyu struck a pose and cast a flirtatious glance at Yang Yi. In an instant, both Yang Yi and his mother fell silent during their video call, their eyes fixated on Lu Xiaoyu. Yang Yi was captivated by her alluring bikini, while his mother was taken aback by the scene before her. Has my son fallen in love? And with a young and beautiful heiress? Thoughts raced through Lu Xiaofeng's mind, yet a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Mother, I have something to attend to. I will call you back later. With that, Yang Yi abruptly ended the video call, disregarding his mother's feelings. On the other end, Lu Xiaofeng, witnessing her son's abrupt disconnection, muttered to herself, "This rascal has truly forgotten his mother now that he has a girlfriend." Excitedly, she dashed out of the room, exclaiming, "Old Yang, your son is in a relationship, and with a wealthy woman no less." Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was struck with realization. Frozen in place, had she just flirted with Yang Yi in front of his future mother-in-law while wearing a bikini? Would she think of her as a frivolous woman? "What is this? You were so bold just now, and now you're blushing?" Yang Yi remarked teasingly at the sight of Lu Xiaoyu's crimson cheeks. "You're insufferable." Embarrassed to the extreme, Lu Xiaoyu yearned to escape the awkward situation, but Yang Yi had no intention of letting her off that easily. Chapter 44. Acquisition of Qian Ding Yunju. The following midday, Yang Yi finally enjoyed a moment of natural awakening. The reason was simple. He had silenced his phone the previous night, not wishing to let calls and messages disrupt the precious atmosphere. Upon unlocking his screen, he was greeted by multiple missed calls from Zhang Yu and a flurry of group chat messages. "Young Master Yi, I must say, I am impressed. The Nuan Growth Mixed Fund surged by 20% today. I should have asked for more money at that time. I feel like the 50 million was insufficient." "Stop playing the blame game. 50 million is your absolute limit. Don't think I'm unaware." "Jiangzi, as if you didn't also invest 50 million. Yang Yi casually opened a few voice messages and found Wang Gang and Yang Jia engaged in idle chatter. A few individuals were taken aback by the current surge of 20. Yang Yi couldn't help but shake his head and promptly sent a message in the group. "We are merely at the foot of the mountain. If you can gather more funds, the potential for doubling your profit still exists." With Yang Ye's participation, Wang Gang and Yang Jia ceased their idle chatter and began to earnestly analyze what Yang Yi had just expressed. "Gangzi, are we going for it? A double profit? I'm all in. Count me in, it's settled." "Zhang Xiao, are you joining us?" "Apologies, I've already gathered a small target to invest." "Damn. And you didn't even inform us." "Brother, we are in this together, and you're playing mind games?" Stimulated by this wave of profit, Zhang Yu and his companions pooled all their resources for a bold gamble. Ultimately, Zhang Yu invested 200 million, while Wang Gang and Yang Jia each contributed 150 million. The three men risked their entire fortunes, declaring, "If the sky falls, there's someone taller to bear it. What's there to fear?" In truth, they were enchanted by Yang Ye's recent gains, having earned 2 small targets in one day. After some light banter, Yang Yi resumed his lengthy journey of live streaming and cashback. After all the funds he had were tied up in stocks, leaving only a few million for operational expenses, and he urgently needed to generate some cash for emergencies. That afternoon, Yang Yi ordered takeout and spent the remainder of his time seeking high-quality fish fry for tipping. By the end of the day, he had tipped over 30 million and received 300 million in cash back. "Xiaoyu, aside from live streaming, have you considered other avenues for development?" As a competent sea king, Yang Yi did not wish for the fish fry around him to remain idle, as he needed them engaged to ensure his own comfort. "I've always aspired to be an actor, but the entertainment industry is fraught with challenges, so I eventually transitioned to being a streamer." When Yang Yi inquired, Lu Xiaoyu candidly shared her original career aspirations. "What if I devise a way for you to enter the film industry?" With the enhancement of his own capabilities, Yang Ye's vision had broadened. As his first woman, Lu Xiaoyu's identity as an ordinary streamer no longer sufficed. Thus, Yang Yi sought to create a new path for her. "Can I really?" In truth, Lu Xiaoyu was acutely aware of the widening gap between herself and Yang Yi. She did not want to be a hindrance and wished to be a source of support for him during critical moments. "You possess exceptional qualities in all respects. Since you have an interest, I will take care of the arrangements." Yang Yi had already envisioned that in order to develop his ventures, he must penetrate various industries. As he could not stretch himself too thin, his fish fry became the ideal candidates. Currently, Yang Ye's preliminary plan was to have Lu Xiaoyu enter the entertainment industry, while Li Na would venture into the hotel business, coupled with Yang Bin and 100 elite subordinates aiding him in consolidating the underground forces of Qian City. The initial scale of development had already begun to take shape. Let us commence with the most accessible realm, the hospitality industry. At 5 in the afternoon, Yang Yi convened with Zhang Yu, Wang Gang, and Yang Jia at the Yunshan Club. Upon their meeting, The camaraderie was palpable, and the trio greeted Yang Yi with even greater reverence than before. Previously, their amicable relations with Yang Yi were motivated by prospective benefits, intangible aspirations that now seemed trivial. However, Yang Yi had facilitated their substantial profits in the stock market, which translated to tangible riches. This further solidified their belief in Yang Yi's remarkable connections. After all, such insider information could not be acquired without an extraordinary background. Come, brothers, let us raise our glasses. In the spirited atmosphere, they indulged in the services of the enchanting ladies nearby while lifting their glasses in celebration. Young Master Yi, when the time comes to cash out at the peak, do inform us immediately. With that fortune, I could purchase a few more cars and indulge in the company of several lovely ladies. I shall host a grand celebration for the brothers to revel in. Although he had initially invested 50 million, the 20% increase had yielded Yang Jia a profit of 10 million, prompting him to generously sponsor the next gathering. In response, Yang Yi merely shook his head and turned to Wang Gang. Gangzi, your family is in the hotel business. How well do you know the owner of Million-yuan? If I were to acquire it, would he consider selling? Upon hearing this, Wang Gang's expression shifted to one of surprise, but he quickly reconciled it with the understanding of Yang Yi's capabilities. Young Master Yi, to be frank, the owner of Million-yuan, Li Xiongwei, is contemplating selling the hotel to retire abroad. However, it appears that the underground syndicate, Xingyao Society, has also set its sights on Million-yuan, and both parties are currently at an impasse. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I would advise against you wading into such murky waters. Wang Group primarily operates in the hotel sector in Qian Province. Thus, Wang Gang possessed considerable insight into Million-yuan's situation. The Xingyao Society? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi smirked disdainfully. Young Master Yi, do not underestimate the Xingyao Society. Its members are ruthless individuals, skilled in the art of survival. Zhang Yu, aware of the substantial influence the Xingyao Society wielded as a local, noted Yang Yi's apparent dismissal of their power. Rest assured, I have my own arrangements. Please facilitate contact with Li Xiongwei. I shall handle the rest. Recognizing Yang Yi's firm resolve to tread into this perilous venture, Wang Gang felt a sense of helplessness, yet complied, rising to make a phone call. An hour later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, appearing to be in his 40s, entered the room. Wang Gang, maintaining his composure, immediately stood to greet him. Uncle Li, this is young Master Yi. He is quite interested in your Million-yuan. You two may converse at length. As Wang Gang's words faded, Li Xiongwei directed his attention toward Yang Yi. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had honed an astute ability to discern character. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized Yang Yi, he appeared merely as a youthful university student, hardly the type capable of acquiring Million-yuan. Are today's youths truly this affluent? Mr. Li, please present your price. Yang Yi was oblivious to Li Xiongwei's current thoughts and spoke directly. Uncle Li, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Young Master Yi will handle it. Just focus on the transaction. Wang Gang seemed to perceive Li Xiongwei's apprehensions and offered him a reassuring word from the side. Noticing this, Li Xiongwei ceased to ponder and adjusted his demeanor, speaking with utmost seriousness. Since we are all familiar with one another, I shall refrain from platitudes. 18 billion. If we agree, we shall sign the contract directly, and I shall not concern myself with matters thereafter. Splendid. Prior to Li Xiongwei's arrival, Yang Yi had inquired with Wang Gang about the specifics of Million-yuan. An investment of 18 billion would yield profits without losses. If not for Li Xiongwei's urgency to depart abroad and the interference of Xingyao Society, at least 25 billion would be required to secure Million-yuan. 5 days from now, I shall return to Million-yuan to sign the contract. Yang Yi exhibited no hesitation. Regarding the so-called Xingyao Society, it remained to be seen whether they could withstand the next 5 days. After finalizing the agreement, the two shook hands, and Li Xiongwei turned to leave. Young Master Yi, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Zhang Yu and the others, observing Yang Yi's determination to delve into this murky affair, ceased their counsel but expressed their willingness to support Yang Yi should the need arise. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt a deep sense of gratitude. There is no need to trouble my brothers over such trivial matters. I appreciate your intentions. He raised his glass and shared another toast with them. Yang Yi did not intend to register Million-yuan under his own name. Rather, he planned to gift it to Li Na, thereby capturing another valuable opportunity. Meanwhile, Xingyao Society found itself under fierce assault from an unknown force. suffering the loss of 2 gambling establishments and 3 entertainment venues in a single day. In the opulent Golden Splendor Entertainment Club in Cheshire, a multitude of burly men congregated within a private room, while outside, hundreds of subordinates awaited. Inside the room, Wang Hu smashed his wine glass in fury and exclaimed, "From where has this force emerged? President, we too are uncertain of this force's origins. They seem to possess intimate knowledge of our strongholds, and they are formidable fighters. Our brothers are utterly unable to withstand them. Indeed, a single one of them can easily overpower 5 or 6 of our brothers. By the way, has the young master been located? It is a tumultuous time. He should avoid unnecessary exposure." Since Wang Hu unified the underground forces of Cheshire 3 years ago, no one had dared to brazenly strike at Xingyao society, and now this sudden emergence of an adversarial force had caught them completely off guard. Wang Hu paced within the private room, unable to fathom who might be orchestrating this attack against him. He commanded, "All brothers from the 5 halls must remain on high alert. Should we spot this dark-clad army again, we shall mount an immediate counterattack. I intend to uncover who dares oppose me." Bang, bang, bang. Just as Wang Hu's words fell, a cacophony erupted from outside. Immediately thereafter, a young subordinate rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "It's terrible, President. The black-clad army has breached our headquarters, and the young master is in their grasp. Such audacity is intolerable. Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me to vanquish them." The resplendent Golden Splendor Entertainment Club serves as the headquarters of the Xingyao Society. The fact that they dare to strike here indicates their intent for a decisive confrontation. When Wang Hu arrived at the hall with numerous dignitaries of the Xingyao Society and dozens of subordinates, he found that over 100 guards stationed there had been thoroughly defeated. It is essential to recognize that elite assassins are comparable to active duty special forces. 100 special soldiers could easily handle over 100 miscreants. Initially, Yang Bin intended to gradually dismantle the strongholds of the Xingyao Society. But upon learning from Wang Shuai about the society's gathering that night, he opted for a decisive strike, bringing 100 elite assassins for an all-out assault. Upon seeing the 100 menacing assassins before him, Wang Hu instantly grasped the disparity between the 2 factions. His opponents were seasoned warriors, well acquainted with bloodshed. "Friend, I am at a loss as to where I have erred for you to pursue such ruthless annihilation." Wang Hu, a once great warlord, despite being in an utterly disadvantageous position, calmly inquired, for he still did not know the identity of his adversary. In response, Yang Bin let out a cold scoff and replied with a sneer, "Ask your esteemed son. He intends to break every bone in our boss's body." With that, Yang Bin unceremoniously hurled Wang Shuai forward. "Dad, save me. Help me." On that fateful day, under the torment inflicted by the assassins, Wang Shuai was on the brink of collapse. Returning to his father's side, he instantly broke down. Witnessing this, Wang Hu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His son had offended a formidable figure, leading to the Xingyao Society's impending doom. Despite the Xingyao Society boasting over 1,000 members, they could not muster a mere ripple against 100 elite assassins who resembled cold-blooded machines. Moreover, the leadership of the society was entirely cornered, leaving no room for a comeback. Yang Bin's eyes, filled with murderous intent, scanned the faces of those present, and with a voice tinged with gravel, he declared, "You have 2 choices. Surrender your existing enterprises and leave Qian City, or test whether my blade can sever your throats." Simultaneously, the 100 elite assassins fixed their cold, murderous gazes upon the crowd, their blades glinting ominously. It was as if at Yang Bin's command, they would unhesitatingly charge forth, brandishing their deadly weapons. Who would have imagined that Wang Hu, once a legendary warlord, would meet such a fate? Turning to glance at his subordinates and then at Wang Shuai at his feet, Wang Hu could not suppress a sigh and uttered, "I concede. I shall never set foot in Qian City again." In that moment, Wang Hu appeared to age a decade, his spirit and vitality utterly diminished. Under the leadership of Wang Hu, the members of the Xingyao Society surrendered en masse, transferring their associated enterprises to Yang Bin. Wang Hu, accompanied by Wang Shu, departed from Qian City with 20 million in cash, while other loyal associates became subordinates under Yang Bin. Some diehard followers were expelled from Qian City. As for whether Wang Hu and his cohort would return, Yang Bin was unconcerned, for his strength was undeniable. Subsequently, Yang Bin informed Yang Yi of the night's triumph via WeChat. Yang Yi, who was in the company of Zhang Yu and others, was struck by the formidable prowess of the elite assassins upon receiving Yang Bin's message. He promptly replied, asserting complete control over the underground forces in Qian City and declaring that no drugs were to resurface in the city. Thus, the underground realm of Qian City was firmly under Yang Ye's dominion. Chapter 46. Harvesting the stock market the following morning. The citizens of Qian City resumed their daily routines as usual. However, the underground world had undergone a monumental transformation. Have you heard? There was a clash at the Golden Splendor Entertainment Club last night, and the Xingyao Society was obliterated. What? I heard that their president, Wang Hu, was arrested for solicitation. Stop joking. I heard it was done by a group known as the Black Army. The Black Army? No one knows where this force emerged from. But they all wear black, hence the name. Word spread rapidly throughout the populace about the eradication of the once dominant Xingyao Society. The prominent families of Qian City were among the first to learn of this development. Unlike the rumors circulating among ordinary citizens, they were privy to the knowledge that the faction responsible for dismantling the Xingyao Society had fully seized control of the underground world of Qian City. In a world where light exists, darkness invariably follows. These elite families typically steered clear of such reckless individuals, maintaining a policy of non-interference. However, the sudden emergence of the Black Army filled them with trepidation, for if they could eliminate the Xingyao Society overnight, they possessed the potential to wreak havoc in unpredictable ways. Investigate. We must ascertain the details of the Black Army immediately. The prominent families of Qian City dispatched personnel to uncover the specifics regarding this enigmatic force. Yet, the astonishing Black Army seemed to vanish, retreating into the shadows, leaving only a few subordinates to manage surface affairs. At Yunshan Club, after an all-nighter, Yang Jie suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? The Xingyao Society was actually wiped out overnight. What happened?" A seemingly deflated Zhang Yu and Wang Gang rushed over to witness the commotion. Only Yang Yu remained composed, standing calmly in place. "I just received news from home that a new power emerged in Qian City last night, annihilating the Xingyao Society in a single night. They have now taken over the management of the underground world. I received news of this as well." Not long after, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang received messages from home regarding the annihilation of the Xingyao Association, urging them to avoid trouble and maintain a low profile in the near future. "Young Master Yi, are you not the least bit astonished by such explosive news?" Yang Jie, observing Yang Ye's calm demeanor, could not help but inquire. "What's the big deal? It's merely the Xingyao Association. There's nothing to be shocked about. We should be more concerned about how much the stocks have risen today," Yang Yi remarked, shifting the focus of the group to the stock of Million-yuan Growth Mixed Fund. After all, the demise of the Xingyao Association was merely gossip. It had little bearing on them, whereas the fluctuations of this stock directly impacted their financial interests. Only Zhang Yu regarded Yang Yi with contemplation, as the confidence he exuded last night, coupled with his current tranquility, sparked a bold thought within Zhang Yu. He had an inexplicable feeling, a subconscious belief that the downfall of the Xingyao Association was intrinsically linked to Yang Yi, whose enigmatic nature only deepened this suspicion. "It's risen. It's risen. It's risen. Young Master Yi, from this day forth, you are my deity," exclaimed Wang Gang, who had checked the stock trends on his phone and immediately entered a state of frenzy. "By how much? Tell me quickly." 32. "What? Repeat that." In disbelief, Zhang Yu slapped Yang Jie's arm, causing him to wince in pain. "Why did you hit me? I'm not dreaming. It truly has risen by 32 points. I invested 200 million. That's over 60 million this morning." Ha! In that instant, the three felt as if they were soaring into the heavens. Most of their investment money had been borrowed from their families, and since they typically received only a few million in pocket money each month, the prospect of earning such a substantial amount in just a few days alongside Yang Yi was exhilarating. Moreover, this money was earned by their own efforts, lending them an air of pride. In the following days, Yang Yi secluded himself in the Yunshang Mansion, Villa 001, engaging in various exchanges of knowledge with Lu Xiaoyu, not to mention the occasional cashback during live streams. Coincidentally, today marked the peak of the Million-yuan Growth Mixed Fund stock. Early in the morning, Yang Yi called Zhang Yu and the others, inviting them to meet at Xianding Yunjun. Upon arrival at the suite, Yang Yi was the first to arrive, followed closely by Zhang Yu and his companions, who appeared with pronounced dark circles, pallid faces, and a general air of fatigue. "Wow. Did you three go steal cattle or something?" Yang Yi was taken aback by their haggard appearance. "Don't even mention it. Wehaven T slept a wink these past few days, fixated on the stock's upward trend. Despite their exhaustion, excitement radiated from their words. I'm impressed. Yang Yi could not help but commend their dedication. At 12 noon today will be the peak. All stocks must be liquidated. I've been waiting for you to say that, young Master Yi. If the goods are not dispatched soon, I feel as though I may be driven to despair. Although the soaring stock prices are exhilarating to witness, the fatigue from several sleepless nights has pushed them to their physical limits. At noon, under the direction of the financial firm, they sold all their stocks at peak prices, realizing a remarkable increase of 120 points, perfectly aligned with the system's forecasts. Gazing at the long string of digits in his bank account, a smile could no longer be contained on Yang Ye's face. This stock investment has returned a total of 2 billion, and coupled with the recent cashbacks, Yang Yi now possesses a liquidity of 3 billion. Before he could indulge in his reflections, the three individuals beside him erupted into a frenzy once more. Over 200 million. In just 5 days. I've earned over 200 million. Despite Zhang Yu hailing from a prestigious family in Qian City, the efficiency of earning such a fortune in a mere 5 days utterly shattered his worldview. Wang Gang and Yang Jia also earned 1.8 billion. Their faces alight with joy. Young Master Yi, should such an opportunity arise again, do let me know in advance. I would dare to sell my ancestral home. The thought of Yang Yi having amassed 1.2 billion left them all envious. You all should take a moment to rest. Return tomorrow at noon to accompany me in purchasing properties. To prevent any of them from succumbing to overwhelming joy and suffering an untimely demise. Yang Yi promptly ushered them out. I must return to show my father that his son is indeed an investment prodigy. The image of their triumphant return made Yang Yi furrow his brow. One could only marvel at the exuberance of youth. In stark contrast to the elation of Yang Yi and his companions, Li Xiongwei found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. The primary reason he had previously agreed to sell Qian Dingyunju for 1.8 billion was the oppression exerted by the Xing Yao Society. Now that the society had been dismantled, his thoughts began to shift. Chapter 47, A Gift of 1.8 billion. The following noon, Yang Yi, Zhang Yu, and 2 others, accompanied by Li Na, convened in the office of the chairman of Qian Dingyunju for discussions with Li Xiongwei. Uncle Li, hurry and bring over the contract for signing. I wish to find some amusement with young Master Yi shortly. Young Master Yi, I have given it some thought today. Qian Dingyunju is the most prestigious hotel in Qian City, and it is currently operating smoothly. Might we not negotiate the price a bit further? Li Xiongwei lowered his gaze, occasionally glancing at Yang Yi, eager to gauge his reaction to his proposition. Uncle Li, this is rather unseemly of you. We had previously agreed upon 1.8 billion. How can you now renege? Before Yang Yi could respond, Wang Gang sprang to his feet, striking the table with fervor. As the one who introduced Li Xiongwei to Yang Yi, Wang Gang felt a profound sense of embarrassment at Li Xiongwei's sudden reversal. My dear nephew, you are unaware of my difficulties. Qian Dingyunju embodies my life's work, and this is indeed a challenging matter for me. Observing Yang Yi's silence, Li Xiongwei began to employ a strategy of self-pity, speaking with such heartfelt emotion as if he truly held deep affection for Qian Dingyunju. From the moment Li Xiongwei began to speak, Yang Yi discerned his intention to inflate the price. Previously, the willingness to sell at the low price of 1.8 billion was due to the existence of the Xingyao Club. Now that the club has disbanded, he can bide his time for a better offer. Upon realizing this, Yang Yi let out a cold chuckle and spoke. Mr. Li, as you are an elder of my acquaintance, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. A man without trust cannot stand. Or, as the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. I was previously bold enough to take over your establishment because I had the means to resolve certain issues. Now that these problems have vanished, you wish to play a trick of burning the bridge after crossing it. The Xingyao Club could disappear overnight. And who is to say that Qian Dingyunju might not face unforeseen circumstances as well? Mr. Li, do you believe this or not? In that moment, Yang Yi's aura surged, his eyes fixated on Li Xiongwei, each word laced with lethal intent. At that instant, Yang Yi resembled a commanding sovereign. As if a mere slip of the tongue from Li Xiongwei could summon calamity, an icy chill coursed down Li Xiongwei's spine. As he sensed that Yang Yi was not jesting, he possessed the power to plunge him into an abyss of despair. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, observing from the side, became increasingly convinced of his assumptions, his gaze towards Yang Yi growing more solemn. Mr. Li, shall we test the waters? Though Yang Ye's tone remained calm, Li Xiongwei detected an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere. Young Master Yi, I will have the contract brought forth immediately. Li Xiongwei conceded, daunted by Yang Ye's imposing presence. He abandoned his gamble. He had envisioned a tranquil retirement abroad, but under the weight of Yang Ye's pressure, he promptly acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, the secretary presented the drafted documents. Yang Yi refrained from taking action himself, instructing Li Na to receive them instead. Li Na diligently reviewed the entire contract before turning to Yang Yi with an affirmative nod, declaring, the contract poses no issues, it is ready for signing. Young Master Yi, shall we proceed to sign the contract here? At this moment, Li Xiongwei adjusted his posture, extending an invitation to Yang Yi to sign the agreement privately. This contract is not to be signed by me. If you are purchasing the property, who else would sign? Li Xiongwei was momentarily taken aback by Yang Ye's words, pondering whether he still held a grudge against his earlier attempt to raise the price. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Nana, you shall sign on my behalf. As Li Xiongwei stood there, bewildered, Yang Yi turned to Li Na, offering her a reassuring smile and a confident glance. I will sign. Young Master Yi, only the property owner is authorized to sign. Realizing that Yang Yi had entrusted her with the evaluation of a project valued at 1.8 billion, Li Na felt a surge of emotion. Yet she meticulously pointed out the relevant regulations. Indeed, young Master Yi, this contract must be signed by you in order to hold legal validity. Li Xiongwei, assuming Yang Yi was unaware of the intricacies involved, interjected once more. Qianding Yunju was originally purchased as a gift for you. So what issue could there be with you signing? Yang Ye's words detonated like a nuclear bomb, stirring a tremendous wave of astonishment among the crowd. What? Young Master Yi, you spent 1.8 billion to acquire Qianding Yunju just to give it away? Previously, I heard rumors that he spent over 80 million on a villa for a girl, and I found it hard to believe. Now, it seems that 80 million is merely a trifle. Young Master Yi, are you truly not registering Qianding Yunju in your name? Remember, this is 1.8 billion, not 180,000, nor merely 18. Yet, Yang Yi offered it without a flicker of his eyelid. In contrast to the shock of those present, the person at the center of it all, Li Na, was utterly stunned, left speechless for a prolonged moment. Young Master Yi, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. After a brief silence, Li Na spoke, realizing that during their time together, Yang Yi had already bestowed upon her so much. She felt unworthy of such an extravagant gift valued at 1.8 billion. Upon witnessing her reaction, Yang Yi felt a warm current flow through him. Although Li Na had initially expressed her desire to change her fate by being with him, he had come to recognize that she often considered matters from his perspective. As a sentimental figure, how could he possibly retract a gift given from the heart? Feigning anger, Yang Yi retorted, what? You refuse a gift I present to you? Do you wish for the gap between us to widen, for the distance to grow? Yang Ye's words struck Li Na like a thunderclap, and after a moment of realization, she awakened to the truth. Indeed, with Yang Ye's mysterious background and the powerful forces behind him, how could she, merely an ordinary hotel manager, ever hope to keep pace with him? Young Master Yi, I understand your intentions. I will accept this gift, but should you ever need it back, I will return it to you at any time. At that moment, Yang Yi fully ingrained himself into Li Na's heart. Subsequently, he swiped his card, delegating all the paperwork to Li Na, as he did not wish for these trivial matters to distract him from his aspirations. Ding. Li Na's favorability towards the host has reached 95 points. Successful capture. Ding. The host has spent a total of 1.816 billion on Li Na, with a full refund. Ding. The host has successfully captured Li Na, gaining a sincere love. Rewarded with 10 attribute points, and a media company valued at 50 million, with an executive included, as well as proficiency in English, French, and Russian, plus a 10-day experience card for game combat refunds. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18. Attractiveness, 90 points. Height, 180 centimeters. Physique, 30, strong and robust. Title, Junior Sea King. Basic income, 10,000 per day. Wealth, 3.15 billion. Skills, Master Level Piano Performance, Hall of Fame Basketball Skills, Ancient Martial Arts Iron Cloth. Attribute points, 10. Fishing Pond, Lu Xiaoyu. Li Na. Task, become a Senior Sea King within a year. Current progress, 20. Listening to the system prompts echoing in his mind, Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, What a thrill it is to be on top. Chapter 48. Is this red envelope a tad too generous? Half an hour later, all formalities were completed. Li Na felt as if she had stepped out of a dream. One moment, she was merely a senior private steward at Qiandingyunju, and the next, she had become the owner of this 18 billion valued estate. Young Master Yi, when it comes to charming women, I have to concede to you. Zhang Yu and the others suddenly realized that Yang Yi was on an entirely different level from them. Their respect for his background deepened, and their attitude towards him subtly shifted upwards. Yang Ye's decision to gift Qiandingyunju to Li Na was not solely to win her over. As a senior private steward, she was already well-versed in the operational model of the estate. Entrusting it to her management would ensure there were no lapses in its functioning. Moreover, Yang Yi hoped that the young ladies could establish their own careers, allowing him more leisure time, while also enabling them to assist him in the future. Coupled with the system rewards, he felt no hesitation in giving away the 18 billion hotel. Work hard. This way, we won't drift apart. Yang Yi gently kissed Li Na on the forehead, bestowing upon her a gaze filled with unwavering trust. In that instant, Li Na was overwhelmed by Yang Ye's tenderness and faith, tears of joy streaming from her eyes. The considerate Zhang Yu and his companions had long since escorted Li Xiongwei out of the room. Here, 5,000 words omitted. An hour later, Yang Yi gazed at Li Na with affection and said, Na, from now on, Qiandingyunju will be entirely under your management. Do not feel too pressured. All I desire is for you to be happy. Young Master Yi, why are you so kind to me? I have said that as long as you do not leave me, you will always be my woman. The 14th rule of the Sea King. Matters that can be resolved with money are not problems at all. After a brief conversation with Li Na, Yang Yi drove his Bugatti Veyron back to Qianda. At that moment, Li Su and others were engaged in military training on the playground. As they watched Yang Yi zoom by in his Bugatti, envy surged within them. Young Master Yi has switched cars again. He must be off to charm some women. His life is my dream. Unbothered by Li Su and the others' thoughts, Yang Yi, after a couple of days of exertion, returned to his dormitory and indulged in a long, restful slumber. In the evening, after a day of military training, Li Su and the others returned to their dormitory. Let us play some games, brothers. Young Master Yi, are you joining us for Honor of Kings? At that moment, Honor of Kings was all the rage. And Yang Yi had played it before. Having recently acquired a 10-day experience card for cashback on in-game kills, he was curious to see what it entailed, and thus, he agreed to join. Let us get started. In the dormitory, all 4 individuals held platinum-level ranks, and they promptly matched with a random player to commence a 5-man team. Ding! The system detected that the host was engaged in an online game. Would you like to bind the game Honor of Kings and utilize the 10-day trial card for kill rewards? Oh, it even activates automatically. Use it. Ding! The host has successfully bound the game Honor of Kings. For each kill within 10 days, a reward of 100,000 will be granted. And achieving a rank of 30 stars in 10 days will yield a mysterious gift package and 1 billion in rewards. Wow, a mysterious gift package? And 1 billion in rewards? Is this an invitation to become a gaming recluse? Moments later, Yang Yi comprehended the capabilities of this game trial card. Indeed, a product from the system is bound to be exquisite. Focusing intently, Yang Yi promptly selected Zhuge Liang for when it comes to securing kills. Few rival Zhuge Liang's prowess. Yi, why did you choose Zhuge Liang as a support? One roommate inquired. To secure kills, of course. Yang Yi retorted. Could you not explain it a bit more tactfully? This remark left Li Su momentarily flustered. You guys can let me have the kills, and I'll send you red envelopes based on the kill count at the end. Earning money for a streamer is still earning. It is better to share some benefits with my roommates. Furthermore, Yang Yi was aware that among them, Li Su's family circumstances were not particularly favorable. If he simply handed over money, it would undermine Li Su's pride, so this method would also serve to assist them. Yi, are you planning to distribute benefits? They mused, knowing he could easily spend 30 million. Today, let him bleed a little. Indeed, one should not let the bounty flow to outsiders. Yang Yi's approach not only failed to elicit resentment from his roommates, but instead ignited their enthusiasm even further. Ultimately, Old Wang played as Chun Yaojin in the solo lane. A random player took the mid lane as Jiao Chan. Zhang Jian operated the jungler Sun Wukong. Li Su played as the marksman Yu Ji, while Yang Yi assumed the role of Zhuge Liang. The opposing team featured Arthur in the solo lane, Dian Wei in the jungle, a fox in the mid lane, and Ho Yi alongside Xiao Qiao in the bottom lane, aspiring to be the top dog. Yang Yi opted not to purchase support items, instead bringing an enhancement spell and heading straight to the lane. Li Su, known for his 18 years of singlehood, displayed impressive speed with Yu, continuously utilizing skills to chip away at the opponent's health. Upon reaching level 4 and observing 2 enemies with low health, he exclaimed, "Yi, unleash your ultimate." Without hesitation, Yang Yi utilized Zhuge Liang's reset effect to claim both kills. No rewards received. Do I have to wait until the game's conclusion for it to count? Noticing the absence of system notifications after securing the 2 kills, Yang Yi briefly pondered. His roommate's skills were commendable, and the match progressed smoothly. By the 20th minute, Yang Yi had amassed 21 kills, successfully winning the game. Ding! The host has successfully eliminated 21 opponents, earning a reward of 2,100,000, now credited. Incredible! With the success of the test, Yang Yi quickly exited the game interface and sent a red envelope of 210,000 in the dormitory group chat. Brothers, grab the red envelope. They laughed. I can't wait to see how generous Yi's red envelope is. Li Su, with a beaming smile, opened the WeChat group and claimed the red envelope just sent by Yang Yi. As he opened it, he stood frozen in place. For the screen displayed an astonishing sum of 81,000 yuan. Young Master Yi, just how grand of a red envelope did you send? Li Su swallowed hard, adjusted his throat nervously, and then asked with a slight tremor in his voice. I distributed a total of 210,000 yuan, receiving 21 heads in return. What is the matter? 210,000? Zhang Jian and Lao Wang, who had yet to claim their envelopes, instantly wore expressions of disbelief. However, as they opened the envelope and saw the amount within, they were rendered speechless. Young Master Yi, isn't this red envelope a bit excessive? In the following chapter, the dormitory group played 2 more rounds. Perhaps due to the winning streak mechanism, the second round proved quite challenging, nearly resulting in a comeback by the opposing team. Over the course of these 2 rounds, Yang Yi distributed over 400,000 in red envelopes. Yet thanks to the system rewards, he himself earned more than 4 million. Contemplating the ultimate mysterious grand prize, Yang Yi felt the first inkling of wanting to become a points slave. Su, don't rush. Let me find a streamer to lead us. All right. Given their own skill levels and the fact that they were providing heads to Yang Yi, the group felt somewhat overwhelmed after several consecutive victories. Though Yang Yi was not well acquainted with any game streamers, he was determined to spend money to secure a spot among the top 30 stars in the game for the sake of the mysterious grand prize. He then opened the Shark live streaming platform, where he encountered a plethora of streamers in the gaming section. The top slots were filled with alluring female streamers. But Yang Yi paid them no mind. He sought a competent and understanding streamer who could elevate his ranking, not just another online beauty for casual play. Before long, he discovered a live stream with 30,000 followers, titled The Strongest Nakaruru in the National Server Online. Perfect, I can have Xiaoming set up a chain for us. Upon entering, he immediately sent 10 rockets as a show of support. Welcome, Supreme Emperor Pippi Shrimp, to the live stream. Thank you, Emperor Pippi Shrimp, for sending 10 rockets. Wow, it's actually Shrimp Boss. The leader has changed taste? Donating to a male streamer? Leader, I stand at 175 centimeters and weigh 120 kilograms. I can both attack and defend. Do you think I'm suitable? Yang Ye's forehead creased at the barrage of comments. Streamer, carry me to victory. I'll offer 10,000 yuan for each win, but the heads must be mine. Are you in? What? 10,000 yuan for each win? Shrimp Boss, pick me. I could play better with my feet than this streamer. Meanwhile, sitting at his computer and enjoying instant noodles was Luo Pei, utterly astonished. For he was the Nakaruru currently streaming. Big boss, I'm adding you. After quickly finishing his noodles, Luo Pei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was merely a small streamer, and earning 10,000 yuan over a month was no small feat. The audacious Pai Shrimp began by showering himself with 10 rockets, amounting to a staggering 10,000 yuan, and promised to reward anyone who played games with him a similar sum for each victory. To his astonishment, such fortuitous circumstances came his way. Moments later, Luo Pei added Yang Yi on WeChat via private message. Master, what rank is your account? Platinum. No way. It's happening. As a professional gaming streamer, Luo Pei possessed the prowess of a 100-star king player. He had assumed that with such a generous offer from Yang Yi, the account would surely be of king rank. However, it turned out to be merely platinum, a clear indication of a money-making scheme. Master, do you have any further requests? None. Just hurry and log in. We await you online. In less than a minute, Luo Pei found a platinum account and added Yang Yi as a game friend. Upon entering, he noticed that Yang Yi was in a four-man team and immediately sent a message in the chat box. Greetings, esteemed players. You can call me Pei Pei. Give me the kills, and victory is assured. The rest is up to you. Upon seeing Luo Pei enter the room, Yang Yi promptly activated the team voice chat and instructed him. Alright, master, may I livestream our match? Feel free. Initially, Luo Pei felt a bit anxious. But after chatting with Yang Yi for a while, he gradually relaxed. Soon, the match commenced. Yang Yi took the role of a top lane Kai, with Jiao Chan in the mid lane and Yu Ji as the shooter. Yang Yi selected Xiao Ming to assist Luo Pei's Na Kolu Lu. To ensure that Na Kolu Lu could thrive, Yang Yi opted for a knowledge gem. True to his professional streamer status, Luo Pei secured the red buff and led Yang Yi into the enemy jungle for a counterattack. The opposing Han Xin was swiftly reduced to low health under Na Kolu Lu's high burst damage. Master, go for the kill. Yang Yi executed a skill to claim Han Xion's life, and pleased with Luo Pei's initiative, he praised him. Well done. Embarrassed by the compliment, Luo Pei scratched his head. Subsequently, Yang Yi's Xiao Ming guided Na Kolu Lu through the canyon, claiming kill after kill. In the livestream, hundreds of thousands of fans watched as Luo Pei was led around like a devoted follower, playfully commenting in the chat. Pei Chi, you truly possess a talent for being a loyal pet. Shocking. A streamer is being led around by the shrimp master in the canyon. I misjudged you, streamer. I once called you a mere dog, but today I realize you are indeed a devoted follower. Due to the overwhelming disparity in skill, the match concluded in a mere 15 minutes, with Yang Yi's Xiao Ming racking up 15 kills and earning a reward of 150,000 yuan. Yang Yi generously sent a 15,000 yuan red envelope to Zhang Jian and others in the group, while streamer Pei Chi received a direct transfer of 10,000 yuan. On the other side of the screen, Luo Pei, witnessing the 10,000 yuan transferred by Yang Yi, leaped from his seat in sheer excitement. As Luo Pei was broadcasting live, the record of Yang Yi's transfer was visible to the hundreds of thousands of fans in the stream. No way. Shrimp Boss truly transferred 10,000 to Pei Chi. If memory serves, this game lasted merely 15 minutes. How impressive. To those who claimed Pei Chi was merely a pawn, take a look and see that there's nothing wrong with being a pawn. Thanks to Yang Yi, Luo Pei's live streaming room has become increasingly popular. In just 1 hour, the viewership skyrocketed from 300,000 to 1 million followers. During this hour, several games were played, with Yang Yi consistently opting for Xiao Ming to guide Pei Chi. In these 3 matches, Yang Yi played exceptionally well, ultimately transferring 50,000 to Pei Chi in the last game, instantly transforming the viewers into envious spectators. Shrimp Boss, I am delicate and will shout 666. Those upstairs, cease your clamor. Shrimp Boss has no interest in women. His focus lies solely on kills and rank. Shrimp Boss, I can ascend to Platinum too. With a winning streak of 7 matches, Yang Yi swiftly rose from Platinum to Diamond rank, and several of his roommates received over 400,000 in red envelopes, filling the atmosphere with exhilaration. Feeling fatigued today? Pei Chi, gather a few skilled friends tomorrow, and we shall continue. As long as the skill is there, the price remains the same. After informing Luo Pei, Yang Yi logged off from Honor of Kings, as it was already midnight and his roommates had military training the next day. Meanwhile, Luo Pei, witnessing his follower count surge to 1 million, was nearly astounded. Upon receiving a message from the esteemed individual, he felt as if he was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of his life, recalling the playful banter within the live stream. He could only think, what is wrong with being a pawn? Chapter 50. Father, please accept our prostration as a small streamer struggling to make ends meet. Luo Pei had long endured the hardships of life. Encountering a wealthy individual like Yang Yi, who was generous in his spending, was a novelty for him, prompting him to take Yang Yi's every request seriously. Considering Yang Yi's desire for him to find a few reliable friends to play alongside tomorrow, despite the late hour, he took out his phone to begin contacting people. After all, individuals like Yang Yi, who are easygoing and generous, are rare. Should the esteemed individual summon him in the morning to gather players, it would be quite unfavorable if he had no one to present. Hello, Fatty. Are you available for gaming companionship? Are you out of your mind? Waking me up at this hour just to ask that? On the other end of the line, a chubby young man in his early 20s was roused from sleep, his irritation palpable. So you're not interested then? Interested? What are you talking about? I've been exhausted these past few days. Well, I was going to share some good news with you, but since you're unappreciative, I'll let it go. There are plenty of people willing to play for 10,000 a match. Wait, could you repeat that? How much per match? On the other end, Luo Pei intentionally kept the chubby man in suspense, casually stating, a big shot asked me to find players for team ranking. P.S. offering 10,000 for each win. If that doesn't interest you, I'll ask along and the others instead. Pei-gu, Pei, you are well aware of my capabilities. Grant my brother an opportunity. Just let me know how to proceed. Whatever the esteemed one requests, you shall comply. Pay close attention to the news tomorrow. Once the time is confirmed, I will inform you. This portly fellow is named Chun Bing, a modest streamer on the Shark platform, possessing the prowess of a 100-star king. Luo Pei was merely attempting to provoke him. Upon realizing he was receptive, he ceased his teasing. Subsequently, Luo Pei employed the same tactic to approach two acquaintances. And under the allure of a reward of 10,000 yuan in a single match, these so-called experts succumbed to the irresistible charm of the game. Early the next morning, several roommates arose to partake in military training, while Yang Yi leisurely made his way to the cafeteria to indulge in a portion of soy milk and fried dough sticks, savoring the languorous pace of university life. Yang Yi, a melodious female voice, interrupted his actions. Looking up, he beheld Wang Yuni and another girl approaching with breakfast in hand. It's already 9 o'clock. Why are you still here having breakfast? Aren't you supposed to be at military training? Wang Yuni sat down opposite Yang Yi, astonished at his absence from the training. I had a premonition that I might encounter a senior here this morning, so I decided to skip military training. Recalling Wang Yuni's demeanor from that night, Yang Yi couldn't resist teasing her further. Are you joking? Wang Yuni was skeptical of Yang Ye's explanation. Had she not called out to him, he might not have noticed her at all. How could he possibly have been waiting for her? All right, I won't tease you anymore. The instructor found me quite handsome and exempted me from military training. Do you believe me now? How unserious. Since you have no military training, I shall treat you to dinner tonight as a token of gratitude for your assistance the other day. With that, Wang Yuni buried her face shyly into her neck, marking her first initiative to invite a boy to dinner. Although it was merely to express gratitude for Yang Ye's help with her family, she felt a tinge of bashfulness. Yang Yu, walking alongside Wang Yuni, was taken aback by her ostrich-like demeanor. As Wang Yuni's roommate, she had never witnessed her friend in such a state. Will you accept? Noticing Yang Ye's fixed gaze without any response, Wang Yuni mustered her courage to ask again. All right, but let us not take too long. I need to get back to my game. At that moment, Yang Yi was solely focused on swiftly advancing to 30 stars in king rank to obtain a mysterious gift package. As for women, they would merely impede his progress. Had he not feared losing Wang Yuni, he might not have even considered acquiescing. What? Not too long. To return for a game? What kind of audacious words are these? In an instant, Wang Yuni felt a pang of insecurity. After all, she was the belle of the philosophy department. How had she inexplicably stumbled in front of Yang Yi? Could it be that her allure paled in comparison to a mere game? Under the gaze of the two, Yang Yi swiftly stuffed the last piece of youtiao into his mouth, signaling Wang Yuni to keep in touch before heading back to his dormitory. At this moment, Wang Yuni's roommate could no longer stifle her laughter, clutching her stomach with one hand while pointing at Wang Yuni with the other, exclaiming, "Our department's flower almost got rejected. How amusing." Wang Yuni, watching Yang Yi's retreating figure, was infuriated, stamping her feet in frustration, her delicate fists clenching and unclenching. As a seasoned player in the game of romance, Yang Yi had no time to ponder Wang Yuni's feelings. His primary focus was on climbing the ranks for rewards. He first browsed the live streaming platform, finding no fish with a score above 8, so he decided to send a WeChat message to Peiqi. Let us rank up, quickly. Enthusiastic Luo Peiqi had been waiting for Yang Yi's message since 8 in the morning. Upon receiving his text, she swiftly contacted several friends. Hurry up and log in. Diamond tier. Don't keep the big shot waiting. 3 minutes later, under Peiqi's organization, a 5-person team was ready to roll. Big shot. The other 3 are my friends, Fatty, Along, and Hazy, all of whom possess the strength of a 100-star king. Good, you all know the rules, right? The kills go to the big shot, and we must win the game. Of course, they chimed in unison. With a generous reward, brave men shall arise. With Peiqi and her 400-star players leading the way, Yang Yi consistently achieved over 20 kills per game, dominating every match. He generously transferred the promised red envelope. And by the end of the day, they played 15 matches, earning Yang Yi over 30 million from kill rewards, while his rank soared to Diamond 1. Having agreed to Wang Yuni's invitation, the game entered anti-addiction mode, prompting Yang Yi to conclude his ranking endeavors for the day. In high spirits, he sent each of Peiqi's group a red envelope of 50,000. Big shot, 1,000 per game is already quite generous. Take it and aim to help me reach 30 stars in the king tier these days. For Yang Yi, these tens of thousands were mere trifles. But for Peiqi and her companions, it was a significant windfall. With 1,000 per match for companionship, plus the final 50,000 red envelope, they had earned 200,000 in a single day. Big shot. Hey Z, maybe tongue-tied, but from now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I shall not scare a chicken. Big shot. Me too. I'm along. How about this? Let us bow to the big shot. Otherwise, this money feels uneasy to hold. That makes sense. Big shot, please accept our bow. Observing the overly zealous group, Yang Yi felt a sense of exasperation and replied, from now on, don't call me Big Shot. Just call me Yang Yi. Indeed. With such great kindness, how can we still call you Big Shot? You are our benefactor. Most assuredly, our benefactor. Great benefactor, please accept our bow. Chapter 51. Not a single competent individual in sight at 5:30. Wang Yuni's call arrived punctually. Yang Yi, let us gather at the school playground at 6 o'clock. Do not be late. With half an hour remaining, Yang Yi took a brief shower. He had recently attempted to don some high-end designer attire, only to discover that it made little difference and was not conducive to his mobility. Thus, he opted for a casual outfit this time, considering it was merely a dinner outing. At 6 o'clock, Yang Yi appeared at the playground of Qian University. However, he did not see Wang Yuni's figure. Accustomed to the tardiness often exhibited by females, he began to stroll around the playground. After approximately 10 minutes, he spotted Wang Yuni approaching in a huff, followed closely by a tall, imposing man who was persistently saying something in pursuit. Apologies, Yang Yi. I encountered a situation that delayed me, Wang Yuni explained. Today, she adorned herself in a simple ensemble, black casual trousers paired with a light pink cartoon t-shirt. Her hair cascaded gently down her back, and a touch of makeup accentuated her beauty. Yang Yi could easily discern that Wang Yuni had been held up by her persistent companion, and thus, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he jested. What is this? Are you afraid I might harbor ulterior motives, senior? Do you require a bodyguard when you step out? Upon hearing Yang Yi's playful banter, the tall man's expression shifted noticeably before he composed himself and arrogantly interjected, Junior, I am Su Liang, the president of our student council. I heard that you and Yuni are going out for dinner, and as luck would have it, I have yet to dine as well. I hope you don't mind me joining. Wang Yuni, I am treating Yang Yi to dinner today. Please refrain from causing a disturbance. Seeing Su Liang's intention to persist, Wang Yuni, already feeling apologetic, could no longer suppress her irritation and outright refused. Su Liang was taken aback by Wang Yuni's sudden reversal, momentarily rendered speechless. However, unwilling to vent his frustration at her, he redirected it towards Yang Yi. Junior, as far as I understand, new students are required to undergo evening drills, correct? You should not neglect your military training merely to roam about. As the student council president, I feel it is my duty to remind you that rules must be adhered to. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Noticing Su Liang's attempt to shift the conflict onto himself, Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Was this fellow truly so foolish? A mere student council president attempting to provoke me? Moreover, daring to threaten me? Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yi regarded him with indifference and replied coolly, Su Liang, such grandiosity for a student council president. I find your frustrated yet powerless demeanor rather amusing. Yang Yi harbored a deep disdain for these so-called student councils, pompous and self-important, blissfully unaware of their inconsequentiality. Come on, Yuni, let us finish our meal quickly so I can return and focus on my studies. With that, he disregarded the towering figure of Su Liang entirely and led Wang Yuni outside the campus, leaving Su Liang standing there, his face flushed with anger. Yang Yi, I will make you pay for this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was strolling along a path outside the campus with Wang Yuni. Yang Yi, the very person Su Liang had persistently pursued before, had fortuitously crossed paths with him again upon descending the stairs, leading to the recent commotion. Perhaps sensing Yang Yi's potential misgivings, Wang Yuni took the initiative to share Su Liang's circumstances. It was evident that the clumsy giant, despite his seemingly serious demeanor, was merely a fool. He genuinely believed that being the student council president conferred immense prestige. As for the suitors surrounding Yu Miao, Yang Yi felt no aversion. After all, his bait had already been cast, and it was only a matter of time before he would ensnare his catch. So, what shall we eat? The beautiful Wang. Since Wang Yuni was treating, Yang Yi relinquished the decision-making power to her. How about we indulge in hot pot? After a brief contemplation, the duo made their way to a renowned hot pot establishment. It was peak dining time, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. After ordering, Yang Yi and Wang Yuni engaged in light conversation at their table. Approximately half an hour later, all the dishes were served. Wang Yuni lifted a glass of beverage and invited Yang Yi, once again, thank you for your assistance. In response, Yang Yi offered a resigned smile and took a sip of his drink. It must be acknowledged that the flavors at this hot pot restaurant were delightful. They had chosen a spicy broth, and Wang Yuni was soon left with a flushed face and beads of sweat. Yang Yi, observing her slightly parted lips, momentarily entertained a bold thought, though it remained confined to his imagination for the time being. Why are you staring at me instead of eating? Under Yang Yi's unwavering gaze, Wang Yuni felt a twinge of shyness. Since Yang Yi had bravely intervened to help her family resolve the troubles brought by Zhao Long, his presence had inadvertently etched itself in her heart. Now, being scrutinized so directly by him, she felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her. As the ancients said, beauty is a feast for the eyes. I had never believed it until today. Sitting here with my senior, I find myself devoid of any appetite for the delectable dishes before me, and I suppose this is precisely the sentiment behind that saying. Yang Yi spoke with profound emotion, and under the system's scrutiny, Wang Yuni's affection for him surged from 60 to 70 points. Observing Wang Yuni shyly burying her head in her meal, Yang Yi refrained from further teasing, for excessive jesting often leads to unintended consequences. Their meal lasted over an hour, culminating in Yang Yi generously covering the bill. A master of charm would never allow a mere fish to pay. On the return path, Yang Yi and Wang Yuni traversed a variety of topics, with Yang Yi showcasing his newfound proficiency in English, French, and Russian, recently awarded by the system, earning him a wave of admiration from Wang Yuni. Upon returning to Qian University, the pair parted ways, and Yang Yi headed straight towards the boys' dormitory. Just as he approached a corner, a group of over 10 figures, exuding ill intent, advanced toward him. A quick glance revealed that these individuals were sturdy, likely athletes accustomed to rigorous training. So you are Yang Yi? A group of over a dozen individuals swiftly dispersed, encircling Yang Yi with an air of intimidation. The leader among them exuded an arrogance so palpable it was as if the word domineering was emblazoned across his face. As Yang Yi contemplated the situation, he surmised the underlying circumstances. It could only be Su Liang, the one harboring grievances against him, who had enlisted the aid of the athletic students from Qian University to confront him. Indeed, as Yang Yi had deduced, Su Liang, incensed after witnessing Yang Yi leave with Wang Yuni, had impulsively contacted the head of the student council's sports department, instructing them to teach Yang Yi a lesson, which led to the current confrontation. Realizing this, Yang Yi shed any pretense of politeness and retaliated with a swift strike, sending the leading assailant sprawling. How dare you lay a hand on me? Brothers, take him down. Zhang Long, caught off guard by Yang Yi's audacity, was unexpectedly thrust aside by a powerful blow. In response, the remaining attackers surged toward Yang Yi. Unfazed amidst the onslaught, Yang Yi activated his iron cloth technique, a cold smile inadvertently gracing his lips. 3 minutes later, all of Su Liang's henchmen lay groaning on the ground, while Yang Yi merely brushed off his clothing, remarking to himself, not one of them could withstand a single blow. Chapter 52. A resounding defeat. Although Su Liang's orchestrated retaliation did not inflict any significant harm upon Yang Yi, it undeniably provoked his ire. Su Liang's arrogance and pettiness were glaringly evident as he dispatched over 10 athletes simply because Yang Yi had shared a meal with Wang Yuni. Had Yang Yi been an ordinary individual, he would surely have found himself bettered in for a fortnight. However, such trivial matters did not warrant his direct involvement. Instead, he sent a message to the leader of the Deaf Warriors, Yang Bin, and returned to his dormitory. Young Master Yi, shall we continue to climb the ranks tonight? One of his peers inquired. Come on, can't you see young Master Yi has already reached Diamond 1? With your skills, you'd only be a burden. Wow, I hadn't noticed that. He must be on a rocket to the top, advancing so swiftly. Another chimed in. By the way, young Master Yi, Huang Yi asked me to let you know she has submitted your piano solo for the upcoming event. She advised you to practice diligently, as the welcome party follows the end of military training. Upon Yang Yi's return, Zhang Jian handed him a bottle of drink and relayed Huang Yi's message. What is there to practice? As long as I have hands, it'll be fine, Yang Yi scoffed, taking a substantial gulp from the bottle. With the system's assistance, his piano skills had already reached a masterful level. Surely, performing at a welcome party was a trivial task for him. However, his words elicited a fresh wave of admiration from his roommates. Meanwhile, Zhang Long and his companions, bruised and limping, made their way to a late-night eatery. At that moment, Su Liang had already ordered an extravagant feast, a smug smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "This will teach you to be arrogant before me. Let us see if he begs for mercy." As he spotted the approaching figures, Su Liang greeted them cheerfully. "Brothers, you've worked hard. Did that kid beg for mercy?" As the crowd drew near, Su Liang's smile gradually faded, replaced by astonishment. "Brothers, what on earth happened? How did you end up like this?" He surveyed the scene before him. Over 10 individuals, some limping, others leaning on crutches, and a few with faces swollen to the size of a pig's head. Su Liang found it perplexing. How could a group of more than 10 confront a freshman and end up in such disarray? "What do you mean? How did we get like this? Isn't this all your fault, President Su?" Zhang Long slammed his palm onto the table, causing drinks to spill. "Did you not claim this kid was just an ordinary university student? How could an ordinary student take down all of us?" Frustrated by the inaccurate intelligence provided by Su Liang, Zhang Long and his companions had been thoroughly beaten by Yang Yi. Their anger had no outlet until Su Liang arrived, becoming the perfect target for their frustration. "Are you saying that kid single-handedly took down all of you?" Su Liang's mouth gaped open in disbelief. He found it hard to fathom how Yang Yi could have bested Zhang Long and his fellow athletes. "Stop with the nonsense and give us the money. We need 30,000 for medical expenses." Initially, Zhang Long had intended to give Su Liang a bit of face, thinking that teaching a freshman a lesson would be a simple task, a favor that could be easily granted. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. With more than 10 injured to varying degrees, the need for medical funds was undeniable, and Su Liang was the only one to turn to. 30,000. Su Liang was utterly shocked. He came from an ordinary family. Although he had earned a bit during his years as student council president, parting with 30,000 would leave him financially strained. Yet, seeing the fury in Zhang Long's eyes, he dared not refuse, fearing the wrath that might be directed at him. Eventually, Su Liang transferred the 30,000 to Zhang Long's WeChat account, seething with anger as he attributed the entire situation to Yang Yi. In the following 3 days, Yang Yi, along with Peiqi and a few others, surged ahead in their rankings, their potential fully unlocked under the lure of generous rewards. "Father, there's a target. Boldly, you dare to pursue my father? Come at me. Father, I am here." At that moment, the four had completely succumbed to the pressure of wealth. And when Yang Yi found himself ambushed, they rushed to his aid like madmen, immediately turning into sycophants at the prospect of securing a kill for Yang Yi. As a result of their fervor, Yang Yi had amassed 10 stars in the rankings, with only 20 more needed to complete his task and claim a grand prize. Just as Yang Yi was preparing to continue his ascent, a call from Zhang Yu interrupted him, prompting him to answer. "Hello, young Master Yi. There is a prestigious auction at Yunshan Club tonight at 8. Are you interested?" "An auction?" "Yes, it is hosted by the upper echelons of Qin City. Held every 3 months. Tonight is the scheduled event. Are you interested in attending? What items will be featured?" Each episode presents a unique experience, with participants primarily seeking to broaden their social networks, while genuine purchasers are quite rare. "Very well, I shall pay a visit this evening." At this moment, it is already 5 in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to Yang Yi and Peiqi, he logged off. After casually donning a set of Armani leisure wear, Yang Yi made his way to the parking lot of Qian University. There, a streamer was broadcasting live in front of a Bugatti. "Dear viewers, do you see this? The world's top supercar, Bugatti. Little streamer, step back from that car. A mere scratch could cost you dearly." What the commentator above said makes sense. But if the owner of the car takes a liking to the little streamer, the situation could change dramatically. Where is this streamer? How could there be such a luxurious vehicle? Onqing, an outdoor streamer, typically captures the scenic beauty of life and showcases luxury cars while sharing anecdotes to enhance the liveliness of her broadcasts. Today, she ventured to Qian University for an impromptu live stream and immediately rushed over to showcase the Bugatti Veyron upon spotting it. "Dear viewers, I am currently at the parking lot of Qian University." In the live stream, Onqing was engrossed in interacting with her fans. completely oblivious to Yang Yi's presence right in front of her. "Anin, stop posing. There's someone in front of you," prompted by her fans. Anqing noticed a strikingly handsome gentleman, standing at least 6 feet tall, gazing at her. "Hello, is there something you need?" Despite his striking looks, the directness of his gaze irked Anqing slightly. "You're blocking my path." Anqing took a look and realized there was more than a meter between them, with a lane for vehicles beside them. How could she possibly be obstructing his way? This approach to flirting is rather cliché, Anqing thought to herself, her impression of Yang Yi diminishing. The audience in the live stream buzzed with chatter. "I admit this man is indeed handsome, but his method of flirting is quite lacking. I suspect he will say something like, 'You are blocking the path to my heart.' Haha, that is hilarious. Is it possible that this car belongs to him? Be quiet. I just checked. This car is worth over 60 million. Do you think just anyone can drive it? Handsome guy, if you wish to exchange contact information, just say so. With your looks, you need not resort to such tactics." Anqing noted that Yang Yi remained steadfastly in place, further confirming her suspicion that he intended to flirt with her. In response, Yang Yi promptly retrieved the car key from his pocket and pressed it in front of Anqing. Instantly, the Bugatti Veyron behind her flashed its lights, and Yang Yi opened the door and took a seat inside. In that moment, Anqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing as though she had been soundly slapped. Chapter 53. Lin-yuan, can you please move aside? It was not Yang Yi's intention to embarrass her. She had been standing in front of the car for quite some time already, and had shown him enough courtesy. As Yang Yi settled into the car, Anqing finally snapped out of her momentary embarrassment and quickly stepped aside. At this moment, Anqing's live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Oh my! And Xiaomei unexpectedly encountered the city's wealthiest heir, only to face a shocking rejection. "I mentioned earlier that this car might belong to someone else, and you all failed to see it." And Xiaomei quickly add his WeChat, "Whether you can step into the realm of the affluent depends on this moment. Don't be hesitant. Inaction leads to missed opportunities, and missed opportunities breed regret." And Xiaomei, go for it. In an instant, fans flooded the group with suggestions, urging Anqing to initiate a conversation. However, Yang Yi offered her no such chance, revving the engine and speeding away. Left behind, Anqing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She truly did not anticipate that the seemingly youthful Yang Yi was the owner of this 60 million yuan supercar. Half an hour later, Yang Yi arrived at the entrance of the Yunshan Club. A Bugatti Veyron, such a prestigious vehicle, was a rare sight in the city. As soon as Yang Yi parked the car, a valet approached to assist him. Yang Yi intended to offer a generous tip of a few hundred yuan. But upon checking his pockets, he realized he had no cash, and thus had to forego the gesture. "Young Master Yi, over here." Zhang Yu and others had already gathered on the first floor of the club. Upon seeing Yang Yi arrive, they immediately stood and waved. Yang Yi acknowledged them with a wave and made his way directly to the main hall. "This guy looks unfamiliar. How can someone who drives a top-tier Bugatti not leave an impression on me? If he knows that lad from the Zhang family, I can find out soon enough." Meanwhile, in the hall, many prominent figures from the city had gathered, surveying Yang Yi's arrival in hopes of establishing connections. "Young Master Yi, today many heiresses will be present. Don't blame your brothers for not giving you a heads up," Wang Gang remarked with a knowing smile, adjusting his meticulously styled hair. "Heiresses? Young Master Yi, let me tell you, even the once famous actress Lin-yuan will be attending, if you catch my drift." Yang Yi had long grown accustomed to the antics of Wang Gang and Yang Jia, yet he sensed a distinct lack of the types of individuals he sought in his social circle, making him feel a flicker of anticipation. "You two only focus on these trivialities. From what I've gathered, today's auction is primarily a gathering of families discussing strategies to address the emerging underground forces in the city." With that, Zhang Yu cast a meaningful glance at Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no hint of vulnerability. "Isn't that Zhang's second son? Why did the Zhang family send you to the auction today? Do you even have the means?" Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, an untimely voice interrupted. Zhang Yu's countenance darkened at that moment. "Zhou Laosan, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Who is this person?" Yang Yi inquired of Wang Gang and the others, noticing the tension brewing between Zhang Yu and the newcomer. "The individual in question is Zhou Feng, the third in line within the illustrious Zhou family, a clan boasting assets exceeding 1 billion. The Zhou family has long been in contention with the Zhang family, particularly with Zhang Yu, resulting in inevitable disputes whenever they cross paths." Wang Gang leaned towards Yang Yi and whispered, "Now it makes sense. As the saying goes, The affairs of the wealthy are often fraught with complications. Both the Zhang and Zhou families operate in the real estate sector, which naturally breeds conflict over mutual interests. However, neither side can decisively outmaneuver the other, leading to occasional verbal skirmishes. At the auction, we shall see who prevails. That parcel of land in the suburbs is destined to be ours. After exchanging a few barbs, Zhou Feng departed with a grin, while Zhang Yu's initial enthusiasm began to wane. The Zhang family also harbored ambitions for the suburban plot, and Zhou Feng's audacity in proclaiming such intentions indicated that the Zhou family had made ample preparations, instilling a sense of doubt in Zhang Yu. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, young master Yu, Yang Yu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu offered a grateful smile. In recent days, Yang Yu had been preoccupied with gaming and streaming, amassing liquid assets amounting to a staggering 4 billion. Additionally, Yang Bin had briefed him the day before about the comprehensive consolidation of Xingyao Club's assets, which had also reached over 1 billion. Nevertheless, Yang Yi preferred to remain uninvolved, allowing Yang Bin to manage the affairs independently. The upcoming auction was meticulously prepared, with a sumptuous dinner arranged beforehand to facilitate communication among attendees. Arriving in haste, Yang Yi missed the dinner, opting instead to dine with Zhang Yu and others. The group ordered steaks and appetizers before finding a place to sit. Yi, look, that over there is Lin Wanner. Shortly after settling down, Yang Jia abruptly set down his utensils and pointed ahead, signaling to Yang Yi. Upon raising his gaze, a figure clad in a delicate lavender and black evening gown caught his eye. Standing approximately 168 meters tall, her skin was remarkably fair, and her curves appeared to defy the confines of her attire, rendering her truly captivating. Compared to the other women present, Lin Wanner exuded a more voluptuous allure, accompanied by a subtle elegance that perhaps stemmed from her past as a film star. Ding. Successfully bound the fish fry. Name, Lin Wanner. Height, 168 centimeters. Attractiveness, 93 points. Affection level, 30. Task reward, 10-fold cashback on expenditures related to the fish fry, up to a maximum of 100 million per day, no further cashback after capture. When the affection level reaches 95 or above, a sincere love will be obtained as a reward, along with a special skill, 10 attribute points, and a refund of the expenditure. Seeing the impressive score of 93, Yang Ye's eyes widened in delight. This was the highest rating he had encountered since binding numerous fish fries. As he beheld the enchanting Lin Wanner, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. This fish fry appeared quite promising. What do you think? I wasn't misleading you, was I? Isn't it quite captivating? Yang Jia inquired, noticing Yang Ye's intense focus. Indeed, it is. She was born into the Lin family in Qian City, which was relatively well off. However, after rejecting the unspoken rules of an investor, she faced relentless suppression from a top-tier entertainment company in the magical metropolis, ultimately returning to Qian City after incurring exorbitant penalties. It is said that she declared that whoever could help her reclaim her dignity and assist her in re-entering the entertainment industry would earn her loyalty. Observing the absence of applause, Yang Yi concurred with this sentiment. Was there truly no one in Qian City willing to extend a hand? Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Gang interjected during Yang Jia's narrative. Is it really that simple? She has offended the third son of the Zhao family. No wonder. The Zhao family in the magical metropolis is a colossal clan with assets reaching billions. Through Yang Jie's account, Yang Ye's interest in Lin Wanner, this promising talent, grew. While the Zhao family, far removed in the magical metropolis, did not occupy his thoughts at present. Chapter 54, Hardened. Amidst their casual conversation, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached the stage. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Gu Yilong, the auctioneer for tonight's event. The auction is now officially underway. Please take your seats in an orderly manner. With this announcement, 2 staff members placed the first auction item on the foremost display stand. The opening item was a limited edition Richard Mille tourbillon watch, starting at a price of 20 million yuan, with a minimum increment of 1 million for each bid. The bidding commenced. Richard Mille, renowned globally for its luxury timepieces, like Patek Philippe, showcases its exclusive tourbillon as a pinnacle of horological craftsmanship. The starting price of 20 million yuan was appropriately aligned with its market value. Although all attendees were among Qian City's elite, spending 20 million on a watch was deemed excessive. As silence reigned in the room, the auctioneer's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Would today's auction face another unsold item? Everyone present understood that a watch priced at 20 million yuan was a luxury only the wealthiest could afford. Just as the auctioneer prepared to remove the item and proceed to the next, a calm voice resonated from the audience. 20 million, I bid. Instantly, the crowd turned toward the source of the voice, finding Yang Yi seated with an air of composure, his right hand raised, holding up the bidding paddle. Witnessing this, the auctioneer's face brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, VIP number 68, 20 million once. Any higher bids? He quickly scanned the room for any challengers. 20 million twice. 20 million thrice. Sold. With no further responses, the auctioneer hastily declared the item sold, anxious that Yang Yi might reconsider. After all, with each item sold, he would receive a corresponding commission, and for this 20 million yuan Richard Mille tourbillon, he would earn at least several 100,000 in commission. The crowd, observing Yang Yi's acquisition of the 20 million yuan Richard Mille tourbillon, cast curious glances in his direction. Even Lin Wanner, seated in front, gazed at Yang Yi with a hint of intrigue. Young Master Yi, don't you already possess a Patek Philippe minute repeater? I believe this watch complements my outfit splendidly. Is that all? Yang Jia was utterly taken aback by Yang Yi's response. Yet, did Yang Yi truly purchase this watch solely for aesthetic purposes? Clearly not. His acquisition of the timepiece was an endeavor to subtly exhibit his prowess to Lin Wanner, laying the groundwork for his forthcoming plans. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is a crystal necklace named Tears of an Angel, crafted by the renowned French designer John. It features a total of 72 crystals and 36 diamonds. The starting bid is 60 million, with increments of no less than 10 million. 65 million. Women are inherently drawn to shimmering objects, and among the attendees were numerous affluent ladies, while some wealthy gentlemen, in pursuit of familial harmony, reluctantly raised their bids. 70 million. Mr. 26 has bid 70 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 80 million. The current bid has reached 80 million. Ladies who have yet to place their bids, please act swiftly, or it may slip away. 85 million. At this moment, the crystalline necklace had soared to 85 million, yet despite the auctioneer's fervent encouragement, few were willing to raise their bids further. After all, spending 85 million on a necklace is an act of unparalleled extravagance. To put it in perspective, 85 million could procure a luxurious villa in Xi'an City. 100 million. Just as the price stagnated at 85 million, Yang Yi abruptly escalated the bid to 100 million. My heavens, this necklace has astonishingly reached 100 million. Who is this young man? Following Yang Yi's bid of 100 million, the affluent ladies, who wished to continue the bidding, ceased their commotion upon witnessing the grim expressions of their partners. At this juncture, the crowd's curiosity about Yang Yi's identity piqued. Is there anyone willing to bid 100 million? The auctioneer's smile seemed almost to split his face. His gaze towards Yang Yi filled with boundless delight. Today, Yang Yi was his fortune incarnate. Congratulations to VIP number 68 for successfully acquiring the exquisite necklace. Tears of an Angel, please have the staff present the necklace to VIP number 68. As there were no further bids, the auctioneer swiftly called the item sold. For a prize so tantalizing could not be allowed to escape. Do not hand it to me. Just as the staff prepared to deliver the necklace, Yang Yi intervened. Not for you. Who else would receive it if not you? I see. He must have had a change of heart. After all, who in their right mind would casually spend 100 million on a necklace? The young man is undoubtedly under the impression that someone would continue the bidding. Thus, he pretended to raise the price to an extravagant 100 million, not anticipating that it would backfire on himself. In an instant, many began to label Yang Yi as a pretentious fool, while Zhou Feng seized the opportunity to further ridicule him, stating, "Kid, once something is sold at an auction, it's no longer a matter of whether you want it or not. If you lack the funds, you shouldn't act so grand. Do you think the crowd is easily fooled?" Zhou Feng, who had a long-standing feud with Zhang Yu, sought to tarnish Yang Yi's reputation as he associated with Zhang Yu. At this point, the auctioneer also lost his smile. But upon recalling that Yang Yi had just purchased a watch for 20 million, he regained his composure, eager to see how Yang Yi would justify his actions. Previously, there had been others at the auction who had attempted to feign interest in bidding, yet they ultimately paid a grievous price for their folly. In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Yu and his companions remained utterly unperturbed. After all, a person who could casually part with 18 billion would not be deterred by a mere 100 million. They were instead curious about the true intentions behind Yang Yi's facade. "Kid, have I struck a nerve? Just look at your shifty eyes. You can't be a good person. Zhou Xin chimed in. Zhou Feng, mind your language. Does young Master Yi truly care about such a trifling sum? Zhang Yu and the others, witnessing Zhou Feng's descent into personal attacks, stood up to rebuke him. At this juncture, Yang Yi cast a calm glance at Zhou Feng and then addressed the crowd. Who amongst you has neglected to zip up their pants, revealing such a spectacle? Am I to be deemed without funds simply because I refuse your gifts? What a foolish notion. As Yang Yi spoke, Zhang Yu and the others erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over. You must admit, with that oval-shaped head of his, it does resemble something. Young Master Yi is indeed something extraordinary. The audience, hearing Yang Ye's remark, found it hard to suppress their laughter, yet out of respect for the Zhou family behind Zhou Feng, they restrained themselves, displaying remarkable self-control. Zhou Feng, noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, felt his face flush with embarrassment. In response, Yang Yi excitedly proclaimed, "Look, everyone, he's turning red. He's getting heated. Step back, lest he spits." The crowd could hardly contain themselves, laughter erupting in waves. Chapter 55. A clash of wits. Yang Yi had no intention of confronting Zhou Feng. Yet with the latter's foolish provocations, he felt compelled to retaliate. Kid, don't think you can gain the upper hand with mere words. You haven't even clarified the matter regarding that necklace. Don't try to divert the topic. Zhou Feng, realizing he was at a verbal disadvantage, redirected the conversation back to the necklace. Are you really that dim-witted? Why would I, a man, desire that necklace? The reason I said I didn't want it is that there's a lady present who is far more suited to wear it. Miss Lin, I believe this Tears of an Angel necklace complements your exquisite temperament, so I took the liberty of purchasing it for you. I trust you won't refuse, will you? As for Yang Yi, he paid little mind to Zhou Feng. He slowly rose, accepting the necklace from the staff, and without room for denial, presented it to Lin Wanner. At that moment, Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback. The onlookers were equally astonished. To woo a lady, one would casually spend a fortune on a necklace? Surely, wealth is not amassed in such a fashion. Zhang Yu and the others wore expressions that suggested they were unsurprised, having grown accustomed to Yang Yi's extravagance over time. At this moment, Lin Wanner's gaze towards Yang Yi shifted from initial curiosity to deep contemplation. Are you certain you wish to gift this to me? Lin Wanner, undeniably a high-quality catch with a score of 93, possessed not only a captivating appearance, but also an enchanting voice. Beautiful jewelry deserves to be adorned by a beauty. Yang Yi smiled faintly, leaning forward naturally to place the necklace around Lin Wanner's neck. My goodness, Yang Xiao truly lives up to his reputation. Has he accomplished this so effortlessly? Yang Jie and others watched in envy as Yang Yi initiated such an intimate encounter with Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was momentarily stunned by Yang Yi's audacity, yet gazing upon his chiseled features and unwavering confidence, she inexplicably forgot to resist, allowing him to fasten the necklace around her neck. As he secured the necklace, Yang Yi's hands inevitably brushed against Lin Wanner's skin, as smooth as mutton fat, instantly evoking an exquisite sensation. He sensed an involuntary shiver at the moment his fingers grazed her neck. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Yi graciously withdrew his hands, stepping back. Indeed, it suits you splendidly. At that moment, the dazzling Tears of an Angel lay gracefully against Lin Wanner's fair neck, bestowing upon her an air of nobility that rendered her even more enchanting. Thank you. Lin Wanner was well aware of Yang Yi's intentions. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, Yang Yi's striking appearance, rated at a commendable 9 points, was not off-putting to her. To ensure the smooth progression of the auction, Yang Yi added Lin Wanner on WeChat before returning to his seat. Yang Xiao, impressive. Basic skills, do not falter. Ding. The host has spent 100 million on the fish seed Lin Wanner, successfully receiving a refund of 100 million. Please check. Wasteful spending? You may perceive this as a small gain, but Yang Yi, as a master of the game, would certainly not incur a loss. The upcoming auction primarily featured antiques and artworks, which held little interest for Yang Yi, leading him to abstain from bidding. As for Zhang Yu and the others beside him, they too refrained from participating. From the outset, Yang Yi was aware that Zhang Yu's target was the plot of land on the outskirts. Squandering funds prematurely would hinder their competitive edge in the subsequent bidding. Esteemed guests, the next item up for auction is tonight's piece d'assistance, the development rights to 100 acres of construction land in the suburban Huaxi Park. The starting bid is set at 1.5 billion, with each subsequent increase not to be less than 1 million. Let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's words echoed through the room, the wealthy attendees displayed expressions of astonishment. The development rights to these 100 acres signify yet another upscale residential project. Securing the opportunity to construct would undoubtedly yield substantial profits with minimal effort. In an instant, many within the audience felt a stirring desire to participate. 16 billion. After a moment of silence, a tentative bid was placed. 17 billion, 18 billion, 19 billion, 20 billion. The cacophony of bids surged within the hall, showing no signs of abating. 25 billion. Suddenly, Zhou Feng elevated the price by 5 billion, demonstrating his resolute determination to secure the land. The Zhou family has entered the fray. It appears we have little chance now. Some of the smaller families, who had just begun to bid, contemplated withdrawing upon witnessing Zhou's aggressive move. 26 billion. Just as Zhou Feng basked in his perceived triumph, Zhang Yu raised his bidding paddle. Having previously earned over 2 billion alongside Yang Yi, Zhang returned home to accolades from his elders and thus resolved to participate in this auction as a means of honing his skills. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's engagement, Zhou Feng's expression grew cold, and he promptly raised his own paddle. 27 billion, 28 billion. At this juncture, the onlookers ceased to bid. Recognizing the rivalry between Zhang Yu and Zhou Feng, the land's typical valuation hovers around 30 billion, and with the escalating bids, they now approached that threshold. Zhang Heir, if I recall correctly, your family's limit is 30 billion. You cannot produce funds beyond that. I will now bid 31 billion. Let us see how you respond. As competitors, each family was acutely aware of the other's capabilities, and indeed, 30 billion was Zhang's limit. Surpassing this figure would jeopardize their financial stability, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Upon Zhou Feng's announcement of 31 billion, Zhang Yu's complexion darkened, his fists instinctively clenching in frustration. Zhang Heir, are you furious? Ha. Witnessing your dismay brings me inexplicable joy. Observing Zhang Yu's pallor and his reluctance to continue bidding, Zhou Feng wore a triumphant expression, akin to a petty victor reveling in his success. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your efforts. It appears this land is destined to become part of the Zhou family's portfolio. However, just as Zhou Feng reveled in his triumph, Yang Yi slowly raised his bidding paddle. 31 billion and 1 million. Yang Yi's declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving Zhou Feng momentarily speechless. He had anticipated overcoming Zhang Yu, only to face the unexpected challenge posed by Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi merely added 1 million, clearly taunting Zhou Feng. Feel free to raise the price. I will always outbid you by 1 million. Yang Yi's words struck Zhou Feng like a resounding slap across the face. 32 billion. Zhou Feng, struggling to contain his inner fury, raised the bid by another 100 million. 32 billion and 1 million. No sooner had Zhou Feng's words left his lips than Yang Yi immediately countered with an additional million. At that moment, Zhou Feng felt utterly stifled. For the Zhou family's limit was precisely 32 billion. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? Enraged, Zhou Feng slammed his hand on the table and shouted at Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi chose to disregard him entirely and address the crowd. Which kind-hearted soul will take this fool off my hands? In the end, Yang Yi secured the ownership of the 100 acres of land for 32 billion and 1 million. After deducting the expenses from tonight's auction, Yang Yi was left with over 8 billion in liquid assets. Ding! The host's cumulative expenditure had reached 50 billion, triggering an upgrade in cashback amounts. The current maximum cashback limit per fish fry per day was elevated to 1 billion. And even captured fry could be eligible for cashback again. Wow! Brother Tong is impressive. Initially, Yang Yi had pondered that, given the rising level of expenditure, a 1 billion cashback limit seemed insufficient, but the system promptly upgraded, establishing a definitive ceiling. I shall remember you. At this point, the auction had concluded, and Zhou Feng, with a sullen expression, approached Yang Yi menacingly. You cannot win in verbal sparring. You cannot intimidate me with money. What gives you the right to threaten me? Is it your unappealing appearance or your belief that uttering a few harsh words will make me tremble? Truly, it was like a tadpole boasting it was a frog. You are merely showcasing your own folly. You. Zhou Feng was left so infuriated by Yang Yi that he could barely articulate a response, his lips trembling in silence. At that moment, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He understood that Yang Yi had no genuine need for the property. His decision to spend 32 billion was solely to vindicate himself and teach Zhou Feng a lesson. Noticing Zhang Yu's hesitation, as if words were caught in his throat, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "No need for further words. We are brothers in spirit. Since I have acquired this property, let us profit together. I propose we each invest 8 billion for a 25% stake, but you must handle the development. If it is feasible, we shall proceed. If not, I shall entrust it to others." "Young Master Yi, are you certain?" Zhang Yu and his companion's eyes brightened instantly, knowing that once this land was operational, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. The Zhang family had refrained from pursuing it due to a lack of sufficient liquid assets. Now that Yang Yi had purchased the land and invited them to participate, it was akin to gifting them money. "Do you see me as one who is concerned with such trifling sums?" From the very beginning, Zhang Yu and his companions treated Yang Yi with considerable favor, prompting Yang Yi to generously distribute more than half of the profits, for indeed, profit serves as the most effective lubricant for relationships. "Young Master Yi, with your recent maneuver, my brothers will now dare to turn tables freely at home. I shall immediately contact my old man." In stark contrast to the excitement of Zhang Yu and his companions, Zhou Feng, who had been silenced by Yang Ye's retort, departed in a somber mood. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before Yang Yi, and a subtle fragrance wafted into his senses. Upon raising his gaze, he found Lin Wanner standing there, hands clasped behind her back. Zhang Yu and his companions, familiar with the situation, exchanged a knowing gesture with Yang Yi before making their exit, demonstrating a modicum of discretion. "Shall we chat for a while?" Lin Wanner initiated the conversation, breaking the silence that had lingered. "Very well," Yang Yi responded, intrigued by Lin Wanner, and thus he acquiesced to her invitation. The two descended to the ground floor amidst the bustling crowd. Yang Yi promptly retrieved his Bugatti, gesturing for Lin Wanner to enter the vehicle. Without hesitation, she opened the door and took a seat. "To this day, I still do not know your name. Are you not going to tell me?" Lin Wanner inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Yi with a hint of reproach in her tone. To her, this man was shrouded in mystery. The lavish necklace he had gifted so casually and the vast expanse of land he had purchased without a flicker of hesitation all spoke volumes of his formidable prowess and background. Yang Yi, Yang Yi. In that moment, Lin Wanner's mind raced, but no matter how she pondered, she could not identify any family in Qian City that matched his stature. Could it be that he was not from Qian City? The Yang family. Was it the illustrious Yang family from the capital? As a former renowned film star, Lin Wanner possessed knowledge of the prominent families across the nation, and only the top-tier Yang family from the capital could afford to spend billions so casually. She swiftly composed herself, suppressing her excitement, and cautiously probed Yang Yi for the first time. "You are not a local of Qian City, are you?" Seeing Lin Wanner's childlike curiosity, Yang Yi couldn't resist reaching out to her lustrous hair. To his surprise, Lin Wanner did not resist, allowing him to touch her hair, though his playful tone caused her cheeks to flush. Over the past 2 years, Lin Wanner had grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life. Individuals like Yang Yi, who were willing to spend lavishly, were youthful, and possessed striking looks, were indeed scarce. Emboldened by the distinctive aura of the Bugatti, Yang Yi smoothly guided Lin Wanner to an American CAF she had specifically requested. Upon arrival, the CAF was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons savoring the tranquil ambience of the night. As they stepped out, Lin Wanner donned a mask, clearly wishing to avoid recognition. They selected a quaint private room, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and settled down comfortably. The private room is illuminated with a soft, muted yellow light that fosters an atmosphere of relaxation. Yang Yi reclines comfortably on the sofa, while Lin Wanner, perhaps mindful of her demeanor, maintains an elegant posture. Shortly thereafter, a waiter brings in the coffee. Lin Wanner has ordered a cappuccino, while Yang Yi opts for an Americano latte. The waiter, a foreigner, stumbles through a few awkward phrases in Chinese before glancing at them with a hint of embarrassment. "I only know a little Chinese." Yang Yi responds with a warm smile of understanding and effortlessly engages the waiter in fluent American English. Lin Wanner, having learned English during her acting career and possessing a commendable proficiency, cannot help but display a look of astonishment at Yang Ye's eloquent command of the language. "I never knew your English was so good. Have you spent time abroad?" After the waiter departs, Lin Wanner gazes at Yang Yi with curiosity, as though she has uncovered a hidden gem. "I'm currently a freshman at Qian University. My English is just something I practiced casually for a couple of days." "Casually practiced for just 2 days?" I find that hard to believe. Lin Warner is skeptical of Yang Ye's claim, as such a refined accent is unlikely to be achieved without years of immersion. Not convinced, Yang Yi then showcases his fluency in both French and Russian, further dazzling Lin Warner. Recently, I developed an interest in English, French, and Russian, so I practiced a bit. Isn't that a common endeavor? Listening to Yang Yi speak both French and Russian with such authenticity, Lin Warner is left in disbelief. Is this the essence of genius? This CAF serves excellent coffee. You should give it a try. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Warner decides to shift the topic, aware that continuing to discuss languages would only deepen her sense of inadequacy, particularly since she remains unaware of Yang Ye's true nature. Yang Yi, why did you gift me this necklace? After a brief silence, Lin Warner finally voices her curiosity. Yang Yi offers a gentle smile, placing his coffee down, and gazes intently at Lin Warner's exquisite features, responding, "A hero deserves a fine sword, and a treasure should naturally accompany a beauty. That is not what I meant. You know my question." Not satisfied with his answer, Lin Warner presses further. She suspects that Yang Yi may harbor feelings for her, yet she is aware of the repercussions of crossing the Zhao family in the bustling metropolis, thus feeling the need to clarify her stance. Additionally, she harbors her own thoughts. If Yang Yi indeed hails from the prominent Yang family in the capital, perhaps there lies an opportunity to escape the Zhao family's oppression. As Lin Warner insists on delving deeper, Yang Yi rises from the sofa, his gaze fixed intently upon her face. "I've heard you've offended the Zhao family in the metropolis?" Yang Yi did not directly respond to Lin Warner's inquiry. Instead, he opted for a series of rhetorical questions. Without waiting for her reply, he rose and approached her, his right hand grasping her chin. "I find your previous story quite intriguing." Following this, his gaze subtly shifted downward as a wicked smile graced his lips. "I am far more interested in you." Under the influence of Yang Ye's audacious demeanor, Lin Warner shuddered slightly, taken aback by his boldness. Yet, she was perplexed by her own lack of aversion. Instead, she felt a flicker of excitement. "Speak up. The woman I have set my sights on shall not be suppressed by anyone." In that moment, Yang Yi exuded the aura of a domineering CEO, firmly steering the course of their conversation. Seeing Yang Yi lay his intentions bare, Lin Warner felt a twinge of sweetness. Indeed, he was interested in her. Previously, while developing her career at the Giant Stone Entertainment Company in the bustling metropolis, everything had proceeded smoothly until one fateful day when they sought to recommend her to the company's true master, Zhao Tai, the third son of the Zhao family from the magical city. At that time, her career was at its zenith, and given that Zhao Tai treated women as mere commodities, many stars grew weary of him and were subsequently forced into the arms of his business associates. Thus, she rejected his unspoken rules. A bitter smile graced Lin Warner's lips. It was only then that she realized how insignificant stars were in the face of capital. And then what happened? Yang Yi had long been aware of the entertainment industry's darker aspects, though he had not yet delved this deeply. The entertainment company first shelved her, then hired internet trolls to tarnish her reputation online. Under the Zhao family's relentless pressure, she was compelled to pay a hefty penalty to return to Qian City. Yet, the Zhao family continued their relentless pursuit, collaborating with local forces such as the Zhou family to suppress her Lin family. Ultimately, her father had no choice but to sell the family business, retaining only a portion of the funds to await a resurgence. At this point, Lin Warner's eyes glistened with tears. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhao Tai, resenting him for ruining her career, but even more so for endangering the Lin family. Far removed from the turmoil. Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's expression grew increasingly cold. The Zhao family's actions were indeed excessive. "I heard that if I help you regain justice and return to the entertainment industry, you would be willing to offer yourself in return?" Yang Yi gazed intently at Lin Warner, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Indeed, I did express such sentiments previously." Lin Warner did not feel antagonistic towards Yang Yi. However, what woman does not harbor dreams of love? By voicing such a proposition, Yang Yi introduced an element of transaction into their dynamic, inevitably casting a shadow of disappointment over her heart. Ding! Lin Warner's affinity for the host plummeted from 60 points to 40 points. At this critical juncture, a notification from the system chimed in. Yang Yi observed the smiling Lin Warner before him, contemplating the recent decline in intimacy. The system was not deceiving him, indicating that his earlier words had incited her profound discontent. Women are inherently emotional. Lin Wanner's previous defiance against Zhao Tai stemmed from his treatment of her as a mere object. Yang Ye's previous actions led Lin Wanner to mistakenly believe they were negotiating a transaction, resulting in a swift decline in their intimacy. Realizing this, Yang Yi quickly adjusted his demeanor, retracting his outstretched hand and earnestly stating, "If we were to proceed as you suggest, how would that differ from a mere transaction? The woman I admire deserves my heartfelt care and protection, rather than being merely an object of desire obtained through manipulation. What I seek is a mutual connection, a bond of concern between us." Upon finishing, Yang Yi gazed tenderly at Lin Wanner, gently smoothing the 2 stray strands of hair that had fallen from her hairdo. In that moment, Lin Wanner's mind was struck blank, as if by a thunderclap. Yang Ye's words resonated deeply within her. It dawned on her that he was not the person she had presumed him to be, and she realized her earlier misunderstanding. Noticing the subtle change in her expression, Yang Yi recognized the impact of his words and continued with renewed fervor. "I have just transferred 25 of the shares of that land to you, while the remaining 75 will be equally divided among the Zhang, Wang, and Yang families. Together, you 4 will engage in development. With the alliance of these 3 families, I believe the Zhao family, far away in Modu, will find it impossible to thwart the resurgence of the Lin family. Furthermore, I happen to own a media company, 10x Media. I will initially invest 1 billion as startup capital to elevate your status, with plans for ongoing investment to ensure your return to prominence. Why are you being so kind to me?" Lin Wanner, who had long perceived the world's fickleness, felt an unexpected warmth from Yang Ye's words. She sensed that every aspect he mentioned was feasible, rather than mere empty talk. "I have one flaw. Once I commit to a woman, I will cherish her with all my might." At that moment, Yang Yi resembled a domineering CEO, breaking down the fragile defenses of Lin Wanner's heart with a blend of assertiveness and genuine concern. Gradually, Lin Wanner's gaze softened as she looked at Yang Yi. This man not only possessed a formidable background and strength, but also exhibited exceptional talent, being fluent in English, French, and Russian. Most importantly, he regarded her not as an object, but considered her feelings with sincerity, making him a true gem. Contemplating this, Lin Wanner couldn't help but glance up at Yang Ye's handsome face, only to shyly lower her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Ding! Lin Wanner's affection for the host increased from 40 to 80 points. Observing her slightly flushed face, Yang Yi couldn't suppress a satisfied smile. Chapter 58, 10x Media Company, come, let me take you home. From Lin Wanner's reaction, Yang Yi understood that he mustn't rush this budding relationship. It required a gentle tugging back and forth. Just as Lin Wanner was contemplating how to interact with Yang Yi, his voice abruptly interrupted her reverie. "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with me?" Under the playful banter of Yang Yi, Lin Wanner's exquisite visage flushed with embarrassment once more. Observing this, Yang Yi could not help but chuckle, graciously rising to open the door, standing at the threshold like a true gentleman, holding it for her. The 16th principle of the Sea King doctrine asserts that a competent Sea King must pay heed to the finer details of life. Quite serendipitously, Lin Wanner resided in the Yunshang Villa district as well. Yang Yi drove his Bugatti directly to Yunshang Villa, where Lin Wanner lived in Villa number 009, merely separated from his own Villa number 001 by a few rows of houses. "Would you care to come in for a glass of water?" Lin Wanner felt a complex swirl of emotions towards Yang Yi, yet she considered their time together to be all too brief. As a woman, a certain reserve was still requisite. Out of politeness, after a moment of internal conflict, she invited Yang Yi in with a voice as soft as a whisper. As an experienced man, Yang Yi was well aware of Lin Wanner's current state, understanding that haste could lead to missteps. Thus, he playfully responded to her invitation. "Does your cat perform backflips?" I don't have a cat." Lin Wanner was taken aback by his question, momentarily struggling to follow his train of thought. "If you don't have a cat that does backflips, why are you asking me to come up? Really, let us go." Yang Yi, in a teasing gesture, lightly brushed Lin Wanner's nose with his fingers before getting into his car and departing, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, Lin Wanner came to her senses, realizing that Yang Yi had cleverly sought an excuse to avoid an awkward situation. A smile crept onto her lips at the thought of his whimsical, yet considerate behavior. What an intriguing man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi drove to Villa number 001. The instant he opened the door, he was greeted by Lu Xiaoyu, clad in a pink rabbit-themed nightgown, her eyes still hazy with sleep as she stood at the entrance. Without waiting for Yang Yi to respond, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck. Yang Yi felt a rush of softness as she leaped into his embrace. In that moment, he smiled genuinely, enveloping the lovely figure in his arms as he stepped into the villa. "What brings you here tonight?" After nestling in his arms for a while, Lu Xiaoyu gazed up at him, her face radiant with happiness. "I attended an auction this evening and happened to be in the area. So I thought I'd discuss matters regarding the film company with you." "The film company?" "Yes, I currently have a media company, 10x Film and Television, valued at 50 million. We previously talked about your future developments, and I wanted to seek your opinion." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyu felt a wave of warmth envelop her. She anticipated that this man cared for her so deeply. What had merely been a casual mention just days ago had now materialized into reality. "But I lack relevant experience." Despite her previous anticipation of entering the film industry, when the moment finally arrived, Lu Xiaoyu found herself enveloped in nervousness. "Fear not, for I shall find you a mentor. I will invest a substantial sum to cultivate both of you," Yang Yi declared. His decision to place Lin Wanner alongside Lu Xiaoyu at TMI Entertainment was made with careful consideration. As a newcomer, Lu Xiaoyu lacked the necessary experience, while Lin Wanner could seamlessly complement her shortcomings. As for the possibility of conflict between the two, Yang Yi had no concerns. Both understood that they could not remain tethered to a single source. He would provide them with everything they required, ensuring they felt a sense of urgency that would invigorate their spirits. "I shall heed your every command," Lu Xiaoyu thought to herself. Believing Yang Yi had already offered her ample support, and his arrangements were exceedingly reasonable, she felt it was sufficient to fulfill her responsibilities without overthinking the rest. "You truly will listen to everything I say?" Here, a multitude of words is omitted. The following afternoon, Yang Yi began to search in his mind for information regarding Tianma Film and Television Media Company, located in the film city of Qian City. The company currently employed 50 individuals and was managed by the esteemed executive Li Jiejia. In an instant, details about the media company and executive Li Jiejia flooded Yang Yi's mind. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed Li Jiejia as per the system's instructions. After 3 rings, a competent female voice answered the call. "Hello, this is Yang Yi." Due to the system, Li Jiejia was already aware of Yang Yi's existence, so he introduced himself immediately. "Mr. Yi, this is Li Jiejia. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing Yang Yi's voice, Li Jiejia was momentarily taken aback, but her exceptional professionalism enabled her to respond swiftly. "I will visit the company this afternoon. Please wait for me there and prepare several contracts." "Understood, Mr. Yi." Having conveyed his instructions, Yang Yi promptly ended the call. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, having endured a night of Yang Yi's antics, slowly opened her eyes, gazing at him with evident fatigue. "Did I wake you?" Yang Yi gently swept her hair aside and embraced her. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head slowly, resting her entire being against him, relishing the rare tranquility. Suddenly, a mischievous smile danced upon her lips. "My dear, you are playing with fire." Noticing Yang Yi's proficiency in English, French, and Russian, Lu Xiaoyu eagerly engaged in an in-depth study of foreign languages with him. Their discussions proved to be immensely enlightening for her. Chapter 59, Company Transfer at Noon. Yang Yi took Lu Xiaoyu to a nearby Western restaurant for a casual meal. As Yang Yi watched Lu Xiaoyu's cheeks puffing up while she chewed on a piece of steak, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you know what this is called?" "It's called being both inexperienced and playful." "Ha." In contrast, Lu Xiaoyu glared at Yang Yi with wide eyes and pinched his waist with her right hand. "This is what you get for laughing at me." Yang Yi, endowed with exceptional physical resilience, felt no discomfort, yet he feigned compliance to soothe Lu Xiaoyu's bruised ego. "Humph. Just wait and see if you dare to bully me again." Observing Yang Yi jump in response to her pinch, Lu Xiaoyu displayed a satisfied smile, as Yang Yi's formidable strength left her seeking validation in this manner. During this time, Yang Yi made phone calls to Lin Wanner and Zhang Yu, instructing them to arrive at the Tianma Film and Television Media Company by 3 in the afternoon. He had no intention of lingering over this matter, preferring to resolve it in one swift motion. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Yi arrived at the Tianma Film and Television Media Company with Lu Xiaoyu in tow. "Hello, whom are you looking for?" The receptionist greeted them warmly upon their arrival. "I'm looking for Li Jiejia." As a genuine boss, Yang Yi cut straight to the chase, aware that the employee was unfamiliar with his identity. "Do you have an appointment?" "Our general manager Li has an important client to meet this afternoon and may not be available." Li Yin, the receptionist, inquired patiently, recognizing the distinguished presence of the two. Just tell her that my surname is Yang. She will know who I am. Yang Yi was pleased with Li Yan's diligent approach, understanding that the efficiency of a company could often be gleaned from such details. No sooner had he spoken than a tall, professionally dressed woman hurried out of the office, her high heels clicking decisively against the floor. The heels were at least 7 centimeters high, creating a rhythmic sound with each step. Apologies, Mr. Yang. I was just discussing the company's development strategy and didn't realize you had arrived. I'm sorry. The newcomer was Li Jiejia, the executive rewarded by the system. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, she rushed out. No worries, I hadn't called ahead. The focus should be on development, Yang Yi replied, while also assessing the executive matched to him by the system. At that moment, Li Jiejia, clad in a sleek black professional suit, exuded competence. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters tall, her high heels brought her to nearly the same height as Yang Yi, creating an impression of elegance. Ding. Senior executive Li Jiejia's affinity for the host is 60, and her loyalty is 100. Although the system did not provide a rating for Li Jiejia, Yang Yi, with his seasoned intuition, estimated her score to be around 90. System, what does a loyalty rating of 100 signify? Loyalty at a level of 100 signifies an absolute allegiance to the host, devoid of any hint of resistance or betrayal. In simpler terms, it implies that the host may wield complete control over it. If you catch my drift. Goodness, what do you mean by that, Brother Tong? It sounds as if I harbor some ulterior motives. As for the discourse between Yang Yi and the system, Li Jiejia and the others were completely unaware. Let us head inside and discuss this. Curious about his film company, Yang Yi eagerly led Lu Xiaoyu into the establishment. Li Jiejia promptly stepped forward, providing a detailed explanation. President Yi, this is our directing team. Over here is the filming crew, and on that side are the props and costume departments. Under Li Jiejia's guidance, Yang Yi and Lu Xiaoyu gained a preliminary understanding of 10x Film and Television Media Company. Soon after, the three moved to the reception room and took their seats. Li Yan, who had just welcomed Yang Yi and Lu Xiaoyu, immediately poured several cups of tea. It was then that Yang Yi took a moment to scrutinize Li Jiejia. At around 25 or 26 years of age, she sported shoulder-length hair, clad in a deep black suit on top and a dark pencil skirt below, with her fair, long legs prominently displayed. President Yi, what do you think of the place? Not bad, quite bright. The highlights are well defined, though I wonder how it feels to the touch. At this moment, Yang Yi was internally assessing Li Jiejia, and upon her inquiry, instinctively voiced his thoughts. Li Jiejia was taken aback by Yang Yi's response, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment, unsure of how to continue the conversation. It was evident to any observer that Li Jiejia's question pertained to the company, while Yang Yi had completely sidestepped the topic. Could you be a bit more serious? Seeing Li Jiejia frozen in awkwardness, Lu Xiaoyu shot Yang Yi a disapproving glare. As an experienced individual, Yang Yi remained unfazed, adhering to his principle that if he was not embarrassed, the discomfort would fall upon others. In all seriousness, he remarked, I was indeed referring to the company. The overall design has excellent lighting, the bright white walls are quite striking, and the unique features are well highlighted. Though I haven't had the chance to feel the materials yet, so I can't comment on that. The two women, recognizing Yang Yi's forced explanation, refrained from further dialogue, instead marveling at the strength of his character. What about the contract I asked you to prepare? Li Yan, please bring over the contract you printed during lunch. In a short while, several contracts were laid upon the coffee table. Yang Yi then grinned, pulling Lu Xiaoyu close and addressing Li Jiejia from now on. She will be in charge of the company. All decisions will be made by her. Your role will be to guide her well. Though he was jesting, Yang Yi did not lose sight of the day's important matters, and before both women, he transferred the company to Lu Xiaoyu's name. Staring at the transfer contract before her, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if this period had been a surreal dream. She had acquired luxury cars and a villa, and now she had become the owner of a multi-million-dollar film company. I plan to initially invest 1 billion to facilitate your operations. If insufficient, I shall supplement it later. 1 billion? Yang Yi's declaration astonished the two, especially considering the current total valuation of the company stands at merely 50 million. An additional 1 billion would elevate the company to an entirely new echelon. The contract earlier stipulated that 20% of the shares would be transferred to your name. Henceforth, the two of you shall collaboratively nurture the company. Although Li Jiejia was a talent matched by the system, with loyalty at a perfect 100, Yang Yi still transferred 20% of the shares to her name. After all, to motivate someone, mere promises are insufficient. Yang Ye's words warmed Li Jiejia's heart. She had not anticipated receiving 20% of the shares upon their first meeting. With Yang Ye's additional 1 billion, that 20% equates to 200 million. In an instant, her gaze towards Yang Yi sparkled with newfound appreciation. Chapter 60, The Quadrant Alliance Ding. Successfully bound the fry. Name, Li Jiejia. Height, 168 centimeters. Appearance, 90 points. Affection, 60. Loyalty, 100. Free to act as desired. Task reward, 10-fold cashback on fry consumption, up to 1 billion daily. And upon the fry's affection for the host reaching above 95, a genuine love will be harvested, rewarding a special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and a refund of the expenditure. Ding. The fry, Li Jiejia, was moved by the host's actions. Her loyalty surpassed 100, and she shall unconditionally execute the host's commands. Wow, such capabilities exist? Yang Yi had not anticipated that his efforts to engage his employees would inadvertently enhance Li Jiejia's loyalty towards him. Perhaps this is what they mean by unintentional efforts yielding fruitful results. Just as the three were engrossed in conversation, Lin Wanner and Zhang Jian, among others, arrived at 10x Film and Television Media Company. Isn't that the renowned film star Lin Wanner? Wow, she is even more stunning in person than on screen. Could she be here to film with us? Today, Lin Wanner donned a pure white Chanel ensemble, adorned with the tears of the angel necklace that Yang Yi had gifted her the previous night. With every graceful move, she exuded an air of elegance akin to that of a queen. Zhang Yu and others followed closely behind, their faces brimming with excitement. After discussing with their families last night, they immediately garnered the elders' enthusiastic approval. The land in Yang Ye's possession seemed to be a hen that lays golden eggs. Despite each family holding only a quarter of the shares, the risk was effectively distributed. With their family's strong endorsement, these individuals took full responsibility for advancing the project, thereby rapidly elevating their status at home. Consequently, they began to value their friendship with Yang Yi even more. Everyone, please come and take a seat. Under Yang Ye's attentive guidance, Lin Wanner gracefully settled beside him, alongside Lu Xiaoyu, creating a cozy circle around Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and the others occupied the opposite sofa. Under your support, Yi Xiao, my brothers have truly become formidable at home. Previously, whenever I returned home, I was incessantly nagged. However, after discussing the real estate matters yesterday, my father nearly lit a cigarette for me. As Yang Jia excitedly recounted the stark contrast of his experiences at home, Zhang Yu and the others chimed in. Yi Xiao, from now on, we shall stick with you. Enough of that. The purpose of today's gathering is to have you sign the contracts. Yang Yi swiftly halted their idle chatter, took another sip of tea from the table, and then directed his gaze toward the group. I have entrusted my share to Wanner, and the subsequent collaboration will be among your 4 families. I shall not intervene, Yang Yi nonchalantly declared, revealing his intention to hand over his shares to Lin Wanner. Although Zhang Yu and his companions were somewhat reckless, they were also astute enough to grasp Yang Ye's underlying message. He sought to unite their families to aid the Lin family in its resurgence. Had it been a single family involved, they would have exercised caution, but with 3 families joining forces, their hesitations diminished. I have no objections. I can represent the Zhang family in this agreement. I'm on board. Me too. All right. The relevant contracts are here. Review them and sign. Seeing that the others had acquiesced, Yang Yi gestured towards the contracts on the coffee table, indicating for them to proceed. With Yang Yi facilitating, the group began discussing the future development and management of the real estate project. Zhang Yu and his companions promptly arranged for their share of the 8 billion to be transferred into Yang Yi's account. Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner exchanged glances, seemingly attuned to one another. Lu Xiaoyu had never intended to monopolize Yang Yi, yet she was astonished that he could win over such a renowned actress as Lin Wanner. Simultaneously, Lin Wanner assessed Lu Xiaoyu. From the outset, she understood that a man like Yang Yi could not possibly be devoted to just one woman. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, she saw through the complexities. Besides, nothing significant had transpired between her and Yang Yi. As the esteemed Sea King, Yang Yi knew he could not appear timid at this moment. Establishing the rules now would prevent future complications. You too, come with me. Led by Yang Yi, Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner followed him into a separate room. Yang Yi, gazing at the smiling faces of the 2 women, took a deep breath and spoke candidly. I do not wish to deceive or conceal anything from you. Xiaoyu is my woman, and Wan I care for you as well. I have no worries regarding Xiaoyu, but my main concern lies with you, Wan As I mentioned to Xiaoyu, I will do my utmost to care for my women, but I cannot commit to just one. Lu Xiaoyu felt no resentment towards Yang Yi's words, while Lin Wan was taken aback by his forthrightness. It was precisely Yang Yi's candidness that allowed him to lower his guard. Over the years, I have discerned many truths. You could have easily fulfilled my conditions to win me over, yet you chose instead to be forthright with me, which genuinely moved me. A remarkable man cannot possibly belong to just one woman, yet I hope you will treat me with the kindness you profess. Lin Wan understood that from the moment Yang Yi orchestrated the alliance between the Zhang, Wang, and Li families, she was irrevocably tied to this man. Moreover, Yang Yi indeed possessed exceptional qualities, and Lin Wan did not harbor any resentment towards him, thus she embraced this reality. Soon after, Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wan each took hold of one of Yang Yi's arms as they approached Zhang Yu and the others. Am I dreaming? This is the pinnacle of courtship. Young Master Yi is truly an exemplar for our generation. Zhang Yu and his companions were utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom how Yang Yi managed to ensure that Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wan coexisted harmoniously. They could not help but give Yang Yi a thumbs up in admiration. In response, Yang Yi could not suppress a smile. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Ultimately, Lin Wan represented the Lin family, while Zhang Yu and his companions signed contracts on behalf of their respective families. This contract not only signified the future operations of the land, but also represented the alliance of the four families. In contrast, Yang Yi remained composed as he observed the proceedings. Zhang Yu and his companions, eager to report back to their elders, departed first. Lu Xiaoyu, as the owner of 10x Film and Television Media Company, remained behind to discuss the company's future developments with Li Jejia and Lin Wan. Bored, Yang Yi wandered aimlessly around the company, seeking someone to engage in light-hearted conversation. Chapter 61. An encounter with a familiar face in a foreign land that afternoon. Overwhelmed with ennui, Yang Yi rallied Peiqi and the others for a 5-game winning streak. With only 5 matches left to complete the task of achieving 30 stars in the king rank. In high spirits, Yang Yi rewarded each of the 4 with an additional red envelope containing 100,000 yuan. In an instant, Peiqi and her companions were electrified and, in a fit of excitement, set aside their phones to perform a dramatic gesture. "Oh, honorable father, we humbly bow before you." This left Yang Yi feeling quite awkward. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu and the others finished their discussions and approached Yang Yi, laughing and chatting. Seeing them, Yang Yi put away his phone and greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Come, let us celebrate this joyful day with a meal together." The 3 women readily accepted Yang Yi's proposal, for they were all closely associated with him and knew they would need to collaborate further in the future. Lin Wan drove a Porsche Panamera, which comfortably accommodated 4 people. Engaged in lively conversation, the 3 women all climbed into Lin Wan's Porsche, leaving Yang Yi to drive his Bugatti alone. Under Lin Wan's guidance, they arrived at a private dining establishment in the city center called Yeyunju. According to Lin Wan, the chef at Yeyun residence is a former master from the imperial court, capable of effortlessly preparing a grand banquet of both Manchu and Han cuisines, showcasing exceptional culinary skills. The decor adopts an antique style, allowing one to experience a unique charm of temporal intertwining. At this moment, the dining hall is bustling with patrons, and Lin Wan, wielding her privileged status, managed to secure a private room. Yang Yi. Just as they were about to enter, a voice called out to Yang Yi from behind. Turning around, a smile instantly graced his lips. It was none other than his high school buddy, Xie. "Is it really you? Seeing you surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. I initially had my doubts, but it truly is you." After confirming Yang Yi's identity, Xie approached with an expression full of joy, playfully punching Yang Yi's chest. "Long time no see. Ever since you transferred to Qian City, it's been over 2 years, hasn't he?" Xie came from a well-off family and had looked out for Yang Yi during their high school days. However, he had transferred to Qian City with his family during his 2nd year, severing their contact. One of life's greatest joys is encountering an old friend in a foreign land, and Yang Yi was genuinely delighted to run into Xie today. "What brings you here for a meal with friends?" Considering their current status as freshmen, Yang Yi and his companions appeared younger, especially Lu Xiaoyu and Li Jejia, who donned an attire reminiscent of career-oriented women, prompting Xie Qing's inquiry. Well, we're just out for a meal. Why don't you join us? Yang Yi, treating Xie Qing as an old friend, extended an invitation to dine together. I have a friend with me, but due to the overwhelming popularity of Yaoyuan residents today, I came early to queue. Luckily, we have space. Let us eat together. Eager to reconnect with Xie Qing after such a long time, Yang Yi was keen to reminisce. All right, then I shall graciously accept, but I must insist on covering the bill. Unaware of Yang Yi's current success, Xie Qing remembered him as a member of an ordinary family, and given the high prices at Yaoyuan residence, he wanted to pay to alleviate any financial burden on Yang Yi. Yang Yi understood Xie Qing's intentions well. Back in high school, he often discreetly picked up the tab during their outings and occasionally brought gifts from home. After 2 years, seeing that Xie Qing remained the same touched Yang Yi deeply, and he threw an arm around his shoulder as they headed towards the private room. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious private chamber. Initially, Xie Qing assumed Yang Yi had reserved a spot in the main hall, only to be surprised that they had secured a top-tier private room. As one of the finest private dining establishments in Qian City, Xie Qing knew that acquiring such a room during peak dining hours required significant connections. He came to Yeonju for dinner today, primarily to treat his newly acquainted girlfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this place. The expenses here are exorbitant, easily exceeding 100,000 for a meal. His family in Qianshi engages in small business, earning only about 4 to 5 million annually, which cannot sustain such extravagance. Old Xie, quickly call your friend. Let us order the dishes. After saying this, Yang Yi directly handed the menu to Lin Wanner and the others, as Lin Wanner, being a regular here, was well acquainted with the house specialties. It was only at this moment that Xie Qing realized that the 3 women accompanying Yang Yi were all undeniably stunning beauties, each a rare sight on their own. Old Xie, hurry up and call your friend over. I am famished after a whole day. Prompted by Yang Yi, Xie Qing took out his phone and stepped outside to make a call. Darling, I have reserved a table at Yeonju, and a few friends are joining us. Do come quickly. 3 minutes later, Xie Qing returned to the private room, where he found Yang Yi animatedly conversing with the 3 women, eliciting laughter from them. Yang Yi, aren't you going to introduce these lovely ladies? Xie Qing remarked, realizing he had been engrossed in idle chatter. This is Xie Qing, my high school buddy. Yang Yi first introduced Xie Qing to the 3 women, then introduced each of them to Xie Qing, Xiaoyu, Wanner, and Jiajia. They are currently busy with a film and media company. With Yang Yi's introduction, the 3 women smiled and nodded at Xie Qing. Given Yang Yi's demeanor, it was evident that Xie Qing held a significant place in his heart, which encouraged them to extend him courtesy. You rascal, you haven't mentioned yourself. Now you are accompanied by 3 goddesses, living quite the life. Xie Qing teased, having discerned the complex relationship between the 3 women and Yang Yi. I'm currently a freshman at Qian University, just idling about. Yang Yi replied, do you remember Wu Yong from our class? That fellow was always glued to the internet. But he has hit it big over the last 2 years, apparently having dabbled in Bitcoin. Now he has amassed several million and is living it up in Qianshi. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Xie Qing began to introduce Yang Yi to some old friends currently in Qianshi. Bitcoin? Yang Yi's eyes lit up at the mention. He had been pondering how to explain to his parents that he had earned some money to improve their lives, and what Xie Qing mentioned could provide him with an excellent rationale. Would you believe me if I said I also have a substantial amount of Bitcoin? Is that true? Yes. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a commotion erupted from outside the door. Upon hearing it, Xie Qing immediately stood up and rushed out, opening the door. Seeing this, Yang Yi briefed the 3 women before following suit. As Yang Yi opened the door to the private room, he beheld a chaotic scene. Xie Qing was entangled in a fierce struggle with 2 men, while a girl, her eyes swollen and red, cowered behind him. Opposite them, apart from the 2 assailants, stood a wealthy scion, clutching his right cheek and spouting curses. Kill him, he bellowed, his voice laced with indignation. How dare you lay a hand on me? Not only will you pay, but your woman shall also suffer at my hands. In an instant, Xie Qing was consumed by rage, charging forward and delivering a powerful kick to the rich boy's abdomen. However, he was soon met with a retaliatory kick from the 2 men, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, another assailant seized a chair and hurled it towards Xie Qing. With a stature of around 6 feet tall, the force behind the swing promised dire consequences if the chair connected. Ah! The girl screamed in terror, her voice piercing through the restaurant as other onlookers gasped in horror, all too aware of the potential bloodshed that awaited. Only the wealthy young man, who had been kicked away, wore a smug grin. "Smash it," he commanded, his arrogance unwavering. "You clearly have no idea of the power of the Wang family in Qian City." As the chair sliced through the air towards Xie Qing, who was gasping for breath and unable to evade, he shut his eyes, a flicker of despair crossing his features, not merely from the impending blow, but from the chilling mention of the Wang family. Bang! The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Just as the chair was about to strike Xie Qing, Yang Yi darted forward, leveraging his impressive physical prowess to seize the chair mid-swing. The assailant, caught off guard by Yang Yi's intervention, instinctively yanked the chair. But despite his efforts, he could not budge it an inch. "You seek death." Wang Bin, incensed by the earlier kick from Xie Qing, saw Yang Yi's intervention as an escalation. Without hesitation, he and another assailant lunged at Yang Yi. With a steely gaze, Yang Yi delivered a swift kick, sending the man holding the chair flying, effectively halting their advance. He then helped Xie Qing to his feet. What is going on? Xie Qing, having quelled his initial fury, was now acutely aware of the dangerous implications of the Wang family. "Yi, their identities are not to be trifled with. Leave it be, let the brothers handle the rest," he advised, fully cognizant of the Wang family's influence in Qian City, and wishing to shield Yang Yi from the ensuing turmoil. "You, tell me what happened," Yang Yi demanded, turning his attention to the girl. His expression was cold, exuding an undeniable aura that left her trembling, struggling to suppress her tears. "Upon my entrance, I fortuitously encountered them. They approached me with idle chatter, which I chose to ignore. To my astonishment, they attempted to forcibly drag me into their private room. In the midst of my struggle, I delivered a swift slap to one of their faces, which prompted Xie Qing to emerge. After relaying this account, the young woman immediately assisted Xie Qing in adjusting his attire, meticulously checking for any signs of injury. At that moment, Yang Yi also grasped the entirety of the situation. "Young Master Wang, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Please do not trouble my friend. I leave his fate to your discretion." Before Yang Yi could utter a word, Xie Qing stepped forward, eager to shoulder the burden of the ordeal. Observing this, Yang Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Xie Qing remained as noble as ever. "Ah, now you realize your folly? Allow me to inform you, it is too late. Unless you and that fellow kneel before me and bow 3 times, and your girlfriend obediently accompanies me tonight, I may consider sparing you." Upon hearing this, Xie Qing's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, trembling with fury. "Young Master Wang, your actions are excessive." At this moment, Xie Qing fixed a cold glare upon Wang Bin, disregarding his influential background, resembling an enraged lion poised to leap into battle. "Excessive? Let me enlighten you. In the face of absolute power, you cannot stir even the slightest ripple. Should you dare to retaliate, I assure you that it will not only be your demise, but theirs as well." Wang Bin's arrogance reached its zenith, blatantly demonstrating his oppressive might. Just as the tension escalated, the manager of Yuyun residence approached, wearing a cordial smile as he addressed Wang Bin. "Young Master Wang, grant me a favor. Conducting business is no easy feat upon seeing the newcomer." Wang Bin's demeanor softened slightly. This individual was none other than Lu Yidao, the proprietor of Yuyun residence. Rumor has it he hails from a rough background, having made a name for himself with a cleaver, forging his reputation from East Street to West Street, thus establishing a certain influence in Qian City. "Very well. Since Boss Lu has intervened, I shall extend some courtesy. However, these two did lay hands upon me. They must receive a lesson. If they bow 3 times, this matter will be resolved." Witnessing Wang Bin relent slightly, Lu Yidao felt it was prudent to remain silent, for these scions valued their pride, and his intervention had already achieved a considerable concession. "All right, I shall bow. I will bow alongside my brother." Seeing that his girlfriend was no longer a bargaining chip, Xie Qing gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He dared not offend Wang Bin, for a mere whisper of his family's influence could obliterate the legacy his family had built in Qian City over the years. At that moment, Yang Yi could no longer bear to watch. He seized the disheartened Xie Qing and, with a cold glare directed at Wang Bin, declared, "I dare to bow. Will you dare to accept? Preposterous. You believe I would shy away from your bowing? Have you lost your senses?" Wang Bin laughed derisively, prompting the 2 men accompanying him to join in the mockery. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi let out a cold laugh, his gaze towards Wang Bin growing increasingly frigid. "You should call Wang Gang and say that I, Yang Yi, am paying my respects to you. Can your Wang family handle it? Do you know my elder brother?" Yang Ye's words caused Wang Bin's expression to shift slightly. The patriarch of the Yang family had 5 sons, with the current leader being the eldest, who is also Wang Gang's father. In contrast, Wang Bin's father held the 5th position, being a core figure in the Wang family. Yet his status was humble compared to Wang Gang's. It was rumored that Wang Gang had recently established a connection with a wealthy young man from the capital, not only earning a fortune but also bringing immense profits to his family. At present, he was in a position of great prominence within the Wang family. If Yang Yi indeed had ties with Wang Gang, Wang Bin would truly hesitate to confront him. With this thought in mind, Wang Bin uncertainly retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Gang's number. Chapter 63. This is my brother. After ringing 3 times, Wang Gang's slightly excited voice came through the line. What is up, Xiao Bin? Brother Gang, I have something to ask you. Wang Bin glanced at Yang Yi again, noting his unwavering composure, and decided to proceed with his inquiry. Brother Gang, do you know someone named Yang Yi? He claims to know you. At that moment, Wang Gang was at home reporting to his father about the situation of the 4 alliances that afternoon, and he recounted Zhang Yu's previous investigation into Yang Yi. The mysterious background of Yang Yi naturally garnered the Wang family's utmost attention. As a top figure in Qian City, Wang Gang was aware that there was indeed a powerful Yang family in the capital. If Yang Yi truly hailed from that illustrious lineage, the Wang family would have secured a substantial ally. Are you with young Master Yi? Young Master Yi? Wang Bin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It was evident that the person on the other end had some connection with Wang Gang and possessed a significant status. Otherwise, his brother would not have referred to him in such a manner. Rapidly contemplating, Wang Bin realized there were no prominent families with the surname Yang in Qian City, thus categorizing Yang Yi as an associate of Wang Gang's smaller familial circle. After some reflection, Wang Bin resolved to honestly inform Wang Gang about the current situation. If the relationship between Yang Yi and Wang Gang was indeed strong, demanding Yang Yi to kneel would ultimately embarrass Wang Gang. Brother Gang, I have a bit of a conflict with him. I initially intended to make him kneel and bow 3 times. However, since he knows you, I shall let him off this time. What did you say? You want young Master Yi to kneel before you, and you're letting him off? On the other end of the line, Wang Gang was instantly alarmed. Earlier, he had a piece of information he had not yet shared with his father, which was that Zhang Yu had privately communicated with him, indicating that Yang Yi was likely the true master behind the black-clad army. The very notion that Wang Bin dared to demand Yang Yi kneel, disregarding his mysterious background, could result in him floating in the Huaxi River by morning simply due to the power of the black-clad army. Wang Bin, don't bring our entire Wang family down with your reckless actions. Hasten to apologize to young Master Yi and implore his forgiveness. How foolish of you. Where are you? I shall come immediately. At this moment, Wang Bin suddenly realized that Yang Yi was not merely Wang Gang's subordinate. He appeared to be a figure that even the Wang family could not afford to offend. He was utterly bewildered. Under Wang Gang's tirade, Wang Bin trembled as he sent the address of Yeyun residence, then stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, Wang Gang promptly relayed this information to his elder, Wang Yunlong, and also shared Zhang Yu's speculation that Yang Yi was indeed the true master of the black-clad army. Go there at once and strive to minimize the repercussions of this incident. If necessary, you may make any decision as long as it does not violate fundamental principles. Wang Yunlong was equally shocked by this revelation. Setting aside Yang Ye's background, the very existence of the black-clad army had the potential to upheave the entire Qian city. After careful consideration, he concurred with Wang Gang's course of action, instructing him to proceed without delay. Meanwhile, at Yeyun residence, Wang Bin was utterly flabbergasted. He understood that Wang Gang would not have lashed out at him unless he was incensed beyond measure. What did Wang Gang say? I bow my head. Does the Wang family dare to accept it? The furious tirade from Wang Gang was, of course, heard by Yang Yi, who was keen to observe the Wang family's subsequent attitude. Young Master Yi, it was my lack of discernment that led to this situation. Like a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, there is no need for me to bow. At that moment, Wang Bin felt the urge to weep. He never anticipated that merely dining and flirting would entangle him with a person of Yang Ye's stature, someone whom even the Wang family needed to treat with caution. Yet he had unwittingly demanded that this person kneel and bow 3 times. Here comes the slap in the face. I shall not trouble you further. If I do not receive a satisfactory resolution before I finish this meal, I cannot guarantee whether you will be floating upon the Huaxi River tomorrow. At this juncture, Yang Yi no longer remained low-key and issued Wang Bin a final ultimatum. Let us go eat. Yang Yi left Wang Bin stranded in the hall and retreated to the private room with Xie Qing and the others. The three women had already ordered the dishes in advance. Yang Yi served Xie Qing a bite of food and solemnly declared, "Old Xie, I will ensure that they provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding today's matter. Yang Yi, the person opposite us is not simple, as long as Qingqing is unharmed." "I am at ease," Xie Qing remarked while using a wet tissue to wipe his girlfriend Wang Qingqing's face. Although he was unaware of how Yang Yi resolved Wang Bin's predicament, he did not wish to add to Yang Yi's troubles. At that moment, Yang Yi took a good look at Xie Qing's girlfriend, who was petite and delicate, with a beauty score of around 88. No wonder Wang Bin was eager to flirt with her. The three women had just stepped out to assess the situation and were now aware of Wang Qingqing's earlier ordeal. So they approached to offer comfort. Yang Yi then called for a bottle of wine to share with Xie Qing. "Old Xie, you remain as loyal as ever." Yang Yi raised a glass and invited Xie Qing for a toast. The city of Qian is unlike our small county town, where one might easily find themselves trampled upon by others. Xie Qing raised his glass and downed it in one go. After several rounds of drinks, he gradually loosened up, while his girlfriend, Wang Qingqing, also began to relax under the soothing words of the three women. It was not merely her good disposition, rather, the three women reassured her that with Yang Yi involved, the situation would be handled impeccably. Coupled with Wang Bin's eventual transformation, her confidence in this matter was unwavering. "Yang Yi, your transformation over the past 2 years is quite remarkable. The presence of these three goddess-like beauties around you, along with Wang Bin's subsequent attitude, all reflect the changes within Yang Yi. We must approach matters with a perspective of progress. After all." Xie Qing smiled knowingly and raised his glass once more to toast with Yang Yi. Approximately 40 minutes later, a knock resonated at the door of the private room. "Come in." Yang Yi frowned slightly, slowly setting down his glass as he called out to the door. Xie Qing and the others also set down their chopsticks, directing their attention to the entrance. Under the scrutiny of all present, Wang Gang cheerfully pushed open the door and entered the room. "Young Master Yi." Wang Gang greeted Yang Yi first, offering nods of acknowledgement to the three women before finally focusing his gaze on Xie Qing. Wang Bin followed closely behind Wang Gang, remaining silent. "Gongzi, take a seat. We'll discuss things shortly," Yang Yi said. "Young Master Yi, today truly feels like a young master charging into the Dragon King Temple. This fool has stumbled upon you, and I must raise a glass to apologize to both brothers." With that, Wang Gang filled a large glass with white liquor and downed it in one gulp. Yang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Wang Gang and then remarked, "Gongzi, how do you perceive my treatment of my brothers?" "Young Master Yi, as a brother, there is nothing to question here." "Good. I shall be forthright with you, Gongzi. I do not wish for this incident to affect our brotherhood, but this is also my own flesh and blood." Yang Yi unreservedly brought up Xie Qing. "There must be a satisfactory resolution to this matter today. Let it not be said that a brother lacks loyalty. It was that fool who first broke the rules." With that, Yang Yi fixed a cold stare on Wang Bin, indicating that if the Wang family did not take a stand, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson through his own means. Chapter 64. Xie Qing's Astonishment. Youthful Master Yi. My stance is clear here today. One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand firm when faced with consequences. Wang Bin, the careless lad, has offended this brother today. Let young Master Yi handle it as he sees fit, and the Wang family will not intervene in the slightest. Wang Gang cast a cold glance at Wang Bin, frustrated by the troublemaker's antics. After all his efforts to cultivate a good relationship with Yang Yi, this fool had turned around and made Yang Yi kneel, truly beyond comprehension. "Old Xie, how do you suggest we proceed?" Yang Yi bypassed Wang Gang's comment and directly inquired of Xie Qing. "Do not worry about anything else. Everything will be taken care of by the brothers here." In that moment, Xie Qing felt as though his worldview was being completely reshaped. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that this is the prestigious Wang family of Qian City, a powerful clan wielding capital exceeding 10 billion. Yet, they now find themselves humbly admitting fault before me. Xie Qing, having navigated the complexities of the business world alongside his parents for several years, has become quite adept at social maneuvering. With Yang Yi backing him, he feels a sense of pride. However, should the Wang family seek revenge in the future, both he and his family would be utterly defenseless. Thus, he dares not voice any demands and can only suppress his indignation, saying, "Yang Yi, it is already quite gracious of young Master Wang to come here and acknowledge his mistake. Perhaps we could let this matter rest." Upon hearing Xie words, Wang Bin's expression brightened momentarily, and he thought to himself, a small player will always be a small player. Given an opportunity, you still prove ineffectual. In response, Yang Ye's brow furrowed, quickly grasping Xie intent. Old Xie, while you may choose to endure, I cannot. Yang Yi understood Xie predicament. When Wang Qingqing was in imminent danger, he would risk his life without hesitation. Yet, now that the immediate threat had passed, he was reluctant to act rashly and jeopardize his own family. As a brother, he felt compelled to help Xie express his grievances, directing his attention to Xie girlfriend, Wang Qingqing. Qingqing, who touched you just now? Which hand was involved? Wang Qingqing, unlike Xie, was far from composed. With the support of her friends, she had come to understand Yang Ye's formidable capabilities, and thus she recounted the events in detail. Young Master Yi, all three of them laid hands on me. At this moment, Wang Gang found it difficult to speak further. Wang Bin's actions were intolerable to any man. Gongzi, since you're here today, we must give you some face. I believe it is not excessive to demand a hand from each of those three, is it? Thud. As Yang Ye's words concluded, Wang Bin collapsed onto the ground. Young Master Yi, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I beg you spare me. Gang brother, please help me plead with young Master Yi. I cannot live without my hands. Wang Bin was on his knees, weeping profusely, appearing utterly pitiful. Yang Yi, perhaps a mere lesson would suffice? Upon hearing Yang Ye's demand for the hands of Wang Bin and his companions, Xie was taken aback, and even Wang Qingqing's face turned as pale as snow. They were merely ordinary students, unaccustomed to witnessing such brutalities. Brother, I was blind to your greatness and offended you. I implore you to speak on my behalf to young Master Yi, granting me this one reprieve. Upon hearing Xie advocate for him, Wang Bin swiftly crawled to his side, shedding his earlier arrogance. Yang Yi, why not let him off this time? Qingqing, what do you think? Yang Yi did not respond to Xie. Instead, he inquired once more of Wang Qingqing. Young Master Yi, perhaps instead of taking their hands, we could impose another form of punishment? Women are creatures of emotion, and while they may show mercy regarding Wang Bin's life, they believe in accountability for his actions. Very well, I understand. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi ceased his inquiries and cast a deep glance at Wang Gang before speaking. Gongzi, I shall not place you in a difficult position. If I were to sever the hands of the three, it would be challenging for you to report back. I will take responsibility for the interruption. How you proceed is your affair. What say you? Wang Gang understood that Yang Yi was showing him considerable respect. An interruption would allow for recovery in a couple of months, serving as a lesson for Wang Bin. Young Master Yi, Wang Bin should indeed face the consequences of his actions. I have no objections. Wang Bin, lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his hands had been spared. Come in. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned and called out to the entrance, whereupon several men clad in black pushed the door open. Young Master Yi, these individuals were the elite assassins from earlier. Yang Yi recognized that as the Wang family was the foremost clan in Qian City, he needed to exhibit a degree of force to ensure Wang Gang could report back adequately. Take him and the two outside, break their hands, and leave them at the hospital entrance. Understood. The elite assassins responded without hesitation. One of them squatted down and effortlessly lifted Wang Bin. Under the chilling aura of the assassins, Wang Bin dared not resist, trembling as he was taken away. Wang Gang, witnessing this, wore a grave expression. Realizing these men were indeed the formidable black-clad army, Yang Yi truly commanded the underworld of Qian City. Even the three women beside Yang Yi and Xie fell silent, intimidated by the elite assassins, though their minds were tumultuous with questions. Who were these individuals? Why did they obey Yang Yi? What hidden identities did he possess? This man was shrouded in enigma. Meanwhile, Wang Bin and his companions were unceremoniously deposited on the roadside. Bang, bang, bang. The elite assassins swiftly broke the hands of Wang Bin and his companions. You'd best behave yourselves in the future, otherwise, next time, it won't just be broken hands, but you'll be tossed directly into the Huaxi River. At that moment, the bones of Wang Bin and his companions shattered, leaving them trembling on the ground. Even Wang Bin, though not the sharpest, comprehended Yang Ye's formidable nature. He realized these men were capable of eliminating him without a second thought. Simultaneously, Yang Yi and his companions finished their meal and exited the Yuyun residence. Young Master Yi, I shall take my leave for now. I will organize a gathering soon. and you may invite this brother so we can enjoy a fine meal together. As they emerged, Wang Gang proposed the next meeting, aware that Yang Yi might harbor some resentment, and thus intended to arrange a better occasion for camaraderie. After all, he needed to report the day's events to his family, particularly regarding the black-clad army. Very well. Today's events are not Wang Gang's concern, so I wholeheartedly agree. Yang Yi replied, seizing the opportunity to ensure the others would look after Xie. With Yang Yi's agreement, Wang Gang departed. Yang Yi, thank you for today. At this moment, Xie gazed at Yang Yi with a complex expression. He initially pondered how to care for Yang Yi, yet he never anticipated such a remarkable transformation. Yang Yi chuckled heartily and playfully punched Xie in the chest, proclaiming, as brothers, we are united at heart. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call. Chapter 65. Informing parents due to the effects of alcohol, Lu Xiaoyu drove Yang Yi back to the Yunseng mansion, villa number 001. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner accompanied Li Jiejia back to her villa number 9 to continue discussing the future development plans of their film company. After exchanging their latest contact information, Xie departed with his girlfriend, recognizing the need to process the events of the evening. Inside Yunseng Mansion, villa number 001, Yang Yi first requested Lu Xiaoyu to prepare a pot of tea for him. Subsequently, he dialed a video call to his mother, Lu Xiaofeng. As the phone rang, Lu Xiaofeng answered eagerly. Hello, Mom. What is up, Xiaoyi? On the other end, Lu Xiaofeng had just finished her chores and was sitting in the living room with Yang Yi's father, Yang, watching television. I have something to discuss with you and Dad, Yang Yi said. Having contemplated for quite some time, but failing to find an appropriate reason to explain to his parents how he had come into money. However, what Xie mentioned about Bitcoin sparked a brilliant idea in Yang Yi's mind. What is it? Have you started dating? No worries, you're in college now. Your dad and I understand, Lu Xiaofeng replied, munching on sunflower seeds while teasing Yang Yi. Yang Yi, seemingly accustomed to his mother's playful banter, continued. I was just fooling around with Bitcoin online, and now its value has skyrocketed. I've earned over 20 million. With a clatter, Lu Xiaofeng dropped the bowl of sunflower seeds onto the floor. Xiaoyi, what did you say? How much have you earned? Mom, I've made over 20 million. Our family is thriving. You and Dad won't have to work so hard anymore. With Yang Yi's proclamation, Lu Xiaofeng's mind went blank. Wow. Lu Xiaofeng slapped Yang Yang's thigh in disbelief. Ouch. Lu Xiaofeng, are you out of your mind? That hurts. This is no dream. This is real. Son, are you sure you're not just joking with your mother? After Yang Yi reassured her multiple times, Lu Xiaofeng picked up her phone to search for information about Bitcoin, confirming the reality of his claims. Old Yang, our son has succeeded. Upon repeatedly confirming with Yang Yi, Lu Xiaofeng immediately shared the news of his windfall with her husband. Yang. Another gasp escaped as Yang too was taken aback by the revelation. They were merely ordinary employees in a small county, ensuring a modestly comfortable life for their family. 20 million felt like an unreachable dream. Unbeknownst to them, the 20 million was merely a drop in the bucket for Yang Yi. Had he not feared that his parents might find it difficult to accept, he would not have mentioned such a modest sum. Subsequently, Yang Yi transferred 2 million to his mother's account via online banking, fully aware that his parents, having lived a frugal life, would perceive an excess of money as a psychological burden. By gifting them 2 million and sharing news of his earnings, he struck the perfect balance, making it the wisest choice in the present moment. Mom, you no longer need to work so hard. Buy whatever you desire. And if you don't wish to work, then don't. You mischievous child. Your father and I will reach 30 years of service in just 2 more years, at which point we can apply for early retirement. How could we simply stop working? Upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's admonition, Yang Yi chuckled softly. His parents were both public sector employees and could indeed retire early in 2 years. Moreover, the older generation could never truly idle themselves. After a light-hearted conversation with his parents, Yang Yi ended the call, planning to return to his hometown the following day to purchase gifts for them. That night, he ensured that Lu Xiaoyu had ample rest while he summoned Peiqi and others to engage in some competitive gaming once more. As expected, by 1 o'clock in the morning, Yang Yi ascended steadily to 30 stars in the king rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to 30 stars in the king rank. You have received a mysterious gift package and a cash reward of 1 billion, which has been automatically deposited into your account. Upon hearing the system notification, Yang Yi tossed his phone aside in exhilaration. At present, Zhang Yu and his companions had already transferred their shared 24 billion into Yang Ye's account. With the additional billion from the reward, his liquid assets soared to an impressive 42 billion. In a jubilant mood, Yang Yi promptly sent 500,000 to each of the four friends as a token of appreciation for their efforts during this period. At that moment, Luo Pei was savoring a freshly ordered barbecue when she noticed the red envelope from Yang Yi. Without hesitation, she clicked on it, her eyes widening in astonishment. 500,000. A full 500,000. The remaining three friends reacted similarly, equally taken aback by the generous gift. I might play games less often in the future. This is a reward for your hard work. Without waiting for their responses, Yang Yi logged off, eager to unveil the mysterious gift package awaiting him. Open the mysterious gift package. Ding. The mysterious gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the chef skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a venture capital company, 10x Venture Capital Limited, valued at 30 billion. Congratulations to the host for gaining the medical sage skill. Wow. 2 skills and a venture capital firm worth 30 billion? This is incredible. As the skills activated, a torrent of knowledge regarding culinary arts and medicine surged into Yang Ye's mind and body. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. These 2 skills were undeniably invaluable. Culinary arts and medical skills are both profoundly intertwined with daily life, providing immense assistance to Yang Yi. Coupled with previous accolades, Yang Yi currently possesses professional-level driving skills, master-level piano proficiency, Hall of Fame basketball abilities, culinary genius, medical expertise, and fluency in English, French, and Russian. Each of these accomplishments is a lofty aspiration for the average person. Curious, Yang Yi swiftly made his way to the kitchen, empowered by his culinary genius. He expertly prepared a plate of fried rice. Its golden hue and plump grains exuded a distinctive aroma. What a delightful scent! Awakened by the sounds from the kitchen, Lu Xiaoyu was instantly captivated by this unique fragrance. Young Master Yi, did you make this? She inquired, gazing at the visually appealing and aromatic fried rice before her, unable to fathom that someone of Yang Ye's stature could possess such culinary prowess. Indeed. Give it a try, Yang Yi replied, scooping a spoonful and bringing it to Lu Xiaoyu's lips. Typically, Lu Xiaoyu refrained from eating at night to maintain her figure. But this spoonful of fried rice seemed to possess an irresistible allure, compelling her to indulge. The moment the fried rice touched her palate, an extraordinary flavor enveloped her senses. It's exquisite, she exclaimed, promptly snatching the spoon from Yang Ye's hand and devouring the dish with fervor. In the end, Yang Yi had not a single bite. While Lu Xiaoyu wore an embarrassed expression. Young Master Yi, I want more. Chapter 66, A Shopping Spree. The following morning, Yang Yi invited Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wan'er to accompany him on a shopping excursion, learning that they were to purchase items for Yang Ye's parents. Both women eagerly joined him at the Yunfu Mall. Following a familiar routine, Yang Yi first led them to the Patek Philippe boutique, intending to buy a watch for each of his parents. Welcome to Patek Philippe. Upon their entrance, the sales staff warmly greeted the trio, recognizing their exceptional demeanor. Sir, may I inquire which style of watch you are looking for? Upon closer inspection, the sales associate's smile widened, recalling Yang Ye's previous extravagant purchases. Please select 2 wristwatches for me, 1 for each parent. They should be understated, yet sophisticated, considering that his parents were still employed in the public sector. Yang Yi aimed for designs that exuded subtlety. Certainly, sir. Right this way. The sales associate, thrilled at the prospect of a purchase, guided Yang Yi to the section featuring wristwatches suitable for middle-aged individuals. You too, please assist in selecting. Lacking experience with women's watches, Yang Yi directly requested the assistance of the 2 ladies. The group decided to present a selection of exquisite timepieces. The 2 women, particularly Lin Wan'er, a former renowned film star, demonstrated an impressive grasp of luxury items and soon identified 3 exceptionally suitable women's watches. At this moment, the store manager hurriedly approached Yang Yi, presenting a few understated yet sophisticated timepieces for consideration. Oh, what a dilemma. Each of these selections is perfectly suited for someone of Annie's age. I am at a loss for how to choose. The 2 women deliberated extensively, ultimately narrowing it down to 3 equally fitting options, yet remained unsure of their decision. Why the indecision? Let us take them all. Additionally, wrap up those 2 men's watches as well. You both should each select 1. Do not skimp on expenses. Since we are here today, let us indulge. Yang Ye's words resonated in the ears of the sales staff like a divine pronouncement, instantly igniting their excitement. Ultimately, Yang Yi insisted on purchasing a watch worth over 6 million for each Lin Wanner and Lu Xiaoyu, resulting in a substantial rebate exceeding 100 million. The average cost of his parents' watches hovered around 3 million, culminating in a total expenditure of over 15 million. Through this strategic maneuver, Yang Yi managed to profit nearly 100 million, which elucidated his motivation for bringing Lin Wanner and Lu Xiaoyu along. Following this, the group explored various luxury brands, including Chanel, Gucci, and Armani, indulging in yet another spree, acquiring seasonal attire for both his parents and the two women. Fortunately, they were driving Lin Wanner's Panamera today. Otherwise, accommodating all these purchases would have been a challenge. Let us go. We should also consider acquiring another vehicle. Yang Yi recalled that his family's car was an old Santana. While adequate for an average household, he yearned to replace it with a finer automobile. Well acquainted with the Yunfu Mall, Yang Yi skillfully maneuvered the Panamera, drifting effortlessly to the entrance of the car showroom. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, Yang Yi and the two women calmly exited the vehicle. Young Master Yi. As soon as he stepped out, a sales associate rushed over, exuding respect as he approached Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, I am sales manager Xiao Wang here. I handled your Bugatti purchase last time. Do you recall? Indeed. Yang Yi had a recollection of their previous encounter, prompting him to respond. Show me a vehicle that embodies understated luxury and sophistication, suitable for my elderly parents. Certainly. Please follow me inside. The sales manager swiftly led Yang Yi deeper into the showroom, guided by the sales associate. They arrived at a distinguished area in the heart of the exhibition space. Young Master Yi, this is the Volkswagen Phaeton. At first glance, it may appear similar to an ordinary Passat, but it boasts a 12-cylinder configuration, with an interior crafted entirely from exquisite mahogany. The exterior of this vehicle appears quite ordinary. Yet the moment one steps inside, an overwhelming sense of luxury and sophistication envelopes them. Before me stands a sleek black Volkswagen Phaeton, and I, Yang Yi, find myself thoroughly satisfied. Its outward appearance bears a striking resemblance to the Passat, yet its essence belongs to the realm of the elite. Initially, I contemplated purchasing a Porsche Panamera for my parents. However, considering their positions within the establishment, this magnificent Phaeton is the epitome of suitability. What is the total cost to procure this vehicle? I intend to drive it away today. Young Master Yi, the model you are currently examining is our sole top-spec Phaeton, and the total cost amounts to 3,120,000 yuan. However, if you decide to purchase it, we can settle for 3 million. Upon witnessing my satisfaction, the sales manager's face instantly brightened, as a successful sale would yield a substantial commission. Very well, let us proceed with the card payment. Ensure that the license plates are prepared promptly, and select aesthetically pleasing numbers for the rear. Is that acceptable? Since I am purchasing this car for my parents, I plan to handle all the registration details, and I have already stored my father's identity information. Driven by financial motivation, the sales manager swiftly completed the vehicle registration and secured me a license plate reading Qian 666. I was quite pleased with this outcome. It was now midday. After having a simple meal with the two ladies, I transferred Lin Wanner's belongings into the freshly acquired Phaeton. In the afternoon, I drove the new Phaeton alone, with two elite bodyguards following closely in a Mercedes-Benz as we returned to Qian County. You two may find a place to stay. I will contact you should you need anything. As I was heading home, it was inconvenient to bring the two elite bodyguards along, so I arranged for them to settle independently. Understood, young Master Yi. Once all arrangements were in place, I cheerfully made my way home. My residence is located in an older neighborhood at the center of the county, and as I arrived around 5:30 in the afternoon, I faced the peak congestion of the small town during the evening rush hour. By the time I drove into my neighborhood, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Just as I entered the community, I noticed a crowd gathered in the middle of the road, completely obstructing passage. As I prepared to exit the vehicle to ascertain the situation, a familiar figure caught my eye. In a moment of fury, I pushed open the car door and rushed out. Chapter 67, Smashed to Smithereens. I forcefully parted the crowd and reached the center, where I discovered two vehicles had collided. A reversing BMW 5 Series had crashed into the front of an older Santana. The BMW driver exhibited an arrogant demeanor, relentlessly shoving the Santana owner. Try pushing again, I dare you. My voice resonated with fury, preceding my arrival as I directed my ire at the BMW driver. With Yang Ye's thunderous shout, The owner of the BMW ceased his pushing and turned his attention towards Yang Yi. "You little brat, this is none of your business." Scram. In contrast, the owner of the Santana was visibly delighted upon seeing Yang Yi. "Xiao Yi, you're back." "Dad." Yang Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of the Santana owner, who was none other than his father, Yang, just returning home from work. He had been confronted by the oncoming BMW, which had recklessly driven against traffic. Not only did the BMW collide with him, but its owner also absurdly claimed that Yang had damaged his new car and demanded compensation. Being in the right, Yang refused to pay, leading to an escalating dispute that attracted a crowd of onlookers. Observing that Yang was merely driving an old Santana, the BMW owner grew increasingly arrogant, pointing and threatening Yang with the notion that he wouldn't be allowed to leave without compensation. The situation intensified as the BMW owner began to shove Yang. This scene was witnessed by the returning Yang Yi, who exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, so it's a father-son duo. No wonder you're rushing in to defend your kin. But let me inform you, my car is a brand new BMW 5 Series, worth over 600,000. You want to leave here without paying today? This kid is too shameless. We all saw it was him who hit old Yang." "Exactly, he is just relying on his wealth." "Old Yang, the neighbors are here to support you." The crowd, with their discerning eyes, had witnessed the events unfold, and the BMW owner's behavior incited their discontent. "Old Yang, let us just call the police. The neighbors can testify for you." "Call the police?" This road in the community isn't even marked when the police arrive. It'll be a 50-50 situation. "What is your old Santana worth?" "Mine is a brand new BMW 5 Series. Can you afford to compensate?" Upon hearing the crowd's suggestion to call the police, the BMW owner smirked, knowing such incidents in the community are notoriously difficult to adjudicate, leaving him unfazed. In response to the insolent behavior, Yang Yi chose not to engage in further dialogue and directly called two men in black. "Kid, calling for help won't change the fact that you'll have to pay." At this point, Yang Yi's expression had darkened considerably. "Xiao Yi, don't bother with him. I'll just report it and let them handle it." Sensing the futility in reasoning, Yang decided to take matters into his own hands. "Dad, please go home. I'll handle this." "That's out of the question." With his father unwilling to leave, Yang Yi stopped insisting and approached the BMW owner, saying darkly, "I'll give you one last chance to resolve this. Stop making a scene here. You think you can intimidate me? What are you going to do about it? You pathetic loser?" Just as Yang Yi felt his anger boiling to the surface, a black Mercedes suddenly entered the community, and two men in black made their way directly to Yang Yi. "Young Master Yi." The BMW driver, upon encountering the sudden appearance of two individuals, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. After all, these two were in possession of a luxury Mercedes worth over 3 million, clearly not figures he could afford to offend. Yet, these two displayed utmost deference towards Yang Yi. Could it be that this young man possessed an extraordinary background? "Smash this car for me," one of them commanded. "Are you not concerned about this vehicle? I shall destroy it for you." Without hesitation, the two elite assassins complied with Yang Yi's orders, the reasons for which were utterly irrelevant. They turned and retrieved two specially designed baseball bats, advancing directly towards the BMW driver, who was swiftly pushed aside. "What are you doing?" Panic surged within the BMW driver. Bang! The elite assassins answered his question with action. The specially crafted bats struck the BMW's windshield, shattering it into a million fragments. "Stop! Why are you smashing my car?" The sight of this destruction ignited a sense of urgency within the BMW driver. This car had just been purchased on loan, and he had initially hoped to extort a sum to alleviate his repayment burden. The blow dealt by the assassins felt as if it struck at his very heart, leaving him utterly distraught. Nevertheless, the elite assassins remained unfazed by the BMW driver's pleas, continuing to swing their bats with relentless fervor. The onlookers were left astounded by the scene unfolding before them. Who were these two? Although their actions were undeniably brutal, a sense of satisfaction rippled through the crowd. Did you not see their connection with that young man from the Yang family? The Yang family must have struck it rich. I saw that young man return in a brand new Passat. With each strike of the bat, the BMW driver felt his insides twist in agony, suddenly aware that he had crossed paths with individuals beyond his reckoning. 10 minutes later, the pristine BMW lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. "I am not unreasonable. I will compensate you 60,000 for your vehicle." Yang Yi instructed one of the elite assassins to seize the BMW driver and, extracting his phone, transferred the sum without delay. Have you received the money? Yes, yes. Even in his bewilderment, the BMW driver recognized that Yang Yi was someone he could not afford to offend. After all, who would be so frivolous as to destroy your car and then compensate you at full value? Is the matter with the car settled? It is. Thank you. Yang Yi cast a disdainful glance at the BMW driver before continuing. Now that the car issue is resolved, we must discuss your pushing my father. At this moment, Yang Yi's gaze turned icy, sending a chill coursing down the BMW driver's spine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Do you think I am easy to bully? You crashed into my car and I compensated you at full price, yet you pushed my father. And you believe a mere apology suffices? Yang Yi let out a thunderous roar, startling the BMW man half to death. The BMW man had not anticipated that Yang Yi would ensnare him here, yet the thought of Yang Yi's casual phone call summoning his underlings left him utterly defenseless. At that moment, he lifted his gaze and was met by Yang Yi's grim visage. Suddenly, he noticed a hand approaching him with alarming speed, and in an instant, it struck his face. With a resounding slap, the BMW man was sent crashing to the ground by Yang Yi's forceful blow. Take him away, and spend a little to teach him a lesson. Immediately, two elite enforcers dragged the BMW man away, leaving the outcome unknown to the onlookers. However, before Yang Yi departed, a series of bone-crunching impacts echoed from within the vehicle, accompanied by the BMW man's heart-wrenching screams. Chapter 68. High configuration is impressive, everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see. Yang Yi promptly contacted security to deal with the BMW, now reduced to scrap metal, clearly stating that he would not take a single cent, regardless of the final sale price. Upon hearing this, the community security eagerly took action. Dad, come help carry things home. Once all matters were settled, Yang Yi quickly parked the old Santana and then brought down the newly purchased Phaeton. You rascal, earning some money doesn't mean you should spend it like this. At that moment, Yang was still in a state of shock, pondering the connection between those two men in black and his son. Seeing Yang Yi driving a brand new Passat left him momentarily bewildered. Help me carry the things upstairs first. Seeing this, Yang could only smile helplessly, taking bag after bag from Yang Yi's hands. How much did you buy? One bag after another. Are you trying to tire me out? These are for you and Mom. If you find it tiring, go complain to her. All right, I'll carry them. Despite his father's mild complaints, Yang Yi sensed the underlying happiness within him. As the two of them transported the numerous bags into the house, Lu Xiaofeng happened to arrive home just in time. Old Yang, when did you buy so many things? Hurry and tidy up. My second sister invited us out for dinner, as her future son-in-law is coming to treat us. Upon entering, Lu Xiaofeng noticed the large bags and couldn't help but investigate their contents. As she rummaged through, she immediately spotted several sets of seasonal women's clothing, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips as she thought to herself. Has this old Yang suddenly wised up? He actually knows to buy clothes for me. However, when she saw the brands and prices of the clothing, she was taken aback and covered her mouth in shock. Old Yang, come out here. What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss all day? Yang had just returned from the restroom and couldn't help but murmur as he emerged to find his wife in a flurry. Have you squandered the money sent by our son? At your age, how can you still be so irresponsible? Can you truly bring yourself to spend so lavishly on a piece of clothing worth over 100,000? You actually used the money he transferred to you? Don't you realize you should save it for his future wife? As Yang emerged, he was immediately met with a barrage of reprimands from his wife, leaving him no choice but to redirect his frustration towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you rascal, get out here this instant. Your mother is berating me because of you. You ungrateful wretch. Mom, all of this is for you and Dad. Upon hearing his father being chastised, Yang Yi emerged from his room with a mischievous grin. Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback to see Yang Yi home and instantly greeted him with a beaming smile. You rascal, tell me, is that girl from the last video call your girlfriend? Yang Yi did not expect his mother to ask that right away, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Mom, take a look at this. These are all seasonally selected clothes I picked out for you this morning. Go try them on. Oh, and their SA watch too. How considerate of you. Unlike your father, that blockhead. With no other option, Yang Yi shifted Lu Xiaofeng's attention. Your mother only has eyes for you. Where do I fit in as your father? Yang remarked sarcastically as Lu Xiaofeng led her treasures back to the room. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. His father was indeed feeling jealous. Dad, how could I possibly forget you? There are clothes and a watch for you too. And that car outside is also for you. The registration is in your name. As Yang Yi handed over the car keys while shoving clothes and a watch into his father's hands, Yang Yang grinned. At least you have a bit of conscience, making my earlier scolding worthwhile. Delighted, Yang Yang happily retreated to his room with his newfound possessions. Before long, both parents emerged from the room, adorned in their new outfits and shoes. Xiao Yi, what do you think of Mom's outfit? Lu Xiaofeng asked, now dressed in an elegant Chanel ensemble, complemented by a delicate pink Patek Philippe watch, exuding an air of affluence. Son, how do you find your father's attire? I'm not boasting, but in my youth, it was my looks that captivated your mother. However, just as he finished, Lu Xiaofeng playfully tugged Yang Yang's ear. Come, tell me how you managed to win me over. Wife, that hurts. It was I who fell for your charm. Please let go. Yang Yi couldn't help but shake his head, amused by his parents' enduring playful banter. Mom, didn't you say we were going out to eat? If this continues, Dad's ear might just detach. Right, I almost forgot. Your aunt invited us to dinner at the Qianxian Grand Hotel. My dear, their family has never held us in high regard. I find this situation rather unnecessary. Yang Yang complained, rubbing his ears slightly in discontent. Indeed, Mother, my aunt's family has always looked down upon us due to their financial advantage, and this time, I stand with my father. What are you saying, you mischievous child? No matter their circumstances, she is still your aunt. Lu Xiaofeng pointed her finger at Yang Ye's forehead. She was well aware of the situation, yet that was her own sister. As long as it wasn't too excessive, she had to acknowledge her. Fine. Since Xiao Yi has achieved some success, we ought to show off a little. Look at your ambition. Ultimately, Yang Yi decided to attend the gathering with his parents. He had returned to ensure a better life for them, and if the other party crossed the line, he wouldn't mind putting them in their place. Downstairs in the community, Yang Yang excitedly rushed towards the newly purchased phaeton, car keys in hand. My dear, look, our son just bought me a Passat. How impressive. Though Lu Xiaofeng feigned disapproval, the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Seeing this, Yang Yi felt a surge of happiness. Soon, Yang Yi and Lu Xiaofeng got into the car, and Yang Yang, thrilled to be behind the wheel of the new vehicle, eagerly explored every feature. Son, I can't help but feel that our Passat surpasses theirs in sophistication. As a seasoned bureaucrat, Yang Yang was quite familiar with the Passat, and he sensed that the model Yang Yi had purchased was significantly more advanced, with ample power and a strikingly superior interior. This is the latest top-tier Passat. It cannot be compared to other vehicles. Ultimately, not wanting to hear his mother criticize him for wasting money, Yang Yi offered this explanation. Wow, with just a press of the accelerator, it can go from 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. The top model is impressive. Chapter 69, The Snobbish Relatives All the Way. Yang Yang felt like a boy with a new toy, occasionally flooring the accelerator to experience the thrill of rapid acceleration. His reckless behavior naturally elicited a scolding from his wife, Lu Xiaofeng. Eventually, he had no choice but to drive the car patiently to the Qian County Grand Hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, Zhao Yilong and his wife, Lu Erfeng, stood beaming with joy. Today, their daughter Zhao Yuan was bringing her future fiancé home for a visit. It was said that this young man was remarkable, serving as the deputy director of a real estate company in Qian City with an annual salary in the millions, a veritable catch. Zhao Yilong operated a supermarket in Qian County, earning a respectable income of around 1 to 200,000 a year. He generally looked down on relatives like Lu Xiaofeng. The reason for inviting everyone for dinner today was to showcase his son-in-law. Under Zhao Yilong's watchful gaze, Yang Yang parked the car directly in front of the hotel. While the phaeton's appearance bore a resemblance to the Passat, it exuded a more commanding presence. As Zhao Yuan had not disclosed the make of the vehicle, the car before them, adorned with the prestigious license plate Qian 666, exuded an air of superiority. Zhao Yilong, with his elitist tendencies, hurriedly approached. Look, my brother-in-law isn't as snobbish as you all claim. He has even come to wait for us at the hotel entrance. Lu Xiaofeng, from the vehicle, remarked as Zhao Yilong approached. Although he was skeptical of Zhao Yilong's acute awareness of their arrival, Yang Yang chose not to counter his wife's words. Upon the opening of the car door, Zhao Yilong was met not by the son-in-law he had eagerly awaited, but rather by the Yang family, whom he typically regarded with disdain. His smile evaporated instantly, replaced by a rather frosty remark. Oh, it's you. There's no need to be so ostentatious driving a Passat. You could have simply parked in the lot. Hurry up and move aside. My son-in-law will be arriving shortly, and we cannot have him unable to park. At this, both Yang and Yang Yi furrowed their brows, and Lu Xiaofeng's expression soured, yet no one dared to confront him. Brother-in-law, have Yuan and the others not arrived yet? Lu Xiaofeng was the first to shatter the uncomfortable silence, for she had come in consideration of her sister, Lu Erfeng. It's quite evident, if they were here, I wouldn't still be waiting. Zhao Yilong's tone was tinged with impatience, for despite the fact that Yang and the others were in a brand new Passat, it failed to impress him. His gaze remained fixed on the hotel entrance, eagerly anticipating his so-called golden son-in-law. Xiaofeng, you all have arrived. Lu Erfeng, noticing Yang Yi and the others at the entrance, stepped forward to greet them. Although her demeanor was not as frosty as Zhao Yilong's, her conversation was filled with talk of her son-in-law's lucrative earnings and her family's supermarket profits. In essence, it was all about flaunting wealth. Yang and Yang Yi had long grown accustomed to such displays and chose not to engage further, instead heading straight upstairs to their reserved private room. Zhao Yilong had booked the largest private room at Qian County Grand Hotel, gathering all his relatives, which underscored the significance he placed on this prospective son-in-law. Hey, cousin. Upon entering the private room, a lean, slightly tanned young man, slightly older than Yang Yi, approached him. This was Li Chong, the son of Yang Ye's aunt, Yang Dafeng, with whom he had shared a close bond since childhood. Cousin, Yang Yi exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Yang Ye's aunt, Yang Dafeng, and her husband, Li Jiangguo, were straightforward and honest individuals with modest means. After graduating high school, Li Chong had taken on various odd jobs in the county, resulting in his sun-kissed complexion. Like his parents, Li Chong was a decent and earnest person, always the first to defend Yang Yi during childhood scuffles. This visit was not solely to see his parents, but also to help Li Chong pursue opportunities in Qian City. Inside the private room, apart from Yang Yi and Li Chong's family, the remaining guests were Zhao Yilong's relatives. Within the room, Yang Ye's aunt and uncle, Li Chong's parents, busied themselves attending to various trifles. Yet the relatives from Zhao Yilong's side lounged about, akin to local officials, engrossed in mahjong and their mobile phones. This sight greatly irked Yang Yi. Throughout his life, it had always been this way. Zhao Yilong's relatives engaged in trivial businesses, earning a modest income. They often commanded Yang Ye's aunt and uncle as if they were mere servants, taking advantage of their good-natured disposition. Yang Yi and Yang had previously voiced their concerns to their mother on numerous occasions, but she had always urged them to prioritize the greater good. However, Yang Yi could no longer tolerate the situation. Yang Yi, stop idly chatting with Li Chong and come help prepare these items. Within less than a minute of their conversation, Zhao Yilong's eldest daughter, Yang Ye's cousin Zhao Lily, began barking orders at the two. Cousin, it's acceptable for you to call me that, but Li Chong is your elder. You should address him as cousin instead of calling him by his name repeatedly. In Zhao Lily's eyes, both Yang Yi and Li Chong were considered poor relatives, and merely being invited to dine at her home was their greatest blessing. The audacity to demand respect was laughable. With his impoverished appearance, he thinks he deserves to be called cousin? Zhao Lily's impertinence only escalated, leaving Li Chong standing awkwardly, forced to chuckle and dismiss the remarks. Zhao Lily, you are being excessive. Yang Yi retorted. Don't think your parents' status in the system makes you any better. How do you compare to Li Chong? You're just as impoverished. At that moment, Lu Erfeng entered alongside Yang Ye's mother. Regardless of her usual demeanor, Yang Ye's mother felt a surge of irritation upon hearing these words. She was well aware of the influence of her sister's family, yet they typically maintained some decorum. However, since her second daughter had secured a wealthy son-in-law from Qian City, their arrogance had only intensified. Xiao Yi, don't stoop to her level. You and your cousin go chat over there for a bit, Lu Erfeng interjected, not wanting to spoil the occasion as they awaited the prospective son-in-law. She discreetly signaled Yang Yi to endure the situation. Frustrated, Yang Yi led Li Chong aside, focusing on their own conversation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qian County Grand Hotel, a BMW 5 with Qian City plates glided into view. Observing this, Zhao Yilong approached with a broad grin. This time, he accurately welcomed his daughter Zhao Yuan and her fiancé Fang Qingdong as they stepped out of the vehicle. Yuan, your connections in Qian County are impressive, with a phaeton worth over 3 million and a license plate of Qian City 666. Every place has its few outstanding individuals. Son-in-law, please, come inside, everyone is waiting. From a distance, Zhao Yilong eagerly rushed toward them. In Qian City, Fang Qingdong served as the deputy general manager of sales at the Zhang Group's Yunshang Mansion project. Although he earned over 3 million annually, he was accustomed to being subordinate to others. Yet now, in Qian County, he found himself at the center of attention, with no one daring to commence the gathering until he arrived. Today, he was ready to bask in the adoration of those around him. Upon this thought, Fang Qingdong, with an air of arrogance, followed Zhao Yilong into the private room. Chapter 70. Do you dare to let my mother toast you? Inside the room, Lu Erfeng, having received Zhao Yilong's notification, bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, my future son-in-law has arrived with old Zhao. Everyone must uphold our family honor. Let my prospective son-in-law witness the sincerity of the Zhao family. Elder sister, brother-in-law, you two should wash your faces quickly. You look so grimy. Otherwise, my future son-in-law might think our relatives are coal miners." The couple, Lu Dafeng and his wife, stood momentarily stunned, while Li Chang, engaged in conversation with Yang Yi, clenched his fists in anger, the sound echoing ominously. "Mom, since we finished our chores, why don't we let Aunt's family go to the kitchen and hide for a while? It wouldn't be good if we embarrass ourselves later." Zhao Lili, upon hearing her mother speak, hastily added fuel to the fire. To this, Lu Erfeng surprisingly displayed a flicker of contemplation. "Enough. If your family looks down upon us poor relatives, why did you summon us here?" At this moment, Li Chang could no longer contain himself and slammed the table in protest. "Xiao Chang, do not be willful. Your second aunt has a point. We have been busy all day and indeed look rather disheveled. A quick wash would do us good." As the elder sister, Lu Dafeng understood Zhao Lili's implications. Yet at such a critical juncture, she wished to spare her sister from humiliation and took her husband, Li Jianguo, towards the restroom. Seeing this, Li Chang's face flushed as he hurried to the restroom as well. Noticing Li Chang's unusual demeanor, Yang Yi followed suit. "Second sister, you have gone too far this time." At this moment, Yang's mother could no longer tolerate the situation and expressed her discontent towards her second sister, Lu Erfeng. "Aunt, my mother did not say anything wrong. The elder sister's family looks so grimy, just like coal miners." "Silence. I am speaking with your mother. You have no place in this conversation." Though Yang's mother was generally amiable, it did not mean she lacked temperament. After over 20 years in the system, she naturally exuded an aura of authority. In an instant, Zhao Lili was reprimanded into silence, pouting in indignation. Before long, Zhao Yilong entered the private room, beaming with Zhao Yuanyuan and Fang Qingdong in tow. "Dear friends, this is my future son-in-law Fang Qingdong, the vice general manager of sales at the Zhang Group's Yunshang residence project in Qian City. Congratulations to Boss Zhao on acquiring such a remarkable son-in-law. Boss Zhao's prospective son-in-law is clearly a person of distinction. Congratulations. The Zhang Group in Qian City appears to be the top family in our province, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Director Fang's future in the Zhang Group is boundless." In an instant, a myriad of flattery poured into Zhao Yilong's ears, his face glowing with delight like a blossoming chrysanthemum. "Thank you all for your kind words. Ha." At this moment, not only was Zhao Yilong supremely pleased, but even Zhao Lili, who had just been scolded by Yang's mother, approached with her lips pursed in anticipation. "Dad, let my brother-in-law take a seat first." Indeed. Look at the arrangements I have made. Son-in-law, please take the esteemed seat over there." Under the guidance of Zhao Yilong, Fang Qingdong and Zhao Yuanyuan took their places at the head of the dining table, completely disregarding the elder relatives present. "Son-in-law, today's table is filled with the specialties of Qian County. You must savor them." As Fang Qingdong settled in, Zhao Yilong and the others, without a thought for the absent Lu Dafeng's family, prepared to commence the meal. "Sister-in-law, the eldest sister's family has been busy for quite some time. Shouldn't we wait for them to return?" At this moment, Mother Yang grew increasingly displeased with Zhao Yilong's family and voiced her reminder. Noting the absence of her sister's family, "What is there to wait for? My Qingdong has been driving the latest BMW 5 since this afternoon and is utterly exhausted. How can we wait for them?" Before Zhao Yilong could respond, his daughter Zhao Yuanyuan interjected sarcastically, showing no regard for Lu Dafeng's family. "Second aunt, if you have the leisure to concern yourself with such matters, it would be better to focus on your son Yang Yi's development. I heard he has entered his freshman year at Qian City University this year, right? Employment is tough for graduates these days. You should take this opportunity to toast my Qingdong a few more times. Who knows, perhaps Yang Yi's graduation might lead to a job opportunity for him." Yuanyuan's words held merit. Qingdong is the sales deputy director under the Zhang Group in Qian City. and he might indeed be able to assist your family. At that moment, Zhao Yilong felt a swell of pride. Father, what do you mean by might help? Given Chengdong's capabilities, securing a job is merely a matter of uttering a few words. Don't you agree, Donggo? Zhao Yuan gazed at Fang Qingdong with eager anticipation, drawing the attention of everyone present. Although Fang Qingdong was a minor leader at Yunshang Mansion, he had never experienced such treatment. Straightening his attire, he pretentiously declared, arranging a job is merely a matter of words. It's no great issue. Mother Yang did not expect that these individuals would confront her right before her eyes, and her expression grew increasingly sour. No need. My Xiaoya has his own path to follow. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Chengdong is kindly offering your Yang Yi a chance for employment. Why must you reject his goodwill? Precisely, second aunt. My Chengdong, as the sales deputy director, earns over 3 million a year. How can you dismiss his kindness? That's enough. At this moment, Yang was thoroughly enraged. His achievements are his own business, and how you choose to admire him is your prerogative. My family will not partake. Yang, what do you mean by that? The reason I invited you all today is out of respect for you, yet you dare to bang the table, just because you've recently acquired a Passat. Do you think you're impressive now? How I conduct myself is my own affair. Your manner will inevitably lead to trouble. Yang understood that Zhao Yilong had sought to show off from the very beginning. He had tolerated it initially, but when they turned their attention toward his wife, he could no longer hold back and slammed his hand on the table. Sister-in-law, what is the matter with you? Today, I am hosting my son-in-law, and it seems you are intent on causing discord. Upon witnessing Yang's abrupt rise and the slamming of the table, Lu Erfeng felt an acute sense of humiliation and immediately confronted her sister, Lu Xiaofeng. Sister, do not presume that I am lacking in respect today. I have been tolerating this from the very beginning. It is one thing to disregard me, an eldest sister in daily matters, but your behavior today has truly crossed the line. The actions of the Zhao family had utterly disappointed Yang Mu, particularly their dismissive attitude towards eldest sister Lu Dafeng's family, treating them not as relatives, but as mere strangers. Yuan, it appears your relatives harbor grievances against me. Chengdong. Both families have spent their entire lives in a small county, lacking exposure to the world. They cannot comprehend your true worth. I will promptly instruct them to come over and drink 3 cups as an apology. Very well, let them drink 3 cups, and after that, we shall consider this matter resolved. At this moment, Zhao Yuan and Fang Chengdong regarded Yang Mu and her companion merely as elders to be dismissed, arrogantly demanding the 2 seniors to apologize to him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was emerging from the restroom with Li Chang's family, fortuitously overhearing this exchange, his expression darkening to an extreme. Who do you think you are, daring to demand my mother toast you? A voice, cold and piercing, shattered the oppressive silence of the private room. Chapter 71. Shocked all around with Yang Ye's thunderous outburst, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Under the gaze of everyone present, he stepped out from the restroom alongside Li Chang's family. You little rascal, who are you addressing like that? Zhao Yilong's countenance darkened. Fang Qingdong was his esteemed son-in-law, and Yang Ye's insult was tantamount to a slap in his face. Yang Ye's furious shout naturally captured Fang Qingdong's attention. He had come to this gathering to put on a show, but was now publicly challenged about his worth. At that moment, Fang Chengdong's expression turned grim as he squinted, attempting to discern the source of the rebuke. As his gaze focused, a somewhat familiar face registered in his mind. Yet he could not immediately recall who it was. Yang Yi, do you even realize who you are speaking to? After all these years of education, where has it led you? Chengdong is the vice president of sales for the Zhang Group in Qian City. If you wish to secure a good job in the future, do not expect me to intercede on your behalf. Where my education has taken me is none of your concern. Rather, it is you, having lived for over 20 years, who still fails to understand humanity. Yang Ye's eyes, filled with disappointment, scrutinized the insufferably arrogant Zhao Yuan. You infuriate me. Let me make this clear. If you do not come over to apologize to Chengdong today, do not expect to survive in Qian City any longer. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile involuntarily graced Yang Ye's lips as he surveyed the room, ultimately resting his gaze upon Fang Chengdong. Was it you who demanded my mother toast you as an apology? Indeed, it was I. You possess considerable audacity, or perhaps your fortune has simply run dry. At this moment, Yang Ye's eyes bore a chilling coldness directed at Fang Chengdong. Sister, will you continue to allow your son to behave so insolently? Lu Erfeng, observing Yang Ye's direct confrontation with her prospective son-in-law, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Sister, today I am utterly disillusioned with you. My son's actions are his own choice. I cannot control him, nor can you. Ah, now I understand. You two families are here to undermine me. Lu Erfeng, exasperated, pointed at Yang's mother and Li Chang's family, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Aunt, reflect upon whether you have treated our families as true relatives over the years, especially today, when for the sake of a so-called sales vice president, you have disregarded even the most basic principles of propriety. One cannot only focus on the present. Yang Yi felt immense disappointment towards his aunt's family today. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. How could you comprehend Chengdong's prowess? Forget it, Yuan. Do not waste your breath on these unsophisticated folk. Let them leave and not obstruct my view. Who are you calling unsophisticated? What is so remarkable about having a bit of money that gives you the right to tell us to leave? Lu Xiaofeng, not one to suffer in silence, immediately retorted when Fang Qingdong insulted her people. Humph, a shrew. Is this your so-called prospective son-in-law? Seeing the Zhao family allow Fang Qingdong to flaunt himself, Lu Xiaofeng's last shred of hope for her sister faded away. Yuan, today I must tell you, either your family distances itself from these unsophisticated folk, or our relationship is over. At that moment, Fang Qingdong wore an air of arrogance, his gaze condescending as he looked at everyone. Qingdong, do not be angry. I will have them leave immediately. Father, why are you still dawdling? We do not need such impoverished relatives. Upon noticing Fang Qingdong's anger, Zhao Yuan urgently instructed Zhao Yilong to start ushering people out. Witnessing this, Yang Yi internally placed the Zhao family on his blacklist. This is truly akin to using sandpaper for wiping, showing off in front of me. I am eager to see just how impressive this sales vice president truly is. Yang Yi pulled out his phone and, under the gaze of the crowd, dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Please check if there is a sales vice president named Fang Qingdong under your Zhang group. He has greatly displeased me today, if you catch my drift. After saying this, Yang Yi hung up the phone. Oh, you're quite the performer, aren't you? Just a casual call to express your displeasure, and you think you're something special? You truly amuse me. Even if you are poor, do you really need to mimic others? I am utterly bemused. To Fang Qingdong and the others, Yang Ye's actions appeared as nothing more than blatant posturing. After all, how could an ordinary university student influence the Zhang group? It was a laughable absurdity. In response, Yang Yi chose silence and turned to his family. Mother, aunt, there is no place for us here. Let us depart. After this incident, Lu Xiaofeng and Lu Dafeng were thoroughly disenchanted with Zhao Yilong's family and chose not to linger any longer, following Yang Yi as they exited the private room and descended the stairs. Observing this, Zhao Yilong and his companions offered no explanations or attempts to retain them. Instead, they displayed expressions of disdain and derision. Come, son-in-law, do savor our specialty dishes from Qian County. At that moment, Fang Qingdong once again experienced the sensation of being the center of attention. However, just as he was about to consume the dish in his bowl, his phone erupted with an urgent ringtone from his pocket. Upon checking, his smile instantly transformed into one of obsequiousness as he hastily signaled for everyone in the room to remain silent. The caller was none other than his direct superior, Yang Dong, the chief overseer of the Yunshang Mansion project. Fang Qingdong promptly pressed the answer button, but before he could utter a word, a furious voice blasted through the line. Fang Qingdong, you insolent fool, which powerful figure have you offended? I demand you apologize to this esteemed individual immediately. Don't drag me down with your foolishness, damn it. If they are dissatisfied, I will ensure you float in the Huaxi River by tomorrow. The call abruptly ended with a series of busy signals. In that instant, Fang Qingdong's previous arrogance evaporated. He trembled uncontrollably. Yang Dong, as the project leader, commanded a cadre of enforcers, and if he said someone would be thrown into the Huaxi River, it would undoubtedly happen. Who have I offended? Could it be him? The image of Yang Yi flashed through his mind. Fang Qingdong had not quarreled with anyone else today, yet Yang Yi had just made a phone call, followed by his own receipt of the boss's call. Realizing this, Fang Qingdong's complexion turned ashen, and he set down his utensils, trembling as he rushed toward the exit of the private room. Outside the Qian County Grand Hotel, Yang parked the car at the entrance. Oldly, let us squeeze in together and dine somewhere else. It's on me. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangwo's honest face finally broke into a smile. Great. However, Just as everyone was preparing to get into the car, Fang Chengdong stumbled out, visibly shaken, with Zhao Yilong's family trailing behind him. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Fang Chengdong recognized that the vehicle Yang Yi and the others were driving was indeed the same luxurious phaeton from earlier, instantly confirming that the powerful figure he had offended was Yang Ye's family. Remembering Yang Dong's earlier words, Fang Chengdong did not hesitate. He rushed in front of Yang Ye's mother and, with a thud, knelt down, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Auntie, I was blind to your greatness. I beg you spare me." The onlookers, including Zhao Yilong and his family, stood frozen in shock. What on earth is happening? Chapter 72. So my son, is that impressive? At this moment, as Fang Chengdong knelt before everyone, he looked once more at Yang Ye's somewhat familiar face, and slowly, his mouth fell agape. "Yi, young Master Yi." At this moment, Fang Chengdong finally recalled who Yang Yi truly was. Previously, Zhang Yu, the legitimate heir of the Zhang group, brought a wealthy young man to Yunshang Mansion, where he casually spent 88 million to purchase Villa No. 001 and gifted it to a lady. Fang Chengdong, the vice president of sales, was present to provide assistance and had encountered Yang Yi. As memories converged, Fang Chengdong finally realized the gravity of the individual he had offended. "Son-in-law, why are you kneeling before these country bumpkins? Quickly rise and disregard them." Upon seeing Fang Chengdong on the ground, Zhao Yilong hurriedly approached to assist him. "Silence, you old fool. What do you mean by country bumpkins and paupers? That vehicle alone is worth over 3 million. What? This Passat costs over 3 million? Not only was Zhao Yilong astonished, but even Yang, seated in the car, was equally taken aback. It turned out that this was not merely a Passat, but rather a top-tier luxury car. The phaeton, how foolish he had been to believe it was merely the latest high-end model. In that moment, Yang's father, realizing he had been misled by Yang Yi, felt a tinge of embarrassment, swiftly replaced by an exhilarating sense of discovery. "Young Master Yi, I beg you to spare me. I apologize. I extend my apologies to your mother. I bow before you. If you do not forgive me, I shall have no way to survive." Gaining clarity on Yang Yi's status, Fang Chengdong crawled on his knees toward Yang Yi, repeatedly bowing his head in fervent supplication for forgiveness. No wonder. The Yang family has prospered. I just checked, and his car is indeed not a Passat, but a phaeton worth over 3 million. I had sensed that young man was extraordinary. I could tell he was serious when he made that phone call. Be quiet. You were just as quick to agree when I called him a brash youth. That was merely superficial agreement. You wouldn't understand. In Fang Chengdong's shadow, the Yang family suddenly appeared enigmatic, and as Fang Chengdong's lamentations unfolded, the crowd gradually comprehended that Yang Yi had connections to the prestigious Zhang family of Qian City. "Cousin, we acted wrongly just now. Please forgive your brother-in-law and speak a few words on his behalf. Otherwise, how will your sister manage in the future?" Today, Yang Yi was genuinely astonished by Zhao Yilong's opportunism. Having just distanced himself from them, he now sought assistance upon realizing Yang Yi's capabilities. Truly, a lesson learned. Misconduct necessitates consequences. Yang Yi remained unfazed by their words, instead inviting his mother, aunt, and uncle aboard the vehicle. Shortly after, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz arrived at the hotel. Parking behind the phaeton, two men in black suits exited and respectfully opened the door, ushering Yang Yi inside. If the understated phaeton was not sufficiently conspicuous, the Mercedes-Benz certainly made a lasting impression. Who exactly was this young man from the Yang family? First, Fang Chengdong knelt, and now a Mercedes-Benz was there to collect him. This was quite a spectacle. Zhao Yilong had truly miscalculated this time. I dare not comment on other matters, but have you noticed the watches on Yang and his wife's wrists? Upon inquiry, I discovered they are both Patek Philippe timepieces worth over 3 million each. Goodness, a single watch costing more than 3 million. At this moment, as Yang Ye's prowess was unveiled, everyone present felt the weight of his formidable strength. "Young Master Yi, I beseech you, grant me mercy." Despite Fang Chengdong's forehead bleeding, all he was met with were the exhaust fumes of two vehicles. Above all, Li Chang gazed at Yang Yi in astonishment. His cousin remained the same, yet he had undergone a remarkable transformation. "Cousin, is this car yours?" The recent events had left a profound impact on Li Chang, prompting him to inquire of Yang Yi. "Cousin, I have recently established some ventures in Qian City and made a small fortune. Would you be interested in joining me there?" Yang Yi looked at the earnest Li Chang. Feeling a sense of relief, for not all relatives are as materialistic as the Zhao family. I only graduated from high school and lack formal education. Can I really accompany you to Qin City? Li Chang scratched his head, contemplating his own aspirations to change his family's circumstances through greater opportunities. Absolutely. I will arrange for someone to assist you. With Yang Ye's current financial capacity, he could easily send money to his aunt's family. Yet he understood the wisdom in teaching someone to fish rather than merely providing them with fish. 10 minutes later, the two vehicles arrived at the entrance of an upscale restaurant. Under Yang Ye's direction, a sumptuous feast was promptly laid out, yet the guests' focus was not on the meal. Rather, they were intently observing Yang Yi, eager to comprehend the events of the day. Child, is this car truly the latest fully equipped Passat? And what is the value of our watches? Is there something you are concealing from us? Speak honestly. Immediately, Yang Yi's parents bombarded him with a barrage of questions. Previously, Yang Yi had mentioned earning 20 million. However, according to Fang Qingdong, the worth of their watches combined with the vehicle was nearly equivalent to 10 million. Adding the family's watches and clothing, the total was at least 15 million. If Yang Yi had merely earned 20 million, how could he possibly possess such spending power? Have you engaged in any illicit activities? Speak up. In truth, they were not concerned with how much Yang Yi had earned, but feared he might stray onto a misguided path. Dad, Mom, given the circumstances, I shall no longer keep you in the dark. I indeed made money through Bitcoin, and in Qian City, I fortuitously met the young master of the Zhang Group. With his assistance, I invested that capital into real estate and entertainment ventures, and over this period, I have nearly reached a small target, with profits still accruing. Achieving a small target in less than half a month? Yang Yang was astounded. Since Yang Yi had arrived in Qian City, it had barely been half a month. Yet he had managed to earn nearly a small fortune in such a brief time. The Zhang Group is a conglomerate worth over 100 billion. Naturally, generating profit through capital is exceedingly effortless. Today, Fang Qingdong, merely the vice president of sales at a small subsidiary of the Zhang Group, exhibited an air of arrogance that was quite unbecoming. It was through my connection with young Master Zhang that I managed to keep him in check. Yang Ye's words, a blend of truth and fabrication, momentarily bewildered several individuals. Is it true that you have established your own enterprise in Qian City? Indeed. I currently hold a quarter of the shares in a real estate project and an entertainment company. Son, you surpass your father by leaps and bounds. At that moment, Lu Xiaofeng's face was alight with joy, her mind racing with the thought. So my son is quite remarkable after all. Chapter 73. The sons of others. The meal extended for nearly 2 hours as Yang Yi succinctly outlined his circumstances in Qian City, revealing his intention to take his cousin Li Chang there for development, which garnered unanimous approval from both sets of parents. In stark contrast to the merriment shared by Yang Yi and others, Fang Qingdong and Zhao Yilong's family sat despondently in the private room. It's over. Completely ruined. It's all your fault. You couldn't even grasp the situation regarding your own relatives, and you've brought about my downfall. At that moment, Fang Qingdong teetered on the brink of despair. Having offended someone like Yang Yi, it was uncertain whether he could retain his position as vice president, or even continue to exist in Qian City. How could a mere student influence the director of a major conglomerate? Zhao Yuanyuan still clung to a vestige of hope, pondering how Yang Ye's wealth could possibly affect the decisions of the Zhang Group. With a sudden surge of fury, Fang Qingdong slapped Zhao Yuanyuan across the face. It's your fault, you wretched woman, dragging me to this banquet. Otherwise, how would I have crossed paths with young Master Yi? Now everything is ruined. Are you satisfied now? Zhao Yuanyuan, clutching her swollen left cheek, let tears stream down her face. Qingdong, please calm down. Who exactly is Yang Yi? Zhao Yilong, witnessing his daughter's distress, wore a grim expression, but given Fang Qingdong's status, he chose to suppress his anger. What status? The man who can casually gift an 88 million villa is labeled a pauper by you, and the heir of the Zhang Group, whom even the elites seek to befriend, is referred to as a country bumpkin? Now you inquire about his status? Fang Qingdong's words left Zhao Yilong's family in stunned silence, even overshadowing his sincere greetings to his relatives. Could it be that I truly erred? In that moment, Zhao Yilong plunged into profound introspection. The following morning, Yang Yi enjoyed a restful slumber at home while his parents proceeded to their respective workplaces as usual. Today, Yang drove his 3 million plus Passat to drop his wife at her office before steering directly to his own workplace, where he parked right in front of the entrance. With 10 minutes remaining until work commenced, He did not rush inside, but instead stood by the car, greeting colleagues as they arrived. Hey, has old Yang got a new car? Ah, my son earned the money to buy it. It isn't worth much. Oh, a new model Passat? Quite impressive, old Yang. Since it's my son's purchase, I shall bask in his glory. This morning, Yang greeted nearly all his colleagues at the entrance, and everyone was aware of his acquisition of the latest Passat. Sigh, old Yang, is it truly necessary to make such a spectacle over a car? If only you could witness the pride radiating from him today, constantly mentioning that his son bought it. To be honest, I feel a tinge of envy. As for my son, forget about purchasing a car. If he could simply stay at home and refrain from causing me any trouble, I would be immensely grateful. Don't ask, just know he is someone else's son. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaofeng arrived at the workplace, adorned in the new attire purchased for her by Yang Yi. Oh, Sister Lu, you bought a new outfit again? My son picked it casually. I'm just making do. Sister Lu, your son has quite the eye. Your ensemble looks splendid today. Really? That little rascal has finally shown some taste. Sister Lu, could you ask your son where he bought it? I am eager to acquire a set for myself. Girls are typically fond of clothing and handbags, and Lu Xiaofeng's Chanel ensemble naturally drew the attention of her colleagues. Xiao Zhao, come quickly and see Sister Lu's outfit. Do you think it would suit me? If so, I'd like to purchase one as well. Zhao Yu, one of the younger girls in the office with a keen sense of fashion, was often consulted for her opinions. Upon hearing their requests, Zhao Yu did not hesitate to approach Lu Xiaofeng for a comparison. After a brief moment, she spoke. Sister Wang, this style indeed suits you, but I wouldn't recommend purchasing it. Why is it suitable for me, yet not advisable to buy? I could opt for another color, ensuring I don't match Sister Lu. Sister Wang, that's not my point. Sister Lu's outfit is the latest from Chanel this year, costing nearly 200,000. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? 200,000? Instantly, several in the office gasped in disbelief. What sort of attire costs 200,000? Old Lu, have you struck it rich? I can't even fathom spending that much on a single outfit. One colleague, upon learning the price of Lu Xiaofeng's ensemble, could not help but exclaim, not at all. My little rascal has merely dabbled in a small business in Qian City, and he returned yesterday with several seasonal outfits for me. I had no idea they were so expensive. Despite her casual words, Lu Xiaofeng's smile never faltered. You all see only Sister Lu's outfit, but have overlooked the watch on her wrist, whose value surpasses your wildest imaginations. Xiao Wang, noticing the wristwatch that Lu Xiaofeng had inadvertently revealed, was filled with astonishment. Old Lu, does your son have a girlfriend? I have a niece who graduated from a prestigious university and currently works at our education bureau. She looks just like a star. My family also has a niece who, coincidentally, is developing her career in Qian City, currently employed at a securities firm, standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters. She undoubtedly possesses the potential to bear a son, I assure you. In response to her colleagues' recommendations, Lu Xiaofeng did not overlook a single one, adding them all on WeChat. That day, Yang and Lu Xiaofeng basked in the limelight at work, with Lu Xiaofeng even assisting Yang Yi in collecting the WeChat contacts of over a dozen suitable young women. When their parents returned home from work, they were greeted by the sight of Yang Yi having already prepared a sumptuous feast, complemented by a bottle of Maotai liquor. The elderly couple was utterly astonished by the scene before them. Son, this sudden display has left me feeling overwhelmed with happiness, exclaimed his mother. Come, let us enjoy a drink together. You have no idea how envious those old colleagues at work were today. You've truly brought me honor. The three of them relished the meal, thoroughly enjoying themselves, while the parents were left in awe of Yang Yi's culinary skills, completely unaware of when their son had acquired such talent. Xiao Yi, come over here, I need to tell you something. After the feast, Yang's mother beckoned him from the sofa, and a puzzled Yang Yi promptly approached her. Today, I managed to gather WeChat contacts of over a dozen girls from your workplace, teachers, doctors, civil servants, all kinds. You should chat with one of them. In 2 years, when I retire, I'll be ready to hold my grandchild. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's actions came to an abrupt halt as he stared blankly at his mother, his mind racing as he quickly dashed back to his room. But I'm only a freshman. Chapter 74. Returning to Qian City the next morning, after discussing matters with his parents, Yang Yi set off with his cousin, Li Chang. Back to Qian City. Contemplating Li Chang's employment for quite some time, Yang Yi ultimately decided to have him work at 10x Film and Television Media Company, aiming to create a suitable persona for him based on his unique, unpretentious character. Yang Yi first called Li Jiejia, instructing her to gather all the employees for a meeting, where he would formally introduce Lu Xiaoyu, Lin Wan'er, and Li Chang, and invest an initial capital of 1 billion. At noon, Yang Yi arranged for the leader of the elite assassins, Yang Bin, to provide accommodation for his cousin Li Chang, and they subsequently enjoyed lunch together. During their meal, Yang Yi discussed a series of plans for the future development of the elite assassins, as he desired not just an ordinary gang, but a formidable force that could stand on its own. To achieve this, he instructed Yang Bin to continuously expand their influence, noting that the underground world of Qian City was rather limited. Let us start with Qian Province. I expect you to unify all underground forces in the province within the next 3 months. Consider it done, Yang Bin replied, departing with a detailed report on the top forces in Qian City, which included comprehensive information on the various families and their industrial distributions, even revealing some of their commercial secrets. Yang Yi was quite pleased with this information. In the afternoon, Yang Bin drove Yang Yi and Li Chang to the entrance of 10x Film and Television Media Company. Just as the two were about to approach the company, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. A rare pink Audi glided into view, ultimately halting directly in front of 10x Film and Television Media Company. Moments later, a tall woman clad in a short skirt, her hair cascading in large waves, gracefully descended from the vehicle. This striking beauty exuded the quintessential allure of a social media influencer, a perfect blend of technology and boldness. Upon disembarking, she arrogantly surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settling on Yang Yi and Li Chang. Are you also part of 10x Film Company? She inquired condescendingly, her eyes appraising Yang Yi's appearance, which she deemed acceptable, while Li Chang's down-to-earth demeanor suggested he was fresh from the countryside. Yang Yi regarded the woman with a composed nod. In response to his acknowledgement, she tossed the Audi's keys at him. Please find a place to park my car, she commanded imperiously, treating Yang Yi as if he were merely her valet. Stunned, Yang Yi was left bewildered. What is happening? Are employees now so audacious? Is it common to have the boss park their car? Do I really appear to be some sycophant? Clearly, Yang Yi was no sycophant. He promptly returned the keys. You park it yourself. I do not possess the habit of parking for others. It was not just that Yang Yi was the actual controller of 10x Company. Even if he were an ordinary employee, he would refuse to assist this haughty woman. Her demeanor radiated a complete lack of respect, treating him like a mere tool. Excuse me? The woman, taken aback by Yang Yi's rejection, faltered in her step. Was this a first for her? Typically, wherever she went, men would scramble to offer their services for parking, viewing it as a privilege. Yet here she stood, being turned down by a newcomer. Are you truly certain you want to refuse me, a newcomer? Her tone grew noticeably colder, as she felt her dignity was being undermined. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Qian, a pillar of this company. How dare you, a mere rookie, display such insolence? Do you not believe I could have you removed from 10x Media with a single word? At this, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Was he truly facing dismissal at the hands of his own employee? How foolish. Just wait. I will make a call to have you expelled from 10x Company. With a mocking tone, he urged, come now, please begin your performance. Having resolved to invest in the successful operation of an entertainment company, Yang Yi had no qualms about ridding himself of such detrimental influences. As the prominent figure of 10x Film and Television Company, Luo Qian had long cultivated an air of arrogance. Today, upon encountering Yang Yi, a mere newcomer who dared to challenge her, she was instantly infuriated. Just wait. Without hesitation, Luo Qian retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Brother Lei, you must stand up for me. I was bullied at the company entrance by this new employee. If you don't come to uphold justice, I will be utterly wronged. Once the call connected, the previously assertive woman transformed her demeanor, adopting a sweet tone to malign Yang Yi and his companion. After hanging up, she reverted to her haughty disposition. The individual she had contacted, Brother Lei, was one of the vice presidents of 10x Company and her protector, with their relationship encompassing certain unspoken transactions. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. As a newcomer, you should know your place. Moments later, a corpulent middle-aged man emerged from the company. Upon seeing the oily figure, the woman rushed forward, grasping one of his arms and shaking it vigorously, ensuring he felt her enthusiasm. Brother Lei, this is the new guy I mentioned. I received your call and rushed to the company, only to be stopped at the entrance by this brat, who not only obstructed my parking, but also attempted to take advantage of me. Oh, is that so? How could anyone deceive you? Under the woman's flirtation, Shirley felt a surge of pleasure and turned to Yang Yi and his companion. You two, in broad daylight, dare to act against the company's pillar? Such behavior is detrimental. Effective immediately, you are both dismissed. In truth, Shirley was well aware that the woman was instigating trouble. But given that Yang Yi and his companion were merely newcomers, and considering his connection with the woman, he felt justified in his actions. Are you sure you want to investigate before making your decision? Yang Yi stared coldly at Shirley. If the company is filled with such characters, how can it be well managed? What I do does not require your input, you insignificant newcomer. Shirley retorted. You two hurry up and get out. At that moment, Shirley exemplified the essence of bullying with his authoritative demeanor. I believe it is you who should leave. Just then, a sharp female voice pierced through the air at the company entrance. Who dares to speak to me like that? Shirley, taken aback by the interruption, turned to scold the intruder, but his expression changed dramatically upon recognizing her. Li. President Li, what brings you here? Chapter 75. Million-yuan's invitation. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Li Jiejia swiftly approached Yang Yi. President Yi, I apologize for my inadequate management that allowed such pests to exist within the company. President Yi? Shirley was aware that the company had a new owner, but he had only heard rumors that the new owner was a woman and had not encountered the name President Yi before. Thus, he was perplexed about Yang Yi's identity. However, Yang Yi had no intention of wasting time on them and directly instructed Li Jiejia, tell them to leave at once. Following this, Yang Yi proceeded with Li Chong into the company. Mr. Li, what on earth is happening? Shirley was evidently still unaware of the gravity of the situation and did not take Yang Yi's command to leave seriously. What is going on? I hereby formally notify you that you are both dismissed. The individual you just offended is the actual controller of 10x Film and Television Company. Li Jiejia's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Shirley and Luo Qian frozen in shock. In an instant, Shirley collapsed onto the ground. It was over, utterly over. As the vice president at 10x Film and Television, he earned an annual salary exceeding 1 million, and he had maintained inappropriate relationships with several minor internet celebrities. Being dismissed now meant he had lost everything. This is all your fault. In a fit of rage, Shirley placed the blame squarely on Luo Qian. The reason Luo Qian had previously fawned over Shirley was due to his status as vice president. But now that he had lost that significant identity, he was no longer of any value to her. The two soon began to quarrel at the entrance of the company. Ultimately, it was Li Jiejia who had to call security to expel them, thus ending the farce. Within 10x Film and Television Company, all employees gathered in the conference room, with Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner seated at the head of the table, quietly awaiting Yang Yi's arrival. As the conference room doors opened, Yang Yi entered alongside Jiejia and Li Chong. Everyone, this is our investor, Mr. Yi. Today, Mr. Yi will be investing 1 billion in our company to propel its development. Let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Yi. Upon Li Jiejia's introduction, all the employees of 10x Film and Television erupted in applause, their faces alight with excitement. After all, the better the company performed, the greater their benefits and compensation would be. Thus, everyone clapped enthusiastically. I believe that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. I shall not dwell on the technicalities. I only seek results. First, if any similar conduct to Shirley's is discovered within the company, there will be no mercy. Second, the sole focus of the company's development is to concentrate all resources on these 3 individuals. With that, Yang Yi gestured toward Lu Xiaoyu, Lin Wanner, and his cousin Li Chong. While the presence of Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner was somewhat understood due to their beauty, Li Chong appeared rather foolish. How could one elevate him? Ding. The system detected that the host is developing in the entertainment industry and has issued a time-limited task: lead and star in a film, achieving a box office of over 1 billion. Completing the task will reward a mysterious gift package. Do you accept? Accepting will grant the script for the film The Richest Man in Shihong City and Mastery of Acting. What the heck? Isn't this a splendid opportunity for an explosive breakthrough? Accept it. Yang Yi was contemplating how to elevate a few individuals when Tong Gu promptly took action. With Yang Yi's acceptance, the script for The Richest Man in Shihong City was directly sent to his WeChat. To elaborate, the company was set to discontinue all operations in the latter half of the year, focusing solely on one endeavor: producing a film. Ah, just a film? What if it incurs losses? Yang Yi's sudden apprehension incited a wave of astonishment. Even Li Jiejia and others were taken aback. If this film fails to recoup its costs, the company would be rendered inoperative. Yang Yi chose not to elaborate. Instead, he sent a copy of the script for The Rich Tomato to the three women. 10 minutes later, Li Jiejia leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "President Yi, this is incredible. If we proceed with this, we are bound to achieve immense success." Lin Warner, a former renowned actress, understood the significance of the film and gazed at Yang Yi with eager anticipation. "Stop looking, the leading lady is you. I believe this time you will surely reclaim your pinnacle. What about me?" Lu Xiaoyu, who had been observing the others engage in their tasks, could not restrain her curiosity. "As the owner, you will naturally be responsible for the overall progress of the company. I will craft a special script for you later," Yang Yi replied. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu beamed sweetly. "I knew you were the best. Since none of you have any objections, let us have everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. I will grant you all half a month's time. We will commence shooting punctually in half a month." Yang Yi decisively resolved the matter, as he did not favor procrastination. "I guarantee we will accomplish our tasks." At this moment, Li Jiejia and Lin Warner appeared invigorated, as if they had been energized. "Cousin, what about me? Cousin, you should come here in the next few days to familiarize yourself with the basics. I have a fantastic role reserved for you, ensuring your rise to fame." Yang Yi had already envisioned a character for his cousin Li Chong, deeming the role of Zhuang Chong from The Crouching Dragon and The Phoenix Chick to be perfectly suited for him. "Will I appear on television?" "Absolutely," with Yang Yi's assurance. Li Chong instantly brimmed with enthusiasm. Yang Yi promptly instructed Li Jiejia to arrange intensive training for him in preparation for the upcoming shoot. By the time Yang Yi had organized everything, it was already 6 in the evening. "Let us go. Tonight, we'll dine at Xiaoyu's place, where I shall prepare a meal to celebrate our forthcoming success and welcome cousin." Since it was Li Chong's first visit to Qian City, Yang Yi intended to treat a few people to dinner as a gesture of hospitality. "How wonderful. The last time you made egg fried rice, it was absolutely delicious. Tonight, we are in for a treat. President Yi can cook. Ladies, do not underestimate me." That evening, Yang Yi prepared 8 dishes and a soup in Villa 001 at Yunshang Mansion, all home-cooked meals. However, the three women and Li Chong were utterly astonished by the culinary delights Yang Yi presented for the first time. "So delicious. President Yi, I never expected you to not only be handsome, but also an excellent cook. Cousin, I am truly in awe of you." At this moment, Lin Warner gazed into Yang Yi's eyes, which sparkled with intrigue. This man is not only wealthy and handsome, but has also penned the exquisite script of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Tonight, he has further displayed astonishing culinary skills. How could such a man not be utterly captivating? Ding! The favorability rating of Lin Warner towards the host has reached 90 points, meeting the applause standard. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi cast a brilliant glance at Lin Warner, only to find her gazing at him with affectionate eyes. After dinner, Yang Yi contacted a senior assassin to escort Li Chong back to his residence. Lin Warner then leaned close to Yang Yi's ear and softly whispered, "Today, I have a cat at home that can do backflips." With that, she smiled knowingly, leaving Yang Yi with a smile full of significance. Chapter 76, Lin Warner's Love. Inside Villa number 001, Yang Yi recalled Lin Warner's words and that final glance, feeling as if he had been scratched by a cat. Lin Warner was the highest-rated fish fry he had bound since acquiring the system. To claim that Yang Yi harbored no thoughts about her would be a blatant falsehood. Previously, the timing had not been right for Yang Yi to make his move. But today Lin Warner had given him an obvious hint, and the system indicated that their intimacy had reached 90 points. Take a chance, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Gamble, and a motorcycle could transform into a Land Rover. Having come to this realization, Yang Yi no longer hesitated. After exchanging a few words with Lu Xiaoyu, he made his way towards Villa number 009. The distance between Villa number 001 and Villa number 009 was not great. After merely 3 minutes, Yang Yi found himself at the doorstep of Villa number 009. Observing the similar architecture before him, he pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After waiting for approximately a minute, he heard a click, and the door creaked open, revealing a pair of delicate arms. Gradually, Lin Warner's exquisite visage emerged as the door swung wide. "Come in." With her cherry-like lips parting, a voice that perfectly blended tenderness and sensuality reached Yang Yi's ears. At that moment, Lin Warner's long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and she wore a set of alluring lavender low-cut attire. Her alluring shoulders and collarbone were prominently displayed, and her delicate skin appeared even more radiant under the soft lighting. As Lin Warner moved, Her voluptuous hips swayed rhythmically, undeniably enchanting. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yi's throat involuntarily bobbed as he swallowed hard. "Please, have a seat." Lin Wanner walked directly to the dining table and lit the candles. With a sudden flick, she extinguished the overhead lights, and in an instant, the warm glow of candlelight filled the dining room, creating a perfectly intimate atmosphere. On the table lay a fruit platter and 2 glasses of red wine, clearly prepared in advance. Yang Yi did not hesitate. He swiftly pulled out a chair and sat down. "It seemed you had long been plotting this. One might say it was the natural course of events. Had you not arrived, today's happenings would have been devoid of significance." Lin Wanner delicately lifted a glass of red wine from the table, taking a gentle sip, her gem-like eyes fixed intently on Yang Yi. In response, Yang Yi raised his own glass, savoring a sip while casting a meaningful glance at Lin Wanner, asking, "Are you not afraid of igniting a fire that may consume you? In contrast to passively awaiting an uncertain tomorrow, I prefer to take the initiative." Having said that, Lin Wanner kicked off her sandals, revealing her long, slender legs clad in stockings, appearing both alluring and ethereal. In that moment, Yang Yi felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him, overwhelmed by a surge of passion and excitement. It must be said that Lin Wanner, hailing from an esteemed family and having once been a renowned film star, naturally exuded an extraordinary aura. In the past, Yang Yi would not have dared to imagine an intersection with such a beauty. Under Lin Wanner's enticing gaze, he downed the wine in his glass. However, just as he was about to rise, the entire living room suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of neon lights, illuminating the space. Following the rhythm, Lin Wanner began to dance gracefully, her feet gliding like butterflies, captivating Yang Yi in an enchanting trance. A sophisticated hunter often manifests as the prey. This evening, under Lin Wanner's meticulous arrangements, Yang Yi experienced an unparalleled sensation. 3 minutes later, Lin Wanner ceased her dance, spun around, and settled onto Yang Yi's lap, her upper body resting entirely against him. Her delicate fingers playfully grasped his chin, filled with a teasing allure. Lin Wanner, a high-quality gem of beauty, not only possessed striking looks, but also a figure that was explosively perfect. The balance of flesh and bone on her frame was exquisite. Too much flesh would appear plump, too little would seem gaunt, achieving a flawless fusion of curves and angles. The writer Zhang Jejia noted in passing through your whole world, "I hope to encounter someone like you, a refreshing breeze in the mountains, a warm light in the ancient city, from dawn to dusk, from the countryside to the kitchen, from wandering to companionship, as long as it ends with you." That is enough. Yet, Yang Yi clearly lacked such depth and sentiment. On this night, he brought this sentiment to life, albeit with slight deviations. The night saw them traverse from the living room to the kitchen, from the balcony to the bedroom, akin to an explosive burst of passion, like a ravenous wolf in pursuit of its prey, culminating in one word, ecstasy. Reflecting on the previous night's experiences, Yang Yi found it hard to fathom the wild heart concealed beneath Lin Wanner's beautiful exterior. The scratches on his body served as testament to their fervor. As Lin Wanner recalled their madness from the night before, her gaze towards Yang Yi brimmed with admiration. Ding. Detection indicates that Lin Wanner's intimacy level with the host has reached 95 points, automatically capturing her into the fish pond. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing a high-quality fish fry, Lin Wanner, with a score of 93. Reward: 10 attribute points and a cinema valued at 5 billion. The host has spent 1 billion on Lin Wanner, and the cashback has been credited. Name: Yang Yi. Age: 18 years. Appearance: 90 points. Height: 180 centimeters. Physique: 30, extraordinary. Title: Junior Sea King. Basic income: 10,000 per day. Wealth: 2 billion. Company: Tianma Venture Capital Company, Limited, valued at 1 billion. Tianma Star Sky Cinema, valued at 5 billion. Skills: professional driving, master-level piano performance, hall-level basketball skills, culinary genius, divine physician, and proficient in acting. Attribute points: 20. Fish pond: Lu Xiaoyu, Li Na, Lin Wanner. After binding with the fry, consumption will yield 10-fold cashback. Currently, the maximum daily cashback for each fry is 1 billion. Task: become a senior sea king within a year. Current progress: 30. All remaining physique points are to be used to enhance physique. Ding. Physique enhancement successful. The host's current physique is 50 points, 5 times that of an adult. In an instant, Yang Yi felt a warm current flowing through him, rejuvenating him entirely. Chapter 77. Military Training Competition. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds lust. Naturally, a fully revitalized Yang Yi found himself harboring certain desires. However, the exhausted Lin Wanner was nowhere to be found in the mountains or the study. Thus, Yang Yi had no choice but to resort to his proficiency in English, French, and Russian to communicate with Lin Wanner orally. Half an hour later, after conversing with Lin Wanner, Yang Yi, despite his earnest teaching, acknowledged that this was her first attempt at learning, and her skills required further refinement. Nevertheless, he generously rewarded her with 1 billion for her efforts. Take a good rest today. Considering the time, my military training should be concluding soon. It's time to return. Yang Yi playfully pinched Lin Wanner's tender lips, provoking a look of grievance from her. In the afternoon, Yang Yi returned to Qian University. At this moment, Gong Jian was leading the class in training. Despite Gong Jian's attention, the class members appeared noticeably worn. Did you actually remember to come back? Gong Jian called Yang Yi over as soon as he spotted him on the field. He had previously granted Yang Yi some freedom, but who could have predicted that this lad would vanish for so many days, returning just in time? Miss me, old Gong? Yang Yi approached with a grin, naturally offering the drink he had just purchased. Gong Jian accepted the drink without hesitation and promptly stated, "This afternoon, there will be a grand competition, and each class will send 5 participants. Now that you're back, I can rest easy." Gong Jian had full confidence in Yang Yi's abilities, knowing he far surpassed others in both running and combat. A grand competition? Indeed, it also serves as an assessment of our military training achievements over the past fortnight, primarily consisting of 3 events, a 5-kilometer run, pull-ups, and standing long jump. Old Gong granted me this half-month leave, and it would be unreasonable not to produce some results. Yang Yi chuckled, casting a reassuring glance towards Gong Jian. You're a decent lad. Besides Yang Yi, Gong Jian selected Li Su, Old Wang, and 2 other male students from the class to participate in the grand competition that afternoon. At noon, Yang Yi and his 3 roommates grabbed a few simple dishes at the cafeteria before settling down in the hall to eat. Yi Xiao, where have you been having fun during this time? We haven't seen you for so long. Just messing around outside. Once the military training is over, I'll take the guys out for some fun. You've piqued my anticipation. I'll make it clear that I want at least 2 outings. Upon hearing Yang Yi mention taking them out, his roommates became instantly animated, just as they were enjoying their conversation. Huang Yi approached with her meal and sat down beside them. Is something the matter? Yang Yi inquired, noticing Huang Yi's intense gaze upon him, as if he owed her millions, leaving him perplexed. How is your preparation for the piano solo that you promised me? You've been gone for over 10 days. Don't let me down. Is that all? Yang Yi had thought she was seeking him for something serious, but upon seeing her earnest expression, he couldn't resist teasing her. Rest assured, I never deceive girls, unless what? Huang Yi pressed eagerly as Yang Yi trailed off. Unless I have no interest in her, so you can be assured I won't stand you up. With that, Yang Yi flashed a charming smile, leaving Huang Yi ample room for imagination. Is he hinting at something? Oh dear, how could he say that in front of so many people? In an instant, Huang Yi's face flushed slightly, and her gaze became evasive. The welcome party is tomorrow night. You must not let me down. Huang Yi stammered before quickly picking up her tray and fleeing, provoking hearty laughter from Li Su and the others. Yigu, you absolutely cannot stand her up. Li Su mockingly imitated Huang Yi's tone, sending a shiver down Yang Yi's spine. In the afternoon, all freshmen at Qian University gathered on the playground. Yang Yi returned to his dormitory to change into a camouflage uniform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a major officer with a rather imposing demeanor ascended the podium. Today marks the conclusion of our 15-day military training. Now is the time to test your results. If you're a man, show me your strength. This major was the overall commander of the training, and under his command, everyone took their seats, leaving only the 5-kilometer track, the pull-up bar, and the standing long jump area available. Below, I hereby announce, the grand competition officially commences. With the resounding shout of the officer, the event unfolds. At this moment, all instructors transform into guardians of order, strategically positioned throughout the venue. The first event is the standing long jump. Yang Yi had never attempted this before, but under the enhancement of the system, his overall capabilities now surpass those of an average adult by 5-fold. Alas, given my physique, I am hardly at an advantage for this jump. Li Su weighed his 160 pounds of flesh, perplexed as to why Gong Jian had chosen him. In truth, it was not Gong Jian's personal vendetta against him. Rather, their class was disproportionately male, with only a handful of boys available, leaving them to select the best among the short. What are we afraid of? We'll just be here for appearances, leaving the rest to ye. Meanwhile, old Wang had already pinpointed his role, ready to coast through, especially considering the presence of the sports academy in recent years, which rendered his small stature a distinct disadvantage. Who is Yang Yi? Amidst the crowd, a sports student, approximately 6 feet tall, called out, relentlessly searching for Yang Ye's figure. This provocative voice naturally reached Yang Ye's ears, causing him to frown. Who was this fool? Your grandfather is here. Since the other party dared to provoke, Yang Yi had no intention of maintaining a pleasant demeanor. As Yang Yi responded, the challenger approached with an unfriendly gaze. Kid, I've heard you think quite highly of yourself. What does that have to do with you? Stay away from Huang Yi. Don't think that just because you've had a bit of a spotlight, you're impressive. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson about humility. In today's competition, I will trample you underfoot. If you're wise, you'll withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, it will be you who ends up embarrassed. This sports student, named Wang Ming, was a local from Qian City and also a suitor of Huang Yi. Upon witnessing Yang Yi dining with Huang Yi at noon, he was quite displeased. Learning that Yang Yi would participate in the grand competition today, he sought to provoke trouble. You must be a fool. Since you're so confident, do you dare to engage in a daddy challenge? Whoever loses must call the other daddy 3 times in front of everyone. I do not associate with such disrespectful offspring. Yang Yi had no interest in such childish antics. If you're a man, then don't shy away. I don't need to prove my manhood to you. Coward. Ding. System task triggered. Compete in standing long jump against Wang Ming, achieve victory, and astonish the crowd. Upon success, reward of a limited time gift pack 1. Do you accept? Hey, fool, I accept your challenge. Under the allure of the system's generous reward, Yang Yi ultimately agreed to this frivolous challenge. Chapter 78, Basic Skills. Do not underestimate. Observing Yang Yi accept this challenge, Wang Ming could not help but smirk. He had gained admission to Qian University through a sports special recruitment. And at that time, his professional achievements ranked among the top at the university, particularly in the standing long jump, where he had astonishingly achieved a distance of 3.12 meters. To know that the current world record for the standing long jump is merely 3.476 meters, a feat that has already met the national team standards. In his view, Yang Ye's acceptance of this challenge was destined to lead to his humiliation. He even envisioned a scenario in which Yang Yi would call him father. Kid, if you lose later, don't even think about playing tricks. Playing tricks? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi smiled helplessly. You truly have self-awareness. You know I wouldn't want a son like you. By the way, did you lack love as a child? Why else would you be so eager to recognize a father? Yang Yi showed no mercy to such a foolish provocateur. The truth will be revealed in the competition. Wang Ming, realizing he could not outsmart Yang Yi, uttered a harsh remark and retreated to warm up. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued to chat and joke with Li Su and others, completely unfazed by the situation, akin to an elephant indifferent to the threats posed by an ant. 10 minutes later, all preparations were completed, and the first event of the grand competition, the standing long jump, officially commenced. Each year, approximately 10,000 freshmen enroll at Qian University, divided into over 60 teams. Each team sends 5 students to compete, totaling more than 300 participants in this grand event. A truly impressive turnout. The rules for the standing long jump are quite simple. Participants must stand on a designated field and leap from a stationary position without any running start. Go, Brother Yi. We will always support you. Brother Yi, charge. As Yang Yi and his companions lined up, the girls from his class, with starry-eyed admiration, gathered at the periphery of the venue, unabashedly cheering him on. Seeing this, Yang Yi waved back and gestured to them. In stark contrast to Yang Ye's composure, Wang Ming's expression grew increasingly sullen. Show off all you want. The higher you rise now, the harder you'll fall later. The competition quickly commenced, with most participants achieving results between 2.5 meters, and some even failing to reach the 2-meter mark. I told you this isn't my strong suit. I nearly couldn't even clear 2 meters. What a joke. Li Su, a chubby fellow, had no advantage in the standing long jump and barely managed to exceed just over 2 meters. Young Master Yi, I just heard some news. That Wang Ming is a special sports recruit at our school, so be careful. Old Wang, noticing Wang Ming's constant glances in their direction, shared the intelligence he had just gathered. Don't worry, just wait for the big nephew to arrive. Though Yang Yi had not undergone professional training, his current physical prowess was 5 times that of an average adult, far surpassing his peers. Despite Yang Yi's casual demeanor, Li Su and the others remained filled with concern, for they were up against a professional recruit. The event progressed swiftly, and soon, more than half of the participants had completed their tests. However, Wang Ming remained still, patiently awaiting Yang Yi, for only in close proximity would the disparity become evident. Soon, only a handful of athletes were left untested alongside Yang Yi. Kid, pay attention. I shall show you what professionalism truly entails. At this moment, a multitude of spectators had gathered, and Wang Ming, eager to see Yang Yi humiliated publicly, seized the opportunity. He stepped directly onto the takeoff line, rhythmically warming up his limbs. This individual was a special recruit for the year, reputed to have achieved a standing long jump level that met national athlete standards. Is he really that remarkable? What's more, a Navi young fellow just wagered on a father-son bet, promising to call him dad if he lost. A father-son bet. This is going to be entertaining. As this year's special recruit, Wang Ming's professional prowess was among the best, and he had garnered a bit of fame as an athletic prodigy at Qian University. With unwavering focus, he inhaled deeply, slightly crouched his legs, and let his arms swing naturally. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, his body soaring into the air. Instantly, the crowd gasped in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. Goodness, that jump was impeccably executed. I would wager it's at least 3 meters. Truly deserving of being a professional special recruit. That kid is in for a rough time. 3 meters and 16 centimeters. With a commanding shout from an instructor, the crowd erupted in excitement, and even Wang Ming couldn't suppress a confident smile. This leap not only shattered his previous record, but also surpassed the national athlete standard. Yi Xiao, perhaps we should make a hasty retreat? This kid is extraordinary. He jumped 3 meters and 16 centimeters. Indeed, let us make ourselves scarce. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in an embarrassing predicament. Li Su and old Wang, upon witnessing Wang Ming's impressive jump, immediately turned pale, tugging at Yang Yi to flee. After all, with so many eyes upon them, a loss in this father-son wager would be difficult to navigate. A real man stands by his word. It's just 3 meters. A mere lift of the legs. Yang Yi, having accepted a system task, was determined not only to win but to astonish the crowd. Thus retreating was not an option. Moreover, Wang Ming was of no concern to him. Kid, it's your turn. Don't even think about escaping. I'll be watching you the entire time. After relishing the crowd's attention, Wang Ming approached Yang Yi directly to prevent any thoughts of flight. No need to rush into calling me father. Do you fear I might reject you as my son? Wang Ming's intention from the outset was to humiliate Yang Yi, and thus Yang Yi responded with sharp sarcasm. I'm eager to see just how long you can maintain your arrogance. Wang Ming had already conspired with several fellow special recruits. Should Yang Yi lose and attempt to flee, they would swiftly surround him to ensure his humiliation. He also spread rumors about the father-son arrangement among the crowd, intending to corner Yang Yi into a desperate situation. However, he failed to foresee that all his machinations might backfire on him. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Yang Yi approached the starting line with remarkable composure, casually stretching his arms as if merely yawning. It turned out this lad was the reckless youth everyone had been talking about. He appeared ordinary, seemingly destined to lose. Compared to Wang Ming's expertise, the spectators were not optimistic about Yang Yi's chances. Even Li Su and others were scanning the surroundings, seeking an escape route for him. Suddenly, Yang Yi unleashed his strength, and with the enhancement of a 50-point composite score, he soared past the 3-meter-5 mark, landing securely on the ground. Goodness, he hadn't controlled his power well. In that instant, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Did he just clear the line entirely? Has he even broken the world record? Alas, I am uneducated, but such astonishment knows no bounds. 3 meters 61. At that moment, even the instructor responsible for the measurements was taken aback. Not only had Yang Yi surpassed Wang Ming, but he had also effortlessly shattered the world record. Ah, Brother Yi, young Master Yi, you are phenomenal. After a brief moment of tranquility, the scene erupted into thunderous cheers. Yet, Yang Yi remained remarkably calm as he descended, casually remarking, "Basic skills, don't overdo it." At this moment, Wang Ming was bewildered. 3 meters 61? While the onlookers might not grasp the significance of this achievement, Wang Ming, a sports scholarship student, understood all too well. Despite his own jump of 3 meters 16, the gap of several centimeters between him and Yang Yi represented an insurmountable chasm for him. Wang Ming felt an intense dryness in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, utterly perplexed. Reflecting on his father-son arrangement with Yang Yi, his face turned ashen, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of color. Li Su and the others widened their eyes, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Young Master Yi, you're wasting your talent by choosing to study here instead of competing in the Olympics. Do you really think someone of Ye's caliber needs to participate in such events? He is here to enjoy life. Enough of that. Come with me to see your big nephew. Under Yang Ye's lead, they made their way directly to Wang Ming. So, will you call me yourself, or should I summon someone to assist you? Upon hearing Yang Ye's words and glancing at the throng of at least several hundred onlookers, Wang Ming's face turned a ghastly shade of purple. Yang Yi felt no compassion for him. Looks like you're trying to weasel out of this. Noticing that Wang Ming was merely standing there in a daze, failing to honor their agreement, Yang Ye's demeanor grew colder. Why, Yang Yi? Can we consider this wager null and void? At this moment, Wang Ming realized that the moment he uttered the word dad, he would become an instant sensation at Qian University, so he sought to delay the inevitable. If I were to refuse? Yang Yi was acutely aware that if he did not receive the enhancement from the system, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. And would Wang Ming show him any mercy at that moment? Clearly not. As the saying goes, one must be resolute to stand firm. Yang Yi seized this opportunity to demonstrate to those who dared provoke him that there would be consequences for their actions. Come quickly and witness this. The special recruit Wang Ming has audaciously challenged the father-son match, yet now seeks to evade responsibility after losing. Is it true that athletes cannot bear defeat? Li Su and Old Wang, upon noticing Wang Ming's attempt to wriggle out of the bet, swiftly spread the word among the onlookers. Goodness! How shameless to back out after losing as a special recruit. Father-son match. Quickly acknowledge your father. Wang Ming, don't disgrace us special recruits. Under the enthusiastic promotion of Li Su and Old Wang, the surrounding crowd quickly became aware of the situation, stirring up a lively commotion. In an instant, Wang Ming's face flushed crimson amidst the jeers of the onlookers, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Let them shout. I can take my loss. At that moment, Wang Ming realized that under the crowd's taunts, to act dishonorably was far more contemptible than calling Yang Yi father. Thus, he resigned himself to fulfilling the wager. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. With a reluctant heart, he finally uttered, Father. His two companions, Li Su and Old Wang, couldn't resist teasing him. Call it again. Father. Wang Ming glared at them, his irritation palpable, but having already called once, what was the second call? With the crowd watching intently, he gritted his teeth and called Yang Yi father 3 times before promptly turning to leave. This father-son match was merely a minor interlude in the grand competition. For the leaders of Qian University were utterly astonished by Yang Ye's remarkable achievement. This was a world record. In no time, numerous school officials on the podium were engaged in fervent discussions, eager to see if Yang Yi would continue to shine in the forthcoming events. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your victory and for astonishing the entire audience by completing the timed task. The task reward, a mysterious gift pack, has been allocated to your system backpack. Please check. Open the mysterious gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a misfortune card. Misfortune card. Once bound to a user, that individual will experience a streak of bad luck for the next 3 days, as if afflicted by the god of misfortune. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a scar removal ointment recipe. The 2 items just received had distinct implications. The misfortune card served as a means of amusement, allowing Yang Yi to annoy his opponents, while the scar removal ointment recipe held significant value due to Yang Ye's extraordinary skills. Once he produced the final product, it would surely be in high demand among women. In an instant, Yang Ye's thoughts crystallized. In the upcoming pull-up event, he once again astonished everyone by performing 100 single-arm pull-ups, leaving the other students utterly devoid of competitive spirit. What is this young man's true background? He certainly exudes an air of refined nonchalance. You are unaware? He is the remarkable individual who, on the very first day of military training, overpowered the instructor and subsequently evaded further training. Goodness! So it is this esteemed figure. My previous assumptions were indeed shallow. Yang Ye's impressive display naturally sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. What use is brute strength and long jumps? I refuse to believe his endurance surpasses mine. Just watch how I outpace him in a 5-kilometer run. Naturally, some impetuous youths were unwilling to concede. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap to their faces when Yang Yi completed the 5-kilometer event in just over 13 minutes, leaving the second-place contender several laps behind. From the audience, a sports instructor, brimming with excitement, gazed at his stopwatch and exclaimed, 13 minutes and 1 second. Another world record. He then rushed over to a robust school administrator, declaring, regardless of your college affiliation, I am determined to recruit you for our sports academy. You have truly brought honor to our institution. As soon as Yang Yi stepped off the field, he was approached by Gong Jian, who wore a broad smile and playfully thumped his chest. As Yang Yi's instructor, Gong Jian reveled in the glory of his protégé's outstanding performances. Your display was nothing short of exceptional. Our superiors have instructed me to convey that you should reconsider enlisting. If you agree, they will expedite your enlistment procedures as a university student. Not a chance. My personality is simply not suited for military life. Yang Yi replied. You rascal. With Yang Yi's firm refusal to enlist, Gong Jian could only shake his head in resignation. Just as one wave of attention had subsided, another arose. Having just declined Gong Jian's offer, Yang Yi noticed a faculty member approaching him. Young man, I am Xiao Yiming, the dean of the Sports Academy at Qian University. I observed your recent competitions, and your performances were truly remarkable. Would you be interested in transferring to our academy? We can secure various scholarships for you and provide the most professional training. As Yang Yi listened to the enthusiastic and eloquent middle-aged man before him, he realized he had perhaps indulged too much in the excitement of the moment. Ultimately, Yang Yi declined the invitation from the Sports Academy, for he remained steadfast in his principles, unwavering in his aspirations as a true Sea King. Chapter 80. City dwellers know how to have fun. After the closing ceremony, Yang Yi and his roommates returned to their dormitory, relishing a soothing hot shower. Although Yang Yi's physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, he had still worked up quite a sweat during the event. Gentlemen, shall we unwind this evening? As soon as they settled in, Li Su began to rally his companions for a night out. Let us go. This past fortnight has been utterly exhausting. Young Master Yi, what do you say? His roommates, unlike Yang Yi, who had enjoyed the previous fortnight, were eager to release the pent-up tension they had been harboring. What else is there to say? Count me in. Tonight, you all can revel to your heart's content. I shall take care of everything else. Yang Yi had previously promised everyone an outing, and with their spirits so high today, he seized the moment to make arrangements. Young Master Yi, do you have a large plate of chicken weighing around 90 jin? Yes, and I would like a red-mouthed fish as well. Listen to what you were saying. I want 110 jin, rich yet not greasy. Hearing the exuberant demands of his roommates, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Among the trio, only Zhang Jian possessed a driver's license, while the other two were mere novices at the wheel. At 6 in the evening, 2 black Mercedes-Benz vehicles arrived at Qian University, parking beneath the boys' dormitory and attracting the attention of onlookers. Soon, the dormitory occupants descended, dressed for the occasion. Young Master Yi, shall I drive my car, or what? Yang Yi's sports car clearly couldn't accommodate 4 people, prompting Zhang Jian to fetch his BMW 5 Series. No need. If you drive, how can we fully enjoy ourselves? This has all been arranged beforehand. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, the sight of the 2 black Mercedes-Benz vehicles came into view. Young Master Yi, please don't tell me those cars are also yours. Boys naturally held an adventurous spirit regarding the Mercedes-Benz, so Li Su inquired with a hint of excitement. To be precise, they can be considered mine. Enough of this. Let's get in the car quickly. Today, our only responsibility is to have fun. Under Yang Yi's direction, Li Su shared a vehicle with him, while Zhang Jian paired with Lao Wang. That evening, Yang Yi planned to take them to the Black-clad Army's establishment to gain insight into their current operations. The driving skills of the 2 dark-clad assassins were exceptional, allowing the vehicles to perform superbly under their control. Before long, they arrived at the headquarters of the Black-clad Army, known as Flowing Golden Years. Flowing Golden Years had been transformed and upgraded from the former Starry Conference's base at the Royal Dynasty Entertainment Club, boasting fully equipped facilities. At that moment, 2 rows of imposing dark-clad men stood at the entrance, with the Black-clad Army's leader, Yang Jian, waiting at the door. Upon seeing Yang Yi and his companions exit the vehicle, Yang Jian hurried over to assist Yang Yi with the car door, displaying a notably respectful demeanor. This scene astonished the customers and some underlings present, as Yang Jian was the ruler of the underground world in Qian City, known for his icy demeanor. It was rare for Yang Jian to smile, let alone exhibit such deference. Young Master Yi, everything inside is arranged. All right, let these brothers disperse, otherwise. Others might think I'm running a gang. Yang Yi had not anticipated Yang Jian would orchestrate such a display. He merely intended to take his roommates out for some fun, unaware that onlookers might misconstrue the situation as a gang operation. Understood. Noticing Yang Ye's disinterest in the formalities, Yang Jian promptly turned and waved his hand. Consequently, the dozens of burly men, their faces adorned with mechanical smiles, obediently dispersed in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Li Su and his companions could not help but swallow hard, as the scene before them was truly astonishing. Yi Xiao, this wouldn't happen to be your family's enterprise, would it? Despite the mechanical smiles adorning the faces of the elite assassins, the formidable aura they exuded was unmistakable. It was evident to any discerning observer that they were not ordinary individuals. Thus, Li Su hesitantly inquired. Guess? However, Yang Yi did not directly address Li Su's question. He could hardly confess that they were part of an underworld organization, with him as their leader. Such a statement would only heighten the discomfort among them. Let us go? The real fun awaits inside, Yang Yi exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Li Su and Lao Wang, leading them further in, while Zhang Jian quickly followed suit. Under Yang Jian's direction, the four bypassed the main hall and ascended to a VIP room on the second floor. Yi Xiao, everything has been arranged inside. You and your friends can enjoy yourselves. Feel free to call upon me for anything you need. He added, you should join us as well. We are all on the same side. Yang Yi felt a profound sense of trust in Yang Jian, as elite assassins bestowed by the system. Their loyalty to Yang Yi was beyond question, yet they were still living beings endowed with basic emotions. Yang Yi's words struck a chord within Yang Jian, flooding him with warmth. Once Yang Yi and his companions entered the private room, he followed suit. Inside the room, dazzling lights flashed rhythmically, and pulsating music surged into their minds. The bar was adorned with champagne, red wine, and various spirits, catering to every taste. In front of the room stood a group of 20 young women, all around 20 years of age, their heights ranging from 165 to 170 meters. Clad in alluring black bodysuits that accentuated their figures, their long legs were tantalizingly displayed, exuding an enticing allure. At this sight, Li Su and the others found themselves swallowing hard, their eyes fixated on the beauties, unable to divert their gaze. Yang Yi understood that this was likely their first encounter with such a spectacle. Though their hearts raced with excitement, they remained frozen in place, overwhelmed. Yi Xiao, what do we do next? I've seen in movies that one usually picks one. Should we choose our favorite? The group was utterly bewildered, looking at Yang Yi with a mix of caution and anticipation. Seeing their apprehensive demeanor, Yang Yi could only smile wryly. He approached the bar, seized a bottle of champagne, and vigorously shook it. Then, with a decisive motion, he uncorked it and aimed it at the 20 enchanting women. Choosing is for children. Tonight, we shall have them all. The women squealed in surprise as the champagne sprayed over them, instantly drenching them and presenting an irresistible temptation to the men. With a grin, Yang Yi seized his companions and tossed them into the midst of the beauties. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Once this barrier was shattered, Li Su and his friends fully embraced the moment, each one wrapping an arm around several women, liberating their true selves in the vibrant atmosphere. Li Su, the eccentric nerd, seemed to have acquired some peculiar knowledge from an unknown source. He seized a bottle of black peach and forcefully pressed it into a young woman's mouth. Amidst the pulsating music, the private room was in disarray, as various bizarre antics unfolded among the group. Yang Yi could only sigh. City folks really know how to have fun. Chapter 81. Yang Xiaoming's daydreams the following noon. Yang Yi took his companions to the third-floor restaurant of the Lujin Siuet Club to enjoy a hot pot meal. What has happened to you three? You look utterly drained. At the dining table, Li Su and his companions appeared haggard, their eye sockets sunken and faces pale, exuding an unmistakable aura of exhaustion. Young Master Yi, spare us the commentary. Just give us extra servings of kidney and chives. We almost overindulged last night. Yes, indeed. I need to replenish myself. I exhausted my reserves last night with 9 encounters. You truly are remarkable. Yang Yi felt a sense of helplessness. After all, Not everyone possessed his robust physical constitution. Under Yang Ye's instructions, plates of kidney and oysters were soon laid before them. Eat up. Once you finish, go home and get some rest. I'm genuinely concerned you might collapse. Reflecting on the situation, Yang Yi understood their behavior. During military training, they had suppressed their desires for half a month, and encountering such scenes would naturally spur them into action. After a substantial meal, they finally regained some vitality. Let us head back to the dormitory for a bit of rest. Tonight is the welcome party at Qian University. I have a task from the system to perform a piano piece and astonish everyone. Yeah, let us go. My legs are still trembling. I really need to rest. Following Yang Ye's arrangements, 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles transported them back to Qian University. That afternoon, Yang Yi lay idly on his bed, browsing live streams. It's her. On the sharp platform, he once again encountered a familiar streamer. Intrigued, he entered the live stream. Dear supporters, thanks to Chairman Xia's generous funding of 10 million, we have secured some financial stability. However, as we delved deeper, we uncovered a plethora of issues requiring societal attention. Upon entering the stream, Yang Yi saw the philanthropic streamer Yang Xiaoming visiting a new impoverished mountainous region, sharing news stories with the audience. Dear family, I am currently in a place called Kaoshan Village, located 10 kilometers from the town, where a lack of educational resources has left nearly 100 left behind children trekking 20 kilometers daily to attend school. If any of you are able, please consider supporting us. Our team plans to establish a primary school here to address the educational challenges faced by these children. At this moment, Yang Xiaoming is once again engaged in fundraising within the live broadcast. The 10 million that Yang Yi donated last time only netted them 7 million. Coupled with the public welfare expenditures over the past fortnight and the ongoing follow-ups, there are currently no extra funds available for constructing the school. Thus, she is compelled to seek financial support online once more. Welcome, Supreme Emperor, the boisterous Pippi Shrimp, to the live broadcast. As Yang Yi enters, the privileges of the elite nobility are instantly announced in full screen. Goodness, it's Shrimp Boss. I thought Shrimp Boss had vanished over the past 2 weeks. Shrimp Boss, there's a project here. Xiaoming, Shrimp Boss has arrived. Your school is secured. Upon seeing Yang Yi enter the live stream, Yang Xiaoming's expression brightens noticeably. It is not merely due to his donation, but rather because she perceives Yang Yi as a kindred spirit, equally devoted to charitable causes. Welcome, Shrimp Boss. Yang Xiaoming courteously greets Yang Yi in the live stream. However, before she can elaborate further, the chat is inundated with messages. Platform announcement. The Supreme Emperor, boisterous Pippi Shrimp, has gifted a Spaceship 1 in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. Platform announcement. The Supreme Emperor, boisterous Pippi Shrimp, has gifted a Spaceship 2 in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. Platform announcement. The Supreme Emperor, boisterous Pippi Shrimp, has gifted Spaceship 10 in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. Goodness, I knew Shrimp Boss was generous. A spaceship costs $1 million apiece. Now I understand the distance between Shrimp Boss and me. It's merely one spaceship. Yang Ye's lavishness once again astounds the audience in the live stream. Yet, 10 spaceships are not Yang Ye's limit. It is noteworthy that he can receive a rebate of up to 1 billion daily from the same fish fry. Thus, while the crowd gasps in amazement, Yang Yi's gifts continue unabated. Platform announcement. The Supreme Emperor, boisterous Pippi Shrimp, has gifted Spaceship 20 in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. Platform announcement. The Supreme Emperor, boisterous Pippi Shrimp, has gifted Spaceship 30 in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. Platform announcement. The Supreme Emperor, boisterous Pippi Shrimp, has gifted Spaceship 100 in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. In just over a minute, Yang Yi has directly donated 100 spaceships in Yang Xiaoming's live stream, amounting to a staggering 100 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 100 million on the fish fry, Yang Xiaoming. You have received a rebate of 1 billion, which has been credited to your bank account. Please check. Observing the notification of the rebate, a faint smile graces Yang Ye's lips as he types in the live stream. It's been a while since I engaged in live streaming. It took so long to send gifts. Suddenly, I missed the speed of sending 10,000 rockets back in the day. Alas, it seems I must practice sending more gifts. Under the privileges of the elite nobility, Yang Ye's message is highlighted in bold red, capturing the attention of everyone in the live stream. In an instant, all participants fall silent. In a mere minute, a staggering 100 million in gifts was dispatched. Is my hand speed truly lacking? Should I practice by sending more gifts? I am utterly astounded by this old trickster. Beneath Yang Ye's ostentatious display, the audience in the live stream was nearly overwhelmed. At this moment, Yang Xiaoming found herself quite bewildered. As she encountered difficulties, he reappeared, extravagantly tossing another 100 million. Yang Xiaoming perceived Yang Ye's remarks about hand speed and the need for practice as an attempt to divert attention from the matter at hand. What kind of person is he, so devoted to philanthropy, yet seeking no fame or reward? At that moment, curiosity about Yang Yi began to stir within her. Dear small streamer, I am here to assist you. With that, Yang Yi promptly exited the live stream. On the other side, Yang Xiaoming, witnessing Yang Ye's hasty entrance and swift departure after bestowing gifts, couldn't help but entertain a fleeting thought. Could it be that he came solely to support me in overcoming my challenges? Perhaps he... what am I even thinking? In that instant, Yang Xiaoming's mind raced with myriad thoughts, leaving her cheeks flushed. As the saying goes, when a woman begins to feel curious about a man, she is not far from falling for him. At this moment, Yang Xiaoming embodied that state, filled with intrigue and fanciful notions about Yang Yi. Chapter 82. New Year Gala. After exiting Yang Xiaoming's livestream, Yang Yi transitioned into a leisurely browsing mode on the Shark platform. Before long, he stumbled upon Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. Dear friends, for the forthcoming period, my team and I will be consolidating our efforts to passionately create a new film titled The Wealthy Tomato. The script is quite captivating, and I urge everyone to lend your support when the time comes. In recent days, the entire staff of 10x Film Company had been diligently preparing for the filming of The Wealthy Tomato, with Lu Xiaoyu, as the company's owner, vigorously promoting the project. Seeing this, Yang Yi entered the live stream with a flourish, activating his generous spending mode. The new film is commencing. Let's make it a hit. Super admin, elevate the excitement. After uttering a few brief phrases, he plunged into his extravagant spending spree. Across the platform, announcements rang out. The top-tier emperor of the aristocracy, the exuberant Pippi Shrimp, has gifted a spaceship 10 in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. Announcement. The top-tier emperor of the aristocracy, the exuberant Pippi Shrimp, has gifted a spaceship 20 in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. Announcement. The top-tier emperor of the aristocracy, the exuberant Pippi Shrimp, has gifted a spaceship 30 in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. Announcement. The top-tier emperor of the aristocracy, the exuberant Pippi Shrimp, has gifted a spaceship 100 in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. In just 1 minute, Yang Yi had fulfilled a modest target for Lu Xiaoyu. Goodness, it's Mr. Shrimp. Pippi Sect's Dragon Out Yin pays homage to the sect leader. Pippi Sect's Chicken Mud 2 Beautiful pays homage to the sect leader. Mr. Shrimp remains as magnanimous as ever, effortlessly achieving that small goal. In a modest setting, I recently observed Mr. Xia, who had just achieved a small goal in philanthropy. I have great admiration for him. With the appearance of Yang Yi, the popularity of Lu Xiaoyu's livestream soared to the top in no time. After all, 100 aircraft carriers are not a trivial matter. Inside 10x Film and Television Media Company, Lu Xiaoyu gazed at the screen filled with spaceships, a sweet smile gracing her face. Ever since she met Yang Yi, this man has silently supported her in unexpected ways, bringing her surprises without asking for anything in return. Ding ding. Suddenly, Yang Yi received a message from Lu Xiaoyu. Young Master Yi, I adore you. Seeing this, Yang Yi could only shake his head helplessly. After a brief exchange with Lu Xiaoyu, he exited the livestream. Throughout the afternoon, Yang Yi continued to reward several aspiring streamers with tens of millions. By the end of the day, he had amassed nearly 30 billion. Now, Yang Yi had approximately 70 billion in cash at his disposal, and money had truly become just a string of numbers in his hands. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Yi sent tonight's program list to Yang Ye's phone, where his piano solo was scheduled for a later segment. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Ye's brow furrowed. His preceding program was also a piano solo performed by an associate professor from the Music Academy. Typically, it is uncommon to place two similar acts in close succession, as this prompts the audience to draw comparisons, which can be detrimental to the performers. Moreover, the individual performing before him was a renowned professor from the Music Academy, undoubtedly possessing exceptional piano skills. It seems someone wanted to set him up for failure. In an instant, Yang Yi grasped the crux of the matter. Someone was indeed attempting to undermine him. If Yang Yi were merely an ordinary university student, his piano skills would likely pale in comparison to those of the Music Academy's professor. With the latter performing first, Yang Yi would naturally be at a disadvantage. Upon this realization, A cold smile formed on Yang Ye's lips. I shall see who is orchestrating these underhanded schemes. At present, Yang Yi possessed master-level piano-playing skills, so he felt no anxiety. Rather, he was curious to discover who was attempting to trip him up. Meanwhile, Huang Yi sent another message to Yang Yi. Yang Yi, have you seen the program list? I just coordinated with them, but they said adjustments weren't possible. It's infuriating. In Huang Yi's eyes, Yang Ye's claim of being able to play the piano meant he had learned and could play smoothly. However, compared to a renowned professor from the music department, the difference would be astronomical, and such scheduling would undoubtedly lead to embarrassment for Yang Yi on stage. I will go speak with them again. Huang Yi had invited Yang Yi to participate in the program, and if he faced awkwardness on stage, she would feel a deep sense of guilt. Therefore, she prepared to approach the organizing committee once more. No need, let it be as it is. From Huang Yi's tone, Yang Yi could sense her anxiety, clearly indicating her genuine concern for the matter at hand. Beautiful Huang, do not overthink it. I believe this arrangement is quite satisfactory. See you in the evening. With a heart full of confidence, Yang Yi attempted to reassure Huang Yi. However, the more he tried to comfort her, the greater her feelings of guilt became. After concluding their conversation, Yang Yi pondered for a moment and soon thought of someone. Could it be him? If it is indeed that buffoon, then I wouldn't hesitate to deliver a resounding slap once more. At 6 in the evening, Yang Yi casually dined with a few roommates at the cafeteria. After a long day of rest, their spirits had lightened. Yi, are you sure you can play the piano? I noticed that program list and can't fathom who arranged that order, placing a music professor before you. It's utterly ludicrous. Indeed, for a piano solo, that arrangement seems rather illogical. His roommates were abuzz with discussions upon seeing the program list. What's the fuss? As long as you have hands, it will suffice. Sure. No matter what, we'll be cheering for you from the audience. Right? It's not as if anyone can just waltz on stage. Yang Yi could only smile wryly. He couldn't divulge that he was merely a novice. The welcome party was held in the Qian University gymnasium. By the time Yang Yi and his companions arrived, the venue was already teeming with people. Goodness, why are all these folks so eager to participate in this event? Old Wang couldn't help but voice his exasperation upon noticing the packed seats. You just don't get it. The more people there are, the better the chance to meet girls. Li Su grinned, gazing at the girls nearby, radiating an aura of youthful exuberance that came off as rather lecherous. Brother Yi, we saved you a spot over here. Just as they were lost in thought, several excited girls from their class waved at Yang Yi, beckoning him to join them. Yang Yi glanced over and indeed saw a few vacant seats, so he led his roommates over. Brother Yi, we heard you're performing tonight. Our dorm skipped dinner just to secure these seats. As soon as they sat down, the girls began chattering excitedly in Yang Ye's ear. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, holding 2 bottles of drinks, was about to approach Yang Yi when she witnessed him being called over by a group of admirers. Infuriated, she stomped her foot in place, turned around with the drinks, and returned to her previous spot. Chapter 83. The Rise of a Little Man Under the Dazzling Lights. A pair of elegantly dressed hosts stepped onto the stage amidst the audience's gaze. As autumn brings its refreshing breeze, we welcome another cohort of new students to Qian University. The hosts rambled on with a plethora of formalities, but Yang Yi and his companions barely absorbed a word, having grown weary of such scripted speeches long ago. The host, sensing the audience's impatience, briefly addressed the crowd before announcing the commencement of the evening's festivities. The first performance featured a group of more than a dozen young women from the art college delivering a vibrant dance, brimming with youthful exuberance, igniting the atmosphere of the gala. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck Li Su, who began to groove along to the rhythm of the dance, exclaiming with enthusiasm, much to the bewilderment of the nearby girls. Could you please tone it down? Old Wang, unable to bear the spectacle, delivered a swift kick to his backside. Yang Yi, however, remained largely indifferent to the performances, as his primary objective for the evening was to fulfill a system task and claim a mysterious grand prize. Thus, he sat calmly in his seat. To the surrounding girls, his demeanor stood in stark contrast to Li Su's antics, rendering Yang Ye's behavior considerably more gentlemanly. The subsequent acts comprised various dances and solo performances that failed to captivate Yang Ye's interest until he spotted Xia Yao ascending the stage, which piqued his curiosity. Dressed in a pale blue performance outfit, Xia Yao exuded an air of delicate elegance, her vitality as a freshman radiating from her. On stage, she gently closed her eyes, swaying rhythmically to the accompaniment, expertly capturing each beat. She sang a refreshing melody, and the audience enthusiastically waved their hands, some even brandishing their phones with flashing lights. Swaying in delight. As the final note lingered in the air, thunderous applause erupted. As Xia Yao descended the stage, she paused momentarily, casting a knowing glance in Yang Ye's direction, a gesture laden with significance. In that instant, Yang Yi recalled their prior agreement. She had mentioned performing at the welcome gala, and he had boldly considered pursuing her, only to have completely forgotten this promise in the interim. No wonder Xia Yao's expression held a hint of contemplation. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yang Ye's mind, illuminating a path forward. As the program progressed, a professor from the music department took to the stage, enchanting the audience with a piano rendition of Castle in the Sky, its beauty earning widespread admiration. Now, let us welcome Yang Yi from Philosophy Class 151 to present a piano solo. Please extend a warm round of applause. The moment the host's words fell, murmurs rippled through the crowd. How could two adjacent performances be arranged in such a manner? Yang Yi was doomed. Following the professor's exquisite piece, he stood little chance of making an impression. This was sure to be a source of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Yang Yi remained unfazed, walking confidently toward the stage with an air of composure. Young man, how do you find this arrangement I have prepared for you? Are you satisfied? With Teacher Zhang's performance preceding yours, I wonder how you will manage to steal the spotlight this time. As Yang Yi approached the side of the stage, he noticed the student council president, Su Liang, who had previously entangled himself with Wang Yuni, wearing a smug grin directed at him. Indeed, it is you. Yang Yi had suspected that Su Liang was behind this mischief. So what? You still have to go up there and humiliate yourself. Ha! Humiliate myself? Observing Su Liang's gleeful demeanor, Yang Yi couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. A dog remains a dog, unworthy of the stage. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's expression darkened instantly. He had intended to thoroughly vex Yang Yi before he took the stage, but was unexpectedly met with a retort. Be proud, if you must. Thinking of the embarrassment Yang Yi would face on stage, Su Liang suppressed his anger, knowing he could not confront Yang Yi physically. Under the gaze of the audience, Yang Yi gracefully ascended the stage. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated him. Wow, so this is Yang Yi, how handsome. Ladies, this charming figure on stage is the one who boldly stood up to the instructor during military training and broke 2 world records. Regardless of how he plays the piano, I will show my admiration. I am enamored. In this era where looks are paramount, Yang Yi's striking appearance, combined with his recent achievements, instantly garnered a throng of admirers. As the audience watched, Yang Yi did not immediately begin his performance. Instead, he took the microphone from the host and elegantly walked to the center of the stage. Good evening, everyone. My name is Yang Yi. The reason I stand before you today is due to a promise made to a girl. Upon hearing these words, both Xia Yao and Huang Yi's eyes brightened. Could he be referring to me? Yang Yi's captivating voice resonated once more. Tonight, I will perform a piano solo, F.R. Elise. I believe this piece will express my feelings, dedicated to her and to all of you. Thank you. With that, Yang Yi took his seat at the piano, his focus unwavering. Little did he know, his words had once again ensnared Xia Yao and Huang Yi in a whirlwind of emotions, particularly for Xia Yao, who had previously told Yang Yi to pursue her at the welcome party. Now, his declaration felt like a confession of affection. In an instant, her earlier frustrations vanished. As the saying goes, a rogue is not to be feared, but a rogue with culture is. Xia Yao had never anticipated that Yang Yi would take to the stage to perform a piano piece specifically for her, and she found herself utterly captivated by his romantic gesture. You may have some sincerity after all, and you certainly know how to be romantic. At this moment, Xia Yao gazed expectantly at Yang Yi on stage, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. On the platform, Yang Yi activated his masterful piano skills. With the system's intervention, the intricacies of F.R. Elise unfolded perfectly in his mind. In an instant, he grasped the essence of the piece. Taking a deep breath, he gently placed his hands upon the piano, casting a mysterious smile towards the audience below. At this moment, Yang Yi wielded his trident, unaware of how many accolades he would soon reap. Chapter 84. Explosive Performance. As the masterful piano technique was activated, an air of elegance enveloped Yang Yi. He felt warm currents coursing through his fingers, rendering them incredibly agile. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his 10 fingers danced across the keys with the swiftness of serpents. Under Yang Yi's performance, a brilliant melody gradually filled the auditorium, resonating like an ebbing tide, saturating every corner of the space. In that fleeting moment, the audience was utterly mesmerized by the enchanting notes. As the saying goes, a master reveals their prowess at first touch. Yang Ye's performance was far more fluid and melodious than that of the music department professor just moments ago. The main theme of F. R. Elise embodies love, and Yang Ye's masterful execution vividly conjured the emotional landscape of the piece in the minds of the listeners. Under his melodic spell, the audience envisioned a boy's sincere affection for a girl. What? Such a masterful interpretation. A prodigy at such a tender age? Zhang Ming, a renowned professor in the music department with extensive knowledge of piano, had long achieved a level of excellence in his craft, earning the audience's admiration with his earlier performance. Yet now, as he listened to Yang Yi, he felt as though he could grasp the thematic essence of F. R. Elise through each note. This ability to convey the piece's emotional depth through music undoubtedly represented the legendary standard of masterful performance. Across the nation, only a handful of pianists reach such a masterful level, most of whom are seasoned artists of advanced age. In stark contrast, Yang Yi appeared to be merely 18, yet he had attained such remarkable accomplishments in piano. At that moment, Zhang Ming's gaze burned with fervor. Qian University's music department was on the verge of greatness. In contrast to Zhang Ming's enthusiasm, Su Liang's expression was one of utter dismay, as if he had swallowed a fly. Impossible. How could he possess such high-level piano skills? However, when he glanced at the entranced audience, a wave of desolation washed over him. He realized he had been defeated. At this point, Yang Ye's performance reached its zenith. The piano's notes ebbed and flowed, sometimes cascading like torrents from lofty mountains, and at other times, meandering gracefully like a gentle stream. Moments later, as Yang Ye's fingers made their final flourish, the piece reached its poignant conclusion. Such a melody is seldom heard in the realm of mortals. It exists only in the celestial spheres. At this instant, although Yang Yi had ceased his performance, the audience remained enraptured by the ethereal ambience he had conjured. After a brief silence, a girl's eyes fluttered open, prompting a gradual awakening among the crowd. Yang Yi then rose and approached the front of the stage, offering a slight bow to the audience, and uttered a heartfelt, "Thank you." It was only then that the audience fully comprehended the finale of his performance. As applause erupted, it resonated like a chain reaction, filling the entire auditorium with thunderous acclaim. "Yang Yi, our idol, I want to bear your child." The crowd erupted in a chorus of fervent cheers. Amidst the cacophony, Yang Yi descended from the stage without a hint of hesitation. At the edge of the stage, he caught sight of the dejected Su Liang, a smirk of derision crossing his face. "You've lost, not just this time, but also in character." With that, he averted his gaze and strode towards the exit of the auditorium. After all, with his departure, a throng of eager girls was already rushing towards him. Lingering would surely result in being overwhelmed by their fervent admiration. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the piano performance and astonishing the audience. A mysterious grand gift pack has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it. Open the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Cloud Mansion shopping center valued at 5 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Crocodile live streaming platform valued at 3 billion. With the opening of the grand gift pack, Yang Yi amassed a total of assets worth 80 billion. Although he did not unlock any extraordinary skills, the haul was nonetheless commendable. Yang Yi. Just as he exited the auditorium, a melodic female voice halted him. Turning around, he beheld Xia Yao, now donned in a casual outfit, standing beneath the streetlight with her arms crossed in front of her abdomen, clearly having waited for him. "What's the matter, beautiful Xia?" Upon recognizing her, Yang Yi approached with a cheerful demeanor. "What do you think? I didn't expect you to be so romantic, especially performing a piece for me. However, your piano skills are truly remarkable. Listening to your performance was an exquisite delight." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi smiled faintly. In truth, it was merely a coincidence. Yet seeing that Xia Yao had already formed her own assumptions, he chose not to clarify. It was nothing much, just a casual play. Xia Yao, however, was unconvinced by his nonchalance. As a music major who had reached a professional level 9 in piano, she was acutely aware of the depth of Yang Ye's artistry. "Aren't you going to say something to me?" Xia Yao had braced herself for a declaration of affection from Yang Yi, but he stood there in silence, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. In her perspective, Yang Yi's earlier words and the piece for Elise he had played were a fulfillment of a prior promise. What should I say? How about we go out for a late-night snack? Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback by Xia Yao's inquiry, unsure of how to respond. Tentatively, he posed the question. To his surprise, Xia Yao's cheeks flushed at his casual suggestion. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and with only an hour left before the dormitory doors closed. Yang Yi inviting her out at this hour surely meant he would not return. Could it be that he intended? Oh dear, how could he be so forward? If Yang Yi were aware that his offhand remark had sparked such vivid imaginings in Xia Yao's mind, he would undoubtedly marvel at the complexity of a woman's thought process. Ultimately, after a brief internal struggle, Xia Yao slowly replied, "All right, but you must choose a pleasant place." "Not a problem. Let us go, beautiful Xia." "Why do you keep calling me beautiful Xia?" Upon hearing Yang Yi's repeated endearment, Xia Yao pouted, her large eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at him. Then, she boldly took hold of Yang Yi's left hand and, in a voice barely above a whisper, said, "From now on, just call me Yao Yao." Ding. The system detected that Xia Yao was unexpectedly touched by the host's casual gesture, bringing their intimacy to 95 points, with only one final step remaining for capture. What is happening? I haven't even cast my line yet, and she has leapt ashore? Yang Yi was momentarily stunned by this turn of events. But as he reflected on Xia Yao's words and demeanor, realization dawned upon him. It seemed that tonight, the spirit of Yao Mei had taken hold. Chapter 85. The true essence revealed at the Qian University food street. A dazzling Bugatti Veyron drifted smoothly into a parking space. Moments later, a man and woman emerged from the vehicle. The duo was none other than Yang Yi and Xia Yao, who had ventured out for a late-night snack. "Yang Yi, where did you learn to drive like that?" Xia Yao was utterly astonished by his adept maneuvering. "Would you believe me if I said I learned from playing kart racing?" "How absurd!" Xia Yao exclaimed playfully, then wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's left arm, her excitement palpable as they strolled toward the food street. In that moment, they resembled a young couple meandering through the culinary haven, and it was evident that Xia Yao's lively personality brought Yang Yi immense joy. "Yang Yi, I want to eat this. Yang Yi, look how beautiful this is." Under Xia Yao's infectious enthusiasm, Yang Yi rediscovered the thrill of youthful romance. "Let us go have a grilled fish. This place looks quite appealing." The eateries around the campus were both delicious and reasonably priced. After perusing the menu for a while, Yang Yi casually ordered a few dishes totaling several hundred yuan. Inside the grilled fish restaurant, there were also several other tables occupied. The essence of late-night dining lay in the ambience, so the couple settled down in the main hall to enjoy their meal. Perhaps due to their newly established relationship, both found each other irresistibly amusing. "Why are you staring at me? You should eat." Yang Yi, noticing Xia Yao's unwavering gaze instead of her food, instinctively put down his chopsticks and inquired, "I am pondering what surprises you may have in store for me." Yang Yi was indeed an enigma. With his exceptional piano skills and extraordinary driving prowess, he exuded an air of endless mystery, waiting for Xia Yao to uncover. Just as the two were enjoying their late-night meal, a couple entered the hall. Upon seeing them approach, Xia Yao couldn't help but furrow her brow. "So, is this your boyfriend?" The pair made themselves comfortable at the table without hesitation, and upon noticing Xia Yao and Yang Yi dining alone, they couldn't resist asking, "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Yang Yi." Yang Yi nodded slightly and turned to request 2 additional sets of chopsticks from the owner. "I should introduce you too. This is my boyfriend, He Chong, who currently works at Lujin Suiwei. You may not be aware of what Lujin Suiwei represents. It is the headquarters of the Black-Clad Army, the rulers of the underworld in Qian City. My boyfriend, He Chong, is employed there. And tonight he is here to treat a small leader of the Black-Clad Army to a late-night meal. Now, do you understand?" At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyun wore a haughty expression, as if she were basking in her own superiority. Xia Yao, observing Zhao Xiaoyun's ostentatious display, felt her irritation deepen. However, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyun mention the Black-Clad Army, she refrained from reacting. Being a local of Qian City and aware of the upheaval the Black-Clad Army had caused to the Xingyao society overnight, she regarded the Black-Clad Army with trepidation, unwilling to invite trouble for herself and Yang Yi. Yang Yi, too, discerned that the so-called classmate, Zhao Xiaoyun, did not share a particularly cordial relationship with Xia Yao. Otherwise, she would not have come out swinging. "Yao Yao, let me tell you, when searching for a boyfriend, you cannot settle for just anyone. Good looks alone are insufficient. One must also possess wealth and power. In class, Xia Yao consistently outshone Zhao Xiaoyan in terms of attractiveness, and after finally finding a commendable boyfriend, Zhao Xiaoyan was eager to reclaim her sense of superiority over Xia Yao. Zhao Xiaoyan's words left Yang Yi visibly taken aback. Did he really appear to be a pretty boy? Enough, Zhao Xiaoyan. The type of boyfriend I choose is my own affair, and you needn't concern yourself with it. With Zhao Xiaoyan's attention now directed at Yang Yi, Xia Yao could no longer hold back and countered fiercely. Xia Yao's relationship with Zhao Xiaoyan could only be described as average, with an underlying sense of competition that had previously prevented her from confronting Zhao Xiaoyan openly. However, Xia Yao had not anticipated that Zhao Xiaoyan would flaunt her boyfriend's connection to the black-clad army to such an extent. Good intentions met with ingratitude. I initially thought to introduce you to some influential figures within the black-clad army, but it seems you lack the discernment. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyan exuded an air of authority, dismissing Yang Yi entirely. Hey, what do you mean by trying to undermine me like that? Yang Yi could no longer tolerate the situation. You consume my resources and yet dare to encroach upon my territory? However, the two individuals across from him continued to ignore him, perceiving Yang Yi merely as an insignificant figure, a petty loser compared to the formidable black-clad army. Young man, what gives you the right to interrupt my conversation with Xia Yao? Do you even recognize your own standing? Yang Yi was incensed. Have you too overstepped your bounds? You think a little kindness will elevate your status? I suggest you remove yourselves as far away from me as possible. Initially, Yang Yi assumed they were friends of Xia Yao and chose not to engage. However, their audacity to treat him with disdain prompted Yang Yi to abandon his restraint. What right do you have to act so superior when you can't even afford a private room? Do you believe I want to make a call to summon dozens of my brothers to teach you a lesson? Seeing this impoverished student daring to order him away, Hichong sprang to his feet, indignant. During this period, he had been leveraging the reputation of the black-clad army to assert his dominance, and he believed that even wealthy businessmen would afford him some respect upon learning of his association with the headquarters. Xia Yao, take a good look at the loser you've chosen as a boyfriend. He can't even afford a private room for a late-night snack, yet has the audacity to tell us to leave. Just wait until the big shots from the black-clad army arrive. You'll be in for a treat. As they continued their confrontation, Yang Yi, having neglected the affairs of the black-clad army, realized the emergence of such arrogant sycophants was a troubling development. He pondered to himself, it seems I must dedicate some time to manage the black-clad army properly. Just then, two men clad in black entered the room. Upon seeing them, Hichong hurried over, adopting an obsequious demeanor. Brother Zhang, Brother Li, I have already reserved the private room and ordered everything we need. Let us head inside. He smiled as he ushered the newcomers toward the suite. What was that commotion about? I saw you arguing with them just now. Yang Yi had his back to the door, and the two men did not see his face. I noticed that woman was quite attractive and intended to introduce her to you, but they clearly lacked appreciation for our stature in the black-clad army. Hichong's tone had shifted dramatically, displaying a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Let us not engage in such superficial antics. Do you take us for fools? Those two are obviously students. Don't make things difficult for them. The two men were elite assassins summoned by Yang Yi, and their demeanor pleased him. With the black-clad army members having spoken, Hichong felt compelled to relent. He turned to Yang Yi and said, you should hurry and express your gratitude to these two brothers, or you might find yourself in quite a predicament today. I am eager to witness how you intend to make me shed my skin. At this moment, Yang Yi turned around, his handsome visage instantly captivating the attention of the two elite assassins. With a thud, the beverages in their hands fell to the ground, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 86. A Night of Revelry with Yao. Brothers, your drinks have fallen. At this point, Hichong remained oblivious to the peculiar behavior of the two elite assassins. Bring Yang Jian to me. As the two stood in a daze, Yang Yi spoke with an air of indifference, his demeanor having undergone a dramatic transformation, exuding an overwhelming authority. Yet, as the saying goes, it is futile to reason with a fool. There will always be rash youths who dare to provoke. You have quite the audacity. Do you think you can casually call out Brother Jian's name? Are you aware of his standing? At this moment, Hichong resumed his act, fully embodying the spirit of a sycophant. Smack! Without Yang Yi needing to lift a finger, the two elite assassins struck Hichong across the face. Brothers, why are you hitting me? It is that young man you should be reprimanding. Hichong was utterly perplexed, as he believed he was upholding the authority of the black-clad army, yet found himself on the receiving end of a slap. However, The scene that unfolded next was truly astonishing. Young Master Yi, we shall summon the leader at once. The two black-clad assassins approached Yang Yi with utmost deference, resembling wayward children who had erred, devoid of any previous bravado. At this juncture, even the dimmest of Hichang realized the extraordinary nature of Yang Yi. Reflecting on his earlier pretense before such a formidable figure, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Young Master Yi, I truly did not recognize your status. I inadvertently offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. Yet, Yang Yi paid him no heed. I kindly invited you for a late-night snack, and you dare undermine me in my presence? Did you not intend to summon dozens of brothers to confront me? Be swift. I have no time to waste with you, Yang Yi remarked coldly, taking a bite of his skewer. Smack. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Hichang immediately knelt before Yang Yi in front of all, delivering slap after slap to his own face. What on earth is that fellow doing? It seems he has hit a brick wall. Did you not see his earlier arrogance? The commotion was not insignificant, instantly drawing the attention of others in the hall. Sensing this, Yang Yi lost interest in continuing his meal. Do you still wish to eat, Yao Yao? Xia Yao, equally bewildered by the spectacle, had long since lost her appetite. She slowly shook her head and replied, I cannot eat anymore. Very well, let us depart. We must not allow these two to dampen our spirits. Yang Yi firmly grasped Xia Yao's hand and strode purposefully toward the exit, leaving Hichang to kneel as he pleased. As Yang Yi approached the entrance of the culinary city, he noticed Yang Jian rushing towards him, accompanied by the two black-clad assassins from earlier. Young Master Yi, it is my mismanagement that has betrayed your trust. Yang Jian sincerely admitted his fault right away. The freedom I granted you was intended to help you swiftly expand your influence, yet you must not allow any nefarious characters into your ranks. Do not let me see anyone parading under the guise of the black-clad army in public, understood? One must possess compassion and a spirit of dedication, and it is essential that those beneath you recite the core socialist values to me. Do you comprehend? Yes, young Master Yi, I will implement this immediately. Yang Yi waved his hand, signaling the others to leave quickly, as he was reluctant to let these trivial matters disrupt the romantic atmosphere he had carefully cultivated on campus. At that moment, only Yang Yi and Xia Yao remained in the parking lot. Yang Yi grinned and suggested, shall we find a more suitable place? Instantly, Xia Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. She realized that Yang Yi was hinting at something more intimate. Although she had prepared herself for this moment, she still felt a flutter of shyness when he brought it up directly. Xia Yao's response was barely audible, but her bashfulness only heightened Yang Yi's excitement. Let us go to my house. My parents aren't home. After some contemplation, Xia Yao proposed going to her residence, fearing the embarrassment of being spotted at a hotel. Yang Yi was taken aback by Xia Yao's invitation, but upon recalling that her parents were absent, he readily agreed. Following Xia Yao's directions, Yang Yi drove into a relatively upscale community in the city center. He had suspected that Xia Yao's family was well off, so he was not surprised. After parking, they took the elevator to a 3-story villa. Though this villa was slightly inferior to Villa 001 at Yunshang Mansion, it was nonetheless a top-tier residence compared to ordinary developments. I didn't realize you were quite the affluent young lady. Judging by the property and the villa's decor, it was evident that Xia Yao's family was doing quite well. In response to Yang Yi's teasing, Xia Yao merely rolled her eyes. From Yang Yi's demeanor towards the black-clad soldiers, it was clear that the forces behind him were formidable, as if he were the very master of the black-clad army. Yet, his increasing mystery and strength only served to underscore his exceptional nature. Please, take a seat while I fetch you a glass of water. Once home, Xia Yao relaxed, first slicing a plate of fruit for Yang Yi, then pouring him a drink. Your parents won't rush back late at night, will they? After all, being at Xia Yao's home, it would be awkward if her parents returned to find their daughter in such a predicament. They won't be back until tomorrow evening. What, are you afraid? Afraid? In this world, there is nothing that instills fear in me. On the contrary, you should be concerned about whether I will fully devour you. After a playful tussle, Xia Yao led Yang Yi to her boudoir on the 2nd floor. It must be said that girls possess a unique affection for the color pink, and Xia Yao is no exception. The entire room is adorned in a rosy hue, exuding a youthful charm. At this moment, under the gentle glow of the lights, the atmosphere in the room became undeniably intimate. Both could feel the rapid beating of their hearts and the warmth of their breaths. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, providing ample space for the imagination of every handsome gentleman present. Chapter 87. How dare you call me Andy early the next morning? Yang Yi was awakened by the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring a genuine love. Congratulations on receiving 10 attribute points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill of Hall of Fame level singing technique. As Yang Yi had not spent much on Xia Yao, there was no corresponding cashback, but he was nonetheless pleased to have unlocked a skill. Reviewing attributes. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18 years. Appearance, 90 points. Height, 180 centimeters. Physique, 50, above average. Title, Junior Sea King. Basic income, 10,000 per day. Wealth, 7. 2 billion. Companies, Tianma Venture Capital Company, Limited, valued at 1 billion. Tianma Star Cinema, valued at 5 billion. Yunfu Shopping Center, valued at 5 billion. Crocodile Live Streaming Platform, valued at 3 billion. Skills, professional driving, master-level piano performance, hall-level basketball skills, culinary genius, divine healer, performance mastery, master-level singing skills. Ancient martial arts iron cloth shirt. Attribute points, 10 points. Fish pond, Lu Xiaoyu, Li Na, Lin Wan'er, Xia Yao. After binding the fish fry, consumption will yield tenfold cashback. With the current maximum daily cashback of 10 billion per fry. Task, become a senior sea king within a year. Current progress, 40. Before long, Yang Yi rose and took a shower. Upon seeing the pink bathrobe in the bathroom, he found himself in a moment of indecision. Ultimately, he chose the robust pink attire. Observing the slumbering Xia Yao, he refrained from waking her and instead made his way to the kitchen on the first floor. With his culinary prowess, Yang Yi prepared a delicate breakfast in just half an hour. Soon, steaming millet porridge and elegantly arranged sandwiches graced the dining table. With that, Yang Yi returned to the bedroom and gently roused Xia Yao. Let me sleep a little longer. I am so tired. Upon seeing Yang Yi donned in her pink bathrobe, Xia Yao couldn't help but smile briefly, only to quickly shut her eyes again, yearning for a few more moments of slumber. Your mother is back. Seeing that Xia Yao was reluctant to rise, Yang Yi resorted to his ultimate tactic. Ah, where? As Yang Yi's voice fell, Xia Yao, who had been drowsily awakening, instantly sat up in bed, her eyes devoid of any sleepiness. Upon witnessing Xia Yao's flustered demeanor, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. I was just teasing you. Hurry up and join me downstairs for breakfast. Ah, you are the worst. Startled by Yang Yi, Xia Yao leapt up and playfully bit his shoulder. You tricked me. I'll bite you to death. Although Xia Yao threatened to bite Yang Yi, her actions were more playful than forceful, resembling a tender exchange. Observing this, Yang Yi swiftly enveloped her in an embrace and turned to descend the staircase. As they reached the foot of the stairs, the aroma of rice wafted through the air. How delightful! Brother Yi, what delectable breakfast did you purchase? Xia Yao mused, assuming that a wealthy gentleman like Yang Yi would not prepare breakfast himself, and that it must be takeout. What nonsense! I just cooked this myself. You made this. Xia Yao looked incredulously at the beautifully arranged breakfast spread before her, which was both fragrant and visually appealing. What did you think? To her astonishment, she discovered that the esteemed young Master Yang could indeed cook, and she was eager to taste the results. With a sense of curiosity akin to discovering a new world, Xia Yao could hardly contain her excitement to sample Yang Yi's culinary creation. She gazed at the perfectly colored millet porridge, scooping a small spoonful, blowing on it gently before placing it in her mouth. The porridge melted upon contact, and the unique aroma of millet instantly captivated her palate. It's exquisite. Initially, Xia Yao thought that even if Yang Yi's cooking was subpar, she would eat it all out of courtesy. However, after that first spoonful, she found herself unable to stop. Moments later, she had devoured an entire small bowl of millet porridge. At this juncture, Xia Yao disregarded any notion of maintaining a ladylike image and eagerly filled her bowl again. Brother Yi, you should eat too. Noticing Yang Yi watching her with a smile and not partaking, she scooped a spoonful and offered it to him. Suddenly, the front door creaked open. A well-dressed, sophisticated middle-aged woman stepped into the villa. What are you two doing? The sight before her left the newcomer utterly astonished. A stranger was alone in a room with her daughter, and more shockingly, he was clad only in a pink bathrobe while her daughter was feeding him. Clatter. Startled by the sudden entrance, Xia Yao dropped her spoon onto the table. Mom, you're back. The newcomer was none other than Xia Yao's mother. Yi Lily. Goodness, am I cursed with bad luck? In that instant, Yang Yi comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was caught in a compromising position with someone else's daughter at home. In an instant, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What am I even doing here? If I hadn't returned, I wouldn't have realized just how audacious you are. Xia Donghai, hurry and come in. If you don't, your daughter might just end up giving you a nephew. With Xia's mother's commanding shout, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses, stepped inside. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Yang Yi retorted, I'm not the one being ridiculous. Come see what your precious daughter is up to. At Xia's mother's urging, Xia Donghai peered into the room. His eyes widened in shock as he stammered. Yao Yao, is this your boyfriend? At that moment, Xia Yao was mortified, unable to muster the courage to speak after being caught by her parents. She simply lowered her head in silence. Witnessing this, Yang Yi rose and walked over to Xia Yao, wrapping her in his embrace. Uncle, Auntie, my name is Yang Yi, and I am Xia Yao's boyfriend. If you have any issues, direct them at me. As a man, Yang Yi could not let Xia Yao face the confrontation alone. At that moment, he braced himself, ready to endure any reprimands or accusations that might come their way. Yi Lily, taken aback by Yang Yi's fearless demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. You've done this, bullying my Yao Yao, and you have the audacity to call me Annie? If I can't call you Annie, then what should I call you? Yang Yi decided it was time to lay everything bare. Since they had been caught by her parents, he might as well be forthright. If calling you Auntie is off the table, then what about calling you Mom instead? With that, Yang Yi earnestly called Yi Lily Mom, realizing that since he had taken someone else's daughter, he might as well gain something in return. You. For a moment, Yi Lily was left speechless, utterly stunned by Yang Yi's audacity. Chapter 88. Rivals at the door. Yao Yao. You two should go upstairs and get dressed properly first, then we can have a proper discussion. Compared to Yi Lily's agitation, Xia Donghai maintained a calm demeanor. After all, his daughter and that young man were currently clad only in bathrobes, making the situation rather uncomfortable. Just take a breath, we only have this one daughter. What is done is done, he continued. Besides, I find that young man rather intriguing. Look at how he thinks. When you wouldn't let him call you Annie, he immediately called you Mom. Not many would respond that way. Don't talk to me about that. Let us first clarify their circumstances. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, in a daze, ascended the stairs with Yang Yi. What should I do? What should I do? Why did they suddenly come back? At that moment, Xia Yao was completely flustered, unsure of how to explain the situation to her parents. Don't panic. I'm here for you. Yang Yi noticed her distress and pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back, gradually soothing her anxiety. 20 minutes later, Yang Yi and Xia Yao, having changed their attire, entered the living room. At this moment, Yi Lily's mood had settled, yet her gaze towards Yang Yi remained laced with a hint of hostility. Speak up, what is going on between you two? Upon witnessing Yang Yi and Xia Yao seated hand in hand across the sofa, Xia's mother initiated the conversation, eager to discern the nature of her daughter's relationship with Yang Yi. We are in a free romance. Everything that should have happened has transpired, and I shall take full responsibility, Yang Yi boldly proclaimed, asserting his stance. If I am not mistaken, you are still a university student, correct? Indeed. Both Yao Yao and I are freshmen at Qian University this year. Upon hearing this, Yi Lily furrowed her brow. You young people never consider the consequences of your actions. You claim you will take responsibility, but what do you have to offer at present? You both rely on your parents' allowances to sustain yourselves, without a financial foundation. How can you provide the life my daughter desires? As a mother, Yi Lily perceived the situation with clarity. It was not prejudice against Yang Yi, but rather a recognition that love devoid of material support is fated to be fleeting. Yang Yi, you must understand that while our Xia family may not be the pinnacle of Qian City, we are a reputable family. Given that Yao Yao is still in university, how can you justify this situation? Where shall we find our dignity? What, in your opinion, must I do to preserve the Xia family's honor? Yang Yi comprehended Xia's mother's attitude. After all, it was natural for a parent to feel resentment when their beloved child faced such circumstances. My Xia family possesses assets in the billions in Qian City. I am unaware of your family's specific situation, yet I am not an unreasonable person. If you are capable of caring for Yao Yao, I have no objections. Hearing this, Yang Yi's tightly knit brows relaxed. Give me 3 hours, by noon. I shall provide an explanation to the elders. He then rose, retrieving his phone to make a call to Yang Jian, which lasted nearly half an hour. Following the conclusion of the call, Yang Yi dialed another number. Bring the contract. Arrive promptly at noon. With this, Yang Yi returned to the sofa. his demeanor calm, casting a reassuring glance at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyang, although I remain unaware of the arrangements you just made, there is something I must inform you of. Long Xiang, the second young master of the Long family, has an interest in Yao Yao and will be arriving shortly. Our elders will not interfere, but you must contend with the young master on your own. Xiao's father added, as a father, my only wish is for Yao Yao's happiness. However, the Long family is among the most esteemed in Qian City. If you lack the strength to withstand their pressure, I advise you to reconsider your pursuit. At this moment, Xia Donghai, seated quietly, took a sip from his teacup and spoke leisurely. Yang Yi instantly grasped the essence of their words. In simple terms, they do not oppose Yang Yi and his relationship, but require him to withstand the pressures from the Long family. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi smiled slightly and responded, rest assured, if I cannot endure this level of pressure, how can I possibly bring happiness to Yao Yao? Currently, in Qian City, Yang Yi truly fears no one. Just as the group was discussing the Long family, the doorbell of the villa rang. Seeing this, Yi Lily stood up to open the door. Aunt Yi, I happened to have some free time this morning, so I came over. Is Yao Yao home? At the moment the door opened, a middle-aged man, appearing cultured and refined, stepped inside. Young Master Long, Yao Yao is home and has brought a friend along. You two should have a good chat. Friend? Yes. They're all sitting in the living room. You'll understand once you go over. As Long Xiang walked into the living room, he saw Yang Yi and Xia Yao hand in hand, their previously cheerful expressions instantly darkening. Who are you? If you don't release your filthy hands, believe me, I will have them chopped off. Long Xiang had always regarded Xia Yao as his forbidden fruit. And now a stranger was not only visiting the Xia family, but also holding her hand, indicating that he had been outpaced. This enraged him greatly. You must be Long Xiang? Yang Yi, facing Long Xiang's inquiry, remained unfazed and retorted with a question of his own. Upon hearing this, Long Xiang's brows furrowed. The fact that the other party knew of him indicated that the Xia family had informed him of his circumstances. And yet he dared to act so boldly. Did he possess some form of backing? As the second young master of the Long family, Long Xiang was quick-witted and instantly analyzed the crux of the matter. Thus, he prepared to take the next step in probing. Uncle Xia, are you not going to provide me with an explanation? The reason our Long family is willing to invest 500 million in your timber business is due to my relationship with Yao Yao. Are you attempting to force me to withdraw my investment? At this moment, Long Xiang had yet to ascertain Yang Ye's background, so he redirected his focus towards Xia Donghai. He was aware that the Xia family's timber business was currently facing the risk of a financial crisis, and the 500 million investment from the Long family could alleviate their urgent needs. Upon hearing this, Xia Donghai's complexion visibly changed. However, after glancing at Xia Yao, who was holding Yang Ye's hand, he regained his composure. Young Master Long, I have but one daughter, and regardless of her choices, I will respect her opinions. Matters concerning young people should be handled by themselves. I shall not interfere. As for the investment you mentioned, I will not impose any demands. Xia Donghai had built a fortune of 10 billion in Qian City, clearly not someone to be easily manipulated. Long Xiang's slightly threatening words were displeasing to him, and his attitude grew firm. Long Xiang, I am already with Brother Yi. You should give up on this notion. Long Xiang's threatening remarks naturally infuriated Xia Yao, as no one enjoys being treated as a mere commodity in a transaction. Moreover, Xia Yao has entrusted herself to Yang Yi, so it is implausible that she would extend any goodwill towards Long Xiang. Very well, young man, I shall remember you. Furthermore, I have not forgotten your Xia family. I am keen to observe how your family will address the disruption of its financial chain without the 500 million from my Long family. With that, Long Xiang strode out, preparing to consolidate his forces to teach the Xia family and Yang Yi a lesson. Yet, his threatening words seemed nothing more than a jest in Yang Ye's eyes. Chapter 89. This is the son-in-law young man. Do not revel in your triumph just yet. Having offended Long Xiang, your days ahead may not be so pleasant. Xia Donghai observed Yang Ye's nonchalant demeanor and felt compelled to offer a word of caution. After all, the Long family, as the premier clan of Qian City, wielded considerable power that was not to be trifled with. He, Xia Donghai, could maintain a neutral stance to honor his daughter, but it was utterly impossible for him to confront the Long family on Yang Ye's behalf. The Long family, if they remain within their bounds, all shall be well. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to reduce them to insignificance. With the resources at his disposal, Yang Yi was more than capable of standing atop Qian City. A mere Long family did not evoke trepidation within him. Hearing Yang Ye's dismissive remarks, Xia Donghai couldn't help but furrow his brow. Are today's youth truly this audacious? Yet, Yang Ye's unwavering confidence left him perplexed. Could it be that he genuinely possessed such prowess? Subsequently, Yi Lily summoned Xia Yao to the second floor, leaving Yang Yi and Xia Donghai seated alone in the living room. Yao Yao, tell your mother, what stage have you two reached? At this moment, Yi Lily's expression was grave. She sought to ascertain the extent of her daughter's relationship with Yang Yi to facilitate further arrangements. Please, do tell, is it truly as that young man claimed, that all has transpired? Facing her mother's probing, Xia Yao silently nodded. Oh, my dear girl. Upon confirmation, Yi Lily could only exhale a resigned sigh. Since you have already turned raw rice into cooked rice, there is little more for your father and me to discuss. However, the Long family will not be easy to deal with. Remembering Long Xiang's harsh words as he departed, a shadow of concern crossed Yi Lily's face. She and Xia Donghai had but one daughter, and everything was for Xia Yao. Now that Xia Yao had yielded herself to Yang Yi, despite her reluctance to voice it, she had no intention of separating the two. What is his family situation like? I have not inquired, but it should not be worse than ours. You, my girl, have entrusted yourself without even understanding his family's circumstances. How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Observing Xia Yao's ignorance, Yi Lily felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xia Donghai and Yang Yi sat upright, exchanging intense gazes. Yang, if you ultimately end up with Yao Yao, what are your plans for the future? At this moment, Xia Donghai wished to have a proper conversation with Yang Yi. Despite the young man's modest family background, as long as he was ambitious, his current assets were sufficient for a decent life with his daughter. What plans could he possibly have? Perhaps dabbling in filmmaking or enjoying live streams. Working was certainly out of the question. Upon hearing this, a wave of frustration washed over Xia Donghai. Could this boy not engage in something more respectable? Although he felt a deep sense of anxiety, Xia Donghai managed to restrain himself and slightly adjusted his demeanor to inquire once more. Aren't you planning to pursue something meaningful? I am pursuing something meaningful, Yang Yi replied, believing that casually gifting during live streams could easily help him achieve his minor goals. Wasn't that, after all, a legitimate endeavor? At this moment, Xia Donghai's previously budding fondness for Yang Yi began to dwindle. I am curious to see what nonsense you will conjure up at midnight. Infuriated by Yang Yi, Xia Donghai silently urged himself to wait and see what the young man would present shortly. Before long, Yi Lily descended with Xia Yao, casting a knowing look at Xia Donghai. Observing this, Xia Donghai's frown deepened. His precious daughter was indeed being courted by this aimless youth. He thought to himself that if Yang Yi could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to discipline him first. Time swiftly passed, and soon the distinct roar of cars filled the air, followed by the ringing of the villa's doorbell. Yang Yi smiled faintly. Could you ask Mom to open the door? Young man, although Yao Yao has acknowledged you, you cannot address her so casually. The relationship has yet to be established. Irritated by Yang Ye's repeated use of Mom, Xia Donghai doused him with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. I shall open it. Seeing her father seemingly at odds with Yang Yi, Xia Yao stood up and approached the grand entrance of the villa. As the door swung open, Xia Yao was taken aback by the sight before her. From the entrance of the community to the villa's doorstep, nearly 100 black Mercedes-Benz vehicles were parked, creating a scene of utter extravagance. Leading the fleet was a limited edition pink Porsche 918, a supercar valued at over 20 million. Adorning this exquisite vehicle was a heart crafted from balloons and a diamond ring, at least 20 carats, sparkled brilliantly in the light. The three individuals in the hall noticed Xia Yao frozen in place and stepped outside to join her. Wow, Yang Jian certainly knows how to make a spectacle. Yang Yi had merely asked Yang Jian to arrange for a sports car and a diamond ring. Yet he had orchestrated such an overwhelming display. Did this all come from him? Both Xia Donghai and Yi Lily were equally astonished by the grandiosity of the affair. To pull off such a spectacle in merely 1 or 2 hours required a considerable amount of influence and resources. It appears that this young man is quite remarkable. The couple exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Yang Yi emerge, Yang Jian quickly gestured towards the location of the diamond ring. In response, Yang Yi naturally approached the sports car and deftly removed the dazzling diamond ring. He then walked directly to Xia Yao, placing the ring, at least 20 carats, in her hand. Do you like it? At this moment, Xia Yao was utterly captivated by Yang Ye's display. covering her mouth with one hand and instinctively nodding. Seeing this, Yang Yi wrapped his arms around Xia Yao and led the group into the villa. Once everyone was seated, Yang Jian presented Yang Yi with a car key, a set of property deeds, and a contract. Young Master Yi, everything is here. Yes. Today's arrangements have been executed splendidly. Hearing this, Yang Jian retreated with a beaming smile. This is a sports car worth over 20 million. This is the Yunchang Mansion, valued at 80 million. This is the Tianma Venture Capital Company, worth 1 billion. Now all of this belongs to Yao Yao. Uncle, aunt. I wonder if this gift is sufficient for me to continue my relationship with Yao Yao. Yang Yi pushed the car key, property deeds, and company transfer contract forward, looking at Xia Donghai and Yi Lily with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, even though the couple had witnessed numerous grand occasions, they were now astonished, swallowing hard. Xia Donghai, seasoned in business, immediately recognized the authenticity of the contract. The total assets of the Xia family amount to roughly 1 billion, while Yang Ye's gift was a minimum of 1 billion. This is no impoverished youth. He is simply an exemplary son-in-law. Chapter 90. What did you say your name was? At this moment, the gazes of Xia Donghai and Yi Lily towards Yang Yi had dramatically shifted. Although they had not opposed the couple earlier, they had viewed Yang Yi with a degree of condescension. However, with Yang Ye's display, they suddenly realized that their entire fortune was merely pocket change for him. Yang, what does your family do? Just an ordinary family. Yang Yi did not hold any resentment towards Xia Donghai and his wife. Their earlier attitude was quite natural. Moreover, when Long Xiang arrived, they did not interfere with the couple due to the influence of the Long family, which was indeed rare. An ordinary family owns 100 luxury cars? An ordinary family can casually gift away a billion-dollar company? I am truly astounded by you, old six. At this moment, Xia Donghai felt for the first time that 10 billion is merely the standard for an ordinary family. Brother Yi, I do not want these things. I only wish for your kindness towards me. Xia Yao, overwhelmed by emotion, was moved to tears by Yang Yi's extravagant gift. Feeling that 10 billion was far too lavish, she did not want Yang Yi to perceive her as a materialistic woman. With a crash, the teacup that Yi Lily had just lifted slipped from her hands, landing on the coffee table. What kind of foolish daughter have I given birth to? It is one thing to entrust oneself to others without knowledge of their circumstances, but now, when presented with a gift worth 10 billion, you simply refuse it? It is important to understand that the entire Xia family possesses assets amounting to approximately 10 billion. The gift from Yang Yi is sufficient to ensure Xia Yao's comfort for the rest of her life. Yao Yao, you must accept this, otherwise, how can your uncle and aunt feel at ease allowing you to be with me? Moreover, I hope you can build a successful career that can support us in the future, right? A gift from a renowned figure cannot be returned. Yang Yi felt compelled to persuade once more. Indeed, Yao Yao, it is only by becoming strong yourself that you can assist Yang Yi. Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Yi Lily immediately echoed in agreement, fearing her naive daughter might reject the substantial gift again. Well, all right then. Xia Yao understood that Yang Yi's background was not simple. To remain by his side, she indeed needed to continuously improve herself. Since you have already taken the first step, we are no longer outsiders. You young people can manage your affairs, and I, along with her mother, will not interfere too much. Let us share a meal together at noon. At that moment, as mealtime approached, Xia Donghai, delighted to have such a commendable son-in-law, took the initiative to invite Yang Yi to join them for lunch. Very well. Ask the other brothers to return. You stay here and share a meal with me. Today, Yang Jian had performed exceptionally, so Yang Yi decided to keep him as well. Yes, young Master Yi. Shortly thereafter, Yi Lily prepared a lavish spread, demonstrating her thoughtfulness through the variety of dishes. Xia Donghai, hurry and call your son-in-law to join us for dinner. At this moment, Yi Lily grew increasingly fond of Yang Yi, even referring to him directly as her son-in-law. Ha! Come on, Xiao Yi, and you too, little Yang, come and sit. Today, let us enjoy a few drinks together. Yi Lily's casual mention of son-in-law shattered any remaining formalities among them. Seeing that Yang Yi did not object brought Xia Donghai great comfort, and he promptly opened 2 bottles of Maotai, toasting with Yang Yi. After several glasses of Maotai, Xia Donghai's complexion flushed with warmth, and he eagerly began sharing insights about the influential forces in Qian City with Yang Yi. Through Xia Donghai's narration, Yang Yi learned that Qian City is dominated by 6 major families: the Li, Zhou, Zhang, Wang, Long, and Yang families, each boasting assets exceeding 100 billion. monopolizing various industries in the city. Among them, the Li family is the most powerful, exerting considerable influence across multiple sectors. The subsequent families follow in order of strength. The families of Zhang Yu, Wang Gang, and Yang Jie, who are friends of Yang Yi, happen to be 3 of these 6 families. As for the remaining 3, apart from the Li family, the Zhou and Long families have established enmities with Yang Yi. By the way, son-in-law, there is another force you must pay special attention to besides these 6 families. At this moment, Xia Donghai spoke with an earnest demeanor. Recently, a clandestine force known as the Black-Clad Army has unexpectedly emerged in Qian City, annihilating the once dominant Xingyao society overnight, their strength unfathomable. It is said that their leader, Yang Jian, is particularly ruthless. On that fateful night, he wielded a machete, leading 100 brothers to obliterate the headquarters of the Xingyao society, forcing Wang Hu and his son to flee Qian City. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's expression turned awkward, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Yang Yi nearly choked on a mouthful of soup. What are you two laughing at? I am not jesting. Offending these prominent families may result in merely economic sanctions, but crossing the Black-Clad Army could lead to utter ruin. Witnessing Yang Yi and the other dismiss the Black-Clad Army, Xia Donghai felt compelled to reiterate his warning. For the army's mystery was indeed profound. At the same time, Xia Yao was utterly astonished. Previously, she had merely regarded the Black-Clad Army as formidable, but she had not anticipated their power to rival the 6 great families, even surpassing them in certain aspects. While her father was unaware of Yang Jian's identity, she was well informed. Father, the Black-Clad Army is not as terrifying as you suggest. They possess commendable qualities in certain regards. Navi, underground forces are far more complex than you presume. Observing Xia Yao's nonchalance towards the Black-Clad Army, Xia Donghai could only shake his head in resignation. Come, young brother. As you are a subordinate of my daughter's husband, we are kin. Let us share a toast. In response, Yang Jian promptly raised his glass, downing the liquor with commendable poise. Ha! A true man of character. Cheers. By the way, young brother, what is your name? Xia Donghai also finished his drink, feeling quite elated, and directly inquired about Yang Jian's name, as referring to him as young brother felt rather awkward. In that moment, Yang Jian was at a loss for words, glancing at Yang Yi with a bewildered expression. Just answer when asked. Ultimately, it makes no difference whether sooner or later. With Yang Ye's affirmation, Yang Jian smiled at Xia Donghai. Uncle, my name is Yang Jian, and I am associated with young Master Yi. Yang Jian, a fine name indeed. Sharing a surname with my son-in-law. At this point, Xia Donghai, slightly tipsy, nodded with a smile upon hearing Yang Jian's reply. However, Yi Lily, who had not partaken in the alcohol, was far from calm. Yang Jian, recalling the 100 Mercedes-Benz vehicles and the uniformed menacing figures. Yi Lily's expression turned to one of shock as she hastily kicked Xia Donghai under the table. Why are you kicking me, old woman? The young brother's name is quite pleasant. Yang Jian, how does that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, Xia Donghai's expression froze in realization. With a look of astonishment, he gazed at Yang Jian and, in a slightly trembling voice, inquired, Young brother, what did you say your name was? Uncle, my name is Yang Jian, and I am associated with young Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Xia Donghai seemed to be drained of all strength, leaning heavily against his seat. Chapter 91. At 2 in the afternoon, Yang Yi and Yang Jian emerged from the villa belonging to Xia Yao. 2 black-clad bodyguards were already waiting at the entrance in a Mercedes-Benz, while Yang Yi's Bugatti Veyron had long been driven away by someone else. Uncle, you need not see us off. Young Master Yi and I shall take our leave for now. I'll visit you again when I have the time. Son-in-law, then I shall not accompany you further. At that moment, Xia Donghai stood at the door with an air of restraint. He dared not contemplate Yang Ye's identity, for even Yang Jian was a figure he looked up to. Please return, uncle. The Xia family's financial issues can be directly addressed by Yao Yao's investment. Yang Yi held a deep respect for his elders. After gesturing farewell to Xia Donghai, he and Yang Jian entered the vehicle. Only after the Mercedes-Benz carrying Yang Yi and his companion had driven out of the community did Xia Donghai, in a daze, make his way back into the villa. Did I really just keep addressing the leader of the Black-Clad Army as young brother? The leader of the Black-Clad Army actually sat with me respectfully to share a drink? I even dared to call him ruthless in his presence? At this moment, Xia Donghai recalled his earlier bewildering behavior and couldn't help but smile wryly. On the other side, Within the Mercedes-Benz, Yang Jian sat respectfully in the front passenger seat, his eyes brimming with excitement as he looked at Yang Yi in the back seat. Initially troubled by the events of the previous night, he felt a sense of relief wash over him when Yang Yi had invited him to stay for dinner. "Young Master Yi, are you heading to school, or how will you be leaving?" "To your golden years." Yang Yi had long contemplated managing the black-clad army effectively, and with free time on his hands today, he decided it was the perfect occasion to pay a visit. Ding! The host has received gifts from 10x Venture Capital worth 10 billion, and the cashback of 10 billion has been credited. There's a cashback for this too? Hearing the system's notification, Yang Yi couldn't help but break into a smile. At the entrance of the Golden Years Club, a Mercedes-Benz with the license plate Qian 666 came to a halt before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Everyone at the club knew this vehicle belonged to the esteemed Yang Jian of the black-clad army. As a junior was about to step forward to open the door, Yang Jian swiftly leaped from the front passenger seat and respectfully opened the rear door. What the heck? Who is this person? To have the revered Yang Jian open the door for them, they must be an extraordinary figure. I dare say that even if a representative from the 6 prominent families of Qian were to arrive, Yang Jian would merely step out to greet them. The thought of him respectfully opening the door is utterly inconceivable. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Yang Yi calmly exited the vehicle. So young? This is undoubtedly the young master of a prominent family. Yang Yi's youthful visage, at the tender age of 18, left the onlookers utterly astonished. To them, it was evident that someone capable of propelling Yang Jian to this extent must surely be a figure of extraordinary stature. However, oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the crowd, Yang Yi followed Yang Jian into the establishment at a leisurely pace. Within the opulent confines of the establishment, Yang Yi, along with Yang Jian and 10 leaders of the black-clad army, settled into a private room. "Pray tell, what is the current status of the black-clad army?" Yang Yi inquired nonchalantly, resting one foot upon the bar counter. "Young Master Yi, apart from the initial 100 brothers, we have recruited over 2,000 new members, all of whom adhere to your principle of quality over quantity, representing a cadre of elite fighters. Beyond Qian City, we have successfully seized control of the underground realms in 2 other cities within Qian province, resulting in a staggering increase in our assets to approximately 10 billion. Impressive," Yang Yi remarked, taken aback by the rapid expansion of Yang Jian's influence into 2 additional cities. "Young master, as you instructed, all trade in illicit goods is strictly prohibited within our territory. However, I am contemplating extending our operations to the island nation. Would that be permissible? Regarding the island nation, you may proceed as you see fit." Yang Yi felt a surge of indignation at the thought of the transgressions committed by the island nation in the past. Subsequently, Yang Jian updated Yang Yi on the current affairs and future strategies of the black-clad army. "By the way, keep a vigilant eye on the Long and Zhou families in Qian City. They have crossed me." "Understood, young master." A cold demeanor washed over Yang Jian's countenance. As senior assassins, their loyalty to Yang Yi was unwavering. Seeing that the Long and Zhou families dared to offend him, he promptly placed them on his blacklist. "I possess a manual detailing the cultivation methods for the ancient martial art known as iron cloth shirt. Ensure the initial 100 brothers receive this training, and be vigilant to keep it confidential." With the black-clad army amidst territorial conquests, confrontations were inevitable, prompting Yang Yi to impart the system's reward of iron cloth shirt to the elite assassins. "Thank you, young Master Yi." The seasoned soldiers, well-versed in the value of such ancient martial arts, were exhilarated by the prospect of enhanced combat prowess through mastering the iron cloth shirt. That evening, having indulged in libations, Yang Yi decided to stay at the establishment. The following day, he was roused from his slumber by a call from Zhang Yu, groggily emerging from a heap of comfort. "Hello, what is it?" "Young Master Yi, the Supercar Club is hosting a racing competition this afternoon. Would you care to join us?" "Racing?" "Indeed, racing. It will feature some of the elite figures from Qian City." "Very well, I shall come to observe." Since acquiring the system, Yang Yi had attained the skills of a professional racer and possessed a top-tier supercar. However, he pondered how one could unleash such prowess within the confines of the city. As a young man, the exhilarating pursuit of racing naturally holds a certain allure for Yang Yi. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at the designated location in his Bugatti Veyron. Upon stepping out of the car, he was promptly greeted by Zhang Yu and his companions. "Yi, let me tell you, there's a formidable figure here today," Yang Jia exclaimed as he pulled Yang Yi aside, gesturing towards a certain direction. Following Yang Jie's indication, Yang Yi turned his gaze and beheld a woman, seemingly in her late 20s, clad in a racing suit, leaning against a Ferrari LaFerrari. This woman was unlike any Yang Yi had encountered before. She possessed a slight fullness that exuded a sense of mature allure rather than mere weight. Her fair skin and exquisite features radiated an air of nobility, and the racing attire accentuated her curvaceous figure splendidly. Her name was Li Rongrong, the third daughter of the Li family in Xian City. Her husband, a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong, tragically perished in a car accident less than a month after their marriage, leaving her with an astounding fortune exceeding 1 billion. Shortly thereafter, Yang Jie and the others relayed this intriguing information to Yang Yi. Chapter 92. A change of bet ding. Successfully bound to the fish fry. Name: Li Rongrong. Height: 171 centimeters. Attractiveness: 92 points. Affection level: 30. Task reward: a 10-fold return on spending for fish fry, with a daily cap of 1 billion. No further returns after capture. When the fish fry's affection level towards the host reaches 95 or above, a genuine love will be successfully harvested, granting a special skill, 10 attribute points, and a refund of the spending amount. In an instant, the system facilitated Yang Yi's binding. Soon, Zhang Yu led Yang Yi and the others directly into the racetrack. Inside was an expansive outdoor circuit spanning over 10 kilometers, equipped with various bends and sandy terrains, presenting a thoroughly professional setup. Young Master Yi, this is the base of our supercar club. The entire area covers 18 square kilometers, with a track length of 26 kilometers, featuring every conceivable mode to satisfy your racing desires. As it was Yang Ye's first visit, Zhang Yu provided a detailed introduction. How is this place typically utilized? Yang Yi inquired, revealing his inexperience with racing. This track can accommodate up to 6 cars at once. Usually, I gather vehicles with similar performance for competitions. As seasoned members of the supercar club, Zhang Yu and his companions were well versed in the venue's dynamics and soon explained all the rules to Yang Yi. Zhang Yu, are you brave enough to return today? Didn't the 5 million you lost to me last time leave a profound impression? A teasing voice suddenly pierced through the air, followed by the sight of Zhou Feng approaching with a group of affluent young men from the opposite side of the venue. Zhou Feng, what do you have to be so arrogant about? It was merely a single victory last time. This time, I shall demonstrate what true skill entails. The individual approaching was none other than Zhou Feng, who had previously clashed with Yang Yi at the auction. He and Zhang Yu were long-standing adversaries, and their encounter was destined to be fraught with mutual disdain. Li Jie is also present. Upon spotting Li Rongrong, Zhou Feng hurriedly extended a greeting. Yet she merely acknowledged him with a faint nod, her expression decidedly unwelcoming. Noticing her reluctance to engage, Zhou Feng awkwardly smiled before making his way over to Yang Yi and his companions. What an unfortunate twist of fate. Just encountering Zhang Yu was already ill-omened enough. Yet here you are. Upon seeing Yang Yi in attendance, Zhou Feng commenced with his biting sarcasm. However, Yang Yi was not one to be easily trifled with. What? Having been humiliated last time, do you now wish to present your face for another slap? Yang Yi held no affection for Zhou Feng and was quick to retort. Racing is not a mere pastime for those with a handful of money. Your voice holds no weight here. In the realm of racing, I assure you, Zhou Feng's prowess is unmatched among you few. If you dispute this, feel free to challenge me. As a wealthy scion of the Zhou family, Zhou Feng relished racing, boasting skills that were indeed formidable within the elite circles of Qian City. You youngsters should refrain from your idle chatter. Let us wager 10 million per race and prove our mettle on the track. At that moment, the tempestuous Li Rongrong approached. She asserted, Li Jie speaks wisely. Mere words hold little significance. 10 million per round. Are you brave enough to engage? For a moment, Zhang Yu and the others fell silent. Despite their enmity with Zhou Feng, they recognized that his racing skills surpassed theirs, and they were hesitant to risk such a substantial sum for the sake of pride. Seeing their silence, Zhou Feng laughed triumphantly. Is this the day Zhang Yu admits defeat? Ha! I told you, in racing, you are all mere novices. In that instant, Zhang Yu and the others clenched their fists, their faces flushed with anger at Zhou Feng's taunts. Can you muster 50 million? If so, I may begrudgingly join you for a round. Just as Zhou Feng reveled in his boisterous laughter, Yang Yi emerged from behind Zhang Yu. Had it not been for the concern that Zhou Feng might lack the funds, Yang Yi would have suggested a wager of over 100 million. At this, not only was Zhou Feng taken aback, But even Li Rongrong cast a sidelong glance in his direction. You again? I am curious as to the source of your audacity. Since you wish to play, I shall oblige. Zhou Feng already harbored a grudge against Yang Yi. Since Yang Yi was effectively offering him money, how could he refuse? Count me in. How could such a grand wager proceed without my participation? As Yang Yi and Zhou Feng escalated the stakes to 100 million, Li Rongrong joined in, adding her voice to this extravagant gamble. In recent years, following the tragic demise of her ex-husband in a car accident, she found herself with ample free time, prompting her to seek out exhilarating activities to alleviate her boredom. Naturally, racing became one of her chosen pursuits. All right, since Sister Li is interested, let us three bring our cars for a friendly competition. Upon noticing that Li Rongrong also wished to partake, Zhou Feng pondered for a moment before agreeing. Yi Xiao. Zhou Feng and Sister Li are renowned racing prodigies in the circuit. You might find yourself at a disadvantage if you rush in. Wang Gang interjected, sensing the stakes were high, as 50 million is no trifling sum. Why fret? Racing is simply a matter of skill. Yang Yi responded with nonchalance, confident in his abilities as a professional racer, planning to adopt a strategy of cunning deception. Humph. Today, I shall teach this kid a lesson. Zhou Feng smirked at Yang Yi's bravado, feeling a sense of amusement. If I win, I do not wish to take your 50 million, but rather propose an alternative wager. Yang Yi, irritated by Li Rongrong's striking figure, directly suggested a different bet. What kind of wager? Li Rongrong inquired. How about we find a leisurely spot and engage in an academic discussion? Upon hearing this, Yang Jie immediately raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Yi Xiao, I am impressed. Meanwhile, Li Rongrong's expression shifted, and with a hint of intrigue, she gazed at Yang Yi and replied, that will depend on whether you possess the requisite skill.